Chapter 274 The Final Showdown 5. Global announcement. Jason was resolute in his determination not to allow Nuri to escape. He commanded Lei and the others across the way. Surround him, you on the left, us on the right. Received. Gogogo. Lei relayed the order, leading 3 men as they sprinted forward from the left. Team B, consisting of 7 members, split into 2 groups, taking cover under the eaves of buildings on either side of the road, providing mutual support as they pursued the fleeing Nuri. As they reached the intersection, gunfire erupted once more. Each fallen armed combatant received a final bullet to their vital areas, a direct method of clearing the battlefield. After all, Nuri was merely a warlord, lacking professional training, and his speed of escape was far from swift. Within less than a minute, Team B's 2 groups advanced rapidly, successfully cornering him within a house. They subdued him with ease, binding him with plastic straps. Jason initially verified the target's identity and radioed, "Operations Center, this is B1. We have successfully passed the Komairo stage." "Excellent," Diaz exclaimed, pumping his fist in celebration, while a similarly elated Eric responded, "Operations Center acknowledges, B1, you may commence SSE verification." Upon receiving Eric's operational directive, Jason retrieved his phone to capture a frontal photograph of the apprehended target. The computer program at the Operations Center received the image, accessing the database to compare it against the photograph of Nuri Halani. Mandy, upon viewing the comparison results, joyfully declared, "It's done. That's him." Diaz promptly responded via radio. "B1, this is the Operations Center, confirming the identity of Nuri Halani is accurate. You may commence extraction." "Understood." Jason concluded his conversation with the command center and switched to a general channel, issuing the order, "This is B1, target apprehended. Team A, Team B, prepare for extraction at the designated assembly point. Bring him along, we are leaving." After ending the radio communication, Jason called out and began the retreat towards the outskirts of the village. As Team B escorted the captured Nuri out of the house, they discovered that the village had been thoroughly awakened, with numerous eyes peering through windows and doors. The sensation was unsettling for Team B, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their pace. Upon reuniting with Team A at the previously dispersed location, Jason reported via radio, "Operations Center, this is B1. We have successfully passed the Golden Country stage and are currently safe." "Received, B1. The helicopter is en route and will arrive in 3 minutes," Eric replied. "To maintain stealth, the helicopter would drop off Teams A and B 500 meters away, eliminating the need for further concealment during the retreat. The helicopter could land directly outside the village, finding a clear area to pick up both teams. The distance from the Golden Country waypoint to the helicopter landing site was approximately 100 meters, and 3 minutes was ample time to cover that distance. Thus, the team's pace remained steady as they proceeded toward the boarding point. Suddenly, Nuri, who had been silent, spoke in Pashto. "What did he say?" Jason inquired of Long Zhan. "He expressed a desire for us to all turn to ashes, wishing that today marks our day of judgment as ordained by the Almighty." Upon hearing the translation of Long Zhan's words, Jason was reminded that Team E had been obliterated into dust, and his emotions erupted uncontrollably. Grasping Nuri Halani by the collar, he forcefully slammed him against the wall. Seething, "Team E, do you remember? You slaughtered 6 of my comrades, 6 brothers." Words alone seemed insufficient to quell his wrath, as he landed 2 fierce punches into Nuri's stomach. "What is Team E?" Nuri grimaced from the blow but remained unyielding, unwilling to accept blame. 2 months ago, you bombed them in Jalalabad. The squad you annihilated was my brotherhood, Team E. Jason's fury escalated as he delivered another knee strike. The sudden outburst from Jason caused the retreating team to halt, and none dared to intervene in his rage. Their deaths were indeed a source of joy for Nuri. Undeterred by Jason's aggression, Nuri continued to taunt him. Jason retaliated with another punch to his abdomen, demanding, "Why did you kill Team E? Is it related to Carter? Tell me." "That Englishman?" Nuri retorted, "Yes, the very same old Carter. How do you know about him?" Jason, now convinced of Carter's direct involvement in the destruction of Team E, became even more volatile, delivering several rapid blows. Fortunately, Nuri, towering nearly 6'4", withstood the barrage and countered with a question, "How did you know I would be here?" "I presume my brother Abad informed you." As Jason pressed Nuri for information regarding Carter, an unusual phenomenon appeared on the drone display in the operations center. A large group of armed individuals was rapidly converging towards Team B. Where had these people emerged from? Mandy, noticing this anomaly, felt a sudden tightening in her chest. The elation of having captured Nuri dissipated in an instant. There must have been a region-wide alert that had stirred the entire village. No, the entire area. Eric's brows furrowed as he swiftly gestured to Diaz. Immediately, he radioed. B1, we have detected dozens of armed enemies approaching rapidly from your northeast. Approximately 1 to 200 meters away. B1 acknowledges, initiating retreat. Jason, too, recognized the looming crisis and was compelled to relinquish his urgent quest for answers, leading his team back towards the extraction point. As they reached the village edge, the helicopter arrived overhead. Concealing their movements with smoke grenades, Jason issued commands. And the tactical operator, Clay, retrieved a tactical backpack, producing 4 smoke grenades. With the assistance of Long Zhan, Sunny, and Trent, they hurled the grenades along the retreat path, preparing for their imminent boarding. Chapter 275, The Final Battle 6, The Crash. The main road of Ayubkar village is singular, and under the cover of smoke grenades, 2 helicopters descended steadily to the ground. Long Zhan, Jason, Trent, and 3 members of Team A, along with Nuri, boarded the left helicopter, codenamed 23. Meanwhile, Ray, Sonny Brock, Clay, and 3 additional members of Team A ascended into the right helicopter, designated as 24. Each helicopter carried 7 occupants. The boarding process was relatively smooth. However, as the helicopters took off, the situation turned precarious. During the boarding of Teams A and B, dozens of armed men had already approached. The Huey helicopters, being standard utility models, lacked the agility of the Black Hawk, resulting in a sluggish ascent that afforded the pursuing armed men ample opportunity to strike. The ground erupted with gunfire as the armed assailants unleashed a torrential barrage. Due to insufficient protection, both Huey helicopters had to maneuver and climb at an agonizingly slow pace. With their power already stretched thin, the need to evade bullets further hampered their ascent. The fuselage rattled under the onslaught of bullets, and uncertainty loomed over whether they could withstand the assault. In desperation, the members of Teams A and B opened the helicopter doors and retaliated with their rifles. The combined firepower of both teams alleviated the immediate threat. After several armed assailants were either killed or injured from the elevated positions of Long Zhan and his comrades, the attackers hesitated to continue their brazen assault. Just as it seemed the helicopters were about to escape the line of fire with the help of Teams A and B, an alarming sound pierced the air. A shrill warning alarm echoed within the 23 helicopter. Damn it, we've been locked onto by a missile. The pilot bellowed, ordering the co-pilot. Deploy the flares now, quickly. The co-pilot reacted swiftly, pressing the launch button as the pilot shouted. A series of flaming flares erupted from beneath the helicopter, hurtling towards the rear. Unfortunately, the Huey was not a combat helicopter. Although the flares were deployed, it was too late for evasive maneuvers. The speed of the surface-to-air missile far exceeded that of a mere rocket. A deafening explosion resounded as the 23 helicopter evaded the missile, but its tail rotor was obliterated in the blast. Without the tail rotor, the helicopter lost its balance and spiraled uncontrollably like a top in midair. The pilot struggled to regain control, but without the tail rotor, balancing the rotation was impossible. Recognizing the impending disaster, the co-pilot shouted towards the rear cabin. The aircraft is out of control. Prepare for an emergency landing. Inside the cabin, Jason, Clay, and others were thrown about as the helicopter continued its chaotic spin. The reminders from the pilots proved to be utterly futile. The sole action available to them remained gripping the tether with unwavering resolve. Their only hope was to prevent being hurled from the open door of the helicopter during its frantic spin, plummeting to the ground and meeting a fatal demise. As for the uncertainty of whether they would meet a catastrophic end upon landing, there was nothing that could be altered at that moment. All they could do was silently pray to avoid an explosive impact upon descent. As long as the helicopter's crash did not end in an explosion, the chances of survival remained relatively high. However, Sonny, situated not far from the helicopter, was helplessly witnessing Jason's aircraft plummet rapidly. His eyes widened in anguish as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, Sonny's desperate cries fell on deaf ears. He could only watch as the helicopter soared farther away, ultimately veering off course and disappearing beyond the distant ridge several kilometers away. The pilot of Sonny's helicopter, designated as 24, similarly had no choice but to watch the 23 helicopter descend, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to pursue. Before ascertaining what had struck the 23 helicopter, His foremost priority was self-preservation. Only by ensuring his own absolute safety could he hope to regain composure and adjust altitude for a potential rescue. Rashly rushing to render aid could lead to the 24 helicopter also being downed, which would spell disaster. In the operations center, Eric, Mandy, and others bore witness to this sudden calamity through drone footage, and the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. B1, this is the operations center. Do you copy? Diaz called urgently, but received no response. He repeated, B1, this is the operations center, please respond. Still, there was silence. Calling B6, please respond. Eric switched to another channel, yet the radio remained eerily quiet, causing Eric's heart to sink to the depths of despair. He promptly ordered the rapid response team and the standby combat search and rescue aircraft to mobilize. Eric issued an emergency rescue command. Diaz asked anxiously, should we dispatch another medical evacuation aircraft? Hold on for now. We need to ascertain the situation and clarify whether it is a rescue or recovery mission, Eric replied, though his impatience surged within him. As the commander, he forced himself to maintain composure, needing clarity on the unfolding events. Once more, he called over the radio. B2. This is the operations center. What is your status? B2 here, temporarily secure. We have dispatched Avenger 26 for rescue, and the rapid response team is assembling. I need you to return to the incident site and determine what transpired. Can you do that? B2 received. We are currently unaware of the situation. We are turning back at a safe altitude and expect to reach the crash site in 5 minutes. Eric observed the drone surveillance screen, where dust swirled, obscuring visibility, and cautioned, it appears that 23 has crashed severely. Remain vigilant. Understood. We will find a way. After concluding the communication with the operations center, Ray, like a machine gun, shouted, everyone, our comrades are in grave trouble. We must locate them, establish a heightened state of alert around the crash site, rescue the injured, and await the rapid response team to extricate us. Do you understand? Understood. Sonny, Brock, and the others replied in unison. The atmosphere within the cabin weighed down by an unprecedented sense of foreboding. Regardless of their beliefs, all members silently prayed at that moment, hoping that those aboard the 23 helicopter possessed the resilience to survive. No one wished to arrive at the crash site only to witness a helicopter engulfed in flames. If the helicopter had exploded upon impact, the chances of survival would have been virtually non-existent. Chapter 276. The final confrontation. The crash of the 23 helicopter was both a stroke of fortune and a profound misfortune. Fortunately, the helicopter's emergency landing had not resulted in an explosion. Though all members of Teams A and B sustained injuries, none were in a critical state. The most severely injured was Jason. In a moment of reckless folly, driven by desperation to glean evidence of Carter's involvement in the B team's demise from Nuri, he had attempted a foolish act while the helicopter spun wildly in the air. In a fit of madness, he sought to free himself from his restraints to protect the unanchored Nuri. However, as he loosened his tether, the helicopter's tail struck the ridge, causing a violent jolt that destabilized him. He crashed violently against the cabin wall, bleeding profusely and losing consciousness. Had it not been for Long Zhan, with his remarkable strength, keen eyesight, and swift reflexes, who instinctively reached out and pulled Jason into his embrace, Jason would have been flung from the cabin like Nuri, unaware of his fate. Regrettably, the pilot, in a bid to stabilize the aircraft, made a desperate landing at the most favorable angle for survival, sacrificing all his efforts and ultimately his life. The helicopter descended at an angle, with the nose striking the ground first, nearly crushing the pilot in the process. The co-pilot, though trapped, faced less peril due to the angle of descent. Long Zhan, with his rugged physique, braced against the turbulence and immediately employed the cabin's chainsaw in an attempt to extricate the pilot. Alas, the pilot's internal organs had been crushed, and blood poured from his mouth. By the time Long Zhan sawed through the seat, the pilot had already ceased to breathe. Long Zhan was left to assist the co-pilot. During Long Zhan's frantic efforts to save the pilot, Brian utilized his personal radio and the helicopter's onboard communication system to call for help. Unfortunately, no response came. Whether it was due to a lack of signal in the valley or damage to the radio equipment from the crash remained uncertain. As Long Zhan dragged the lifeless body of the pilot out, he caught sight of Trent, who had been ejected upon impact, staggering towards the wreckage of the helicopter. Trent, come quickly and lend a hand. Jason needs your help. Upon hearing Long Zhan's urgent call, Trent hurriedly approached the remnants of the helicopter, only to find Jason. bleeding profusely from a gash on his head. Panic overtook Trent as he called out Jason's name repeatedly. Regrettably, Jason has sustained a severe concussion, leaving him in a state of disorientation. His eyes are open yet devoid of any response, akin to a person sleeping with their eyes ajar. We must hastily apply bandages to staunch the bleeding. The village is not far from here, and we need to evacuate swiftly to find a secure refuge, Dragon shouted. The area of pursuit lies nestled between two desolate hills, surrounded by barren land devoid of any cover. Should adversaries descend from the two peaks, remaining in this low-lying area would leave them exposed, with no shelter from the hail of gunfire. In such a scenario, even the mightiest would be reduced to mere targets. Trent, originally the medic of Team B, removed his backpack and retrieved the battlefield first aid kit, applying pressure to Jason's wounds while inquiring. Can we establish contact with the operations center? The wireless communication had been completely severed. All they could do was hope that the drones overhead might locate them. Dragon dragged the pilot's lifeless body from the cockpit, swiftly clearing out all supplies within the aircraft, including ammunition and various explosives. The insurgents who had downed the helicopter would undoubtedly rush over with alacrity. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Only with sufficient munitions could they hope to enhance their chances of survival in the ensuing fight against overwhelming odds, until reinforcements could arrive. At this moment, the dust kicked up by the helicopter's crash had begun to disperse from the impact site. The scene of Dragon extracting the pilot from the wreckage, alongside Trent treating Jason outside the cabin, was captured by the drone and transmitted back to the operations center. Upon discovering multiple casualties at the crash site, urgent orders were given for a medical evacuation to take flight. Diaz, upon witnessing the survivors, was overwhelmed with excitement as he relayed instructions, calling out, B2. This is the operations center. We've identified survivors. How much longer until you arrive? 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, Lei responded emphatically. Lei and the others were hastening their approach, while Dragon and his team remained unaware of the specifics, preoccupied with their frantic efforts to ensure their survival. After swiftly applying bandages to Jason's wounds, Trent immediately began to tend to the others. Among Team A, aside from the Vice Captain Derek, who twisted his ankle during the helicopter's impact, Brian and another teammate sustained only minor abrasions. Derek enlisted Brian's help in gathering supplies and took one of the team members to conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain. Perhaps it was true that the heavens do not completely forsake the desperate. Derek discovered an abandoned stone and mud house less than 100 meters from their lowest point. In Afghanistan, many individuals prefer solitude, constructing homes in remote areas for herding livestock. The stone dwelling Derek found, though comprising merely 2 small rooms totaling less than 40 square meters, was constructed from exceptionally sturdy stone. If they could retreat to this shelter, it would provide adequate protection against the assaults of Afghan militants. Upon returning with this vital information, Derek reported to Dragon, who promptly decided that everyone should relocate to the structure. To minimize the time spent traversing back and forth, thus avoiding potential ambush by the insurgents, Dragon resolved to take on more responsibilities, leveraging his capabilities. Trent, Brian, Derek, and 2 other individuals were tasked with transporting various supplies within the cabin. Meanwhile, he carried Jason on his back with one arm, utilizing his free right hand to grasp the collar of the pilot's corpse, thus managing to carry both individuals as he retreated towards a stone structure several dozen meters away. However, just as Long Zhan had traversed halfway while bearing Jason, Jason unexpectedly awakened from his stupor. "Give me morphine. I can walk myself. Hurry," he shouted, struggling violently on Long Zhan's back, his entire body convulsing as he seemingly emerged from numbness, pain flooding his mind. Long Zhan had no choice but to momentarily set him down, reaching into his side pocket to retrieve a vial of morphine to alleviate Jason's agony. Yet, just as he unscrewed the cap of the morphine, enemies emerged on the left ridge. Despite being nearly 200 meters away, the armed militants could no longer contain themselves, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Long Zhan. "Boss, administer the morphine and retreat to the building behind. I'll provide cover." Long Zhan could only hand the morphine to Jason, utilizing a nearby stone, barely half a meter high, as a makeshift shield and gun rest to suppress the enemy fire from the ridge. Chapter 277, The Final Showdown 8. SA-7 missile. A new wave of armed militants surged from the valley, launching an assault on the surviving members of the helicopter crew. The scene relayed back to the operations center via drone. Where did these individuals emerge from? It was inconceivable that Nuri's men could arrive from the village in such a short time. The rapid appearance of the enemy baffled Diaz. Considering the helicopter had plummeted from the sky and drifted several kilometers, even a long-distance runner could not have reached the site in such a brief span. The crash site lay within Taliban territory, an area where we were not particularly welcomed. Eric speculated, suggesting that local Taliban forces, having witnessed the helicopter's descent, had rallied to capitalize on the chaos. I sensed something amiss. The sequence of events unfolds too seamlessly. It must be Abad orchestrating this. I should never have trusted his intelligence, Mandy lamented, clutching her head in frustration. From the gathering of armed forces to the swift destruction of the helicopter, and now the rapid arrival of militants, it all felt far too orchestrated, resembling a premeditated scheme. The only individual capable of such meticulous planning was Abad, who possessed intimate knowledge of Nuri's situation and covertly collaborated with the U.S. military. Only someone privy to both sides' information could devise such a comprehensive strategy. Upon hearing Mandy's insights, both Eric and Diaz recognized that the unfolding events were likely a deliberate ploy by Abad. This maneuver not only aimed to eliminate his brother's hold on power, but also to eradicate numerous U.S. soldiers to establish his own reputation. A perfect two-pronged strategy. Yet, even as the trio discerned the truth behind the situation, it offered no resolution to their immediate predicament. The urgent priority remained the rescue of the crew members from the downed helicopter. The personnel at the command center were in a state of urgency, mirroring the anxiety of Sunny, Ray, and others aboard the CH-24 helicopter. As the helicopter circled around the ridge, it immediately spotted dozens of armed militants engaging in fierce combat with Long Zhan and his team. They were under attack. Immediate assistance was imperative. Sunny, witnessing the overwhelming number of assailants surrounding his comrades, felt an intense surge of anxiety and fury. Grasping the 46 Malawian kwaches, he began to unleash a barrage of gunfire below. "Let us down," Clay shouted towards the cockpit, simultaneously firing his 416 Hong Kong dollars at the ground. The helicopter's offensive resulted in significant casualties among the militants, who, unwilling to concede, quickly regrouped and retaliated with their weaponry. In addition to the relentless fire from various automatic rifles, the infamous RPGs also made their appearance. 9 o'clock RPG. Ray, an exceptional sniper observer, promptly identified an assailant lifting a rocket launcher from the ground and swiftly locked onto the target. With a rapid succession of shots from his semi-automatic sniper rifle, he fired 3 rounds. Captain All-Medal of Team A, positioned alongside Ray, concentrated fire on the location of the RPG. As the militants hoisted the rocket launcher, they were met with a hail of bullets, dropping them before they could even take aim. The helicopter continued to circle above, searching for a suitable landing zone. With the helicopter providing cover, Long Zhan and his team managed to retreat into a stone structure, utilizing it as a shield to launch their counteroffensive, alleviating much of the pressure they faced. They no longer stood their ground against the militants, but instead engaged in a strategic withdrawal towards the stone building. As they approached within 10 meters of the shelter, they discovered Jason collapsed on the ground, convulsing in a state of confusion. Trent, firing one-handed, attempted to drag Jason towards safety. However, Jason's considerable weight and his erratic movements made it nearly impossible for the smaller Trent to budge him. Fortunately, Long Zhan returned, and together they managed to pull Jason into the building. Although Jason suffered from a severe concussion, he was not in mortal danger, yet he was entirely incapacitated for combat. The two ensured he was secured in the innermost part of the structure to avoid stray bullets before rejoining their comrades outside to continue fending off the militant assault. In the face of this siege, Long Zhan and his team found it impossible to aim precisely. They resorted to suppressive fire to keep the armed militants on the mountainside at bay, maintaining a standoff at a distance of over 100 meters. This strategy allowed them to leverage their individual skills, minimizing the disparity in numbers. The distance provided them with operational space. Should they close in, the numerical advantage of the militants would become increasingly pronounced. A helicopter appeared in the sky, instilling a sense of confidence in Long Zhan and his team. However, just when they believed that Ray and his comrades had successfully repelled the enemy and the helicopter would descend to assist them in defending their position, the CH-24 suddenly altered its course and flew off into the distance. At this moment, the early warning system of the 24 helicopter suddenly received radar lock information, indicating that if they did not depart promptly, they would soon be targeted by missiles. To ensure their safety, the pilot had no choice but to swiftly evacuate the scene. Despite Sunny and Lei's furious protests, shouting that their comrades needed them, the pilot coldly refused to continue and retreated. They only landed 2 kilometers away, where they could safely drop off Lei and Clay. In the operations center, IMB-2, the landing zone is exceedingly perilous. We are being targeted by surface-to-air missiles and can only land 2 kilometers from the crash site. As soon as Lei disembarked from the helicopter, he reported the situation to the operations center. Received. Hurry over. They cannot hold out much longer. Eric's expression grew increasingly grave as he addressed Mandy and Diaz, stating, "We can now confirm that 23 was down by a surface-to-air missile, likely a Russian-made SA-7. This weapon, though from the last century, remains one of the deadliest air defense systems today, with a range of 32 kilometers and remarkable accuracy. The survival of so many after 23 was hit is nothing short of miraculous, but such miracles cannot be relied upon. We shall not dispatch helicopters to that area again." Eric's words left Mandy and Diaz utterly shocked. "You intend to withdraw the rapid response team? I hope you haven't forgotten that we still have survivors engaging the enemy. Your decision could condemn them," Mandy exclaimed loudly. "Helicopters cannot counter heat-seeking missiles. Sending people there now would be tantamount to suicide." After saying this, Eric picked up the radio receiver. "You cannot just abandon them there," Mandy continued to plead fervently. Chapter 278. The Final Showdown. 1 against 10. However, Eric remained unmoved. As the commander, he had to consider the bigger picture rather than act impulsively, leading to more casualties. He decisively ordered, "Rapid response team, this is the operations center. Be advised that there are surface-to-air missiles in the vicinity of the crash site. The missile range is estimated at 32 kilometers. I require you to loiter at least 4 kilometers away until the landing zone is cleared of threats. Do you understand?" Received. Transitioning to loitering mode, the rapid response team replied, "Davis, Ellis, please find the missile launch site. Unless we can neutralize the surface-to-air missile threat, our comrades will remain isolated in the mountains." Eric commanded. Diaz and Mandy, under immense pressure, immediately began operating their computers to locate the missile launch point. "What is the status of air support?" Eric inquired of Mandy. "Due to the threat of surface-to-air missiles, we cannot secure air support from the Warthog attack aircraft. The Spectre gunship cannot operate during the day. The only suitable option we currently have left is the Reaper drone," Mandy responded. "How far away?" Eric asked. Mandy sighed deeply, expressing her frustration. "At least 40 minutes. 40 minutes typically yields a single episode of a television series. However, in the dire circumstances surrounding Long Zhan, such a duration means that reinforcements will only arrive after the situation has deteriorated, rendering any hope futile. Alas, without superior alternatives, Eric must exercise patience as he awaits assistance." At the crash site, Long Zhan and his comrades have found refuge within a structure, shielding themselves from the merciless onslaught of enemy fire in the open terrain. The number of approaching Taliban fighters has surged from an initial count of fewer than 30 to over 60 in a brief span. In stark contrast, Long Zhan's contingent, including the co-pilot, numbers merely 6, equating to a daunting task of 1 against 10. In an urban combat scenario or close-quarters battle, such disparity in numbers is nearly insurmountable. Fortunately, they find themselves in a barren valley with inadequate cover, forcing all to huddle within the earthen walls of their makeshift shelter, striving for survival. The Taliban fighters, too, lack adequate concealment, compelled to advance recklessly, thus providing Long Zhan and his team ample opportunity to engage them effectively with their superior marksmanship. Although the enemy's numbers are substantial, not every fighter is fearless. Nearly 20 of those at the forefront have been neutralized by the defenders, prompting the remaining combatants to abandon their aggressive assault. They have opted instead to take cover on the surrounding hills, occasionally exposing themselves to fire or launching a few rounds from rocket-propelled grenades. Thankfully, the sturdy construction of the stone and mud dwelling withstands the impact, preventing it from collapsing under the strain. As the Taliban slow their offensive, the immediate pressure on Long Zhan's group diminishes, though this respite is only temporary. With the passage of time, more Taliban soldiers will converge upon their position, while the ammunition at Long Zhan's disposal remains limited. They can currently leverage their firepower to suppress the enemy, but once their bullets run dry, they will be left with no recourse but to await their fate. The Taliban strategy hinges upon exhausting Long Zhan and his team. Fortunately, as the Taliban forces continue to amass, Long Zhan and his fellow crash survivors are not isolated. They have comrades and units rallying to their aid. 20 minutes post-crash. The arrival of 7 reinforcements, including Sunny, Lei, Clay, and Brock, significantly alleviates the burden on Long Zhan and his team. The full assembly of the first action group reignites the collective resolve to confront this crisis. Most notably, Lei's possession of a radio restores communication, opening the door to myriad possibilities. Upon entering, Lei immediately seeks out Jason to report the current situation, a habit forged over many years. Yet, despite Jason's eyes being wide open, his responses are disjointed, resembling the incoherence of a somnambulist. This leaves Lei unable to engage in meaningful dialogue with him. Ultimately, he exchanges looks with his comrades, tacitly agreeing to relieve Jason of his command. At this moment, Mandy contacted via radio, B2. I do not wish to intrude upon your reunion, but we have finally located the group responsible for controlling the missiles. Theoretically, finding the missile launchers in this wilderness is nearly impossible, not even with drones. Mandy cleverly referenced the University of Vancouver's research on atmospheric temperature fluctuations, along with the continuous satellite thermal images of this region. Ultimately, by calculating the precise time frame of the 23 attacks, she pinpointed the thermal images of that specific period. The launch of a missile generates a considerable heat source. By analyzing the variations in thermal fluctuations, they accurately identified the missile position, just 680 meters to the north, nestled in an inconspicuous ravine. Its covert location, supplemented by professionally laid camouflage nets, rendered it invisible to drones. While the discovery of the missile position was a stroke of good fortune, the drones also reported ominous news. Over 100 armed militants had departed from the village and were now less than a kilometer from the lowest point, expected to arrive within a maximum of 5 minutes. Given the mountainous terrain, they could likely reach it in just 2 or 3 minutes on level ground. The members of Team A and Team B were acutely aware that if this group merged with the Taliban forces, they would face over 200 enemies, leaving them with no escape. The only way to secure their exit was to neutralize the missile position swiftly, within 5 minutes, to be precise. With Captain Jason incapacitated, second-in-command Ray assumed the role of commander. Sunny and Gibran, do you wish to accompany Clay and Full Metal to pay them a visit and show them the consequences of provoking us? Ray's words were charged with adrenaline. And Dragon Battle, having endured the humiliation of the ambush for so long, felt a surge of vengeance. He bellowed, let us take them out. All right, you guys head out the back door. We'll draw the enemy's attention up front. Move out, Gogogo. After issuing the orders, Ray, along with Clay and Trent, charged toward the front entrance, coordinating their fire to draw the enemy on the mountain. The Taliban forces were concentrated to the south, while the armed militants from the village had yet to arrive from the north, with Ray leading the distraction at the front. Dragon Battle and his 2 companions slipped out through the back door, unnoticed by the armed personnel above. They swiftly advanced northward along the ravine, reaching their target in under 3 minutes. Chapter 279. The Final Battle. Standard bunker assault tactics. Sunny observed over a dozen individuals guarding the position and radioed, Operations Center. This is B3. We have identified a suspected missile site. Could you assist us by launching a missile to destroy it? Diaz, accustomed to Sunny's unconventional logic, replied with resignation. That is a terrible idea. The guiding drone will likely be taken out before we launch. I suggest you devise another plan. Precision guidance is essential for remote missile strikes. It is not merely a matter of providing coordinates. I anticipated her response. Knowing something is unfeasible, yet still reporting it reflects the sheer absurdity of Sunny. Our time is limited. Perhaps we should adopt a decisive and efficient standard bunker assault tactic? Long Zhan remarked while observing the missile position. The standard bunker assault tactic is not a special operations technique, but a practical strategy that has endured since World War II. To put it simply, it involves stealthily approaching the target as closely as possible and then destroying the target position or bunker using explosives or close-range fire. It is straightforward, direct, and uncomplicated. Okay, let's proceed with that. Although Sunny is not particularly resourceful, she will not issue nonsensical commands and resolutely chooses to trust Long Zhan. Let us go, he said, leading the way while crouching. The missile team of 3 began to stealthily approach, and from the operations center, Diaz spotted the downed Nuri Halani through the drone's lens. B2. This is the operations center. We have located the target Nuri Halani, approximately 250 meters southeast of your position. Lei received the radio transmission and inquired, B2 acknowledges. What are the instructions? Diaz had merely identified the mission target and immediately relayed the information to the action team, without contemplating anything else. Upon hearing Lei's query on how to proceed, Diaz was instantly jolted back to reality. The action team was besieged by numerous armed militants, and over 100 more would soon arrive. Their own safety was now at stake. Unable to address Lei's pressing question, Diaz handed the radio to Eric. Forget about him. You will soon be under heavy fire from armed militants. It is perilous to disperse the team further. Under no circumstances should you pursue Nuri Halani. I repeat, do not concern yourselves with Nuri Halani. In the dilemma between the safety of the team members and the mission objective, Eric unequivocally chose the former. The mission could fail, but the team members must not suffer any mishaps. Acknowledged. Lei concluded the communication, feeling a sense of relief. If the operations center insisted they retrieve Nuri Halani, it would inevitably reduce the manpower inside the stone house, making it exceedingly difficult to hold out until the quick reaction force arrived. Yet, as Lei continued to focus on the gunfire with the militants, Jason inside the house struggled to his feet. He extracted morphine from his medical kit, injected it into his thigh to alleviate the pain, and, armed with his weapon, staggered toward the back door. Driven by the need to uncover the truth behind Team E's demise, compounded by the brain injury from the explosion, Jason was now thoroughly unhinged. Dragging his concussed body, he ventured out alone to seek Nuri Halani, should he encounter even a handful of foes along the way. Next year's date would mark his memorial. After Jason departed for over a minute, a throng of enemies emerged from the eastern ridge of the valley. The new adversaries were frenzied, charging down the mountain with their weapons blazing. The pressure on the team inside the house surged dramatically, forcing them to fire back to halt the enemy's advance, resulting in a rapid depletion of their already limited ammunition. As Lei maintained a relentless barrage, he called out, B6, this is B2. What is your status over there? Aware of Sunny's unreliability, Lei decisively abandoned the target B3 and opted for the more dependable muscle-bound operative, Long Zhan. We are currently engaged in an assault. Give us one more minute, Long Zhan replied. We are under attack and cannot hold out for long. Time is of the essence. You need to resolve the situation swiftly. Lei urged anxiously. Understood, we will handle it immediately. Long Zhan concluded the call, noting the enemy position was now less than 20 meters away. He took command of the team and instructed, Sunny, position heavy fire on the left to draw the enemy's attention. Full metal, and I will advance from the right to demolish it, okay? Received, my favorite, Sunny responded, unfazed by the change in command, and promptly complied with Long Zhan's orders. After sprinting approximately 10 meters to the left, he found himself beside a withered thicket stripped of leaves. Aiming his weapon at the enemy position nestled in the ravine below, Long Zhan, clutching a bundle of explosives, moved alongside Full Metal for about 10 meters to the left. 3, 2, 1, go. As Long Zhan's countdown concluded over the radio, Sunny opened fire first, with the 46 Malawian Quach's light machine gun trembling in his grasp. Bullets rained down upon the missile site. 2 armed militants were struck down, while the remaining combatants, unwilling to serve as live targets, retreated behind cover to return fire at Sunny. Go, go, go! With the enemy's attention successfully diverted, Long Zhan and Full Metal dashed toward the target. Their roles were clearly defined. Long Zhan was to close in and deploy the explosives, while Full Metal provided cover. The distance of around 20 meters vanished in moments, and Long Zhan found himself within 5 meters of the position. One of the militants inside the missile site finally noticed Long Zhan and Full Metal approaching from the side, shouting and attempting to rise for a shot. However, within that 5-meter range, Full Metal's aim was impeccable, landing a fatal shot to the man's head. Before the others could react, Long Zhan hurled the 5 to 6 kilogram explosive into the enemy's cover with a perfect parabolic arc. 3 seconds later, boom, the high explosive grenade detonated, igniting a tactical backpack filled with explosives. A tremor shook the ground as a black mushroom cloud ascended. In an instant, the missile site was obliterated, transformed into a gaping crater approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Chapter 280, The Final Showdown 11, The Cunning Abad. Even from 5 meters away, the explosion's shockwave hurled Long Zhan nearly 10 meters back. He landed awkwardly, face first into the ground, his mouth filled with dirt and debris. Fortunately, while his fall appeared unsightly, the shockwave's damage was not fatal, only leaving Long Zhan breathless and uncomfortable. In stark contrast, The dozen or so militants within the missile site had been utterly annihilated, reduced to mere fragments. Long Zhan's minor injuries were negligible by comparison. Nice job, well done. On the summit of the hill, Sunny spotted a black mushroom and let out a jubilant shout. Dragon Zhan paused for several seconds to catch his breath before rising from the ground, spitting out the mud and sand from his mouth. As he adjusted his helmet, which had been askew from the fall, he pressed down on the radio to report. Command Center, this is B6. The missile position has been destroyed. Wow, yes. Well done, team. Upon hearing this good news from Dragon Zhan, the command center erupted into a jubilant sea of cheers and applause. Diaz and Eric exchanged high fives in celebration, their excitement matching that of anyone present. From the very beginning, Mandy had felt a heavy sense of guilt and concern for the safety of her teammates, particularly for Dragon Zhan. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly broke into tears, covering her face with her hands to regain her composure and suppress the tears that threatened to spill. With a sigh of relief, Eric called out, Team B, this is Commander Eric. The obstacles have been cleared for the rapid response unit. They will arrive shortly, expected within 5 minutes. Repeat, the rapid response unit is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Received. Hold the fire. I'm going in, Ray responded. Upon hearing the good news, Ray felt invigorated and instructed the others to continue their defense as he turned to enter the building. Jason, the rapid response team is on their way. Prepare for our evacuation, Ray shouted while heading inside, only to find the body of the pilot. Jason, who had been resting there, was now nowhere to be seen, and the back door, which had been closed, was wide open. As Ray hurried outside, he saw no sign of him. Just as Ray was about to report his urgent concern, the command center preemptively sent a communication. B2, this is the command center. It seems you may be in trouble. Diaz, glancing at the drone's surveillance footage, spotted a figure moving towards Nuri and anxiously inquired. I see someone approaching Nuri. They appear to be injured. Is that Jason? Yes, it is Jason. I'm going to find him, Ray said, now aware of Jason's whereabouts, and immediately dashed in the direction of Nuri. Perhaps due to a stroke of luck, Jason, armed only with a handgun, was breathless and stumbling but had encountered no danger. Ultimately finding Nuri. The fallen Nuri was now at death's door, blood streaming from all his orifices, his legs severely deformed from the impact, particularly his right thigh, which had fractured and pierced through the muscle, grotesquely exposed. It was a horrifying sight. Had he been rushed to the hospital immediately, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, more than half an hour had elapsed since the crash, and he was nearly exsanguinated. Even divine intervention could not save him now. Jason kicked Nuri fiercely several times, but the blood-loss-stricken man showed no response. It was only when Jason dug his fingers into the shattered thigh bone, gripping the flesh tightly, that Nuri stirred from his unconscious state. I truly wish all of you had perished in the crash. Nuri was acutely aware that his demise was imminent, yet he chose to confront death with unwavering resolve. Alas, we are considerably more fortunate than you, Jason derisively proclaimed from his slumped position nearby. How foolish you Americans are. Nuri, mirroring the mockery, replied with a sardonic smile. It must have been my brother's men who attacked the helicopter, strategically stationed here to ensure I do not escape this valley. My brother remains as astute as ever. Now his plan has come to fruition. You foolish Americans have been manipulated by him. Regrettably, you will not accompany me in death. Listen to me. Jason, entirely disinterested in such matters, seized Nuri by the collar and demanded with fierce urgency, before you board the helicopter, you mentioned that Englishman. You must tell me. Were you referring to Alan Carter? Alan Carter. The lengthy discourse from moments ago seemed to have drained Nuri of all his strength. He uttered the name, but refrained from saying another word. Do not succumb just yet. Jason, shaking him vigorously, insisted, How much do you know about Carter? Nuri, barely clinging to life, suddenly appeared slightly invigorated. Gazing skyward, he murmured, My father and I hid in this valley to resist the Russians. Tell me about Carter. Speak of Carter, or you shall surely perish here. Jason, panting heavily, interrupted Nuri. I know I am nearing death. Your threats do not intimidate me. Nuri chuckled at the threat, noticing that Jason, too, bore a visage of impending doom. And he relished the irony. It seems I am not the only one on the brink of death in this valley. Do not allow your brother to triumph. Tell me about Carter. Do not let your brother prevail. The effects of the morphine were gradually waning, and the accompanying agony surged back into Jason's consciousness, rendering him speechless. With his eyes closed, perhaps inspired by Jason's tenacity, Or perhaps unwilling to allow his brother to win, Nuri set aside his scorn and, with great difficulty, swallowed hard before uttering, "Carter, he arrived here last year. He spoke of mining. The land is worth a fortune, and he sought to collaborate with us. I rejected his proposal. I do not trust you Americans or the British, but my brother Abad could not resist. He was lured by the promise of wealth. Are you saying your brother is in business with Carter? Tell me where he is." Upon hearing this explosive revelation, Jason's eyes flew open, his spirits momentarily buoyed, as if the pain had been forgotten. Jason believed that Nuri, as a man on the verge of death, would not fabricate such information. The confirmation of Carter's collusion with Abad consolidated all evidence and leads, pointing unerringly towards those immensely valuable mines. The truth was tantalizingly close. Parachina. Nuri uttered the name of a location. Jason, fearing that Nuri might take his last breath at any moment, shook him violently and implored, "Where is Parachina? Tell me quickly." "On the other side of the border, where my brother fell ill. If you depart swiftly, you might find him there and bring him down to a company." Nuri's words trailed off as his gaze began to lose focus, exhaling without inhaling again. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" Jason struck the slave's face multiple times, prying open his eyelids to discover the pupils rapidly dilating, before the defeated man rolled over and collapsed to the side. Chapter 281. The Final Showdown 12. Even a true man nearly succumbed. Lay sought out Jason, guiding him back to rejoin the main force. Moments later, 4 Black Hawks and an Apache attack helicopter appeared overhead, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the enemy below. The defense capabilities and firepower of the attack helicopter were incomparable to that of the Huey. The Gatling M134 on the Black Hawk unleashed a relentless spray of fire, while the XM230 E130mm cannon on the Apache, accompanied by 4 clusters of 19 tube rocket launchers, delivered a devastating carpet bombing. The armed militants on the ground could not withstand the onslaught, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Infantry stood little chance against the might of the attack helicopters. The Taliban, who had encircled the task force for hours, disintegrated in less than 3 minutes, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. The nearly annihilated A and B teams, sheltered by the Apache's aerial support and the Rapid Response Unit's ground cover, managed to retreat. They departed the valley strewn with corpses, enveloped in an atmosphere of narrow escape. In total, the enemy forces encountered exceeded 200, with only 1 pilot lost, a stroke of extraordinary fortune, or perhaps a testament to the advantages conferred by modern military equipment in an unequal conflict. Though the operations center appeared relatively inactive, within a mere half-hour, it had pinpointed the enemy's missile positions. This technological prowess was something many nations would take decades to catch up to. In this era of explosive technological advancement, the adage that the backward will be punished has become all the more real. To avoid oppression, one must wield the artillery of truth. Everything else is rendered futile. Upon returning to the Fendi frontline operations base, Jason and the members of the crash incident, including Long Zhan, were all sent to the hospital for treatment. Dedicated medical officers and psychologists assessed each individual's physical and mental state. The situation with Team E was far from over, as all evidence pointed to Abad as the true instigator, and Jason had learned of Abad's whereabouts. This indicated that the perilous return of Long Zhan and others meant they had another mission to accomplish that very night. The impending mission would not guarantee all team members' participation. The first action team members had to undergo thorough examinations to ensure their health before being cleared for tonight's operation. Most of the surviving members from the crash bore injuries, with Trent and 3 members of Team sustaining relatively minor wounds, merely abrasions that could be treated with ointment, allowing them to continue participating in the mission. More significantly injured were Long Zhan and Jason. A week ago, Long Zhan suffered a strike from an artillery shell, leaving several craters on his body, and he is yet to have the stitches removed. Today, he endured the crash of a helicopter, followed by the brutal impact of a bomb shockwave. The wounds on his body, which had not yet scabbed over, split open under the torment of these incidents, necessitating the removal of stitches for a resuturing. To avoid hindering his participation in tonight's operation, the suturing process could not involve anesthesia. The agony of this painful procedure, where the stitches were removed and then reapplied, was truly astonishing. It would be unbearable for the average person to even witness. Despite Long Zhan's robust physique and remarkable endurance, the entire process, performed without any anesthetic, had him drenched in sweat, nearly crying out for his mother. Fortunately, the effort yielded rewards. After the wounds were treated and examined by a doctor, Long Zhan was deemed fit to participate in the final operation of the evening. In contrast, Jason's overall condition was quite the opposite. While Long Zhan exhibited no issues with his mental state, his injuries were primarily physical, whereas Jason's body remained largely intact. Though he suffered from a severe concussion, it was uncertain whether Jason's ability to endure pain was exceptional or if the medication had particularly beneficial effects on him. After several hours of treatment, at 2 p.m., the doctor conducted a thorough evaluation and provided a relatively positive outcome. Jason was able to recall all events surrounding the incident. He responded correctly to various logical questions posed by the doctor, as well as to tests related to his concussion, confirming that his cognitive and motor functions had not been adversely affected. The final conclusion was that he could partake in tonight's operation. However, the medical officer emphasized that concussions are a peculiar ailment. While they may fully heal over time, they can also worsen. There should not be significant issues in the coming days, but deterioration could occur at any moment thereafter. Jason was solely focused on capturing Abad and uncovering evidence of Carter's involvement in the bombing of Team E, and upon learning he could proceed, he dashed off. The doctor had to call out to Ray, who accompanied Jason, subtly indicating that Jason was likely concealing symptoms and that his condition might not be optimistic going forward, urging Ray to keep a close watch on him. As an observer, Ray excelled in his role and could easily discern that Jason had been dishonest during the examination. However, as Jason's longtime friend, he understood his character well enough to know he would never allow himself to miss this operation. Grateful for the doctor's well-meaning advice, Ray could only express his thanks on Jason's behalf. Upon returning to the base, Jason immediately sought out Eric, eagerly gathering all members for a pre-operation briefing. Diaz displayed a satellite image on the screen, pointing to a location and stating, "This is Tora Bora, situated within the borders of Pakistan. Parakiner is a mountain within the region, and there are distinct defensive bunkers atop its summit. Jason, are you certain this location is indeed the hiding place of Abad, as Nuri has indicated?" Mandy inquired, astonished. "Yes, indeed. Is there a problem?" Jason replied, "According to the intelligence we have gathered, this base is constructed within the mountain. We are unfamiliar with its internal structure and have no knowledge of how many armed personnel may reside within," Mandy explained, exhaling a sigh. "Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to send you in. Not knowing is not an issue. We will discover the truth once we enter." Jason dismissed her concerns, turning to Eric and asking, "Are there any other issues? For instance, regarding the approval for this operation? The higher-ups are aware that we have an opportunity to dismantle the Harani network entirely. Aside from engaging in war with Pakistan, the command will support all our endeavors with unwavering resolve to capture Abad." Eric, with his left foot resting on a low stool at the conference table, appeared invigorated. Previously, every request for action was met with bureaucratic delays and numerous constraints. Now, with such rare and robust support, Eric found it hard not to feel energized. "Excellent," Jason remarked. His spirits lifted upon learning that the command had imposed no restrictions. "The sun will set in a few hours. When shall we depart?" "Wait," Ray interjected suddenly. "From your expressions, it seems there's something you have yet to mention. Our deployed drones report that Nuri's personnel are rapidly reorganizing." After Diaz relayed the intelligence, Mandy continued, "Nuri is deceased. We believe that the majority of his followers will pledge allegiance to Abad. However, there will be some diehards who believe that avenging their fallen leader is the only way to uphold their honor." Eric chimed in, "They will undoubtedly pursue Abad. If we do not act before them, we may find ourselves embroiled in a fratricidal conflict." The Harari family is a prominent warlord faction, boasting a considerable number of armed followers. Even if only a few hundred seek vengeance for Nuri, once clashes ensue with Abad's forces, it could escalate into a war-level engagement. The first action team comprises merely 13 members, making involvement in such a war extremely perilous. Chapter 282, The Final Showdown 13. The Civil War of Vengeance. The Harani network is on the brink of internal conflict, making any interference highly dangerous. Conversely, it also presents the most opportune moment to apprehend Abad. Jason, unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away, decisively proclaimed, with the command's support and their infighting, "We can exploit this moment. It is settled. We shall act as soon as the sun sets." When it comes to external matters, Eric, as the commander, holds the most authority. However, when internal decisions are to be made, Jason's words often carry more weight, as his conclusions typically signify the final verdict. Thus, no further objections were raised, and everyone proceeded to prepare for the mission. Mandy stopped Jason, who was about to leave, and inquired whether he was involved in the operation to apprehend Nuri, while also pressing him about Carter. Upon receiving Jason's affirmative response, Mandy earnestly admonished him, implying that the matter was fraught with complexities. She urged him to concentrate solely on his duties as a DG Special Forces operative and refrain from undertaking investigations beyond his purview. Otherwise, the consequences could prove dire. Not only could his new girlfriend Amy be in grave danger, but a certain SEAL team leader might also face dismissal from service and potentially end up in Leavenworth, a notorious prison in Kansas. At that moment, Jason was already consumed by obsession, rendering Mandy's warnings ineffective. Nevertheless, he hurried to Amy's residence, instructing her to pack her belongings and leave the impending turmoil in Afghanistan at once, regardless of the destination. Amy, already privy to certain insider information, recognized the urgency in Jason's demeanor and sensed that a significant change was imminent. With Jason's assistance, she quickly gathered her items and departed from the Finney Forward operating base. At 9 p.m., Team A and Team B assembled at the airport, boarding 2 helicopters to commence their operation. Learning from the lessons of the Ayub Kale village mission, this operation was equipped with specialized Black Hawks and protected by longbow Apaches. The survival rate of the longbow Apache on the battlefield is 60 times that of the standard AH-64 Apache and hundreds of times that of other utility helicopters. Its formidable self-defense capability is attributed to the prominent longbow millimeter-wave fire control radar system mounted atop, which boasts a detection range of 68 kilometers, surpassing most contemporary air defense systems. This system can perform a 360-degree comprehensive scan, simultaneously displaying, distinguishing, and tracking 128 targets, ensuring that no camouflaged objective on complex terrain escapes its scrutiny. With this radar system, the Apache possesses an almost supernatural awareness akin to having eyes that see through fire and distance, unless one employs mechanically aimed RPGs. Any surface-to-air weaponry that relies on laser or radar targeting will be astutely detected by the longbow, allowing for effective evasion. With such a heavily armed helicopter providing protection, the risk of air defense attacks was significantly mitigated, resulting in a much lighter atmosphere within the cabin throughout the journey. The group engaged in lighthearted conversation at the airport, a stark contrast to the previous day's tense operations. During their discussions, Long Zhan curiously remarked that Abad, as the mastermind, had orchestrated a grand strategy, consistently staying several steps ahead of everyone. Yet, knowing that Nuri's subordinates would seek vengeance, why did he remain in Parakiner after the successful helicopter assault that led to Nuri's demise? Logically, Abad had ample opportunity to vacate to a sufficiently secure location. Amidst a flurry of theories and speculations, the group failed to reach a definitive consensus. The helicopter formation entered Pakistani airspace, not heading directly towards the mountains of Parakiner. Avoid alarming the factions poised for civil war. We opted to descend into the jungle of Tora Bora, navigating for nearly 2 hours, arriving near Parakiner shortly after midnight. At the operations center, IMB-1, we have reached the Golden Finger, approximately 270 meters from the target location, as reported by Jason over the radio. Acknowledged. The long-range surveillance equipment has yet to acquire a signal, so for now, you must rely on your own efforts, Diaz responded. The drones at the operations center were not yet operational, compelling Jason to assign personnel for on-site observation to gather real-time intelligence outside the bunker. Soon, it was confirmed that outside the main entrance of the bunker, there was a heavy machine gun nest and 12 scattered sentries. Among them, 3 sentries were relatively close together, likely guarding an entrance, though the specific nature of that entrance remained unknown for the time being. With detailed defensive intelligence collected, it was time to devise an assault plan. After discussions among Team B, it was ultimately decided that Lei would serve as the lookout outside, neutralizing the heavy machine gun fire when the operation commenced. The others would approach from the periphery in a fan-shaped formation, utilizing the advantage of night vision equipment to eliminate all sentries along the way. Subsequently, everyone would converge at the main entrance, transitioning to close-quarters battle mode, pressing forward until capturing Abad. Finally, before Nuri's forces arrived, they would retreat from the bunker to the extraction point. Along the way, they could rely on Nuri's people to delay any pursuers from Abad, further mitigating the risks in their escape plan. Positions assumed, let us begin. With the operational plan finalized, Jason issued orders for everyone to take their positions. Then reported, Operations Center, this is B1, commencing the blue phase. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep pace with change. The battlefield is ever so unpredictable. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. A single shot echoed through the night, merely the clarion call of battle, swiftly followed by a cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Get down, get down. Jason pressed the radio and immediately sounded the alarm, then issued the command. Situation has changed, halt operations. I repeat, temporarily halt operations. Where did the gunfire originate? Long Zhan crawled low and advanced, reaching the ridge to peer across. There, at the foot of the densely wooded mountains, dozens, if not hundreds, of gunfire flashes illuminated the night with alarming clarity. Given the scale and timing of the assault, it was evident that Nuri's men were seeking vengeance. The earlier failure to detect the 100 men below stemmed from the dense foliage at the mountain's base, as night vision goggles lack the ability to see through obstacles. Without the aid of drone infrared night vision, those concealed in the woods remained entirely unaware. Fortunately, Nuri's avenging forces acted swiftly. Had they opened fire a few minutes later, Long Zhan and his team would have descended from this ridge and collided with them in the woods. That would have led to significant complications. Both parties were targeting Abad, and in this dark, dense forest, an armed encounter was almost inevitable. Instead, within the confines of the bunker, Abad sat atop the hill, witnessing a splendid spectacle unfold. Chapter 283, Fear of Addiction. Parachina erupted into a fierce gunfight, signaling the full-blown civil war of the Halani family. The drone surveillance screens in the operations center, albeit marred by poor signal quality, displayed intermittent footage with various pixelated images. Yet, amidst the stuttering visuals, one could faintly discern the flickering flames of numerous firearms exchanging fire. Eric, who had been attentively monitoring the battlefield dynamics, was startled by the intensity of the conflict. He hastily took 2 steps forward and urgently inquired into the wireless telephone. B1, this is the operations center. What is happening on your end? Report the situation. Sir, it seems Nuri's forces arrived early and are currently engaged in a firefight with Abad's men, Jason responded. Have you come under attack? Eric pressed further. No, the gunfire is concentrated in the southeast direction. They likely remain unaware of our presence here. Hearing Jason's reply, Eric breathed a sigh of relief and issued a command. Cease all actions for the time being. Remain in position and await further instructions. The chaos in Parachina had reached a fever pitch, and with the drone's signals still uncalibrated, remaining stationary was indeed the wisest course of action. Understood. Jason concluded the conversation with the operations center and directed his team, everyone, refrain from any rash movements. Observe the situation and await instructions. He couldn't resist adding a touch of levity. It's not every day we can witness such a fervent family civil war from less than 100 meters away. Enjoy it. Comrades. Yo, check it out. Watching live warfare is my favorite. Long Zhan exclaimed, his spirits high, even breaking into a street rap. The scenes of battle were not particularly rare. However, such a large-scale conflict at the regional military level was indeed a rarity in this era. To have the privilege of witnessing it live warranted enthusiastic support. A refreshing soda, a bag of chips, and a comfortable recliner would have made the experience even more delightful. My goodness, has it truly begun? What a splendid moment to witness the onset of war. Sunny's mindset mirrored that of Long Zhan, reveling in the excitement of the unfolding chaos. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. Whoosh. The fighting in Parachina grew increasingly intense, with an array of World War II-era Soviet weaponry taking turns on this small battlefield. If only a camera could capture this scene, without a doubt, it would serve as the finest material for a World War II film. The two sides, separated by over 100 meters, engaged in a fierce exchange that lasted more than an hour, with no change in distance as they continued to fire at one another. While the thrill of observing modern civil warfare at close quarters was exhilarating, the unchanging visuals soon became somewhat monotonous. In the dim light of night, clarity was elusive. All that could be discerned was the incessant sound of gunfire, with both sides perpetually exchanging shots, leading to visual fatigue. Boss, are we just going to keep watching like this? Lei asked over the radio. Let them fight. The more they expend, the better it is for our operations, Jason replied. But what if Nuri's forces emerge victorious? Clay posed a rather pointed question. If Nuri's vengeful army triumphs, it would truly pose a dilemma. Whether Abad is captured alive or meets his demise within the bunker, neither outcome would be favorable for Team B. Let us wait until both sides are sufficiently weakened before we make our move, suggested Sunny. We cannot ascertain when they will weaken. And tonight we have the opportunity to conclude this. In my opinion, we should proceed directly. As Clay spent more time with Team B, the youthful vigor and confidence that once defined him gradually returned. It is somewhat challenging to approach from the front, Jason mused, furrowing his brow. Boss, observe the left side at about 11 o'clock, approximately 200 meters away at the base of the western hill. There are 3 sentinels stationed there, which might present an opportunity, remarked Long Zhan. Following Long Zhan's indication, Jason indeed spotted 3 guards congregated together. Given their relatively concealed position, despite the chaos erupting at the main entrance, no shots were fired in this vicinity. It certainly appeared to be an entry point. Jason felt a flicker of intrigue. Bunkers must inherently possess ventilation systems. Based on my personal experience, that location is far from the main entrance and is quite discreet, making it highly likely to be a vent. Long Zhan's deduction illuminated Jason's thoughts. Due to the limitations in the equipment and materials necessary for creating ventilation shafts, maintaining electrically powered ventilation systems is challenging. The ventilation systems in Afghan bunkers employ rather primitive structures, typically involving the excavation of a tunnel leading directly into the interior. To ensure adequate airflow, these tunnels are generally quite spacious and not vertically oriented. Usually, the main entrance is situated halfway up the mountain, with the excavation extending into the mountain to construct the bunker. The ventilation tunnel is then dug horizontally, directly connecting to the interior of the bunker. Thus, the vent dug at the mountain's base can form an air circulation channel with the main entrance located halfway up the mountain. An air circulation system not reliant on electrical power can naturally create airflow through the physical effects of air movement. Seeing that Jason was evidently intrigued, Long Zhan seized the moment to further persuade him. We can take advantage of their internal conflict, diverting Abad's attention. With Nuri's vengeful army providing cover, we can circumvent through the vent and strike directly within, catching them off guard, seizing Abad, and then stealthily retreating through the vent. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Jason, who was the most eager among those present to capture Abad, found Long Zhan's strategy perfectly aligned with his intentions and promptly issued orders. Ray, Full Metal. You stay outside, the rest follow me inside. Understood. Ray and Full Metal replied. At the operations center, Jason reported the mission to the command post. With the drone signals now properly calibrated, Eric agreed to the plan to launch an offensive through the ventilation shaft. The operation received approval, and all began to mobilize. Following Jason, the others commenced their assault, quietly descending from the ridge, circumventing Nuri's forces, and stealthily approaching the vent's exterior. To ensure the concealment of the ventilation shaft, the sentinels here are akin to shadowy sentries, shrouded in darkness. The attention of the 3 guards is entirely focused on the eastern side, their necks craned as they engage in discussion about the battlefield at the main entrance, oblivious to the figures stealthily approaching from the shadows. Meanwhile, Long Zhan and his companions, equipped with night vision gear, perceive no distinction between night and day. Under such uneven combat circumstances, there is no necessity for gunfire. Stealthy assassination ensures better concealment. Long Zhan, Trent, and Clyde silently advance, each covering a sentinel's mouth from behind, plunging a blade into their hearts with a twisting motion of the hilt. The sentinels exhibit little reaction, quickly collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. The sensation of a close-range knife piercing flesh, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping against bone, is exponentially more intense than distant gunfire. Moreover, the primal instinct of inflicting harm upon one's own kind triggers an overwhelming release of various potent hormones within the body, eliciting a thrill far surpassing that of drug use. The existence of the deranged Sandman phenomenon, characterized by its mindless spree of violence, stems from an inescapable addiction to the ecstasy experienced during such acts. Humanity possesses an extraordinary capacity for addiction, with even the most resolute individuals, like Long Zhan, striving to avoid close-range confrontations, not out of fear of retribution, but rather to evade the risk of becoming ensnared in such a perverse addiction. After all, no psychologically sound individual wishes to transform into a monster, nor do they desire to be burdened with an array of psychological ailments. Historically, the likelihood of psychological afflictions arising from warfare was significantly high. However, The advent of scientific approaches has effectively mitigated this issue, allowing soldiers, as instruments of war, to accomplish their missions while maintaining psychological well-being. Chapter 284, A Hail of Bullets, Rest in Peace. Team E. Having dealt with the 3 sentinels at the entrance, Jason led Long Zhan and the others into the ventilation shaft. The tunnel, approximately 1.5 meters in height and of similar width, required them to bend slightly, though it was not overly cramped. After traversing several dozen meters, a steel-welded iron door appeared before them. Using wire cutters, they severed the iron chain locking the door, and upon entering, they noticed a significant change in the environment. The walls transitioned from earthen to a structure of concrete bricks. Dim lights were affixed to the walls at intervals, indicating they had entered the bunker's interior. Continuing along the passage, they encountered armed militants on watch, whom they efficiently dispatched with silenced weapons, the chaos of the external battlefield masking their actions entirely. Long Zhan and his group proceeded unimpeded through the outer regions of the bunker, ultimately arriving at a robust, tightly sealed iron door. The structure of this door suggested that it led to the core of the bunker. If they could breach this door, they would be but a mere step away from confronting Abad, ready to rescue and extract the captive. Detonation. Jason decisively issued his command. The iron gate was exceedingly thick, with an inner layer measuring at least 5 centimeters. Sunny and Long Zhan could only approach it together, just as Sunny was about to retrieve explosives from his waist pouch. Tearing open the wrapping to affix them to the door, Long Zhan detected an anomaly and halted Sunny's actions. His fingers probed a subtle crevice in the doorframe, and, as anticipated, he unearthed 2 concealed wires connected to detonators. The sides of the door were riddled with hidden wiring, indicative of a setup only necessary for a series of explosives. Long Zhan pointed to a newly drilled hole above the door, through which 2 wires passed, speculating, "I surmise the entire bunker may be rigged with bombs." Jason, wary of the gravity of the situation, urged everyone, "Disperse and inspect your surroundings." Trent, Sunny, and Clay were taken aback. To avoid being buried beneath dozens of meters of rock, they hurriedly began tracing the wires in the vicinity. Their search yielded shocking results. In the adjacent buildings, they discovered preemptively concealed explosives, all the detonating wires leading directly to the iron gate. The realization of the explosive layout capable of obliterating the bunker dawned on Long Zhan and the others, answering their earlier questions. Abad, fully aware that vengeance seekers would come for him, remained within the bunker, clearly intending to use himself as bait. He aimed to lure Nuri's loyal retribution forces into the bunker for a comprehensive annihilation. "Everyone, heed this. The mountain is about to be detonated. I repeat, the mountain is about to be detonated. Immediately retreat." Upon hearing Jason's command, Long Zhan and the others abandoned their pursuit of Abad, all hastily retreating in the direction they had come from. No one knew when Abad would trigger the explosives. Lingering for even a minute increased the peril. As everyone swiftly withdrew, Jason relayed the situation over the radio. "The bunker is saturated with explosives. Abad intends to eliminate those who entered. We are in the process of evacuation. Boss, instruct the operations center's drones to maintain surveillance. Abad will not sacrifice himself. He will undoubtedly escape through some exit before detonating the explosives." Long Zhan's deduction was highly logical, and Jason conveyed this to the operations center. Eric took the situation seriously, promptly notifying the intelligence analyst controlling the drones to adjust the observation mode. Minutes later, Jason and Long Zhan led the group out through a ventilation shaft, returning to their previous position on the ridge, continuing to observe the unfolding modern warfare spectacle from the mountainside. Until the drones located Abad, Teams A and B were to remain on standby. Following the recent incursion into the bunker, Nuri's vengeful forces and Abad's subordinates engaged in a somewhat intensified conflict. Every few minutes, a rocket propelled through the night sky, trailing flames as it targeted the main entrance of the bunker. However, apart from the heightened intensity of the exchanges, the overall dynamic remained unchanged, with both sides continuing to engage from a distance of approximately 100 meters. The individuals outside could not breach the bunker, nor did those within intend to emerge. This confrontation, in truth, grew increasingly tedious. Sunny, Ray, and the others could not help but express their disdain, finding this farcical exchange a waste of time. "I shall take a brief respite. Awaken me when the battle concludes," Clay remarked, resting his hands on the table and burying his head, prepared to doze off. Ultimately, the outcome affirmed Clay's choice was astute. for this tedious skirmish indeed consumed precious time. Stretching from dusk until dawn. After a night of warfare, a shift occurred under the light of dawn. The vengeful troops, who had been exchanging fire at the foot of the mountain, finally began an organized charge towards the main entrance, their rocket launchers displaying improved accuracy. Within a mere 10 minutes, the main entrance of the bunker succumbed to the onslaught of the vengeful forces. As Nuri's troops infiltrated the bunker, the drone surveillance footage in the operations center finally revealed the long-awaited targets. Attention, all personnel, 3 enemies in flight have been detected, located 200 meters east of your position, moving rapidly northward. Upon receiving this transmission, Long Zhan and his comrades transitioned from groggy to alert. Acknowledged, we shall initiate pursuit. As Jason responded to the operations center, he sprang to his feet and led the charge. Long Zhan and the others quickly followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. Less than 30 seconds into their forward sprint, a series of violent explosions erupted from the nearby Palakina, thick smoke billowing from the main entrance and soaring nearly 100 meters into the sky. The ferocity of the explosions within the mountain was evident, and one could easily surmise that not only the vengeful troops who entered later, but even Abad's subordinates had met their demise within the mountainous depths. To annihilate Nuri's right-hand men, Abad was ruthless enough to sacrifice his own. Such a merciless individual, if allowed to escape, would pose a significant threat. In the remaining months of the deployment cycle, Team B could easily find themselves ensnared in the traps set by this madman, much like Team E. Long Zhan and his companions, unwilling to let weariness take hold, quickened their pursuit. With drones tracking from above, Abad, accompanied by merely 2 bodyguards, stood no chance of evading Team B's pursuit. In less than 10 minutes, Team B successfully positioned themselves ahead on the road, ambushing and intercepting Abad and his 2 bodyguards. Halt! Surrender immediately. Cease all resistance and raise your hands. Have your men lower their weapons quickly, and do not make any unnecessary movements. This mission aimed to capture Abad alive, as Jason hoped to extract evidence regarding Carter's criminal activities from him. Thus, rather than executing Abad outright, they resorted to verbal intimidation to compel his surrender. Abad, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the American soldiers, felt as though a deity had descended before him, his mind racing to devise an escape or ensure his own safety. He never even considered resisting. Abad and Carter were engaged in a clandestine transaction, aware that the vested interests behind the scenes would find a way to rescue him, rendering any form of resistance utterly futile. Upon returning to face an investigation, it would not be long before he was released. Regrettably, although Abad managed to maintain his composure while surrounded by American forces and discerned the situation to make the most appropriate decisions, his 2 bodyguards did not share such a level-headed demeanor. One bodyguard, an ardent anti-American, chose to defiantly resist in the face of inevitable capture. As Abad sensed the precariousness of the situation, he shouted in an attempt to halt his bodyguard's rebellious actions. However, he was a moment too late. At the instant the bodyguard aimed his AK-B, driven by an instinct for self-preservation, preemptively squeezed the triggers of their weapons. A hail of bullets from 7 firearms rained down, bringing Abad and his bodyguards crashing to the ground. Damn it! Jason, realizing the gravity of the situation a moment too late, cursed violently as he rushed forward, grasping the bodyguard who had been shot multiple times. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, he glared at the gasping Abad and demanded, "You made a deal with Carter. What were the terms? Tell me quickly. What was the transaction?" Jason desperately sought answers, yet Abad, his body now riddled with bullets, could barely respond. Ultimately, his head slumped to the side, and he succumbed in silence. Fuck. Jason, seething with frustration and humiliation, could only reluctantly accept this outcome. Although he had failed to uncover the details of Carter's deal, and thus could not expose the dark undercurrents lurking behind the scenes, it was now clear that Abad was the one who had orchestrated the assassination of Team E. At the very least, vengeance had been served. In another light, this conclusion was perhaps the most favorable. Had Abad divulged the terms of the transaction, implicating the political titans behind the interests at stake, Jason, a mere sergeant, clinging to this matter, would have only steered events towards an uncontrollable direction. The depths of political darkness are not a realm that a soldier can navigate. Chapter 285, Mosadiga. Peacekeeping mission. Upon the successful completion of their mission, Teams A and B returned to base to a reception more boisterous than any prior operation. Eric, Mandy, and Diaz greeted them at the helipad, followed by Eric convening an internal press conference at the airport. They discussed the dismantling of the malignant Harani network in Afghanistan, engaging in a round of questions with reporters. It was foreseeable that, following this media blitz, the honor roll of the Navy SEALs would be embellished with yet another illustrious achievement. The participating members of Teams A and B were required to maintain secrecy. Even though they were publicly identified as Navy SEALs, they could not accept interviews. After disembarking the aircraft, they boarded a bus that returned them to the SEALs camp. The affairs of Team E came to a close, with Long Zhan, Clay, and the other members finally able to relax, shedding their gear, enjoying showers, and sinking into peaceful slumber. However, Jason remained haunted by his obsession, still preoccupied with Carter's affairs. To that end, he sought out Mandy, hoping her expertise in intelligence work could assist in analyzing whether there remained any possibility for a twist in this narrative. Mandy indeed provided invaluable assistance to Jason. Analyzing the scenario, if only Steve Porter's sample had been considered, there would have been no necessity to lay a trap and obliterate the entire E-team after fabricating a false identification report. Mandy speculated that Porter might not have been deceived, having realized that the soil analysis report was fraudulent, and possibly gathered some evidence covertly. Carter and his associates, in a state of panic, were compelled to take drastic measures. The likelihood of this conjecture seemed exceedingly high. Jason found Mandy's reasoning compelling, and they promptly sought Diaz's assistance to retrieve a comprehensive inventory of all of Porter's personal belongings. However, the list comprised merely personal items, evidently devoid of any incriminating evidence. Just as Mandy's hypothesis appeared on the verge of collapse, Diaz, utilizing her expertise in logistical military operations, retrieved Porter's expenditure records from the month preceding his demise and compared them with the final inventory. A significant discovery ensued. 2 weeks prior to Steve Porter's death, he had purchased an external hard drive, which, notably, was absent from the inventory. This hard drive could serve as a medium for information storage, and now it had inexplicably vanished. At this juncture, Mandy's conjecture seemed largely accurate. It was confirmed that the inventory lacked this item, and Porter's residence had been entirely vacated. The new occupant, Jason, had resided there for about a month, thoroughly inspecting every nook and cranny without encountering the hard drive. Thus arose the question, where could the hard drive possibly be concealed? Jason, Mandy, and Diaz found themselves perplexed. After much contemplation, Jason recalled a remark made by Amy. Porter had a tomato garden at the camp, where he would often spend his time as a gardener. With all other locations Porter had frequented cleared out, this remained the sole potential hiding place. "I know where it is," Jason exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he dashed outside. Diaz and Mandy, bewildered yet intrigued, followed closely behind him, arriving at the small vegetable garden on the east side of the camp. This area, once an empty plot, had been transformed by Porter's labor over several months, using ammunition boxes to cultivate tomatoes. Steve frequented this spot, and the hard drive was surely hidden here. Overwhelmed with urgency, Jason disregarded the flourishing tomatoes, yanking one out by the roots and flipping the ammunition box over to scour its contents. Finding nothing in the first pot, he proceeded to the second. Mandy and Diaz soon caught on, recognizing that in a military environment devoid of secrets, this indeed was an excellent hiding place. And they joined the search. After an exhaustive rummaging through the entire tomato garden, leaving it in disarray, Jason, now covered in dirt, ultimately unearthed the external hard drive, encased in 3 layers of waterproof bags, from the soil of a tomato plant. Upon inspecting its contents on a computer, they discovered recordings of Porter confronting Carter, as well as audio and documents pertaining to Carter's schemes to acquire the land rich in lanthanides under the guise of a drug sweep. With Steve's external hard drive in hand, Jason was now certain that Carter and Team E's demise was connected, at least providing some measure of assistance. Regrettably, the only verifiable information was minimal, as the drive predominantly contained Steve's personal conjectures, which were inadmissible as evidence in court. This meant that even if the hard drive were presented, it would not adversely affect Carter, let alone lead to his arrest. The thought that the accomplice remained at large and the leads for further investigation had completely vanished left Jason in a state of fury and desperation. He procured the base's blueprints from Diaz, intending to resolve the matter in his own way. Fortunately, Mandy intervened in time, suspecting that Jason was planning to exploit his expertise to orchestrate a terrorist incident within the camp, thereby making Carter pay for his actions. She promptly summoned her most trusted ally, Long Zhan, who, that very night, engaged Jason in a heartfelt discussion. They expended considerable effort in persuasion, with Long Zhan appealing to Jason's paternal instincts, urging him to consider the profound impact of a father's imprisonment on his children. Mandy also proposed an alternative strategy, to leak the information to the media. The media, devoid of the need for concrete evidence, could craft a report based on mere speculation or connections. This dual approach finally calmed Jason down, leading him to abandon the notion of resolving matters through violent crime. That evening, Mandy and Long Zhan sought out Paul. Initially, Paul was still seething over being manipulated previously and intended to refuse entry at the sight of Mandy. However, Long Zhan, unaccustomed to pleading, directly handed the hard drive to Paul, asserting, "Within lies what you desire most. I assure you it is sufficient to elevate your reputation. I hope you are not intimidated into silence." With that, Long Zhan and Mandy turned to leave, uttering no further words. Provoked by Long Zhan's challenge and fueled by curiosity about the contents of the drive, Paul refrained from discarding it. Instead, he pensively closed the door and connected the hard drive to his computer. Whether Paul would ultimately dare to report its contents remained uncertain for Long Zhan and Mandy. Nonetheless, this was the extent of their influence. In truth, whether or not it was reported was of little consequence, as Carter was merely a pawn in the larger scheme. As long as the true perpetrator behind Team E's slaughter, Abad, was deceased, the case would be deemed closed, and the rewards due would be dispersed in full. This was more than sufficient for Long Zhan. After several days of frustration, as Jason acclimated to life in the designated area with Team B, indulging in drinks, barbecues, and leisurely strolls, he eventually came to accept reality. The world was rife with darkness, a truth Jason, as a seasoned Special Forces veteran, understood all too well. His previous hatred had clouded his judgment, and his fervent desire to achieve absolute resolution had led him astray. Once his emotions stabilized and reason returned, he understood the necessity of making prudent choices. In a capitalist nation governed by the interests of political elites, opposing them was not a burden an ordinary soldier could shoulder. As Jason gradually embraced the reality of his situation, his physical condition, paradoxically, deteriorated day by day. A severe concussion inflicts damage upon the brain that does not progressively heal over time. Rather, it intensifies. Members of Team B, including Long Zhan and Lei, have witnessed Jason conversing with the air. At times, he erupts into fits of rage, shouting at those around him, only to regain his composure moments later and sincerely apologize to everyone. It is evident to all that Jason is in distress, and there is a collective desire for him to seek treatment. However, Jason firmly believes that his mental state is intact and resolutely refuses any form of therapy, claiming that further discussions would only exacerbate his agitation. Though Long Zhan and the others are deeply concerned for Jason, his staunch resistance leaves them feeling helpless. The more one pressures a person with mental issues, the more detrimental it becomes, potentially worsening their condition rather than aiding them. Thus, the only course of action for Long Zhan and his companions is to accompany Jason in relaxation, hoping that this relatively tranquil lifestyle may facilitate his gradual recovery. Aside from Jason's unstable mental state, other aspects of life have largely returned to normalcy, with everyone enjoying a comfortable existence filled with socializing and leisure. Opportunities for missions have dwindled since the complete dismantling of the Hala network, leaving them with infrequent assignments, sometimes not even once a week. This has afforded Long Zhan more time to engage in physical training with Mandy during the evenings. The members of Team B have become aware of their relationship. Aside from a few playful jibes, they see no issue, as most of them have their own running partners. Long Zhan initially believed that the forthcoming 2 months of deployment would be spent in this leisurely manner. However, on the Friday of the 9th week of deployment, Eric received an urgent directive from headquarters. 4 individuals were to be selected from the 1st Action Group to form a special emergency response team, dispatched to Mogadishu, the largest city in Somalia, to collaborate with local U.S. military forces on a peacekeeping mission. Chapter 286. Black Hawk Down. Mogadishu is a uniquely perilous location and one of the most dangerous places in the world. The prospect of executing a peacekeeping mission there left Long Zhan somewhat bewildered. In the annals of Earth's history, following the complete failure of peacekeeping operations in Mogadishu, the last contingent of peacekeepers was withdrawn in March 1995, marking the definitive end of such efforts in Somalia. Since then, the nation has descended into persistent chaos, with no peacekeeping forces entering again. The most significant catalyst for the cessation of peacekeeping operations was the globally shocking events of Black Hawk Down, which left the member states of the United Nations profoundly disheartened. Now, in the year 2015, nearly 2 decades after the timeline of that film, the existence of a peacekeeping mission seems bewildering to Long Zhan. Is the United Nations, years after Black Hawk Down, choosing to assist Somalia once more? Or is the classic narrative of Black Hawk Down beginning to unfold again? Long Zhan finds himself unable to discern the truth. In order to ascertain the true nature of the situation, Long Zhan utilized his computer to access a plethora of news articles, thereby gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances. In 2009, the sitting president of Somalia, Abdurrahman Farol, was overthrown, plunging the nation into chaos as warlords clashed and various international forces intervened, resulting in a state of anarchy. By 2013, a civil war erupted within the transitional government formed by the Somali United Congress, USC. As factions supporting the interim president Ali Mahdi Mohammed and those backing Chairman Mohammed Farah aided contested the distribution of power and resources. In early 2014, the United Nations Security Council intervened in the Somali Civil War, organizing the first phase of the United Nations Somalia Action based on Resolutions 733 and 746. The primary objective was to provide humanitarian relief to the war-torn populace of Somalia, who were struggling to survive, and to assist in the re-establishment of a new government in a nation where the central government had already disbanded, thereby restoring social order. By December 2014, the Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 794, authorizing the formation of the United Nations Somalia Task Force, UTF, led by American troops. A designated area outside Mogadishu was allocated for the headquarters of the peacekeeping forces. The mission of these peacekeepers was relatively straightforward: to ensure that international humanitarian aid was effectively distributed to local victims and refugees, alleviating the dire famine conditions, and to collaborate with various international peacekeeping contingents in the endeavor of rebuilding a peaceful society in Somalia. The resolution was established for a duration of 2 years. As of the end of 2015, the peacekeeping efforts had been ongoing for precisely 1 year, with personnel largely in place and operations underway across various domains. In theory, the personnel could be rotated as needed without the necessity of forming additional task groups. However, the establishment of a special emergency response team, although not elaborated upon by Eric, was somewhat elucidated through the news Long Zhan had reviewed. Numerous reports highlighted that during the past year of peacekeeping operations, humanitarian supplies delivered by the United Nations to disaster-stricken areas were frequently intercepted and seized by armed groups. The masterminds behind these hijackings were identified as the most powerful warlord in Somalia, Farah aided, who had taken control of the capital. One particular report explicitly stated that the situation in Somalia was deteriorating, with aided declaring war on the peacekeeping forces and having attacked and killed 24 Pakistani peacekeepers. In response to the escalating crisis, the United Nations resolved to dispatch elite personnel to Somalia, determined to capture the perpetrators of these attacks at any cost. The text mentioned that elite American Rangers had already been deployed to the UTF base in Mogadishu, alongside the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment and Delta Force teams. Additionally, the renowned Navy SEAL Team 6, celebrated for its reputation and capabilities comparable to Delta Force, was also mobilized to participate in the Special Emergency Response Team. After perusing numerous news reports, Long Zhan has gleaned a fundamental understanding of the situation regarding the peacekeeping mission in Somalia. To put it plainly, it is akin to the Somali Civil War that erupted 2 decades later. A Special Emergency Response Team, formed by withdrawing personnel from the DG, is participating in this peacekeeping endeavor. Long Zhan can surmise with utmost certainty that the operation is undoubtedly related to the infamous Operation Black Hawk Down. Although the film does not feature Navy SEALs, historical accounts from participants of the operation, along with the records of the Black Hawk incident, indicate that a 4-man team from SEAL Team 6 was indeed present in one of the large Humvees. As for why the film chose to spotlight Delta Force while neglecting to mention SEAL Team 6, Long Zhan, not being the director, can only speculate. It may have been due to political sensitivities or the need for confidentiality. Black Hawk Down is notoriously known for its perilous nature, and Long Zhan, who values his life above all, instinctively recoils at the thought of becoming part of that 4-man team. However, upon further reflection, he is invigorated by the prospect. With his current rank of E7, he would need to serve at least another 15 years to retire properly and receive a pension. Even if he were to renounce the pension, his exemplary performance in the army would render a standard discharge highly unlikely. Long Zhan harbors grand ambitions, desiring to earn a substantial fortune and live out a life of indulgence and dreams. Serving the U.S. government indefinitely? That is simply inconceivable. Since a conventional exit from the military is unattainable, he must pursue unconventional methods, employing clever tactics to extricate himself from the military framework. Until recently, he had yet to conceive a viable plan, but inspired by Jason's increasingly erratic behavior, he suddenly experiences a moment of clarity and devises a bold idea. The unfolding narrative of Black Hawk Down aligns perfectly with his audacious thought, like a pillow meeting a weary head. With adequate preparation and a keen understanding of the events depicted in Black Hawk Down, Long Zhan believes he has a 50% chance of successfully extricating himself unscathed. A battle can commence with a 50% probability of victory. Likewise, a plan can be executed with the same odds. Having absorbed much of what he needed to learn and secured the necessary resources, he resolves to break free from the U.S. military apparatus and strive for his own aspirations. Long Zhan decides to take a risk, wagering it all in hopes of orchestrating a flawless conclusion to his military career and embarking on a fervent new chapter of his life. Chapter 287. The most formidable newcomer team. Go. In the morning, Eric received a task notification, and by the afternoon, he was presented with documents related to the subsequent details of the peacekeeping mission. With the orders and files in hand, Eric convened all members of the First Action Group for a meeting at the Operations Center. The narrative begins by elucidating the rationale behind the peacekeeping mission and a general overview of its objectives. The reasons align closely with the conjectures of Long Zhan. The catalyst mirrors the plot of Black Hawk Down, centering on the warlord Elated, who governs the capital, Mogadishu, and is discontented with the diminishing control of the peacekeeping forces. Elated has long wielded famine as a means of subjugating the populace, compelling them to serve him to stave off starvation. The humanitarian efforts of the peacekeeping forces, delivering substantial supplies of food to the afflicted and refugees, have rendered Elated incapable of using food as a tool of control over the people. In a bid to reassert his dominance over Mogadishu, Elated declared war on the peacekeeping forces. On one front, he dispatched militias to incessantly assault supply convoys, seizing humanitarian aid and continuing to coerce the starving populace into becoming instruments of his warfare. Concurrently, he resorted to violent attacks aimed at intimidating both the peacekeepers and international aid organizations. Initially, the assaults targeted humanitarian entities such as the Red Cross and humanitarian associations, alongside sporadic attacks on the peacekeeping troops. The United Nations, reluctant to escalate tensions with the formidable warlord Elated, attempted to resolve the situation through diplomatic negotiations, only to be met with disdain from Elated. In June, merely 3 months prior, Elated's militia launched an assault on a food convoy, resulting in the deaths of all 24 Pakistani peacekeepers tasked with its protection. This incident profoundly embarrassed the United Nations, prompting representatives of the Security Council to take decisive action. Given the futility of diplomacy, they resolved to ensure Elated would heed their warnings. Thus, Operation Aaron was conceived under these pressing circumstances, with a singular purpose: to locate and capture Elated in Mogadishu, thereby restoring order and stability to the capital and its vicinity. The forces participating in this operation included the CAG, Delta Force, the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, Rangers, and DevGru, SEAL Team 6. Among them, the Rangers and the Special Operations Aviation Regiment constituted the primary combat units, each deploying a fully staffed battalion, one responsible for conventional ground operations and the other for providing all aviation support during the mission. The CAG and DevGru each contributed a specialized task force, representing the elite of the elite, tasked with executing the most challenging components of the mission. Their role was crystal clear. For instance, during an operation to apprehend a high-value target, HVT, the Rangers would secure the perimeter and eliminate any peripheral threats, while the specialized task force would execute the core capture. The personnel involved in this operation are of the highest caliber, reflecting the grave importance the U.S. government places on this mission. The operational theater is set in Mogadishu, with the timeline tentatively established for 3 weeks. Should Elated be captured within this period, all participating personnel in Operation Aaron would withdraw from Somalia upon the mission's successful completion. With the key details of the mission, The individuals involved, the time frame, and the location clearly delineated. Attention now turns to the most critical phase, selecting the members of the task force. Long Zhan decisively made the choice to volunteer for the emergency response team, eager to partake in the peacekeeping mission in Somalia. However, veterans such as Jason, Ray, and Full Metal expressed no interest whatsoever in this peacekeeping endeavor, regardless of the target. Teams A and B always operate in unison, ensuring successful outcomes. This time, the peacekeeping mission mobilized hundreds of personnel, all for the capture of a mere warlord. To Jason and his comrades, the task seemed both tedious and devoid of challenge. They had undertaken similar missions to eliminate singular targets countless times, leaving them quite accustomed to such endeavors. The notion of deploying hundreds of individuals for this operation struck them as absurd. Moreover, the allowances provided were less generous than those offered for assignments in the perilous regions of Afghanistan. This mission seemed more suited for novices seeking to gain experience than seasoned veterans. In contrast to the excitement of joining the throngs, the seasoned operatives preferred to remain at the Feni base, content to bide their time until their next 2-month deployment. Given Long Zhan's enthusiastic desire to participate, the veterans decided to allow the newcomers to take the lead. Long Zhan, Clay, and Brian, the 3 novices, were indeed eager to join. The Special Incident Emergency Response Team required 4 members, and with 3 newcomers already committed, they needed 1 more, preferably a veteran to guide them. Reluctant to endure such arduous tasks, the seasoned operatives resorted to the old Navy SEAL tradition of voting. Ultimately, after a round of collective deliberation, with B1 and B2 exerting pressure from above and B4 and B5 needing consideration below, Sonny found himself honorably elevated to the role of team leader. Having long been the perennial third, Sonny relished the opportunity to experience the authority of leadership and accepted the new assignment. However, known for his notorious temper, Sonny could not resist flipping off his teammates who had voted for him upon learning the results. Gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow for departure. Now, you all should prepare. Eric instructed Long Zhan and the others, reminding them that there would be no logistical support available once they arrived, and to ensure they packed all necessary gear. If anything was lacking, they were to report to Davis for assistance. The 4-man team would undoubtedly face a different lifestyle than the comforts they were accustomed to, especially in the absence of professional logistical personnel who typically prepared equipment for everyone prior to each operation, saving considerable time and effort. Long Zhan and his companions needed to prepare thoroughly to avoid any inconveniences once they reached their destination. The following day, at 7:50 a.m., Mandy, who had conversed with Long Zhan for several hours the previous night and was fully energized, personally drove him to the airport rendezvous. Jason, Ray, and the other seasoned members from teams A and B had already gathered, awaiting their departure. Amidst playful banter and lighthearted jests, Sonny and the Special Incident Emergency Response Team boarded the transport plane, laden with gear. The veterans bidding farewell were relaxed, unconcerned about the potential dangers of the mission. Newcomers Clay and Brian brimmed with enthusiasm, determined to uphold the reputation of DG during this venture. As for Sonny, the seasoned jokester, he leisurely sipped from his flask, resembling a vacationer rather than someone embarking on a mission. The only one aware of the impending global ramifications of this mission was Long Zhan, who, upon boarding the transport plane, began to strategize in silence. Despite the passage of time and the fading of most memories, Long Zhan endeavored to recollect as much as possible, diligently identifying all potential hazards within the mission. He aimed to prepare meticulously before the onset of the chaotic melee in Mogadishu, ensuring that he could adeptly control the desired rhythm during the operation. Sustaining injuries was permissible, yet severe harm, or worse, loss of life was to be avoided at all costs. Chapter 288. The Peculiar Traits of the Rangers. Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, boasts a sprawling airport located approximately 5 to 6 kilometers north along the coastline. Constructed by the United Nations, Mogadishu Airport serves as a comprehensive military base. The United States Army's Joint Operations Command Center is situated within this airport, and the headquarters of the UN Peacekeeping Forces in Somalia, UFD, is also located here, alongside the operational base for the Aran mission. This airport was hastily constructed following the establishment of the UFD, resulting in facilities that are significantly inferior to those of American military bases in Afghanistan, with scant provisions for leisure and comfort. While there are basketball and soccer fields, they are cluttered with various helicopters. The Special Incident Response Team, comprised of Long Zhan, Sunny, Clay, and Brian, arrived at this military base after nearly 10 hours of flight. Upon landing, a soldier greeted them and escorted the four to their pre-arranged accommodations, a rudimentary container barrack. Anticipating the severe scarcity of resources in this war-torn nation afflicted by famine, the four had prepared themselves for discomfort and hardship. They were undeterred by the absence of dedicated storage lockers and the rusty iron-frame beds. After depositing their luggage, they sought the assistance of a military policeman to guide them to report to the head of the errand mission. Along the way, they observed the soldiers, who exhibited intriguing behaviors. Upon concluding their work exchanges, they saluted each other while chanting a slogan. The subordinates would proclaim, "Rangers, lead the way," to which the superiors would reply, "Onward and upward." In instances involving two or more individuals, the slogans would transform into an amusing call and response. You may find this peculiar, however. It is merely the custom among the Rangers, and one grows accustomed to it over time. The escorting military policeman, noticing Long Zhan and his companions whispering and discussing these idiosyncratic military traditions, took the opportunity to elucidate further. Beyond their unique salutations and slogans, the most striking aspect of the Rangers is their distinctive hairstyles. Uniformity reigns supreme among them, with an unmistakable look. The hair on the sides and back of their heads is completely shaved, leaving only a short tuft atop, an unmistakable hallmark of a Ranger. As Long Zhan and his team scrutinized the Rangers, the soldiers, in turn, regarded the four with curiosity, finding them equally peculiar. The four individuals were predominantly characterized by their long hair and bushy beards, presenting an unkempt and disheveled appearance. In stark contrast, the members of the Rangers exhibited impeccably short hairstyles, appearing remarkably tidy and spirited. Had it not been for the imposing stature of Long Zhan and his companions, one might have mistaken their presence for mere vagabonds. Particularly, Long Zhan's gait exuded a commanding aura, reminiscent of a dragon's stride, instilling an undeniable sense of intimidation. The Rangers likely felt compelled to approach and scrutinize these four scruffy figures who had suddenly appeared, seeking to discern their identities. Among the numerous Rangers encountered, there were seasoned veterans with years of experience who, with a keen intuition, began to surmise the true identities of Long Zhan and his companions. The realization that they were individuals of exceptional caliber, akin to the pinnacle of excellence, sparked feelings of admiration and reverence. After all, over 90% of the Rangers harbored dreams of joining the Delta Force. Even the mere opportunity to apply, regardless of the outcome, would be a fulfillment of a lifetime ambition. The Navy SEAL Team 6, renowned alongside Delta Force as one of America's elite units, commanded similar awe and respect among the Rangers. Before reaching the Joint Operations Command, JOC, Long Zhan encountered a somewhat familiar face, Hoot. Black Hawk Down is an ensemble piece, lacking a singular standout protagonist. When Long Zhan first viewed it, he struggled with facial recognition, perceiving all the supporting characters as indistinguishable. However, a select few left a lasting impression, Hoot being one of them. This individual was notoriously brazen on the base, never queuing for meals. Despite holding merely the rank of sergeant, he dismissed the Rangers company commander entirely, showing little regard for them. His audacity stemmed from being a squad leader in Delta Force, placing him above the Rangers in status. His personal and operational capabilities were exceptionally formidable. Long Zhan observed Hoot for a few moments, and Hoot, dressed in civilian attire, returned the gaze, perhaps sensing a kindred spirit, and they exchanged a nod as a silent greeting. The Joint Operations Command was quite rudimentary, having been converted from a hangar. The military police escorted Long Zhan and his companions to the entrance before departing. Sunny led them inside, where they were soon introduced to the highest-ranking official of the operation, Major General William Garrison, commander of the Ranger Task Force. Approximately 60 years of age, tall and slender, with graying hair slicked back and dressed in desert camouflage, he emanated a commanding presence, a cigar perched in his mouth. "Sir, the Special Incident Emergency Response Team has arrived to report," Sunny saluted, stating formally. "Excellent. Welcome to your new roles." General Garrison returned the salute, speaking with a distinctive Texas drawl. He then stepped forward to shake hands with Long Zhan and the others, providing Sunny with a mission dossier and assigning a logistics officer to assist Long Zhan and his companions in procuring supplies. Although the conditions at Mogadishu Airport were subpar, the necessary resources were nonetheless adequately available. After Long Zhan and his companions completed their registration and received their identification badges, they gathered a plethora of everyday necessities. By the time they finished all these tasks, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the group made their way to the dining hall. The dining area, similarly converted from a hangar, featured a different dining model from the Finny frontline base, adopting a more compact self-service approach. Various meats, fried chicken, salads, and bread were placed in bowls along a long table arranged in a row. Diners collected stainless steel trays at the entrance and formed 2 lines along either side of the table, moving forward incrementally while selecting their food, walking to the right. While patrons could freely take food from the tables, those wishing to return for more had to start from the beginning of the queue. This self-service dining experience was a first for Long Zhan, while Kai and Brian had encountered it socially, yet it was their inaugural experience within the military context. The three displayed a keen interest as they stood in line, observing the slowly advancing queue, savoring this rare opportunity to queue for a meal. Chapter 289. The encounter between D-Boy and the Navy SEALs Sunny, seemingly familiar with this buffet style, exhibited neither interest nor patience for the slow-moving line. At that moment, a casually dressed man appeared and brazenly cut in line to obtain his desired food. Sunny could no longer remain seated. "This place is dreadful. I have no time to waste with these rookies," he declared, stepping out of line and advancing forward. Observing the casually dressed hoot engaging in similar antics, Long Zhan sighed inwardly, realizing that a hierarchy of contempt exists everywhere, including within the military. Indeed, why should we queue? Kai suddenly grasped the notion that he was no longer a rookie, but had ascended to the ranks of elite combat personnel. He promptly quickened his pace, leaving the line to follow Sunny, intent on cutting ahead. Long Zhan found himself both amused and exasperated by these two rule breakers, yet he understood Sunny's reluctance to wait. As a first-tier combatant, he had sacrificed more in blood and sweat, undertaking far more perilous missions. Given their greater contributions and enhanced capabilities, it seemed only logical that they should enjoy superior conditions compared to the rookies. From a value perspective, Sunny's reasoning held no fault. Those who are capable should indeed reap greater rewards. However, from the standpoint of public order, morality, and human rights, equality dictates that everyone should queue, and the rule of queuing for meals is indeed justifiable. Long Zhan helplessly turned to the remaining Brian, asking, "What about you? Are you not joining them? Aren't you going either?" Brian replied with a smile. With his team-oriented personality, Brian could never engage in such behavior of cutting in line due to a perceived higher status. Even the generally aloof demeanor characteristic of elite combatants was absent in him. Although I, too, would prefer not to squander time queuing, I have never encountered such a dining arrangement and do not mind experiencing it. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. However, no sooner had Long Zhan's words left his lips than chaos erupted at the front of the line. There was already a rule-defying individual, Hute, who consistently disregarded the queue during meals, much to the chagrin of the Rangers. Had Hute not been a member of Delta, the pinnacle of the Ranger unit, he would have surely faced confrontation long ago. Now, with two newcomers brazenly cutting in line, faces unfamiliar to all, their patience had worn thin. "You ought to queue. It's the rule, do you understand?" A Ranger, cut off by Sunny, exclaimed angrily. Each Ranger sported the same hairstyle and attire, their physiques nearly indistinguishable, rendering Long Zhan unable to identify who had spoken. For someone who had seen Black Hawk Down, recognizing characters seemed as challenging as for one who had not. "Did I cut in line? I merely lent a hand. If you wish to avoid a beating, best keep your mouth shut." Sunny was notorious for his fiery temper. While he could be restrained under Jason's supervision in Team B, now that he was leading, his anger erupted uncontrollably. 90% of the patrons in the restaurant were Rangers from the same battalion. Sunny's entirely unfamiliar visage threatening a comrade in their own territory incited immediate outrage among the other Rangers, who swiftly converged on Sunny. As tensions escalated, the original rule-breaker, Hute, had already secured his meal and settled comfortably to the side, his eyes glinting with interest, clearly prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. Although Long Zhan refrained from commenting on Sunny's line cutting, he could not stand idly by while his good friend and teammate was in trouble. "Let us go. We must intervene," Long Zhan called to Brian as he stepped away from the line and approached Sunny. "What are you all doing? Looking to warm up before the meal? I wouldn't mind joining in on the fun." Long Zhan glared fiercely, his bulging muscles straining against the fabric of his shirt. Since completing the grueling selection process of the green team, Long Zhan's weight had steadily increased, now reaching his peak condition. A formidable figure weighing over 230 pounds. Combined with a height of 194 meters, he stood like a modern-day Tarzan. The Rangers, known for their role as the vanguard for special forces, were fundamentally an ordinary army unit. To become a Delta D boy, one had to first attain the Green Beret, signifying that the personal capabilities of the Rangers here lagged 2 full stages behind those of Long Zhan and his 3 companions, placing them entirely on different levels. Faced with the imposing presence of Long Zhan, the encroaching Rangers were quelled by his intimidation. No one dared to make a move, not even Hewitt, who had prepared to witness the spectacle, nor the Delta members seated at other tables, all of whom were cowed by the aura exuded by Long Zhan. Even though they had reached the pinnacle of their military prowess, the army personnel found themselves devoid of confidence in confronting the imposing figure before them. Coupled with the unyielding spirits of Brian and Clay, along with the fierce countenance of Sonny, whose beard resembled that of an enraged Zhang Fei, the 4 members of the SEAL team exuded a commanding presence that effectively quelled the dozens of Rangers surrounding them. What were they all gathered for? Just as the standoff between both parties intensified, an officer adorned with the rank of captain angrily shoved through the soldiers outside to reach the center. Casting a glance at Long Zhan, who towered over him, the captain coldly inquired, "Sergeant Major, I would like to know what transpired here. Can you enlighten me?" The captain had evidently misidentified the authority figure, mistakenly believing that Long Zhan, a mere E7, was the one in charge, given his commanding aura that intimidated all present. Long Zhan, noticing the remnants of food grease on the captain's lips, understood that the officer had likely been dining in the mess and was fully aware of the recent events. His pretentious inquiry was clearly an attempt to save face for his Rangers, aiming to embarrass Long Zhan and his team. Before Long Zhan could respond, Sonny interjected sternly, "Captain, you would do well to manage your men and refrain from meddling. You have no authority to command me, Sergeant Major," the captain retorted, his voice rising. "And you have no authority to command me," Sonny boldly countered. With his rank as a master sergeant, Sonny had no reason to fear a mere officer, especially one from a higher echelon. Even hypothetically, an army officer had no jurisdiction over a naval sergeant major. The captain, rebuffed by Sonny, was left blushing with indignation, his finger pointing towards the mountains as he struggled to articulate a response. Just as the tension escalated, a sergeant first class approached with a smile, acting as a mediator. "You are from SEAL Team 6, I presume? I am Sanderson from Delta Force, Charlie Team. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you." Sanderson extended his hand. "I am Sonny, and these are my team members, Jabril, Clay, and Brian." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. And since Sanderson hailed from a similarly elite combat unit, Sonny accepted his handshake and introduced Long Zhan and the others. Chapter 290. Exclusive Helicopter Super 68. Sanderson calmed Sonny and then addressed the captain. "Sir, I understand they just arrived this afternoon after a 10-hour flight and are quite famished. I believe a slight exception in protocol is understandable. You elite combat personnel conduct yourselves like a band of undisciplined cowboys." The captain paused, surveying Long Zhan and the others, including Hunt, who had taken a seat nearby to observe. With a stern expression, he continued, "You may indeed possess superior capabilities, but I must convey one essential fact. When the combat reaches the 5-meter line, your advantages will dissipate, and you will require the support of my Rangers. Therefore, it is prudent to exhibit some team spirit. We Rangers will charge forth as vanguards, clearing obstacles for you, and we are worthy of your trust and respect." The captain's assertion held merit, as the Rangers had consistently performed auxiliary roles for Delta Force. However, from Sanderson's perspective, since the most arduous and perilous tasks had been entrusted to Delta, it was only fitting that such relatively uncomplicated duties were assigned to the Rangers. The captain's attempt to leverage this as a means of coercion did not resonate with Sanderson. Consequently, the smile vanished from Sanderson's face. "Enjoy your meal, Captain Steele." With that, Sanderson dismissed the officer and invited Sonny and others to join him at the table. Even though the officer was the captain of the Rangers, he found himself powerless against Sanderson's casual disregard, watching with a grim expression as the group departed. In the U.S. military framework, while discipline holds significant importance, it does not take precedence as it does in domestic contexts. In reality, strength reigns supreme. Much like the survival ethos of a capitalist society, which never endeavors to bridge the wealth gap, but instead seeks to augment the riches of the affluent. There exists a vast chasm between elite units like Delta and SEAL Team 6 and ordinary forces. Their combat experience overwhelmingly eclipses that of typical units. And even in the eyes of superiors and politicians, their stature far surpasses that of a mere ranger company commander. The four newcomers, including Long Zhan, were eager to familiarize themselves with the base and the region. Despite his intrinsic pride towards other units, Sanderson proved to be quite affable when engaging with peers of equivalent rank. During their meal, a pleasant atmosphere fostered initial camaraderie. Sanderson learned that Sunny was the team leader and that Long Zhan and his companions were exemplary newcomers to DG, having successfully completed a series of significant missions. In turn, Long Zhan and his team gained insight into Delta's personnel and operations. The commanding officer was Colonel Gary Harrell, with a total of 16 members in C Company, adhering to the 4-4 structure of the British SAS, thus forming 4 squads within a single team. Sanderson, a master sergeant, led the team. Delta's personnel and tactical organization markedly differed from that of DG. They also learned that during Operation Aileen, Delta would undertake the assault mission while the Rangers were tasked with providing perimeter cover. The emergency response team, composed of Long Zhan and his peers, functioned as reserve personnel, accompanying each mission but typically remaining on standby in the operational area, not directly engaging in combat unless unforeseen and critical complications arose, necessitating the rapid intervention of the emergency team. Perhaps it was due to the emergency team's role as a lifeline, capable of saving lives in critical moments, that Sanderson sought to befriend Long Zhan and his associates. This would also grant him ample internal intelligence, allowing him to promptly recognize their identities. Meanwhile, Clay realized that he had come to this place merely to serve as a substitute, and given the simplicity of the peacekeeping mission, it was highly probable that he would remain sidelined until the conclusion. For Clay, who was eager to make a name for himself and demonstrate his worth, this was not favorable news. Sunny, in stark contrast to Clay, possessed no interest in the task of engaging in a brawl. He was far more content merely to observe the spectacle unfold. Brian, as ever, remained unfazed, embodying a calm demeanor regardless of the circumstances. Only Long Zhan displayed a countenance marked by fluctuating emotions. The emergency response team was merely on standby, which was both a blessing and a curse for Long Zhan. He needed to contemplate how to adeptly leverage the impending dangers in the guise of the emergency team. This was a matter of great importance for Long Zhan to consider. After a pleasant dinner, both parties bid farewell, and the night passed, ushering in the second day. Due to the unique nature of the emergency response team's mission, General Garrison, the overall commander of the operation, coordinated with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment to provision Long Zhan's team with an HH-60 Pavehawk helicopter, assigning it the operational code named Super 68. This helicopter, a modified version of the UH-60A, was primarily designed for combat search and rescue, as well as combat support missions. As a specially designated aircraft, it would accompany Long Zhan and his team until the conclusion of their operation, available for their use at any moment. Given the mission's objective to apprehend individuals in the Mogadishu urban area, the first order of business was to fly over the target zone for reconnaissance. A thorough understanding of the enemy was essential to maintain the upper hand. Thus, on the inaugural day of their formal engagement in the operation, Sunny, after breakfast, reached out to Pilbers, the pilot of Super 68. Henceforth, any flight-related tasks for Long Zhan's team would be coordinated directly with him, while Pilbers would handle all necessary arrangements with the Special Operations Aviation Regiment. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, Sunny received a message on the military phone issued to him upon entering the base. The helicopter was prepared for departure. The 4 members of Long Zhan donned their standard combat gear and proceeded to the soccer field where Super 68 awaited. Gentlemen, welcome aboard my flight. I am your pilot. Pilbers. Members will each receive 100 complimentary points. A friendly reminder, federal law designates this Black Hawk as a no-smoking zone, and vomit bags are conveniently located in the seat back in front of you. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Pilbers, evidently a jovial character, filled the cabin with an exuberant tone as soon as the 4 boarded, engaging in playful banter. Although his words were largely trivial, they contributed to a lively atmosphere. Mate, we're headed to Mogadishu. Do you have any good suggestions? Perhaps we should bring a crate of explosives for a little bombing run? Sunny shouted over the noise of the helicopter's whirring blades. Homemade bombs. I quite like that idea, haha. Sonny's violent suggestion did not instill fear in Pilbers. Rather, it excited him, prompting him to turn and acknowledge Sonny. He then added, "However, we usually refer to that place as Moga. No one calls it Mogadishu. Why is it only called Moga?" Brian inquired with curiosity. "The precise reason eludes me. It is merely a name that everyone has adopted, perhaps for its ease of utterance." Pirbus, indifferent, offered a casual explanation and turned his focus to the pre-flight report procedures, inspecting Engine 1, which functioned normally, followed by an inspection of Engine 2. As Pirbus completed the various pre-flight protocols, the Super 68 gently ascended into the sky, heading towards Mogadishu in the south. Regardless of past lives, this was Long Zhan's inaugural visit to the capital of Somalia, a place that had caused significant troubles for the United States, ultimately leaving unresolved consequences. Surprisingly, there was a sense of anticipation. Sonny, Clay, and Brian shared similar sentiments, curious about the nature of Mogadishu, the birthplace of such a peculiar figure as Aidid. Occupying a significant position in the capital, there was ample opportunity for Aidid to unify the nation and establish a new government amidst civil strife. From any perspective, Aidid should leverage the advantages of residing in the capital to cultivate relationships with the international community. By fostering such connections, especially in this era of abundant humanitarian aid, a continuous flow of resources would undoubtedly arrive at his doorstep. Who would not relish such unearned benefits? Yet, what transpired? Aidid brazenly provoked the United Nations, a rare and peculiar mindset on the global stage. As the helicopter took off from the coastal base, it swiftly ascended to nearly 100 meters, bestowing a fresh perspective upon the world below. The pristine, untainted horizon, where the Indian Ocean met the azure sky, created a breathtaking panorama. The seemingly endless stretches of white sandy beaches, despite being littered with various debris, exuded a captivating beauty. "Hey, folks, behold the allure of Mogadishu's beaches." Far surpassing even the Maldives, Pirbus called out, turning to Long Zhan and the others, as he began to descend the aircraft, flying just 10 meters above the sea surface. The experience of soaring low along the white shoreline was indeed extraordinary. The crashing waves were vividly visible, each surge creating frothy crests that danced upon the shore, generating a mesmerizing spectacle. Through the wide-open doors of the Black Hawk helicopter, one could almost feel the refreshing sea spray, coupled with the gentle, salty breeze wafting in. Warmed by the morning sun, it was a truly invigorating experience. Long Zhan, having flown in helicopters countless times, had to concede that this low-flying journey along the beach was the most delightful and comfortable he had ever experienced. Clay, Sonny, and Brian echoed his sentiments, exuberantly reveling in the rare beauty of the moment. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. After flying several kilometers south, the helicopter executed a graceful inward bank, veering along the coastline and heading southwest. Their destination, Mogadishu, soon came into view, captivating the gaze of all on board. Beneath the golden rays of the morning sun, the city of Mogadishu, situated 2 to 3 kilometers away, resembled a canvas of desert beauty, akin to a graceful maiden draped in azure silk. As the distance gradually diminished, the vague outline on the horizon began to unfurl. This scene was breathtaking, as if the aperture of the world's lens had been fully opened. When the distance shrank to within a kilometer, the enigmatic aura surrounding Mogadishu began to dissipate, revealing its contours to Long Zhan and his companions. In the distance, streets paved with ochre sands, Spanish-tiled roofs, and rusted metal structures painted the ancient port city in hues of reddish-brown. Having endured the ravages of years of civil war, the city appeared remarkably flat, with buildings nearly uniform in height. The resplendent white minaret of a mosque stood as the sole towering structure amidst the landscape. The preservation of this ancient mosque could be attributed to its unique significance to the Somali people, revered as sacred, regardless of the destruction that ravaged other locales. This sanctity was fiercely protected by all. The helicopter skimmed over the city's outskirts, where dense thickets prevailed. Even the tallest trees barely shielded the lowly rooftops. Faint traces of yellow, pink, and gray were discernible on some stone walls, remnants of a civilization that had vanished with the outbreak of war. The city sprawled along the coast, bordered by desert to the east and the shimmering azure sea to the west. Had Somalia remained untouched by civil strife, with a relatively stable government ensuring safety, it would undoubtedly have flourished as a coveted Mediterranean resort destination in this explosive era of tourism. Alas, The relentless destruction wrought by war had left the city's beauty in tatters. In the blink of an eye, the helicopter, having ascended to a height of 100 meters, soared over the city's periphery, where vegetation and buildings coexisted, entering the heart of the city. The grim reality of Mogadishu began to unfold beneath them, presenting a scene of desolation and decay. The city appeared as though ravaged by a devastating plague. The few man-made streets resembled festering sores, strewn with heaps of garbage, debris, and rusted remnants of vehicles, remnants of a past life. The walls and structures, yet to succumb to the fate of gray rubble, were riddled with bullet holes. Long Zhan even spotted a pole, ominously tilted at an angle, resembling a totem of voodoo, adorned with a gruesome humanoid figure. If Long Zhan's suspicions were correct, it was likely the desiccated remains of a corpse. Peerbus pointed to a vacant lot below, assuming the role of a tour guide, and explained that it was the largest public square in Mogadishu. At its center once stood a colossal stone pedestal, crowned by the statue of the dictator Mohammed Syed Bar. However, that symbol of the nation had long since vanished, toppled by the skeletal remains of revolutionaries, not out of fervor for change, but for reasons far more sinister. Peerbus remarked scornfully that the dilapidated statue was merely a piece of worthless scrap metal, likely to fetch only a meager sum from local buyers. His derisive tone was laced with contempt, particularly towards the Somali residents of the city, whom he referred to derogatorily as skinny bones and fools. These terms had become the most prevalent descriptors among the soldiers at Mogadishu Airport for the Somalis. Chapter 292, Health of the Black Sea. After recounting the former splendor of the public square, Peerbus guided the helicopter over the city, imparting a wealth of additional information. He noted that the few remaining old government buildings and university dormitories had been transformed into the largest refugee camp in the city, now filled to capacity. All valuable items within had been thoroughly looted. Even the metal window frames, doorknobs, and hinges, which held little worth, had been stripped bare. From the helicopter, Long Zhan gazed down upon what was once known as the Polytechnic campus. The academic atmosphere had long since vanished, replaced by a sea of displaced individuals who had constructed makeshift huts from rudimentary materials. The roofs were typically covered in tattered cloth, while the walls were assembled from scrap wood scavenged from refuse and corroded metal sheets. Viewed from above, these structures resembled festering sores within the city. As the Super 68 soared over the Polytechnic campus, Peerbus began to ascend, lifting the helicopter to an altitude exceeding 200 meters. Just as Long Zhan mused about the height, Peerbus, with a hint of apprehension, explained that they were about to enter the perilous core territory of the Haberjid tribe. Surrounding areas such as Markin Road, Hawadi Street, and Bakara Market were strongholds of Elated's militia, where he reigned as a local despot. This domain under Elated's control was dubbed by Peerbus as the Hell of the Black Sea. While foreigners could access the city of Mogadishu, and many engaged in business there, few, regardless of their ethnicity, be it black, white, or Asian, would dare to venture into this territory unless absolutely necessary. Especially now, with Elated having declared war on peacekeeping forces. A low-flying helicopter risked drawing rocket fire, had it not been for reliable intelligence indicating that Elated's forces had not acquired surface-to-air missiles. Long Zhan might not have embarked on this mission at all. The Hell of the Black Sea, located in the heart of the city, appeared even more ravaged than other areas. Despite the altitude of 200 meters, Long Zhan could distinctly observe the pervasive debris and the extensive battle damage to various structures. Only the cacti lining the streets lent a semblance of vitality to this desolate landscape. Sunny, a seasoned traveler through war zones in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, found the sheer devastation of this capital to be an eye-opening experience. Clay and Brian, having only operated in the Middle East, were witnessing Africa for the first time, and the ruin of Mogadishu reshaped their understanding of desolation. Their discussions throughout the journey were filled with astonishment and disbelief. In that moment, Long Zhan fully grasped the meaning of the adage, desolate mountains and treacherous waters give rise to cunning people, realizing the hidden terrors of this place. To navigate the impending crisis successfully and ensure his survival, he refrained from engaging in the conversations of others, instead meticulously observing the city below from the aircraft. Utilizing his extraordinary memory, he endeavored to memorize every street and building. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. By committing the layout of the city to memory, understanding which roads lead where, Long Zhan believed he would greatly benefit in the forthcoming urban warfare. This became his first preparatory task. Super 68 circled the city for nearly an hour before concluding its reconnaissance and preparing for the return journey. Within Long Zhan's mind, a mental map of Mogadishu had taken shape. As they flew back to the base, he inquired with curiosity, "I have heard that supplies often get looted during transport. Do peacekeeping forces not implement protective measures when delivering these supplies?" This seemed astonishing. Could they not intercept Aide's militia? Sunny also shared his perspective. "You are new here and unaware of the circumstances. It is far from easy. Coincidentally, today the International Red Cross is scheduled to distribute food. I will take you there." Hoping we are not too late. After making this statement, Peerbus adjusted the flight path and headed northwest. Half an hour later, Super 68 hovered over the food distribution center of the Red Cross, revealing a scene of utter chaos to Long Zhan, Sunny, and the others in the cabin. Centered around the two-story building of the distribution center, countless makeshift tents sprawled within a 500-meter radius. Within 200 meters of the center, the area was already filled with refugees who had received word of the distribution, with more arriving continuously. The number of individuals present easily reached tens of thousands, surrounding the center in a manner that left no room for passage. This exaggerated scene was more aptly described as a refugee camp than a food distribution center. The devastation wrought by war upon ordinary people is invariably catastrophic. It seemed the supply convoy had yet to arrive. Peerbus asked Long Zhan and the others whether they should wait here or return. "Since we are already here, let us wait," Long Zhan replied, his curiosity unresolved. Unwilling to leave just yet, Sunny, Clay, and Buran remained silent, seemingly overwhelmed by the staggering sight of the gathered refugees, still processing the gravity of the situation. "Okay," Peerbus signaled, maneuvering the helicopter to circle above. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, 2 trucks appeared on the eastern edge of the refugee camp, likely having departed from Mogadishu airport and destined for the food distribution center. Both trucks bore the emblem of the Red Cross, marking them as standard international humanitarian aid supplies. Long Zhan recognized this symbol, and so did the individual below. Upon witnessing the arrival of the grain trucks, the refugee camp, which had been relatively tranquil despite the throngs of people, erupted into a frenzy akin to boiling water. Hundreds, if not thousands, of refugees surged forward, rendering access to the trucks nearly impossible. The 2 vehicles were compelled to incessantly honk their horns as they navigated forward at a painfully slow pace. Inching towards the central food distribution point, surrounded by the desperate crowd, the trucks gradually inched their way into the heart of the chaos. From his vantage point in the helicopter, Long Zhan observed 2 additional vehicles racing towards them from the direction of Mogadishu. The speed of their approach kicked up clouds of dust, forming long trails behind them. At that moment, still several hundred meters away, Long Zhan could not discern the nature of these vehicles and, puzzled, inquired, "What purpose do those 2 vehicles serve?" "You shall soon find out. This cursed place is never at peace," Peerbus replied, deliberately leaving an air of suspense while expressing his irritation. Chapter 293. The M2 heavy machine gun harvests wheat. Peerbus's words were laced with resignation, akin to the Chinese idiom beyond remedy. The convoy speeding from Mogadishu would take some time to reach the food distribution center, yet chaos had already erupted on site. The 2 grain trucks were completely obstructed by the surging masses, their speed forcibly reduced to less than 5 kilometers per hour. This provided the refugees with a golden opportunity. A few among them, still possessing enough strength to act, decided not to wait for the trucks to halt, but to take matters into their own hands. They climbed onto the moving trucks and began tossing down bags of grain. Humans are inherently social creatures. With a leader, many will follow suit. As the initial few successfully boarded the trucks, the refugees who had been trailing them transformed into a frenzied swarm, recklessly surging towards the grain trucks. Those closest employed all means necessary, scrambling onto the vehicles like ravenous dogs. Those unable to ascend resorted to tearing at the bags, rupturing them to let the white rice spill forth, which they eagerly attempted to catch with their clothing or any fabric available. Though most of the grains fell to the ground, the few that landed in bags were deemed inconsequential by the desperate crowd. In their fervent pursuit, some individuals were trampled and fell beneath the trucks, crushed by the weight of the cargo, yet not a soul paid heed to their plight. Many continued to step over the bodies, relentless in their chase for food. It was evident that if the distribution proceeded as intended, it could provide sustenance for the tens of thousands of refugees present for several days. However, most would inevitably receive nothing due to the chaos. Meanwhile, Within the food distribution center, over 100 meters away, the peacekeeping soldiers tasked with safeguarding the Red Cross grew increasingly anxious. They yearned to restore order. Yet the two trucks were completely encircled by the frenzied masses, making it nearly impossible to even penetrate the crowd. Seated in the helicopter, Long Zhan and Sunny observed the chaotic scene of looting below, finally comprehending the helplessness that Peerbus felt. Could such refugees truly be salvaged? Was there any hope for their redemption? However, this turmoil was merely the beginning, and what transpired next before their very eyes left Long Zhan and Sunny in awe. Amid the frenzied scramble of the refugees, the food supply trucks could not access the distribution center. To prevent further casualties, they were compelled to halt. This meant that the Red Cross had utterly lost control over the several tons of food aboard these trucks, stripping the supplies of the protection offered by peacekeeping soldiers. As the refugees continued their desperate looting, a convoy approached from the direction of Mogadishu. Long Zhan could distinctly see that it consisted of two vehicles brimming with armed militia, their rear beds equipped with World War II-era M2 heavy machine guns mounted on pickup trucks. Indeed, it seemed that evil begets evil. The peacekeeping soldiers were unable to engage the refugees and were trapped outside, unable to enter, yet the militia posed no threat to them. They drove forward, plowing through anyone who obstructed their path. The brutal actions of the pickups finally jolted the food-crazed refugees back to reality. In a panic for their lives, they scattered, creating a passageway. The two armed pickups effortlessly navigated through the throng of thousands of refugees, halting less than 20 meters from the supply trucks. Here they come, Peerbus sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. They are the militia of elated, notorious for raiding refugee aid supplies outside the city. Sunny, Long Zhan, and the others remained silent, fully grasping why the food could not be safeguarded. The supply trucks could not even reach the distribution center, intercepted en route, rendering the presence of peacekeeping soldiers futile. In stark contrast, elated's forces operated with impunity, able to approach the supply trucks regardless of the refugee situation. Under these constraints, there was no viable solution. Even if peacekeeping convoys were sent to provide protection along the route, no amount of physical strength from the soldiers could withstand the onslaught of hundreds, if not thousands, of refugees. Even relocating the food distribution center would not alter the outcome. Within a week, these locust-like refugees would return with their families to besiege the new location, inevitably replicating the dire circumstances. The only solution would be the establishment of a large refugee camp. However, maintaining such a camp necessitated a vast number of personnel, a demand that the United Nations could not independently fulfill, requiring cooperation from local temporary governments or warlords. Regrettably, Mogadishu had deteriorated to its core, with elated now attacking peacekeeping forces, making support for United Nations efforts virtually impossible. The mere act of identifying a suitable site for a food distribution center was already a monumental challenge. Klein observed that, surrounding the supply trucks, there remained hundreds, if not thousands, of refugees who, in their frenzy, had not retreated even in the face of the approaching elated militia. In a state of confusion, he remarked that the provisions on the vehicle had nearly been transferred. At that moment, elated's militia arrived, seemingly tardy. Barely 5 seconds after Clyde's words had faded, elated's militia made their presence known. The sound of gunfire erupted as the machine guns mounted on two armed pickup trucks unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the two supply trucks. Surrounding the vehicles, the refugees, who had already collected a substantial amount of food, fell in droves, akin to wheat being harvested in a rice field. Blood, steaming and vibrant, gushed forth, staining the white rice crimson. This tactic was indeed cunning, with the refugees having divided the food among themselves. The next step was to eliminate all those left behind and later retrieve the provisions from their lifeless bodies. As gunfire rang out, chaos ensued. The thousands of refugees who had previously gathered began to scatter in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, there were also those who, driven by greed, rushed towards the fallen supply truck, eyeing the plentiful food scattered on the ground, daring to seize their chance amidst the turmoil. These individuals were gamblers at heart. Previously, the throngs had made it impossible to push through for a share. Now, they sought to capitalize on the disorder, hoping to snatch provisions from the corpses of the fallen. Some fled towards safety, while others pressed inward, further complicating the scene. The militia indiscriminately fired upon the refugees, their own kin, treating their compatriots with the brutality usually reserved for livestock. It was indeed the 21st century, yet such inhumane actions persisted, shocking Long Zhan, Sunny, and others to the core. Even Peerbus, who had been familiarizing himself with the area for weeks, found himself utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene. In Chapter 294, A Conspiracy in Action, after a relentless barrage from the armed pickups, a robust figure emerged from the first vehicle, donning ostentatious sunglasses. Grasping a handheld megaphone, he bellowed, "These provisions belong to General Muhammad Farah Aided. You are not entitled to them. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you flee." The black leader issued a warning to the refugees, while Peerbus reported to his superiors. "Command Center, this is Super 68. We have observed militia engaging in gunfire at the food distribution center, requesting authorization to engage and halt this action. Over." "Super 68, have you come under attack?" "Over." The command center inquired. "Negative." "Over. This is United Nations territory. We possess only the right to self-defense." "Super 68, since you are not under attack, we cannot intervene." End of transmission. Super 68 acknowledges. End of transmission. Though Peerbus felt a profound sense of helplessness, he could only accept the outcome. To avoid the distressing sight before him, he executed a leftward maneuver to adjust the flight path, preparing to return to base in hopes of finding peace in ignorance. Below, the chieftain of the Black Militia had evidently mastered the operational protocols of the United Nations forces in the area. He exhibited no fear of the hovering helicopter, brazenly gesturing a gunfire motion as the aircraft altered its course to depart. Damn it, that wretched scoundrel. Sonny, with his fiery temperament, could hardly contain his rage. Grasping his 46 Malawian Quachas light machine gun, he disengaged the safety and aimed it at the militia leader below. With the helicopter hovering at less than 100 meters, Sonny was confident that a single burst could take him down. No, stay calm, Sonny, Dragon. Noticing Sonny's impulsive action, swiftly pushed down the muzzle of his weapon, effectively curbing Sonny's reckless impulse. DG indeed held the prerogative to engage in offensive operations, not needing to await hostile fire, as long as the adversary bore arms. They could be eliminated. The militia leader, clad in 2 belts of ammunition and armed with a pistol at his waist and a rifle slung across his back, fit the criteria for lethal action. Yet, Sonny seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. They were no longer representing the U.S. military in combat, but had assumed the role of United Nations peacekeepers. The privileges afforded to them in U.S. military operations could not be wielded in the context of peacekeeping missions. Should Sonny fire in this moment, he would invite a myriad of troubles. Human rights organizations and various sanctimonious associations in the U.S., ever eager to find fault, kept a watchful eye on the peacekeeping troops, relishing incidents of soldier misconduct. If caught, Sonny would certainly find himself embroiled in a tempest of controversy. Sonny was aware of the repercussions of assassinating the militia leader, and after being restrained by Dragon, he gradually returned to his senses. Despite harboring an unquenchable fury and hatred towards the unrestrained militia chief, he had no choice but to suppress his ire. Dragon himself felt considerable anger, but managed his emotions far better than Sonny. This perhaps explained why Jason, fully aware of Sonny's volatile nature, still chose to deploy him. Dragon's prowess was acknowledged by all, and his strong camaraderie with Sonny was sufficient to keep the latter's volatility in check. Let him enjoy himself for now. It won't be long before we reclaim our ground, Dragon mused, gazing at the militia leader below, and he, too, made a gesture of gunfire into the air. To the unaware, it might have seemed like a remote duel. Sonny, interpreting Dragon's gesture as mere consolation, did not grasp the underlying strategy. Little did he know. This was one of Dragon's plans. In the ensuing long run of Mogadishu, Dragon intended to orchestrate something monumental. The likelihood of encountering this militia leader was exceedingly high. Upon their return from the food distribution center of the Red Cross, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The emergency response team, to which Dragon belonged, was categorized as a reserve unit, thus lacking substantive missions. By day, they meandered about in a Super 68, and by night, they roamed the base. This was the daily existence of Dragon and his trio. Before long, 3 weeks had elapsed. During this period, Long Zhan experienced both triumphs and disappointments. His achievements included traversing the city by plane, coupled with his remarkable memory, which allowed him to vividly imprint the entirety of Mogadishu's urban landscape in his mind. To speak candidly, even the military maps utilized in the command center pale in comparison to the clarity of the mental map Long Zhan possesses regarding the intricate details of Mogadishu. Furthermore, leveraging his innate sociability, he became acquainted with numerous individuals within the base, including a significant number from Delta Company C, the leader of Team 4, the audacious Namhat, who never puts the safety on his rifle, professional snipers Schuhart and Gordon, and medics Sergeant Kurt Schmidt and Sergeant Bart Block. Apart from the commanding officer, Colonel Gary Harrell, the rest of Delta Company C quickly became familiar faces to him. Thanks to his disregard for social hierarchies and his egalitarian view of the Rangers, Long Zhan, a towering figure, garnered considerable affection from many of them, despite the Rangers' somewhat insular nature and predominantly white membership. For instance, in the B Company of the 3rd Battalion participating in Operation Aaron, out of over 140 personnel, only 2 were African American. This indicates that the Rangers have the highest proportion of white soldiers among all U.S. military units. Long Zhan, a mixed Chinese American with yellow skin and blue eyes, managed to win the respect and fondness of the Rangers, thanks to his approachable demeanor as a member of a Tier 1 unit. This further expanded his network within military circles, as he aspired to cultivate friendships across the globe. His understanding of Mogadishu's current state reached new heights, to the point where he could pen half a volume on the modern history of the city. However, in terms of setbacks, during these 3 weeks of operations, the Rapid Response Team received no fewer than 20 notifications to prepare for action. Remarkably, over 10 of these missions even saw them boarding helicopters, poised to fly over Mogadishu. Yet, each of these operations ultimately succumbed to various complications, resulting in their cancellation. As the pre-scheduled 3-week operational window drew to a close, not a trace of elated had been found. While the United Nations maintained a semblance of stability, the Washington administration, which had viewed itself as the dominant force, felt a profound sense of embarrassment. They dispatched the most formidable Tier 1 units from the U.S. military, including a Ranger company, a display of military prowess that was undeniably impressive. However, the inability to capture elated after 3 weeks left Washington deeply dissatisfied. In an effort to demonstrate America's capacity for global control and preserve its image as the world's police force, the Washington administration began to exert relentless pressure on the operations commander, Garrison. Faced with this mounting pressure, Major General Garrison was compelled to undertake more perilous missions, deploying Delta Force, the pinnacle of Army combat strength, to infiltrate the city disguised as tourists or civilians in order to gather intelligence. In an attempt to gather intelligence capable of pinpointing elated location through close reconnaissance, various strategies were employed. When one method proved insufficient, another was swiftly enacted. Utilizing the age-old adage that wealth can persuade even the most obstinate, helicopters were dispatched to scatter flyers throughout the urban landscape, emblazoned with the bounty amount and contact details. In a bid to fracture this formidable foe from within, those who could furnish information regarding elated would be rewarded with 50,000 upon the successful capture of the target by U.S. forces. Should someone provide the precise whereabouts of elated, the reward would be even more substantial, a generous 100,000, accompanied by an American green card, ensuring that informants would remain unharmed and free from retribution by elated henchmen. The age-old adage, with great rewards come brave souls, has proven effective throughout history, and Mogadishu was no exception. 2 days later, lured by the promise of riches, an informant called the number on the bounty notice, claiming to know a chef who had once served elated's household and might possess knowledge of his hiding place. General Garrison placed great importance on this intelligence and promptly dispatched CIA operatives to engage with the informant and verify the information's authenticity. The CIA agents met the informant in the city and, through the evidence he provided, confirmed the veracity of his claims. However, just as General Garrison initiated the operation, mobilizing the Delta Force and emergency response teams, the informant suddenly became unreachable. Without his guidance, the mission was once again forced to a halt. The following day, both Delta Force and the CIA sent personnel into the city, only to discover that the informant had been murdered and hung from a tree as a punishment for betrayal. Perhaps this grim display served as a deterrent to others in the city, quelling the greed of many. Though the base continued to send helicopters daily to distribute numerous bounty flyers, all efforts fell on deaf ears, yielding no responses. Weeks passed, and just as General Garrison began to lose faith in this approach, the now dusty bounty hotline rang once more. This time, the informant was exceedingly cautious and considerably shrewder. He refused to meet in person to verify the information, opting instead for communication solely through phone calls. He stipulated that if Garrison was willing to trust his intelligence, they could collaborate, If not, he would withdraw. With a rare brave soul stepping forward, General Garrison readily acquiesced to the informant's terms. The informant then provided an address, indicating that a black market arms dealer named Otto resided in the specified hotel, specializing in supplying weapons to Aides militia. Upon receiving this intelligence, General Garrison recognized a golden opportunity. Aides' dedicated arms dealer would undoubtedly have frequent contact with him and, as a result, must know Aides' whereabouts. Capturing him could pave the way to conclusively ending Operation Restore Hope. Regardless of the veracity of the intelligence, General Garrison resolved to take action. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, the Delta operative, Hoot, transformed into a mere tourist and set off towards the inn indicated by the informant, concealing himself outside to conduct surveillance. The other members of Delta, along with the emergency response team, remained in a state of readiness at the base. Around noon, a disguised Hoot observed 3 SUVs appearing at the inn's entrance. Anyone capable of not only affording a vehicle in Mogadishu, but also orchestrating a convoy with such boldness undoubtedly possessed a remarkable identity. Coupled with the informant's intelligence, Hoot had already formed a solid hypothesis. As anticipated, 2 bodyguards disembarked from one of the vehicles and entered the inn, soon escorting a middle-aged, overweight black man wearing sunglasses, who emerged and entered the car. His physical characteristics closely matched the informant's description. The convoy then departed from the inn, heading eastward. Hoot immediately pressed the radio, reporting, "This is number 11, target confirmed. 3 black SUVs are traveling from east to west and appear to be leaving the city." The command center received Hoot's signal and promptly initiated the apprehension operation. Vehicles were a rarity on the streets of Mogadishu, and the drones that had long been circling above quickly locked onto the black SUV convoy mentioned by Hoot. The 3 Black Hawks, Super 61, Super 62, and Super 68, standing by at the airport, ignited their engines and ascended. 2 four-man Delta teams boarded Super 61 and Super 62 to undertake the assault mission. Tasked with capturing the arms dealer, Otto, Long, Zhan, Clay, and Brian occupied their designated Super 68, remaining responsible for emergency response. The helicopters surged forth at maximum speed, covering the distance of less than 5 kilometers from the Mogadishu city center in under 15 minutes. Ultimately spotting the 3 SUVs racing at a speed of at least 70 miles per hour on a dirt road. Super 61 maneuvered in from the left, while Super 62 approached from the right, with Super 68 positioned in the middle behind them. The 3 helicopters formed a triangular encirclement, lowering their altitude to less than 10 meters above the ground, effectively sandwiching the SUVs in between. Captain Sanderson on Super 61 signaled the lead vehicle to halt immediately. However, rather than decelerating, the trio of vehicles accelerated even more. Sanderson gestured to the opposing Super 62, and Sniper Gordon returned the sign to indicate acknowledgement, chambering an armor-piercing round. He aimed at the engine of the speeding lead vehicle and decisively squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out with precision, even at speeds exceeding 80 miles per hour. Gordon's marksmanship was impeccable, as the bullet penetrated the hood and pierced the engine within. Black oil spewed from the bullet hole, splattering onto the windshield, impairing the driver's visibility and causing the vehicle's speed to gradually decline. Suddenly, Super 68, which had been trailing behind, accelerated, overtaking the convoy and positioning itself nearly 100 meters ahead, executing a sharp turn to block the road entirely. Positioned on either side of the rear seats in the cabin, the formidable M134 miniguns, wielded by Long Zhan and Clay, were aimed at the approaching convoy. There was no room for doubt. Once these dual multi-barrel miniguns unleashed their fury, the resulting metal storm of 6,000 rounds per second could effortlessly reduce the trio of off-road vehicles to mere Swiss cheese. Chapter 296. Operation Gothic Serpent. The convoy was completely encircled by helicopters, leaving the 3 vehicles with no avenue of escape, forcing them to come to a halt. Super 61 and Super 62 swiftly descended to the ground, as Delta Force operatives rapidly surrounded the area. Captain Sanderson gestured through the window, signaling for the occupants to disembark. Inside the vehicle, arms dealer Otto remained unfazed, calmly concluding a phone call before stepping out of the car, offering no resistance as he was taken by the Delta operatives to the helicopter. The mission objective of safely retrieving him at Mogadishu Airport was successfully accomplished, and Major General Garrison personally commenced the interrogation. In this tense situation, Otto remained remarkably composed. A seasoned veteran of the arms trade, he had encountered countless life-and-death scenarios and had weathered many storms, displaying an unflinching demeanor akin to a mountain unmoved by an impending disaster. Garrison understood well that individuals like Otto were not easily swayed, thus opting for an unconventional approach to the interrogation. He chose to conduct the questioning in solitude, pouring Otto a cup of coffee and offering him a cigar. While the Miami cigar paled in comparison to a Cuban one, Otto recognized its brand with a mere whiff, revealing his status as an experienced cigar aficionado. Striking a match, he toasted the cigar before igniting it, savoring a puff and slowly exhaling as he remarked, "I understand you have brought me here for a reason. Capturing elated has become a customary endeavor. I have not sought to apprehend elated. Rather, we are attempting to capture you." "Me?" Otto chuckled. "Am I truly that significant?" "I hardly think so. I know you are a businessman," General Garrison implied without directly stating it. The meaning of his words was unmistakable, merely a means to earn a living. Otto grasped the underlying message but feigned ignorance. "You supply arms to elated's militia. You possess what we require, and I possess what you desire most. This transaction is quite advantageous." Garrison's words were enticing, yet they bore no weight with Otto. "How long have you been here?" 6 weeks. "For 6 weeks. You have been trying to capture elated, scattering reward flyers. 50,000, 100,000. Do you truly believe you can incite defection?" Otto mocked. "Is it not possible?" General Garrison replied with a chuckle, subtly implying that Otto was indeed a product of his own machinations. "You think that by capturing me, he would surrender? Or that he would simply acquiesce? Or perhaps you believe I would assist you?" Otto calmly took another puff of his cigar, displaying no signs of anxiety. "You know where he is hiding. You have funded all his endeavors, including the militia. If you are willing to cooperate, we can overlook your past actions, including those matters that have caught the attention of Interpol." Garrison continued to intensify his temptations, pausing for a moment before resolutely declaring, "We will not leave Somalia until we capture him. Do not presume that just because I was not raised on tap water, bread, and milk, I lack your intelligence. Can you not see? We are forging a tomorrow devoid of Arkansas white boys." Otto's calm words were imbued with determination, revealing his stance. His support for elated was driven not by monetary gain, but by a grand dream and noble ideals, with unwavering conviction that would not be swayed by any force. "I am uncertain of your tomorrow, but I hail from Texas." General Garrison lit a cigar, squinting as his thoughts remained inscrutable. "Huh." Otto chuckled softly, his gaze suddenly sharp, his voice cold as he asserted, "Mr. Garrison, I believe you have no business here. This is a civil war, our war, not yours. Your so-called civil war has already claimed the lives of over 300,000 innocent civilians, and the toll continues to rise. This is not war, Mr. Otto, it is genocide, and we will put an end to it." General Garrison's expression grew icy as he ceased the idle chatter and turned to leave the room. Through this brief exchange, Garrison became acutely aware that Otto was an extremist racist, a figure impossible to sway. The capture of Otto held little value, although Garrison felt a twinge of regret. He was not overly disappointed. He believed that where there was one, there would be another, as long as the allure of the bounty remained. And with the conditions in Mogadishu deteriorating, more brave souls would inevitably emerge. History proved his confidence correct. Garrison dispatched a Delta operative to deliver 50,000 to the informant who provided information on Otto, fulfilling the promise made on the bounty flyer. In less than 2 days, this informant supplied crucial intelligence. The Haberjad clan, where elated resided, would convene a leaders' meeting the following day, attended by 2 senior aides from elated's cabinet. The value of these senior aides far surpassed that of Otto, the arms dealer. Coupled with the informant's prior revelations, the Delta forces and DG successfully apprehended Otto. General Garrison placed great importance on this intelligence, immediately initiating verification through various intelligence departments. Although the results were not entirely definitive, drone surveillance indicated an increase in vehicles in the city center, lending some credibility to the informant's claims, though a final judgment could not be made. Typically, unverified informant intelligence would preclude any military action. However, with pressure from Washington mounting day by day, now demanding daily updates from the Joint Command Center, General Garrison faced immense stress. He had to deliver tangible results. Thus, Garrison was unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity, one that could alleviate his burdens significantly. Regardless of the veracity of the intelligence, he must risk taking action. The following morning at 9 o'clock, General Garrison, having reached a decision, notified all units involved in the joint operation and convened a meeting with all key personnel. Every member of the Delta Force, the entire emergency response team, led by Long Zhan, as well as all team leaders from the Rangers and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, were required to attend this operational briefing. Given the high number of attendees, the conference room at the Joint Command Center was insufficient. Consequently, a large camouflage tent was erected in the open space outside the hangar of the Joint Command Center to serve as the meeting venue. Once all participants were present, the meeting commenced promptly. Was the Gothic Serpent operation about to begin? Having arrived at this location several weeks prior, Long Zhan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he faced the imminent and fierce battle ahead. After working overtime for 2 consecutive days, exhaustion was setting in, with lunch being skipped in favor of preparing just a single update, for which he kindly asked for understanding from his comrades. Tonight, he planned to work through the night, promising to deliver 3 updates the following day. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his brothers for their unwavering support and subscriptions, as well as their daily votes of recommendation and monthly contributions. Chapter 297. The frustrating Washington, D.C. Participants were seated on either side of a long table, with the officers from the command on the right and Long Zhan along with others on the left. General Garrison presided over the meeting, personally announcing a brief report on the mission. According to the intelligence we received yesterday, members of Elated's cabinet may convene at 3 p.m. today. I say may because the information we have is not entirely certain. After extensive investigation from 3 sources, it appears that 2 high-ranking cabinet officials may attend the meeting: Elated's chief political advisor, Omar Sulla, and the Minister of Interior, Abdi Hassan Awale. They are targets we have been tracking, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Therefore, we will commence our operation this afternoon. At this point, General Garrison paused briefly to allow the information to sink in. Long Zhan exchanged glances with Sunny and 3 others, silently acknowledging their shared understanding as they quietly awaited the forthcoming operational plan. This approach was markedly different from the bottom-up strategies employed by the SEALs. The operational plans were formulated by higher command, with subordinates tasked solely with execution. Participation in the mission planning discussions? That was non-existent. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, General Garrison officially began outlining the plan. The mission strategy was similar to previous operations. Helicopters would penetrate directly, with the Delta Force responsible for storming the target building at 3:45 p.m. to apprehend all suspects inside. The Rangers would form 4 small teams under the command of Captain Steele, establishing defensive perimeters at the 4 corners of the target building by 3:46 p.m. to shield the Delta Force and ensure no one else could enter the site. Colonel McKnight would lead the Humvee convoy, responsible for subsequent extraction operations, entering Hawati Street at 3:47 p.m. and remaining on standby in front of the Olympic Hotel. Once the Delta Force successfully signals, Colonel McKnight will drive the convoy to the target building and escort the captives onto the vehicles. Once all the prisoners are aboard, Ranger squads will promptly assemble outside the target structure, and together they will retreat back to base in Humvees. Provided that the operation proceeds smoothly, the execution time will not exceed 30 minutes. In terms of fire support, I had previously requested the mobilization of armored vehicles and AC-130s for this operation, but Washington wisely opposed, deeming it too ostentatious. Consequently, only Black Hawk and Little Bird helicopters will provide aerial cover, equipped with as many machine guns and rockets as possible. The Combat Search and Rescue Team and Quick Reaction Force will remain on standby in helicopters, fully prepared for combat at a moment's notice. General Garrison has provided detailed descriptions of the tasks for each unit involved in the operation, and overall, it appears sound. However, upon careful scrutiny, one can identify numerous issues within this plan, especially for Long Zhan, who is aware of the conclusion. He wishes to propose some improvements. Yet Garrison has already articulated Washington's stance. The suggestion to bring additional mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles or Bradley infantry fighting vehicles seems futile, as even ordinary armored vehicles are prohibited. Thus, the use of more advanced equipment is out of the question. Regarding other operational suggestions, the Ranger system differs from that of the SEALs, as lower ranks cannot participate in formulating operational plans, and there is no need for him to risk drawing attention. Since they are working on someone else's turf, one must adhere to their methods. Regardless, in the grand plan devised by Long Zhan, he is already prepared for the worst. Even if everything proceeds as originally intended, it will not significantly impact his strategy. Therefore, Long Zhan remains composed, sitting alongside the Delta and other ranger leaders, not uttering a single word throughout. Once Garrison concludes the operational briefing, the next step involves the appointments within the command system. Colonel Harrell from Delta will oversee this aspect. Colonel Matthew will coordinate the aerial tasks from the C-2 command helicopter, while I will be responsible for coordinating and commanding the ground troops, with General Garrison serving as the overall commander. This operation is codenamed Aaron. Do you have any questions? As Colonel Harrell finishes speaking, Hud inquires, "Where is the building we are to raid?" "We are currently confirming, but it should be near the Bakara market," General Garrison explains. Hud chuckles, but refrains from further comment. The thought of conducting a daylight raid without armored vehicles or gunships is unsettling for Hud. With only a few hours remaining until the operation, the uncertainty of the target location is exceedingly frustrating. As a first-class operator in Delta, he has never undertaken such a disorganized mission in his life. Yet he finds himself unable to voice his concerns. Garrison senses Hud's dissatisfaction and recognizes the haste of this mission. However, the pressure on him is immense, and he cannot afford to wait aimlessly any longer. He must swiftly produce results. In order to respond to the urgent needs of the community, he had no choice but to take risks. He cautioned them, "Once you step into the Bakara market, you will be entirely within enemy territory. Do not commit any errors, nor underestimate any adversary. Furthermore, this is a United Nations peacekeeping zone. Remember to adhere strictly to the rules of engagement. Only retaliate if attacked, and do not invite trouble upon yourselves." With that, Garrison declared the meeting concluded, and the attendees departed the tent in small groups, each bearing a distinct expression. Entering the stronghold of the enemy with thousands of militia present, without the support of ghostly gunships. Undertaking operations in broad daylight during the enemy's most fervent hours was nothing short of madness. As soon as they stepped outside, Sonny could no longer contain himself, his expression more pained than if he had consumed excrement. Dragon, along with the others, remained silent, while the familiar figure of Pilbus, passing by, jested, "Buddy, life is never truly perfect. You might hover at 500 feet in a plane and claim it's imperfect, but those children on the ground face a harsh reality." Sonny regarded him with disdain, wishing for divine protection for them. Pilbus raised an eyebrow, gestured a farewell, and departed. "Let us head to the mess hall first. After we eat, we should prepare early. I have an unsettling feeling about this operation. It's best we be thoroughly prepared." Dragon patted Sonny on the shoulder and walked toward the dining area. Sonny, Clay, and Brian shared his sentiment. Given the circumstances, the only course was to strive for excellence. This was the principle of conduct for soldiers, a necessary attitude in the face of duty. Chapter 298. The human moving ammunition depot. Before Dragon and Sonny had finished their meal, they received a notification to collect supplies. After dining, the four of them arrived at the collection point, a hangar repurposed into an operational prep hall, where they witnessed a rather grand distribution scene. It was termed collection, yet it was essentially self-service. From an array of weapons and armor to a mere battery for tactical flashlights, the venue was filled with a dazzling assortment. Whatever one desired, one simply retrieved. No registration was required. As long as you could carry it in your pack, even if it totaled 100 kilograms, no one would intervene. Conversely, if you chose to take nothing, that too was of no concern, as long as you survived. However, one regret lingered. The primary force for the operation was the Rangers, and the U.S. government would not allocate substantial military funds for a peacekeeping mission, resulting in a plethora of weapons and equipment that, while abundant, were not of the highest quality. The rifles available were standard issue for the Rangers, specifically the M16A4 assault rifle and the M4A1 carbine. The machine gun offered was solely the M249 model. For sniper rifles, there were the light M24 and the heavy Barrett, without any specialized modifications for special operations. Other equipment, such as night vision goggles, were limited to monocular types. Separate ballistic vests and tactical vests were available, but not combat vests. Grenades were all standard mass-produced items, and so forth. In summary, all the equipment and supplies provided belonged to the general goods of the grassroots troops. For those accustomed to specialized gear, such as Long Zhan and his comrades, who are used to savoring the finest delicacies, these ordinary items hardly merit their attention. Fortunately, when they arrived from the Feni base, Foresight led them to prepare a conventional combat pack in advance. Long Zhan and his 3 companions only collected some consumables, including night vision goggles, batteries for radios, and ammunition for their machine guns and handguns. During the process of gathering these items, Long Zhan and the Rangers engaged in light conversation with their new friends from Delta regarding the equipment they were carrying. Both the Delta and Ranger soldiers were acutely aware that the difficulty of this operation would be considerable. Entering the stronghold of Elated, deemed the Black Sea Hell, which housed thousands of militia, claiming it would be easy would be a gross exaggeration. However, being elite soldiers from the Rangers and Delta, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the militia, and they did not anticipate that the battle would extend into the night. Even if they were unable to resolve the situation within half an hour, they believed they could manage it within an hour at most. They could then take advantage of the remaining afternoon to bask in the sun by the beach. Consequently, they did not carry night fighting equipment, opting instead to lighten their load by bringing additional ammunition. The Rangers carried an impressive quantity of ammunition, exceeding 13 magazines and around 400 rounds. They also brought a variety of grenades. Their strategy was to establish a defensive line upon landing, allowing them to fire freely and suppress Elated's militia until the mission was accomplished, thus relying on their firepower advantage to avoid close-quarters combat. Long Zhan suggested they bring night fighting gear, but the Rangers, despite differing in their responses, shared the commonality of prioritizing additional ammunition. They preferred to forego equipment deemed unnecessary in favor of greater firepower. The Rangers ultimately chose the latter. As most individuals had limited carrying capacity and could only select one option in such exceptional circumstances, not everyone possessed the extraordinary capacity of Long Zhan, who seemed like a bottomless pit for weight, carrying everything he desired. Clad in a heavy combat vest weighing over 15 kilograms, he equipped himself with all the night fighting gear, along with a tactical backpack containing medical supplies, explosives, batteries, and various other items. With rows of grenades hanging on either side of his chest, he even had a chest pouch for magazines, along with independent pouches for additional magazines at his abdomen and lower back, and one on each side of his waist. He carried 9 magazines, each containing 200 rounds. With the magazines on his weapon, Long Zhan bore a total of 2,000 rounds of ammunition, effectively making him a mobile arsenal sufficient for an entire squad. How heavy were those bullets? It was akin to distributing over 30 kilograms of weight across various parts of his upper body. Considering the tactical backpack, heavy combat vest, handgun, and grenades, the total weight that Long Zhan bore exceeded 65 kilograms, over 310 pounds, more than double the standard load for a single soldier, which is 60 pounds. Generally, when individuals engage in combat with such exaggerated burdens, they may remain mobile, yet they appear excessively cumbersome, rendering them incapable of running and merely able to maintain a precarious balance. In stark contrast, Long Zhan, adorned with all his equipment, exudes an effortless grace, entirely devoid of any sense of clumsiness or heaviness. Witnessing Long Zhan's extraordinary capacity for bearing weight, all present could not help but feel a profound admiration. Comprehending the notion that there are indeed individuals beyond the ordinary, realms beyond the known, and what it means to be a physical marvel. Even Sunny, who hails from DG and possesses a robust physique, albeit standing at only around 1.7 meters, must concede to Long Zhan's prowess in this regard. To maintain his own mobility, Sunny can carry a maximum of 6 ammunition boxes. Moreover, armed with the 46 Malawian Quachas, which utilizes NATO standard 5.56mm rounds. His load is inherently lighter than Long Zhan's 48 Malawian Quachas, which employs the heftier 7.62mm ammunition. Should he opt for Long Zhan's 7.62mm boxes, his limit would dwindle to a mere 5. Of course, some may perceive Long Zhan's actions as mere bravado, an attempt to showcase his strength and endure unnecessarily. For instance, Hutter, embodying the rationality of a seasoned operative, advises Long Zhan against exceeding a manageable load to avoid jeopardizing his mobility during the operation. While over 60 kilograms may be bearable for many, the true challenge lies in endurance. The more one carries, the greater the weight, and consequently, the faster one's stamina depletes. Once exhaustion sets in, breathless and fatigued, one's performance deteriorates significantly, impairing focus and effective movement. Carrying an abundance of ammunition not only fails to enhance combat capability, but can, in fact, have the opposite effect, drastically diminishing effectiveness, a costly miscalculation. Hutter mistakenly believes Long Zhan is merely straining himself, anticipating the onset of such issues. Yet he underestimates Long Zhan's formidable physique and remarkable recovery abilities, which endow him with an unparalleled capacity for bearing weight, far beyond the imagination of the average person. Previously, during the Red Sea operation, Long Zhan effortlessly traversed mountainous terrain while carrying 500 rounds of ammunition, completing the journey with remarkable ease, even outpacing others. This time, in the Aaron operation, the entirety of the mission is conducted via helicopter, allowing for direct engagement above the target building, thus alleviating the most physically demanding aspect of long-distance travel. Carrying 2,000 rounds for the operation poses no challenge for Long Zhan. On the contrary, possessing this ample ammunition ensures that he is well prepared for any adverse circumstances that may arise. His meticulously planned operation necessitates this vast quantity of ammunition as support. Chapter 299. The epic reinforcement of the Humvee convoy at 3 p.m. The Rangers, Delta Force, and DG operatives have largely completed their preparations, engaging in casual conversation while performing final checks in the preparation hall. Outside the hall, on the expansive grounds, helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment begin to position themselves in succession, with 4 AH-6 Little Bird helicopters readying for action. This is a bubble-shaped twin-cockpit light attack helicopter, capable of flying over diverse terrains. For this mission, it has been equipped with 2 rocket pods, each containing 19 rockets, along with automated multi-barrel machine guns, becoming synonymous with both compactness and ferocity. Seats have been installed on both sides of the exterior to accommodate the vanguard troops for this raid, Delta Force's C Squadron. Each helicopter carries 4 personnel, forming a total assault team of 16. During operations, the helicopters not only facilitate precise personnel deployment, but also engage directly in combat, providing the sole aerial firepower. As they approach the target building for landing, the first 2 helicopters are tasked with sweeping the area. This means that if there is any retaliatory fire from the rooftop of the target building, these initial helicopters must utilize their formidable firepower to eliminate all threats at the landing zone, ensuring a safe drop for the Delta members. The latter 2 helicopters serve as a rear guard, providing assistance and cover, effectively acting as reserves. Once the 16-member Delta team is successfully deployed, all 4 helicopters will hover over the combat zone, ready to receive commands for reinforcements to the Rangers. There are a total of 9 modified and enhanced Black Hawk helicopters. 4 of these are responsible for deploying Ranger squads from the 75th Ranger Regiment SB Company, 3rd Battalion, based at Fort Benning in Georgia, forming 4 elite sniper teams. The helicopters are designated from Super 64 to Super 67. Each Ranger squad consists of 13 members, accompanied by an additional 2 Rangers tasked with operating 2 mini Gatling guns on the helicopter, providing aerial support after personnel deployment. These helicopters are specially elongated to carry 15 members, exceeding their rated capacity, necessitating the removal of all internal seating to enhance cargo capacity. It can be anticipated that the experience for the Rangers, donned in full armor that significantly increases their bulk, will be quite uncomfortable, as they will be tightly packed together, shoulder to shoulder. In contrast, Super 61 and Super 62 are minimalistic, carrying merely 2 individuals each, serving as the outer cover team for Delta Force. Super 62 is designated for the sniper, while Super 61 serves as the machine gunner and medic. This distribution of assault and cover personnel sharply contrasts with the operational structure of the Dragon Warriors and their DG team. Yet there are parallels. Both have dedicated assault personnel executing raids, while the cover teams provide external support and information for those engaging within. Super 63 functions as the command helicopter, designated with the higher code of C2, and consists of only 4 members. Colonel Tom Matthews and his deputy are tasked with coordinating the flight operation of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, in collaboration with various units. Colonel Gary Harrell of Delta Force and his deputy oversee the coordination of all ground forces. Super 69 belongs to the Combat Search and Rescue Team, which is also a Ranger squad, comprising 15 members. The remaining Super 68 requires no further elaboration, as it is exclusively designated for the Special Incident Emergency Response Team, a stage set for the elite personnel, in addition to the 13 helicopters stationed outside. Specifically serving the combat units, There are also 6 helicopters dedicated to the command system. These comprise 3 surveillance helicopters and 3 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, providing comprehensive aerial visibility in combat and meticulous battlefield monitoring of the entire area. Beyond the helicopter parking area, a substantial ground convoy stands ready at the camp's entrance. This fleet consists of 9 wide-body Hummers and 3 trucks, tasked with transporting ground troops and escorting prisoners while retrieving airborne assault teams. From a considerable distance, Long Zhan could easily discern that although the Hummer retained its identity, its model had undergone a complete transformation. In Long Zhan's recollection, the Hummers associated with the Black Hawk crash were merely the basic models M998A1 and M1025, modified to a standard ECV type, essentially a larger and improved version. Also referred to as wide-body, they lacked armored protection kits and consequently did not possess substantial ballistic resistance. Their structure consisted solely of a hardtop shell made from steel plates, Kevlar fibers, and polycarbonate dual-layer window materials, termed as basic armor packages. While these might provide some defense against handguns and rifle bullets, against heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, they were as fragile as paper. Even the most perilous gun turret atop the vehicle was devoid of surrounding ballistic shields, rendering the gunner a mere target. This deficiency contributed to the downfall of numerous heavy machine gunners during the marathon in Mogadishu, where one by one they were felled, leaving no one capable of returning fire. All transformed into casualties and corpses. As for the 3 5-ton trucks, they were nothing more than ordinary transport vehicles. Their cargo covers merely tarpaulins, easily penetrable by standard ammunition. One truck driver was struck by a rocket, his lower abdomen obliterated, propelling him several meters away, leaving a gruesome scene behind. The tragedy was palpable. Fast forward 20 years to the present day, times have changed, and so have the vehicles. Even constrained by Washington's concerns over ostentation, which prohibited the deployment of tanks, MRAPs, and JLTVs into the city, the protective capabilities of these Hummers have evolved significantly with the passage of time. The 9 Hummers have been upgraded to the M1151 model, a larger armed ECV type with substantially enhanced protective features. Some have been equipped with manufacturer-customized IAP armor protection kits, achieving a Level 2 armor rating, while others sport AKS armor survivability kits procured by the Army Command, attaining a Level 3 mountain armor rating. The addition of nearly 1,000 kilograms of protective equipment has resulted in a qualitative transformation. The Hummer's defensive capabilities have been greatly augmented, making it exceedingly difficult for heavy machine guns to breach. Even against the most formidable weapon of armed factions, the RPG, it offers commendable defense. Especially the turrets atop the vehicles, all equipped with 360-degree ballistic shield panels, combined with sliding tracks capable of a full rotation, empower the mounted M2HB12 7mm heavy machine guns to unleash even more formidable combat prowess. During the forthcoming marathon in Mosediga, the gunner stationed in the Humvee will no longer serve as a mere target. The militia forces of elated will undoubtedly incur significant costs should they attempt to neutralize the heavy machine guns, a far cry from the ease portrayed in the original film-esque narrative. Chapter 300. The Mark M915 armed military truck 9 Humvees have undergone epic enhancements, while 3 trucks designated to retrieve 4 Ranger airdrop teams have also received transformative upgrades, transitioning from completely unarmored 5-ton trucks to the fortified Mark M915 military vehicle. These are no ordinary transport trucks. They are armed trucks, reinforced through various enhancements. The cockpit is enveloped in protective armor, complemented by high barricades on either side of the cargo bay, soaring to 15 meters, all crafted from 150mm welded layered galvanized steel. Such formidable armor is sufficient to withstand attacks from individual firearms. Moreover, with shooting apertures on the doors and a shooting hatch atop, a Belgian M240B medium machine gun has been installed, complete with a single-sided ballistic shield, perfectly embodying the essence of the armed M915 transport vehicle. Aside from the 4 teams of Rangers who will travel by helicopter and a search and rescue team, over 40 remaining Rangers from headquarters will embark in the Humvee convoy. Colonel McKnight, the commander of the Ranger Company B, will personally oversee the convoy's operations. In total, the alien operation will deploy 19 aircraft, 12 various armed vehicles, and more than 170 personnel participating in the mission. With the 3 premier American military units leading the charge, the force amounts to nearly 200 individuals. When considering the scale of a single capture operation, This can be deemed among the world's elite, more extravagant than the operation to capture Osama bin Laden. While it may not be a case of using a cannon to catch a mosquito, it certainly exemplifies the notion of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Rangers and Delta Force soldiers are confident in the success of this mission, thus there is no need to carry night combat gear. The answer to this is evident. In reality, had no unforeseen events occurred, the alien operation could indeed conclude within an hour at most. Yet, whether such unexpected occurrences will transpire remains unknown to Long Zhan, who can only prepare meticulously. After all, this transpires in an alternate timeline, one that has advanced by nearly 20 years, and the potential for narrative deviation is unpredictable. Should events unfold as scripted, one could only conclude that all is predestined, unalterable by external forces. Long Zhan might gracefully exit upon achieving his objectives. Should the Black Hawk crash ultimately not transpire, Long Zhan would fully comprehend. All personnel, aircraft, and the convoy participating in the operation are now fully prepared, converging at the designated departure point, poised to commence the mission. The Joint Operations Center, which issued the operational command, stands ready and vigilant. The informant has successfully communicated with the command center, signaling that a cross-shaped black tape will be affixed to the car's roof as a marker for the drone to track. At this moment, the informant is driving into the heart of the city, traversing Hawadi Street, and gradually approaching the Bakara Market. This area has become a stronghold for the aided militia, with armed militants visible on both sides of the street, and an abundance of weaponry displayed at various stalls. Among the offerings are vintage AK-47s from the World War II era, alongside modern AK-103s favored by the youth. The market is filled with an array of firearms, from current popular models to rare replicas, including compact handguns and submachine guns, as well as fearsome rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. The variety is astonishing. As the informant has learned, firearms are the currency of Mogadishu. One may go hungry, but one must possess a gun. Entering such a gun-laden environment would unsettle anyone, let alone an informant who is already feeling the weight of treachery. Driving through the streets populated by the Habarjadar clan, thoughts of potential exposure flood his mind, sending shivers down his spine, while beads of sweat form on his brow. Regret begins to creep in. This perilous endeavor might have been unwise. Yet, the allure of monetary gain swiftly dispels such thoughts, and he steels himself to press on. Upon reaching Bakara Market, the informant's vehicle comes to a halt at the roadside. Has he arrived at his destination, or has the car broken down? Meanwhile, General Garrison, who has been closely monitoring the drone's feed, grows impatient and inquires via radio about the departing command helicopter. Flying at an altitude of 1,000 feet over Mogadishu, Colonel Matthews calls out, "Adi, can you hear me? Have you reached the target location?" Adi is the informant's code name, and the radio headset had been provided to him in advance. The informant hesitates to respond, as he has not truly arrived at his destination. Rather, he has spotted a pickup truck filled with armed militants racing towards his position. The militants inside the vehicle are behaving erratically, shouting and occasionally firing their weapons into the air. Fear grips Adi. He dares not utter a word, lest he attract the attention of these armed men. Under the scorching midday sun of Mogadishu, the dilapidated car lacks air conditioning, and he has sealed the windows tight, heightening his anxiety about exposure. The temperature inside the cabin rises, and combined with his mounting dread, beads of sweat swell on Adi's face, cascading down like a shower. Without a response from the informant, the Joint Command Center grows increasingly anxious. Matthews repeatedly calls out, "Can you hear me, Adi? Please respond quickly. Is this location your target? I need to know the reason for your stop." On Matthews' third attempt, the armed pickup carrying the militia finally speeds past the informant's vehicle. Although there was no prior intersection, in that fleeting moment when the two vehicles crossed paths, Adi's courage faltered. He fabricated a lie, claiming, "My car is on the right side, by the second floor of the cafe," seeking to assure himself. General Garrison, upon hearing the tremor in his voice, sensed something amiss. Matthews continued to radio, "Adi, we need your confirmation. Are you certain?" In truth, a guilty conscience often betrays itself under scrutiny. Adi, nervously licking his parched lips, retracted his statement. "Actually, the target is beyond 2 intersections to my left front. There are too many militia. If I draw closer, they might shoot me." General Garrison was pressed for time before the meeting and needed to retrieve the necessary personnel without delay. Impatiently, he instructed, "Have him park at the entrance of the target building. If he cannot do so accurately, he will forfeit his reward. Matthews relayed the message, Audie, you must reach the base of the target building, otherwise you will receive nothing. You must proceed. Audie, driven by the prospect of earning a substantial sum to secure a comfortable life, steeled himself and restarted the vehicle. He cautiously drove forward, stopping eventually beneath a 3-story flat-roofed building. I've arrived. I'm getting out, he announced. Removing the radio earpiece, he feigned mechanical failure and exited the car, moving to the front to lift the hood and pretended to conduct repairs. General Garrison observed the vehicle marked with a cross on the surveillance screen come to a halt once more and inquired, Has the vehicle stopped? Have they arrived? Sir, he claims this time it's genuine, replied Colonel Matthews. Is he certain? General Garrison pressed. Listening to his voice, it was evident that fear had gripped him. He was likely on the verge of panic. Matthews, with a hint of amusement, indicated that no further confirmation was necessary. Good, this is a positive sign, General Garrison remarked, donning sunglasses as he strode towards the exit, issuing orders to Colonel Cribbis, commence operations. Understood, the operation officially begins. All units, deploy immediately. Cribbis's command reached the command helicopter, and Colonel Matthews issued the formal directive. All units, attention, Operation Aaron has commenced. Repeat, Aaron has commenced. Received, Aaron, the helicopter units responded, signaling to the assembled personnel in the staging area. The eager crowd, having waited impatiently, surged forward upon receiving the signal. Go, go, go! Deploy and board the helicopters. Ensure you remember your assigned helicopter. Don't make a mistake. Move swiftly. With the rallying cries of the leading officers, the Rangers, Delta Force, and other units made haste towards their designated helicopters. Meanwhile, Colonel McKnight also received the Aaron directive from Ground Commander Harrell. He did not set off immediately. Instead, he gathered the entire team and stated, Our objective is 3 miles away. We will remain on the main road until we reach the roundabout. Then head north before proceeding east. We will stand by outside the Olympic Hotel, awaiting the full assembly of the suspects. McNaught marked a position on the map and continued. Our team will proceed into Hawati Street, extract the prisoners and the assault team, and return to base within an hour. The enemy will possess some firepower. Bakara Market may turn into a scene reminiscent of the Wild West. However, remember to exercise caution while firing. There are many civilians in the area. Hoo-ha. McNaught concluded his motivational speech with a cry of hoo-ha, to which the Rangers responded in kind, embodying their unique spirit. This expression served as a substitute for the command to commence their mission. Over 40 Rangers embarked on the convoy, swiftly arming themselves and rushing out of the preparation hall towards the convoy of Humvees. Once aboard their respective vehicles, the convoy wasted no time in departing for the base. The engines of 12 helicopters roared to life alongside 12 rumbling military vehicles, creating a terrifying cacophony akin to a minor earthquake. The various weapons and equipment on the tables in the preparation hall vibrated wildly, adding a distinct atmosphere to the operation. As the helicopter formation awaited a few minutes to synchronize with the convoy's timeline, General Garrison appeared on the tarmac, offering blessings to each member aboard the 8 Black Hawks. Good luck, kids. Remember, never leave anyone behind. This was the first time Long Zhan witnessed the commanding officer personally attending the departure site to encourage each team member. Unexpectedly, he called out to the cockpit, Hey, guys, does this happen often? Having participated in several operations before, he had never encountered such a scenario. Damn it, Peerbus replied loudly. Sonny sensed an ominous air of farewell and, discontented, let out a curse. Clay and Brian also felt the unease. Their faces, previously filled with excitement and passion, now bore an added hint of trepidation towards the unknown. 1 minute later, the armed Humvee convoy departed the airfield, accelerating towards the city of Mogadishu. The engines had completed their warm-up, and the 12 helicopters, filled with operational personnel, emitted an even sharper sound as they ascended in formation. Ultimately, they formed a cohesive unit above the base and roared into the sky. The other peacekeeping soldiers in the base, along with those Rangers unable to participate due to injuries or civilian roles, cast their most fervent gazes towards the departing helicopter formation. In that moment, their thoughts were unified. Regrettably unable to partake in the operation, I nonetheless hope that my comrades who are participating return safely. The action team members aboard the helicopter are currently enveloped in a whirlwind of tension, anxiety, and exhilaration as various stimulating hormones begin to surge within them. For the majority, The journey towards the impending chaos of the Black Sea operation has escalated in anticipation, including prior drills and 6 operations. The Rangers of Company B have accomplished such tasks on numerous occasions, making it seem almost second nature. Yet, as the moment approaches, an undercurrent of nervousness persists. Each individual mentally rehearses the mission details. This includes the direction to advance upon landing and the positioning of the squad members. Soldiers descending from the left side of the aircraft must remember to regroup on the left side of the street, while those descending from the right must gather on the right. They will then set off from both sides, with medics and rookies positioned centrally within the formation. These protocols, long since ingrained in their minds, are reiterated by their excited yet anxious comrades, allowing them to revisit the essentials during the flight. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the Rangers, the Delta and DG teams, comprising 4 composed members, remain remarkably calm. Whether it is the 16 Delta operators suspended outside the helicopter, their legs dangling in the air, or the reaction team, who would merely observe the proceedings if the mission unfolds smoothly, there is little pressure regarding this capture operation. Each member has engaged in high-value target apprehensions dozens, if not hundreds, of times, rendering the experience almost routine. Even Dragon, aware of the potential for significant events, feels no trepidation regarding the capture process. Instead, he mentally simulates the series of scenarios that might unfold following the suspect's engagement, ensuring the achievement of their objectives. Chapter 302, Privileges and Authority. The helicopter ride from the base to the target building takes merely 3 minutes. The rapid response team's duties are unique. Dragon, equipped with noise-canceling headphones, can clearly hear most communication frequencies, including that of the operations commanding channel. This channel connects to the ground convoy led by McKnight, as well as Matthews and Harrell in the command helicopter above, Garrison General overseeing the Joint Operations Center, and other senior officers. It also encompasses the internal communication channels of the Rangers, Delta's C Squadron, and pilot communications, including Dragon. The private team can seamlessly switch between these channels as needed during the operation. Overall, the emergency response team possesses significant operational authority during the errand operation, essentially ranking just below the highest command. This arrangement facilitates the team's rapid response capabilities and aligns with Dragon's aspirations for the mission, to ensure uninterrupted communication throughout the assignment. High-altitude reconnaissance aircraft will disrupt all other broadcast frequencies within the city. While this interference may affect their own communications, Dragon occasionally hears crackling noises in his headset. However, this does not hinder their mission. Long Zhan switched the radio to the command channel, clearly hearing a cacophony of overlapping voices, indicating that various units were making final preparations for the impending raid. His elevated radio access allowed him to intercept communications without any channel restrictions. In reality, those communicating over the radio were engaged in sub-channel internal communications, making it impossible for them to perceive the overlapping chatter. A formidable formation of 12 helicopters approached the skies above Mogadishu from the northern low altitudes. For smaller, more agile aircraft undertook the task of clearing threats in the landing zone, while Delta Force members were required to take preliminary action. Consequently, they detached from the helicopter formation, advancing toward the target building ahead of the others. The 8 Black Hawk helicopters maintained their formation, their landing drop schedule lagging behind that of the Delta team, requiring only a steady forward flight. At this stage of the operation, the possibility of mission cancellation still lingered, and everyone remained vigilant, utilizing the helicopter's height advantage. Long Zhan could clearly observe not only the distant Hawadi Street, the stronghold of elated, but also the rising plumes of black smoke emanating from it. Even other extensive areas of the outer city began to burn, releasing thick clouds of smoke. Brian leaned out of the cabin to look down, discovering that the smoke arose from the streets below, where gasoline had been poured onto a pile in the road, transforming it into a wall of fire, with decrepit vehicles and rubber tires ablaze. Astonished, he inquired whether people were blocking the road or creating smoke to obscure drone visibility. Concealing actions from drones using smoke was a common tactic employed by technologically disadvantaged armed terrorist organizations in their unequal warfare. According to my conversations with the Rangers, Somalis historically used fire to signal warnings and summon militia, simultaneously blocking roads to create ambush zones, with obscuring drones being a secondary concern, Long Zhan explained. This is downright infuriating. Does this mean we are flying into an ambush? Sunny exclaimed, his agitation evident. Pretty much, Long Zhan raised an eyebrow, smiling. What? Is our buddy Sunny frightened again? Well, we can add a new object of fear to the list. Burning rubber tires, haha. Clay seized the opportunity to tease Sunny. Newcomer, thank your stars you're in the helicopter. Had you been in the ground convoy, you'd surely be scared out of your wits, Sunny retorted. The banter between Sunny and Clay resembled a fateful rivalry, always seeking opportunities to jibe at each other. Thankfully, after enduring numerous life and death battles together, their exchanges had transformed into mere verbal sparring, with mutual respect firmly established. While Long Zhan and the others engaged in light-hearted conversation, Pilot Peerbus furrowed his brow. He queried the reconnaissance pilot over the radio. 41. Have the tires been burning for a long time, or were they just ignited? Upon receiving a prompt response, the unsettling information revealed that as soon as the helicopter formation had departed the base, the people in the city had erupted into flames. This attests to the fact that the militia forces of elated have long been fully prepared to thwart the American military's capture operations, leading to the loss of their initial advantage. Special operations are characterized by unequal engagements, aimed at catching the enemy off guard. The fundamental principles of counterterrorism operations hinge on surprise, speed, and ferocity. With the first principle already compromised, it is only natural to feel a sense of unease. 2 minutes remaining, the pilot, Pierce, remarked, turning to remind Long Zhan and his 3 companions, who were engrossed in conversation within the cabin. Realizing that a significant confrontation was imminent, Long Zhan and his companions ceased their banter, directing their gazes through the cabin door towards the 4 Apache helicopters in the distance. The quartet of aircraft had arrived at their landing positions but had not yet commenced their descent. Their target was a 3-story flat-roofed stone building, aged and weathered, with much of its plaster peeling away. Nevertheless, this structure, sprawling over 2,000 square feet and designed in a quadrangular layout, remained one of the few intact modern edifices in the city. In stark contrast to the surrounding tin-roofed shanties, it stood as a veritable palace amidst a slum. However, the streets that once bustled with life were now eerily deserted, resembling a labyrinth devoid of human presence. The weapon stalls that had lined the streets were now reduced to mere wooden frames, stripped of their arms. The absence of people did not equate to a lack of danger. Long Zhan could assert with absolute certainty that thousands of armed militants lay in ambush within the adjacent buildings. Once the Delta Force landed, they would swarm forth like locusts, employing a pack mentality to eliminate the grounded operatives. The helicopters, wary of potential rocket attacks during their landing, had taken preemptive measures to neutralize any existing threats. 2 of the aircraft began to circle the perimeter, while the Delta soldiers positioned in the external seats readied their weapons, targeting the structure below. Every window, rooftop, and courtyard became a potential target. They were authorized to open fire upon any hostile presence. In stark contrast, the Rangers, with only defensive rights, were obliged to wait for an enemy shot before returning fire, despite their capabilities for assault operations. They lacked the privileges afforded to the Delta Force. The other 2 helicopters, owing to their smaller size and enhanced maneuverability, suddenly ascended several dozen meters before executing a swift and elegant turn, diving at an angle towards the target building. They positioned their mounted rockets and machine guns to deliver devastating strikes at any emerging targets. Chapter 303. Suit 64. The 4 helicopters coordinated seamlessly, initiating a thorough clearance of the perimeter surrounding the target structure. The leaders of the participating units were not idle at this moment. They engaged in the final preparations before the operation, repeatedly reciting the covert code phrases. This is Romeo 64. All units, confirm Lucy. Repeat, confirm Lucy. Romeo 64 was Colonel Harrell, a senior commander from Delta Force, and also the ground force commander for Operation Aaron. This is Kilo 64, Lucy confirmed. Kilo 64 was Captain Scott Miller, the commanding officer of the Delta Force, partnered with Sergeant Major Sanderson. This is Barber 51, Lucy confirmed. Barber 51 was Chief Warrant Officer Randy Jones, a seasoned pilot of the Little Bird helicopter and the head of the Little Bird formation. This is Juliet 64, Lucy confirmed. Juliet 64 was Captain Mike Steele, the company commander of B Company, 3rd Ranger Battalion, overseeing 4 sniper teams for Operation Aaron. This is Uniform 64, Lucy confirmed. Uniform 64 was Colonel Danny McKnight, responsible for commanding the ground escort convoy, ready to lead the Humvee convoy in and out. At this moment, The Humvee convoy had positioned itself just outside the Olympic Hotel, not far from the target building. "This is Suit 64, Lucy confirmed. Suit 64 was Quinn Sani, the head of the Special Events Emergency Response Team, although decision-making often fell to Dragon. "All units," Lucy confirmed, end of transmission. Colonel Harrison concluded the briefing. At this stage, the operation was officially confirmed, with a 100 commitment to carry out the assault, leaving no possibility of task cancellation. At 3:43 p.m., the surveillance screens at the Joint Operations Center displayed a seemingly endless stream of Somali civilians flooding the streets of Mogadishu, a sight unprecedented in scale. The majority of these individuals were unarmed civilians. However, under the relentless indoctrination of the aid broadcasts, they exhibited a palpable hostility towards the peacekeeping forces, evident as they took to the streets to burn tires and obstruct roads. Despite the fact that the broadcasting system had been entirely dismantled by the Pakistani peacekeeping forces, the brainwashed civilians of Mogadishu had not regained their lost reason. They continued to believe aid's fabrications, convinced that the peacekeepers intended to invade their homes, intending to execute them and display their corpses as warnings. Consequently, they harbored intense animosity towards the peacekeeping soldiers entering the city. Groups of civilians poured onto the streets, uniformly engaged in collecting debris to obstruct more thoroughfares. The remarkable coordination among the civilians clearly indicated that they were being covertly incited by aid's forces. Although most of them were unarmed and posed no direct threat to the Humvee convoy, they effectively utilized cumbersome obstacles to obstruct the road, which could become a significant issue for the convoy. Meanwhile, the throngs of people filling the streets would severely distract the attention of the helicopters. The helicopters could not indiscriminately engage the unarmed civilians on the streets, allowing aided's militia to blend into the crowd and launch surprise attacks on the convoy and the helicopter formation. General Garrison noted these developments with a furrowed brow, but did not halt the operation, as long as the mission could proceed according to plan. He believed these emerging civilians would not be able to obstruct the path of the armed Humvee convoy. General Garrison confidently considered it would at most create minor hindrances. Long Zhan also observed the changes on the streets, relieved that the target building remained surrounded by empty roads. This stood in stark contrast to the bustling crowds in the outer city, frantically burning tires and blocking roads. He also caught sight of the location of the Humvee convoy, the Olympic Hotel. It was a 5-story structure entirely clad in white, resembling a building constructed from rectangular stone blocks, with each floor featuring square terraces, exuding a distinctly modern aura. It was undoubtedly one of the city's landmark buildings. At the southernmost end of the same block, there was another building of similar structure. The avenue in front of these two buildings, known as Hawadi Avenue, was the widest in the city center and fell within the area controlled by aided's militia. Intersecting with the 8-meter-wide Hawadi Avenue were filthy alleys, a stark reminder of the thin line separating poverty and wealth. Such is the harsh reality. At present, these intersecting roads were filled with swirling dust and sand, stirred by the strong air currents generated by the helicopters flying overhead. In the afternoon light, this created a striking rusty hue, evoking a sense of desolation. The target building was situated on Hawadi Avenue, opposite the Olympic Hotel, located 1 block to the north. Trees were planted in the yards by the street and outside the entrance. The rear comprised 3 levels while the front had only 2, topped with an open-air platform. Encircling the back was a small courtyard facing south, surrounded by a high stone wall, resembling an entirely independent block. The main entrance faced Hawadi Avenue. Just a few minutes ago, the roads were bustling with cars, pedestrians, and donkey carts, but now they lay eerily vacant, transforming what was once an ordinary Sunday afternoon into something extraordinary. A countdown of 1 minute began. The cockpit radio of Super 68 crackled with the countdown reminder from Colonel Matthews. The order was relayed to all Black Hawk pilots, effectively directing the Ranger teams regarding their landing time. The Delta Force would first sweep through the target building, with the Rangers following closely behind to breach the defenses. There was a 1-minute time difference between the two teams. Upon hearing the countdown from the cockpit, Long Zhan withdrew his gaze from the ground and witnessed Delta Force commencing their formal assault. On the seats outside the Little Bird helicopters, each was occupied by a 4-member team. Dressed in black ballistic tactical vests and donning black Kevlar helmets, they wielded various modified firearms. Notably, their uniforms bore no insignia. While the insiders recognized them as Delta Force, the absence of badges rendered them indistinguishable to outsiders, providing an excellent guise. Their all-black tactical attire exuded an aura of coolness and prowess. Chapter 304. Beware of RPGs as the pinnacle of the United States Army. Delta Force represents the zenith of military combat capability, one of the three trump cards of American military strength. The entire process of landing on the target building vividly illustrated the essence of an elite unit. In summary, it can be encapsulated in 8 words: swift as the wind, fierce as lightning. Long Zhan sat inside the Super 68 helicopter, witnessing the entire landing from above. This marked the first time since his enlistment in the U.S. military as a Special Forces soldier that he observed Delta operations up close. Capitalizing on the compact design of the Little Bird helicopter, the rooftop served as a substantial landing platform. The first 2 helicopters completed their clearing mission and, rather than descending via ropes, opted for the most direct approach, landing. With one helicopter on the left and the other on the right, they swiftly touched down on the rooftop, and the team members unfastened their seatbelts, their feet meeting the ground almost immediately. Due to the low profile of the Little Bird, from Long Zhan's perspective, the rapidly spinning rotor blades appeared to hover perilously close to the heads of the Delta soldiers, giving him the disconcerting illusion that a mere jump could result in decapitation. The assault strategy employed by Delta Force was evident to Long Zhan, utilizing a pincer movement to encircle the target. Consequently, the landing sites of the helicopters varied. The first 2 landed atop the building, while the remaining 2 quickly descended in an open area outside a narrow alley to the south of the target structure. A significant amount of dust swirled up as the helicopters landed, creating a thick cloud that obscured visibility entirely in less than 5 seconds, rendering it impossible for Long Zhan to discern the situation below. This also caused another helicopter to lose sight of the ground, necessitating a rightward turn to the west, circling the target building before finally landing directly at the entrance. Although this coordination mishap had minimal impact, it theoretically should not have occurred. Long Zhan furrowed his brow. Dangers often stem from minor oversights, and the initial coordination failure could be seen as an ominous sign. However, as a mere observer, Long Zhan's concerns were irrelevant to the Delta operators, who, like him, were seasoned practitioners of close-quarters battle, CQB. Following their operational plan, they swiftly proceeded toward the target building, soon vanishing from Long Zhan's sight. Lacking the ability to see through walls, he remained oblivious to the maneuvers of the Delta Force. He could only hear the cacophony of explosions and gunfire, interspersed with faint, terrified screams and the authoritative commands from the Delta Force operatives. The entire Delta team had infiltrated the target building, and the second wave of forces was now commencing their operation. Divided among 4 Black Hawk helicopters, the Rangers were to descend into the 4 corners of the block housing the target, establishing a perimeter defense for the Delta assault team. Super 66 hovered over the southwest corner, the closest to the position of Super 68, where Long Zhan was located. 2 ropes, as thick as an infant's arm, had been lowered, and the 3rd squad of Rangers began their descent in pairs from either side of the helicopter. Those sliding down on the left headed left, while those on the right made their way right, swiftly setting up external firing positions. Though the descent process sounded straightforward, the actual execution was an entirely different matter. The Rangers were merely an assault unit, distinct from the Green Berets, and only veterans with ample combat experience could be part of the Army's special forces. Like many conventional units, there were several rookies and veterans who had never seen real combat. As this was their first engagement, a sense of nervousness was inevitable. The dust and debris kicked up by the rotor blades swirled into the open cabin. Even with wind goggles on, visibility was poor, rendering the ground nearly indistinguishable. Under the influence of this dual debilitation, the descent speed of the 3rd squad was notably sluggish, almost lethargic. Long Zhan could distinctly hear their squad leader anxiously leaning out of the cabin, shouting various reassurances to calm the team. The most perilous moment was on the ropes. Safety only awaited them upon reaching solid ground. He continuously reiterated the descent protocols, ensuring no one lost their grip and fell. The descent from Super 66 was less than optimal, and the other 3 helicopters encountered similar issues. The 3-inch thick rope from the left door of Super 64 was carelessly kicked down by one Ranger, resulting in it getting tangled in the wind, forming a loop suspended in the air rather than reaching the ground. The squad leader was nearly incensed enough to draw his weapon, having to pull the rope back up, untie it, and then lower it once more. This misadventure wasted considerable time. Super 65 fared relatively well, save for a minor issue with the right side rope. which landed atop a vehicle, necessitating the helicopter to reposition itself. The jump from the vehicle roof to the ground was just over a meter, a trivial distance under normal circumstances. However, now the stakes were different. To carry as much ammunition as possible, each ranger's load exceeded 60 pounds, turning the drop from the roof into a precarious endeavor. A misstep could easily lead to a sprained ankle or muscle strain. In combat, such impediments could be fatal. Ultimately, Super 67, among the 4 helicopters, found itself beset by the worst fortune. The corner of the street under their jurisdiction was excessively narrow. Should the helicopter descend at a standard height, the rotor blades might collide with the adjacent buildings. Consequently, the descent altitude for Super 67 had to be elevated to approximately 70 feet above the ground, equivalent to about 21 meters. This height surpassed any previous rapid descents undertaken by the 4th Squad on the helicopter. However, a helicopter hovering in midair became an obvious target. For the safety of the aircraft, the 4th Squad had to expedite their descent to the ground. Squad leader Evansman had only taken command of the team for less than 2 weeks. The previous squad leader had returned home for a family visit, and the officer who succeeded him suffered from epilepsy, rendering him unfit for service and necessitating his repatriation. Evansman was relatively inexperienced in combat command, exhibiting a certain naivety and inexperience. As gunfire erupted in the vicinity, the Little Bird helicopter and other Black Hawk helicopters began to intercept the advancing militia of elated. The Rangers of the 4th Squad found their descent speed to be particularly inadequate. If the 3rd Squad descended at a pace akin to that of a tortoise, the 4th Squad was undoubtedly comparable to a snail. By the time the other 3 squads had safely landed and commenced organizing a defensive line to engage with elated's militia, 4 members of the 4th Squad remained suspended in the air. Long Zhan, observing from over 100 meters away, felt a surge of anxiety as Super 67 continued to hover. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, get down quickly," he urged. "The enemy is approaching, and the ground is far safer than up here. Blackburn, Clory, it's your turn, descend swiftly." The cacophony of the helicopter was deafening, and the Rangers were not equipped with expensive noise-canceling headsets, leaving Evansman to rely solely on his voice to shout instructions. He was acutely aware that descending from such a height would result in a significantly prolonged glide, doubling the descent time. The extended duration would lead to increased friction and temperature, making it excruciating for their hands. The heat generated from continuous friction would surely penetrate their tactical gloves, causing their palms to burn painfully and potentially even melting the gloves. In pursuit of mission completion, Evansman had to hasten the remaining members' descent. Blackburn, a rookie fresh from high school, was encountering his first taste of combat and was faced with the daunting task of sliding down from a height of 70 feet. Gazing at the obscured ground below, he instinctively felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, under the relentless urging of Evansman, he steeled himself, inhaling deeply in preparation for the descent. Just as he reached out to grasp the descent rope, a warning rang out from the co-pilot of Super 67. "Watch out for the RPG." The pilot glanced to the right, and a chill coursed down his spine. A few meters away, within a window, an armed militia member wielding a rocket launcher had appeared. The pilot's instincts kicked in as he executed an emergency evasive maneuver, a reflex born of muscle memory. Perhaps fate smiled upon them. Or perhaps it was merely the pilot's seasoned experience. The rocket sailed past the helicopter's fuselage, narrowly missing, and continued on its trajectory into the distance. Evansman witnessed an RPG whizzing past him, feeling the searing heat of its exhaust, leaving him utterly stunned. The swift-reacting ranger on his right unleashed a barrage from a mini Gatling gun towards the window. The armed militia, who had just fired the RPG, had no time to react and was mercilessly shredded by the hail of bullets that erupted in an instant. "Quickly, quickly, we need to leave at once," shouted the pilot, who had narrowly escaped the crisis, his voice trembling with palpable fear. Clearly shaken by the recent events, Evansman, now a sergeant, found himself in a state of panic, experiencing combat for the first time and having never taken a life before. Fortunately, after years of service, he managed to regain some composure. However, upon regaining his wits, he sensed something was amiss. Before the helicopter evaded the RPG, there were 4 team members, including himself, still aboard. Yet now, only 3 remained. The new recruit Blackburn was missing. Had he already descended? Clinging to the edge of the cabin door, Evansman peered down, hoping for the best. Below, the dust swirled, obscuring the ground, and he saw no sign of Blackburn on the descent rope. Slowly, Tobalai hurried down. He commanded the remaining two, feeling a surge of anxiety as he grabbed the left side descent rope and began his descent. Normally, the squad leader would be the last to exit, but given the circumstances, Evan's man had no choice. His gaze remained fixed downward, and as he neared the ground, he caught a glimpse through the swirling dust of someone lying supine. A chill ran down his spine. He realized something had happened to Blackburn, ignoring the burning pain in his hands from the rope. He tightened his grip to slow his descent, lest he accidentally land on Blackburn, who lay at the end of the rope. In a wide-legged stance, he landed beside the fallen figure. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed the new recruit Blackburn, who was bleeding profusely from all orifices, gasping blood as one eye remained open in a grotesque stare while the other was shut, completely unconscious. Given his grievous injuries, it was clear he had fallen from the helicopter, plummeting 20 meters to the ground. Evan's man was truly terrified now. Medic Smith, we need assistance at the landing point. He called urgently over the radio. However, after several attempts with no response, he looked down to discover the problem. In his haste to grab the descent rope, he had inadvertently pressed the earphone cord connected to the PTT switch into his palm. After enduring the friction of the high temperatures, the exterior of the headphone cable had become charred and utterly melted, with the internal copper wires twisted and severed into a tangled mass. The notion that it could still function was preposterous. Damn it! Evan's man had inadvertently severed his own headset wire. In his frustration and urgency, he resorted to using his voice at its most primal volume, calling out to the Rangers constructing a defensive line at the street corner. However, the cacophony generated by the helicopter, combined with the ongoing gunfire, rendered his shouts inaudible. Chloe and Toby were startled by the RPG and descended more swiftly than anyone ahead of them. They were less than 2 meters apart on the rappel line, arriving at the helicopter's right side within a mere 10 seconds of each other. Due to the low visibility and overwhelming noise, they too failed to notice Evan's man's desperate calls. Upon landing, they promptly adhered to their assigned tasks, striding towards the obstacles on the right street to establish a defensive perimeter against the approaching aided militia. As the entirety of the 4th Squad landed, 2 rappel lines were unfastened by the crew members. With a soft thud, they fell and were discarded. The hovering Super 67 began to move, displacing the dust below with the force of its rotors, which was swiftly dispersed as the helicopter ascended. Had it truly come to pass? Long Zhan observed the Super 67 from afar. As the helicopter departed, everything beneath was revealed, and he clearly saw individuals lying on the ground. At that moment, a series of calls echoed in the headset. This is Super 64. The troops have landed and are preparing to establish a defensive line. Over. This is Super 65. The troops have arrived and are ready to set up a cover line. Over. This is Super 66. This is Super 67. Rangers have established a defensive line at the 4 corners. Over. This is C2. You need to return to altitude and provide fire support. Over. The communications were incessant, and due to Long Zhan's simultaneous connection to multiple channels, he could even hear some messages overlapping. The density of communication mirrored the intensity of the battle. Super 68, hovering at about 150 meters, circled above the operations site, allowing Long Zhan to survey the entire battlefield. In the brief span of fewer than 2 minutes since the 4 Ranger teams had landed and established their routes, a multitude of aided militia began to converge from all corners of the city, akin to flies drawn to a foul scent. Armed militia, arriving first in pickup trucks, collided head-on with the Rangers. The 4 corners, each assigned to a Ranger squad, had their defensive lines erected at the intersections of the streets, effectively blocking both access routes to the target building. To support those inside, the militia and armed pickups would need to breach the Rangers' fortified defenses. An exchange of gunfire was inevitable, particularly for the convoy of Humvees stationed outside the 2 streets, awaiting Delta's completion of their mission, which faced the greatest pressure. Fortunately, the convoy consisted of armed vehicles, boasting formidable protection and firepower. Within the convoy, over 40 Rangers manned the heavy and medium machine guns mounted on 12 vehicles, their ferocious firepower sufficient to seal off the streets at both ends. In addition, for completed task, birds continued to soar above, providing a veritable arsenal of firepower to comprehensively safeguard the convoy. Although the Hummer fleet remained stationary, facing numerous adversaries, the ferocity of their firepower ensured that they encountered no immediate issues. The armed Black Hawks, having fulfilled their mission, now dedicated themselves to the protection of 4 Ranger squads. The reserve troops aboard Super 68 and Super 69, should the mission proceed smoothly, would essentially observe from the skies, their involvement limited to maneuvering mini Gatling guns. Clay and Brian, infrequently handling machine guns, found themselves engaged in the fray, seizing the opportunity to partake in the combat. The two mini Gatling guns unleashed a deluge of metallic fury, sweeping through the air like a tempest, obliterating all in their path, far surpassing the thrill of using assault rifles. However, the Rangers below bore the brunt of the chaos, as 8 Blackhawks unleashed their Gatlings upon the terrain, raining down a storm of spent casings. The mini Gatling guns showed no regard for the presence of friendly forces below. The freshly fired casings, scalding hot, clattered onto the helmets of the Rangers, much to their irritation, should one find its way down a collar. The result would be a comical scene of a soldier hopping about or shouting in dismay, desperately extracting the searing shell from a neck already blistered from the heat, inevitably directing a few choice words towards the helicopters above, perhaps even offering an impolite gesture. Regrettably, the ground troops' resistance garnered no attention. As the Gatling gunners faced their own pressures, too engrossed in their task to concern themselves with where the casings landed. Chapter 306. Disturbing a hornet's nest. Mogadishu was teeming with thousands of armed militia, coupled with civilians incited to take up arms, presenting the coalition forces with the daunting prospect of facing tens of thousands of potential foes. It was an apt description to say that the city was rife with enemies. As the battle wore on, if the approaching militia were allowed to coalesce unchecked, the ground troops would be unable to withstand the onslaught. The Gatling gunners aboard the Blackhawks needed to provide a relentless barrage of suppressive fire. Yet, the militia under Aided were not fools, aware of the helicopter's formidable firepower. They sought cover wherever possible. Consequently, despite the ferocity of the Blackhawks' fire, the actual damage inflicted was rather limited. Its primary function was to suppress the militia's ability to quickly converge around the target building, facilitating a safe withdrawal post-mission. This served as a crucial buffer, significantly delaying the militia's advance. Clay and Brian reveled in the exhilarating discharge of their Gatlings, while Sonny brought forth the 46 Malawian Quachas, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the agitated ground forces, perfectly embodying the essence of a hailstorm of gunfire. The helicopter was stocked with ample ammunition, allowing Sonny to engage without concern for depleting his own supply. Long Zhan, equipped with 2 000 rounds, surveyed the streets of Hawaii, yet refrained from joining the fray. Where, indeed, was Aided hiding? In the mind of Long Zhan, there exists but one singular thought, and it is the sole endeavor upon which he currently focuses. Through prophetic insight into the aftermath of the Black Hawk Down incident, Long Zhan is able to ascertain with absolute certainty that Aided is concealed within this so-called Black Sea region. However, the precise location within this obscure corner remains entirely elusive to him. In pursuit of his grand plan, Long Zhan must engage in meticulous observation and analysis on-site to discern Aided's whereabouts, or at the very least, uncover some trace of him. As Long Zhan continues to monitor Aided's militia, his earpiece remains incessantly active. Among the communications is a call from Evans' man, Juliet 64. This is Team 25. We have a casualty who fell from the helicopter, and the injuries are grave. We must expedite his evacuation. Juliet 64 is the call sign of Captain Steele, while Team 25 refers to the 4th Squad. Juliet 64 acknowledges, but I did not catch that clearly. Please repeat in full. Captain Steele responds, his tone laced with incredulity. Unable to fathom how such a basic mishap, rarely seen even in training, could have transpired. He momentarily wonders if he has misheard. As Evans' man takes the lead for the first time only to encounter such a blunder, he is both anxious and frustrated. In an effort to ensure clarity for his superior, he deliberately slows his speech, articulating each word with precision, and reiterates the message. At last, Captain Steele comprehends the gravity of the situation. Left speechless and unsure of how to proceed, he promptly relays this peculiar occurrence to Colonel Harrell, the ground force commander, seeking assistance. The reaction of Colonel Harrell upon learning that the first casualty resulted from a fall remains unknown to Long Zhan. What Long Zhan observes, however, is that Super 62 swiftly approaches. 2 easily distinguishable members of Delta Force, clad in black, adeptly descend via fast rope, making a beeline for the injured individual behind an abandoned vehicle. As a trained medical officer himself, Long Zhan recognizes, through the equipment of the Delta operatives and their timely arrival, that they are indeed medics. Delta medics possess battlefield emergency skills that significantly surpass those of the Rangers, thus increasing the likelihood of resuscitating Blackburn from the brink of death. Through the scope of his rifle, Long Zhan observes the Delta medic's proficient maneuvers. With the assistance of junior medic Schneider, they execute emergency medical procedures with such familiarity that it borders on muscle memory, intubating, administering intravenous injections, delivering a shot of epinephrine, and setting up in 4-bag, all while carefully transferring Blackburn onto a deployed stretcher. After a brief, collaborative discussion, the trio carries Blackburn towards the entrance of the target building. Within the Joint Operations Command Center, General Garrison, the overall commander of the joint operation, along with General Beers, the highest authority at the Mogadishu Military Airport, and Colonel Cribbs, the operations officer, are all privy to the radio communications regarding the first casualty. The emergence of injuries during an operation is inherently a matter of great sensitivity. Moreover, on the grand display screen of the command center, the drone captured images of the skirmish reveal an intensifying barrage of enemy fire. High-altitude footage showcases the streets of Mogadishu, now strewn with an overwhelming number of barricades. The billowing black smoke from burning tires rises like malevolent black dragons, enveloping every corner of the city. The helicopters hovering above have transformed into guiding beacons for the Somali fighters, exposing the locations of the conflict entirely. This draws an unending stream of Somalis, seemingly magnetized to the positions of the helicopters, particularly to the north side where the stronghold of the aided militia is located in the Bakara market. The aided fighters take to the streets, calling out, as brainwashed civilians emerge from their homes to swell their ranks. This influx results in an increasingly formidable armed group, heedless of the Black Hawk helicopters overhead, charging directly into the fray. Civilians are drawn into this armed faction, serving as natural shields, rendering the aerial assault by the Black Hawks ineffective, no matter how fierce the firepower from the skies. Even the rockets from the Little Bird helicopters are powerless against the surging masses. This countermeasure is indeed a clever tactic. It is evident that among aided forces, some have meticulously studied the engagement rules of peacekeeping troops and have devised strategies to counter them. In the distance, vehicles brimming with armed personnel race forward, their engines roaring as they speed towards the conflict. The majority of reinforcements gather from the north, particularly around the northwest corner where Advancement's 4th Squad is stationed, as well as the northeastern corner where the 2nd Squad is poised to face the greatest pressure. The atmosphere in the command center grows increasingly tense, with officers observing the unfolding scenes with mounting anxiety. Even General Garrison, initially brimming with confidence, feels a creeping sense of foreboding, as if he has stirred a hornet's nest and everything is veering towards uncontrollability. Yet, once the action commences, it is akin to an arrow released from a bow, leaving no path for retreat. As the archer, Garrison can only puff on his cigar, his gaze fixed on the battlefield while his ears tune into various communications, silently praying for the young soldiers. Although he is well aware that in the theater of war, prayers to God hold little sway. Chapter 307. The early cold bench is truly inviting. The atmosphere in the command center becomes increasingly oppressive, and the situation on the ground worsens. Charging forth, the first wave of Somalis, spurred by the aided militia interspersed within their ranks, begins their assault on the Rangers. Every conceivable opening, cracks in doors, gaps in walls, windows, and the rear of vehicles are exploited by the Somalis. Fortunately, although Charlie Company of the Rangers comprises many new recruits, they are nonetheless a trained regular force, having undergone extensive joint training exercises. The makeshift tactics of the street fighters in Mogadishu do not yet pose a significant threat, unless their numbers swell to a point capable of instigating a qualitative change. The combat at the periphery was fiercely intense, successfully obstructing the oncoming Somali armed personnel and providing the Delta Force with optimal conditions for action. Nearly 5 minutes after the outbreak of hostilities, the gunfire from the target building finally ceased. The Delta operators, storming into the structure, efficiently apprehended all the attendees of the meeting, including 2 senior aides of aided. Romeo 64, this is Rocky 64, high-value targets have been captured, requesting immediate provision of prisoner transport cover. Over. Delta Commander Scott communicated to Ground Commander Colonel Harrell. Received. Will follow suit, Harrell replied to Scott, promptly calling the Humvee convoy Commander McKnight. Calling Uniform 64, prepare to receive prisoners. Over. Uniform 64 acknowledges, we're on our way. McKnight responded, and within 5 seconds, The Humvee convoy surged towards the target building. Sunny, observing the convoy's departure and the cessation of gunfire within the target structure, quipped self-deprecatingly. This feeling of being sidelined is truly irksome. While firing wildly from a helicopter is exhilarating, it pales in comparison to the thrill of participating in an operation. As a member of Delta Force's B Squad, accustomed to charging into the fray, Sunny found himself adapting to the perspective of a squad's task. Not only was Sunny uncomfortable, but Long Zhan also felt similarly out of sorts. However, unlike Sunny's optimistic belief that the operation was nearing its conclusion, Long Zhan, with his prescient awareness, understood that the real action was just beginning. Sunny, it's a bit premature to draw conclusions now. I just hope you won't long for the comfort of the sidelines later, Long Zhan teased. Don't forget, we still have that bunch ahead of us, Sunny replied. Casting a glance at the distant Super 69, resolutely maintaining his stance, I don't believe it. A simple capture mission like this requires our intervention. Nothing is certain, who knows? Long Zhan smiled, choosing not to continue the debate and redirecting his attention to the exterior of the target building. McKnight's Humvee convoy was formidable. Despite Somali gunfire erupting throughout Hawati Street, nothing could impede their advance. In less than a minute, the convoy rounded two corners and swiftly moved from the previously stationed Olympic Hotel to the entrance of the target building. 4 Little Bird helicopters swooped in, assisting the Black Hawk formation in suppressing the surrounding Somali forces. How much longer? Colonel McKnight inquired as he entered the doorway, addressing Captain Sanderson, who was waiting there. With helicopters buzzing overhead and the air filled with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, one had to raise their voice to be heard. 5 minutes, Sanderson responded loudly. Not quite catching the message, Colonel McKnight leaned in closer, placing his hand to his ear to ask again. What? 5 minutes. We still need 5 minutes. Sanderson indicated towards the courtyard within the doorway, where over 20 suspects were crouched, while Delta soldiers were exerting control over them. Conducting thorough body searches on such a multitude of individuals, along with binding their hands to avert potential dangers once aboard, inevitably prolongs the process. We must expedite our movements. McKnight exclaimed, striding towards the stretcher station by the entrance, inquiring of Medical Officer Schneider. What has transpired? He fell. He lost grip of the rope, Schneider replied. His voice raised. How could such an incident occur? McKnight asked, astonished. The only individual privy to the details, Evans' man, was absent, and Schneider shook his head, indicating his own ignorance regarding how such a grave blunder could happen. His internal organs are ruptured, and he is hemorrhaging profusely. We cannot afford to wait here for 5 minutes. He must be transported back immediately, cautioned the Delta medical officer who had previously assisted in his treatment, his expression grave. Then let us proceed to transport him back, McKnight stated tersely, calling out towards the outside. Augustin, come lend a hand in lifting him onto the Humvee. Gogogo, we must depart. The injured party had already been entrusted to the Humvee team, and Schneider shouted to the members of the 4th Squad who had approached. As the two of them raced back along the route they had come, organizing all personnel to board the vehicles, coupled with the subsequent return of the 4 small squads, and preparing the 3 armed trucks for combat, would demand at least 10 minutes. If such a lengthy delay were to occur, Blackburn would surely succumb. Although traveling as a convoy would enhance safety, allowing all helicopters to provide fire coverage along the route, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Somalis to obstruct the convoy's progress. Regrettably, the injured could not afford such a protracted wait, compelling the convoy to split into 2. Noticing Blackburn had been lifted onto the Humvee, Colonel McKnight immediately radioed, calling Romeo 64. I require 3 Humvees to transport the injured. His condition is critical and necessitates immediate evacuation. Romeo 64 acknowledges. I will dispatch a group of armed helicopters for cover along the way. Over, came the reply. Colonel Harrell, equally reluctant to allow the injured to perish, acquiesced to Colonel McKnight's request and conferred with Air Command Matthews, who sat beside him. Soon, they reached a consensus, and Matthews informed Super 61 to provide escort along the route. After concluding the call, McKnight approached Captain Sanderson of Delta. I have allocated 3 Humvees for the critically injured. I require additional personnel to safeguard the convoy. My resources are insufficient. Can you assist? Upon hearing McKnight's request, Sanderson did not hesitate. Just then, the leader of the 4th Squad, Hoot, passed by, and Sanderson promptly grasped his arm, instructing, take your team and escort the Humvee convoy back, ensuring their safe return. Understood. Leave it to me, Hoot replied confidently, rushing inside to assemble the other 3 squad members. Strick, you will lead the Humvee convoy. Colonel McKnight designated a ranger to serve as the driver of the lead Humvee. Hurry aboard quickly. Inside, Sanderson was also busy organizing the individuals who had been successfully controlled to board the vehicles. The Hummer convoy seating capacity is limited. The 3 Hummers tasked with transporting critically injured personnel cannot return empty. Every additional person they can bring back is a significant gain. The rationale behind not employing a single vehicle for the task is straightforward. The firepower of an armed Hummer is insufficient to suppress roadside threats. A trio of vehicles forms the minimal firepower formation necessary for the convoy's safety. With gun lines established to the left, right, and front, they can ensure a degree of suppressive capability. Chapter 308. The harsh reality within the Joint Command Center. A dozen senior military officers donned headsets, intently monitoring the battlefield situation. General Garrison occupied a rear seat, a large cigar clenched in his mouth, observing everything unfold before him. The colorful images of the battlefield on the screens were transmitted in real time from the Orion patrol aircraft and reconnaissance helicopters outside. Several radio frequencies buzzed incessantly, offering no respite. The image of the 3 Hummers transporting the critically injured en route back appeared on the main screen, accompanied by the absence of casualty reports from the speakers. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. Garrison and his cadre of staff officers possessed a comprehensive understanding of the battlefield intelligence for this operation, perhaps more so than any commander in history. In this high-value target capture operation, over 100 personnel were deployed, with nearly 40 vehicles and aircraft combined. Even when considering the history of U.S. special operations, such a scale is exceedingly rare. It is noteworthy that during the capture of the notorious terrorist, only 2 specially outfitted Black Hawk helicopters were dispatched, and the number of operatives involved was considerably fewer. However, despite the extensive monitoring system in place, Garrison and his team could only observe and listen, unable to alter the course of the operation. Much like an arrow loosed from a bow, they could only await its flight until it struck its intended target. Should it veer off course or be shot down, complications would arise. The only recourse available to General Garrison was to contact the headquarters of the United Nations peacekeeping forces situated on the opposite side of the city. There, 3 regular companies of the South 10th Mountain Division, along with conventional peacekeeping forces from countries such as Pakistan, Malaysia, and Italy, were stationed. Fortunately, thus far, there seemed to be no immediate need for assistance. Despite the intensity of the fighting, turning the entirety of Mogadishu into a veritable hornet's nest, only 1 ranger had sustained injuries, and the overall mission remained relatively unscathed. With nearly an hour of combat having erupted within the city, other warlords and international peacekeeping forces had also received pertinent intelligence. Command centers from Pakistan, Italy, and other nations began to monitor the battlefield via drones. To the warlords and various peacekeeping contingents, the audacious daytime incursion into Aiden's Black Sea Zone was viewed as a reckless gamble, tantamount to walking into a trap. The vicinity around the Baccara market, the absolute stronghold of the Habergetter faction, was home to thousands of armed militia. This was no longer the May of the past. The U.S. Marine Corps had stationed 30,000 troops in Mogadishu, each possessing significant influence, rendering aid too fearful to provoke conflict. Since the departure of the United Nations Marine Corps, the situation here has begun to shift dramatically. Even with dozens of tanks and a plethora of armored vehicles, the Pakistani peacekeeping forces have been reluctant to approach the area. They are acutely aware that in the very heart of the city, the armed forces of Elated are formidable, capable of launching a fierce assault in a matter of moments. General Garrison is equally cognizant of the perils associated with the daylight incursion. He is loath to witness the American peacekeeping forces suffer heavy casualties in Somalia. Just as he noted in a memo weeks prior, while an incursion near the Baccara market would undoubtedly lead to victory in battle, it could also result in the loss of the entire war. Yet, under the pressure from Washington's politicians, Garrison decided to embark on the operation, albeit with a choice of timing that signaled danger. It is important to note that the task force under Garrison is particularly adept at leveraging night vision gear for operations under the cover of darkness, engaging in asymmetric warfare. The helicopter pilots involved in this mission were meticulously selected from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. They call themselves the Night Stalkers, skilled in navigating through complete darkness. With the advantage of night vision equipment, they can fly as freely as during daylight, even on moonless nights, accurately deploying troops to designated locations. As T1 level special forces of the Air Force, their skills are astonishing and their bravery is breathtaking. Nighttime is their domain. Beyond these advantages, conducting operations at night offers another benefit. Many Somalis in Mogadishu, particularly the youth patrolling in lightly armed pickups, are notably addicted to khat. This plant resembles watercress, possessing mild medicinal properties yet stimulating to the nerves. In simpler terms, it serves as a stimulant. Somalis begin chewing this substance around noon, and by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the effects begin to manifest, leaving them excessively excited and restless, eager to unleash their pent-up energy. During the peak hours of the day, those stimulated by khat become audacious. However, as night falls, the situation reverses. Those who have consumed khat become utterly exhausted after a whole afternoon of stimulation, reduced to a state of lethargy. Thus, conducting operations at this time would have the difficulty. The once vigorous individuals, now deflated, would be no match for the well-trained Rangers and Delta Force, akin to crushing tofu. Yet, the result was that the operation, dubbed Eagle, was launched at the most inopportune time, penetrating the most perilous area of Mogadishu and engaging with a group of drug-affected individuals, essentially opting for the highest level of difficulty. However, it must be noted that this represents the most ideal scenario, and reality often diverges from such ideals. Could Garrison, as the commander of the Rangers, be unaware of these military fundamentals? Could he neglect to exploit these favorable conditions? Certainly not. The opportunity to capture 2 of Aided's senior aides in one fell swoop is a rare chance, one that may not present itself again for an indeterminate period. The conditions for nighttime operations indeed appear more favorable, yet it is likely that Aided's aides have returned to their respective abodes after their meeting. Should they wait until then, they may find themselves chasing phantoms. Previously, Garrison had initiated 3 nighttime capture operations, all of which unfolded seamlessly, yet yielded no tangible results. These attempts have sufficiently demonstrated that Aided and his trusted confidants are adept at evasion, and their locations during the day will invariably differ from those at night. Garrison is entirely certain that this operation will follow suit. Should the opportunity be missed during daylight, the night will only offer an empty endeavor. As the commander of a premier armed force, whose soldiers are unmatched in speed, strength, agility, and experience, Garrison possesses the authority to command a rapid assault on any building in Mogadishu within mere minutes. He believes he has ample justification to take a slight risk in executing this capture operation. Representing the image of an American soldier, Garrison boasts nearly 3 decades of military experience, with a footprint spanning the globe, and has participated in Operation Phoenix as a member of the Green Berets, making him one of the lesser-known yet significant senior officers in the United States. He is confident that, under his meticulously crafted operational plan, this capture mission will undoubtedly succeed. Garrison is filled with self-assurance, convinced that even the slightest hiccup will not compromise the ultimate success of the endeavor. Meanwhile, within the city of Mogadishu, the Somali populace harbors their own thoughts and actions. Chapter 309: The Making of Armed Combatants. Hawati Street has transformed into a battlefield where helicopters rain down bullets and rockets, while militia forces and rangers engage in fierce combat. Amidst this conflict, a group of unfortunate innocents, the civilians of Mogadishu, endure the turmoil. Ali Muhammad is merely a student. At the tender age of 14, tall and slender, with prominent cheekbones and the first few wisps of facial hair beginning to sprout on his chin, he is eager to learn and diligent in his studies. He aspires to forge a life where he need not fear bombings and can sleep soundly at night. To pursue his dreams, Ali seizes every moment. He attends church to study English and business in the mornings and in the afternoons. He helps his parents manage their small shop located north of the Olympic Hotel. The front of the shop sits along Hawati Avenue, diagonally across from the Gale family home. Approximately half an hour before the outbreak of hostilities, the American Rangers, whom Ali had often seen in the area, descended from helicopters. Witnessing the helicopters swoop down toward the ground, he sensed that something significant was about to unfold and, in fear, he hurried to his father's candy and hamburger shop. Daring not to breathe as he peered through the door's crack, Ali observed as the American soldiers descended by rope, landing at the intersection of Hawati Avenue. His family shop is conveniently located at the corner of the street, with the front door facing south. As the Rangers descended, they leaned against the wall, separated from Ali by merely a thin barrier. Ali discerned that these soldiers were markedly different from those who had previously delivered supplies. Clad in bulletproof vests and armed to the teeth, they resembled ferocious wolves, instilling an instinctive fear within him. He understood that this place would soon transform into a battlefield, and remaining here posed a grave danger. Yet, he was paralyzed by fear, hesitant to step outside. He knew he should distance himself from the door, for stray bullets could penetrate it and claim his life. Nevertheless, he anxiously awaited the arrival of his parents and younger siblings, lingering by the door's crack. Less than 2 minutes elapsed when Ali spotted armed militia appearing, seated in vehicles and wielding firearms, charging down Hawadi Avenue, engaging in a firefight with the American soldiers. Fortunately, the pickup truck ultimately failed to reach his vicinity, and no one unleashed gunfire upon his door, allowing Ali to remain a mere spectator within the confines of his home. The 10 or so armed militiamen dismounted and began exchanging fire with the American troops. Bullets whizzed past him. Ali watched in horror as the Somali men atop the truck were struck, blood spraying chaotically. His fear intensified. Suddenly, Ali caught sight of his 8-year-old brother emerging in the adjacent alley, crying in terror as he ran homeward. Oblivious to the fact that the street he needed to cross had become a battlefield, Ali realized his brother was in grave peril. He flung open the door and shouted across the way, urging his brother not to exit the alley and to remain hidden inside. Unfortunately, the cacophony of gunfire drowned out his voice. Seeing his brother, however, spurred the child to quicken his pace, and he soon dashed into the hail of bullets on Hawadi Street. The bullets zipped back and forth, littering the street. Ali helplessly watched as his youngest brother fell in the middle of the road, blood streaming from his head, motionless thereafter. He was only 8. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Ali's world darkened, and he felt his mind go blank. At that moment, a helicopter swooped low overhead, its side-mounted gun spewing flames. Ali could not name the weapon, but it resembled a devil's claw, instantly ravaging one side of the street. The militia on the opposite end fell silent, and the American soldiers ceased their fire. The gunfire on the street ceased. Regaining his senses from the throes of fear, Ali disregarded the peril of stray bullets and rushed outside in search of his brother, hoping against hope that he was still alive. Upon reaching him, however, he discovered that his brother's head had been split open like a watermelon. Suddenly, another pickup truck barreled towards him, its heavy machine gun unleashing a barrage upon the Rangers, completely disregarding Ali, who stood in the middle of the road. He heard the bullets whizzing overhead, knowing that this place was about to plunge into chaos once more. In order to avoid the same fate as his brother, who had been intercepted and killed, he could only suppress the overwhelming fear and sorrow within him and sprint down the street to the left, plunging into a narrow alley in a frantic dash. His decision to refrain from returning home stemmed from his urgent desire to locate his father and mother. With his brother already lost to him, he could not bear the thought of losing another loved one. Ali raced through the alley, distancing himself from the intersection where the Rangers and militia clashed. At the end of this filthy lane, he turned left, entering another alley. After several minutes of winding through the labyrinthine paths, Ali finally arrived behind the Olympic Hotel. He recalled that prior to the outbreak of hostilities, his parents had brought freshly prepared hamburgers and candies to this establishment for their daily supply. Ali pushed against the door, but it would not yield. The occupants had barricaded both the front and back entrances, sealing the windows for their own protection. With no way to enter, Ali was left with no choice but to hide. Outside, a cacophony of screams erupted, while the streets swelled with women and children fleeing in all directions. The ground littered with corpses and remnants of animals. Some individuals dashed toward the site of conflict, while others fled in the opposite direction, and a few appeared utterly lost. Unsure of where to run, he spotted a woman, her body bare and seemingly deranged, running down the street, flailing her arms and screaming, her actions incomprehensible. Above, the deafening whir of helicopters resonated, accompanied by the sharp crack of machine gun fire. The streets were increasingly filled with militia loyal to elated, brandishing loudspeakers and shouting in Somali, urging fellow Somalis to emerge and protect their homeland. Ali recognized these shouters. The locals referred to them as the Word of Magic. They were Elated's private militia, driven solely by the allure of rice and Arabic tea, serving the wealthy warlords. To obtain their desired goods, they would not hesitate to behead any insurgent. Previously, Ali had been merely a student and a part-time shopkeeper, and his enlistment in Elated's militia was motivated solely by a desire to shield his store from the encroachment of the Word of Magic. But now, Everything had changed. The Rangers had invaded his homeland, and just before his eyes, they had slain his brother, although he could not ascertain whether the bullet had originated from an American soldier. Yet, this distinction felt irrelevant. He irrationally believed that if the Americans had not come, his brother would still be alive. Completely disregarding the fact that these peacekeeping soldiers had continuously risked their lives, facing the threat of being ambushed by Elated's militia while delivering food and providing medical aid. The majority of the civilians in the city had benefited from the assistance of the peacekeeping forces. Now, responding to the call of Elated's militia, Ali, filled with radical hatred, abandoned his dreams of a peaceful home. He felt it was time to rise and fight for his homeland. With a mix of terror, anger, and excitement swirling within him, Ali relinquished his quest to find his parents in the hotel and initiated his bold course of action. He turned left from behind the hotel back onto the street. Sprinting across Hawadi Avenue toward the home of his friend Ahmed, located 200 meters away, where the AK-47 issued to him upon joining Elated's militia was concealed. After retrieving the firearm from his friend's residence, he and Ahmed, who was preparing to depart, summoned several companions to inform them of his brother's plight. Ali's friends, having been indoctrinated, unanimously resolved to seek vengeance for his sibling. They initially concealed themselves behind a wall at the rear of a restaurant, targeting the stationary convoy of Rangers. It was then that Ali embarked on his inaugural experience of firing a weapon. Subsequently, they continued their northern maneuver, utilizing vehicles and structures for cover while relentlessly firing upon American soldiers. Ali, possessing a modicum of education and intelligence, frequently darted out to unleash a barrage upon the Rangers before hastily retreating. A few of his comrades, similarly familiar with the terrain, adopted a hit-and-run strategy. When American aircraft approached, they would take refuge indoors, merely extending their gun barrels around the corner, firing indiscriminately without even taking a glance. None among them had ever engaged in combat, nor had they received any formal training. Their singular desire was revenge, their hearts consumed by hatred. Despite their cautious harassment tactics, the superior marksmanship and firepower of the Rangers soon exacted a toll. One of Ali's friends, Adan Wasawi, miscalculated the timing of his assault. He inadvertently stepped into the line of fire of a heavy machine gun. The devastation wrought by the 50 caliber bullets was horrific. One struck his abdomen, effectively obliterating half of his torso, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the street. Undeterred by the hail of bullets, Ali, along with another friend, dragged Adan to safety. The journey left a gruesome trail of blood, intestines, and tissue, mingling with the gore that stained the ground. Witnessing Adan, bloodied and spilling his innards, Ali's mind erupted in chaos. The promising student he once was vanished entirely, replaced by an individual consumed by vengeance, devoid of personal judgment. Now merely a combatant fixated on retribution. With bloodshot eyes, he swore to eliminate 2 Americans, one for his brother, the other for his friend Adan. Until death would he pursue this vow. Chapter 310, The Final Idle Afternoon. For 03 p.m., Romeo 64, the first 3 vehicles fully loaded, began their return to base. Dragon Combat heard the convoy's communication report, only to witness 3 armed Humvees start their withdrawal, breaking away from the main group. The Super 61 Black Hawk soared overhead, maintaining position above the convoy's right rear. As the 3 Humvees entered the street, a multitude of Somalis emerged, launching an assault from rooftops and windows with a frenzy akin to ravenous wolves. Though their firearms were insufficient to penetrate armor, the heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicles easily dispatched them, cleaving them in half. The armed helicopters above were even more formidable, unleashing a hail of gunfire that left a gruesome scene of carnage. Yet, these Somalis displayed no fear. Driven by drugs, they were utterly deranged, embracing death without a second thought. Upon hearing the breathtaking exclamations regarding dragon warfare, Sonny scoffed derisively, a pitiful bunch of brainwashed souls, oblivious to who their true enemy is. Sighing, Dragon Warfare refrained from retorting, his gaze fixated on the distant Super 61. If his recollections were accurate and did not invoke a butterfly effect, then Super 61 would soon encounter peril. Dragon Warfare yearned to warn Super 61, yet he was at a loss for how to convey such a message. Surely, he could not say, "Hey, mate, I possess prophetic abilities. You will soon be struck by a rocket and plummet. You'd best flee as far as you can." Such absurdity would likely earn him the label of a madman, and no one would believe him. Moreover, military orders must be obeyed. Super 61 had received the command to escort the severely injured Humvee convoy, and regardless of the dangers ahead, he was bound to execute it. Before Dragon Warfare could intervene, he overheard the internal communications of the convoy, announcing the first casualty of the day's mission. The swiftness of the confirmation implied a gunshot from a rooftop, a single bullet striking directly to the neck. What? What did you say? Someone's been shot. What is the situation? McKnight inquired anxiously. It's Sergeant Pella. He is dead. Sergeant Pella has fallen, Strike replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. Dragon Warfare could easily envision the turmoil within Colonel McKnight upon hearing this news. It must have been profoundly distressing. Poor child, Sonny murmured gravely, shaking his head, empathizing with the loss. Clay and Brian, having also received the communication, remained silent. Their expressions somber, yet their mini Gatling guns grew increasingly fierce. As fellow American peacekeepers, their emotions on the battlefield resonated with one another, including the fervent desire for vengeance. C2, we have one casualty here, over. In less than 10 seconds, Colonel McKnight composed himself from his grief and relayed the casualty report to the command helicopter above. In that moment, all the Rangers observed a moment of silence. Even General Garrison, accustomed to the deaths of soldiers, found himself moved by the news, his unease escalating. Yet, this was merely the harbinger of greater calamities to come. At 4:12 p.m., all personnel were fully on board the vehicles. Once the 4 Ranger squad stationed at the intersection to ambush the enemy returned and boarded 3 armored trucks, the final withdrawal phase could commence. However, just as Colonel McKnight was reporting the situation and Ground Commander Harrell was preparing to issue the retreat order, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. The Super 61 Black Hawk helicopter, while sweeping low, was struck by an RPG fired from the 3rd floor, losing its tail rotor and failing to maintain stability. After a brief, tumultuous struggle in the sky, it crashed approximately 300 meters northeast of the target building. We have a helicopter down. We have a helicopter down. Super 61 has crashed. The words of Commander Matthews echoed repetitively across all channels, resonating clearly for every listener. Upon hearing this incredible news, a singular thought surged through the minds of all. This is disastrous. Garrison sighed heavily, lamenting, alas, we have completely lost the initiative. He promptly informed Colonel Matthews to dispatch a Little Bird helicopter to assess the crash site and conduct a search for survivors. Simultaneously, he alerted Colonel Harrell, instructing him to send ground troops to the crash location to establish a new secure zone, ensuring the helicopter could land safely under the given conditions. Time was of the essence. They had little left, as the city's militia would soon swarm in to besiege the Super 61. General Garrison's countenance was graver than ever, and he specifically instructed Matthews and Harrison. Upon receiving Garrison's orders, Matthews quickly conferred with Ground Commander Harrison to devise an appropriate rescue plan. With the call sign 41, the Little Bird helicopter immediately set off to land at the crash site and commenced the search and rescue operations. Unlike the cumbersome Black Hawk, the Little Bird was agile enough to land even in the absence of a fully established safe zone. Super 69 hovered above, prepared to descend at a moment's notice to provide support. Once the ground troops had fortified their defensive line, the helicopter would possess adequate conditions to hover and land, allowing the prepped search and rescue team to proceed with their descent. The task of establishing a secure zone around the crash site fell upon 4 teams of Rangers. The first to receive orders was the 4th team, led by Evans's man, primarily due to their proximity to the northeast street, closest to where the helicopter had fallen. The Somalis were rushing toward the crash site. Every moment the Rangers could advance increased the likelihood of rescuing the downed personnel. New team leader Evans's man left 3 members to secure the intersection while leading the others toward the crash site. After orchestrating this series of tasks, Matthews finally found a moment to breathe. He dispatched Super 64 to assume the responsibilities of Super 61, continuing to escort the already departed convoy of severely injured personnel, ensuring their safe return to the airport. Meanwhile, the Rangers who needed to board the vehicle were unable to do so and began their march toward the crash site for their new assignment. Leaving the Humvee convoy unable to depart, the 4th Ranger team set off first, with the remaining 3 teams closely following. Even though the Humvee convoy had already loaded its personnel, it too had to proceed toward the crash site. However, with a direct distance of less than 400 meters, the challenge for the convoy to reach the site was significantly greater than that faced by the foot-mobile Ranger teams, at least by 2 levels of difficulty. All the main thoroughfares were blocked. The Rangers could maneuver through side streets, but the convoy could not. To arrive at the crash site, the Humvee convoy would need to rely on the continuous navigation of aerial reconnaissance, winding through various alleys and narrow paths. In a city teeming with armed factions, navigating the alleys presented a perilous endeavor. How can one successfully make it there? Colonel McKnight wore a look of deep concern. The sudden crash of the Super 61 helicopter had forced the Rangers to shift to a secondary battleground, even necessitating the deployment of the backup combat rescue team, plunging the operation into a state of passive urgency. The emergency response team, led by Long Zhan and his comrades, became the last remaining idle personnel in the entire Aaron operation, still seated aboard the aircraft, relegated to inaction. Chapter 311. The ultimate trump card. The descent of the Super 61 had thoroughly disrupted the mission, prompting the coalition forces to redirect their efforts towards rescuing it. The 4 Ranger squads were the first ground units to rush to the rescue, while the 41 Little Bird, Super 69, and Super 68 comprised the aerial support. Among these, Super 68 was tasked solely with providing air fire support. The other helicopters were required to shield the convoy of Humvees, maneuvering through the blocked city streets, thus relegating them to the second wave of the rescue operation. The 41 Little Bird, with its swift speed and compact size, was the first to reach the crash site. There, a Delta Force soldier in a black helmet was seen utilizing the wreckage as cover, engaging in combat with scattered militia members who had arrived earlier. The status of the other 3 crew members remained uncertain for the time being. The intersection had already attracted a significant number of militia, and the uncertainty of their RPG arsenal rendered it unwise for the 41 Little Bird to attempt a landing rescue, lest it repeat the fate of the Super 61. The only course of action was to circle above, preventing the heavily armed militia from approaching the wreckage. The scattered armed militia, emboldened, rushed from the corners with firearms aimed at the remains, relying solely on the Delta survivor to fend for himself. Outnumbered, the Delta survivor sustained multiple gunshot wounds in less than 2 minutes. Had he not been clad in a bulletproof vest, he likely would not have survived long enough to await rescue, falling prey to the militia instead, a stark illustration of the adage a tiger falling into the valley is preyed upon by dogs. Fortunately, the arrival of Super 68 and Super 69 helicopters at this critical juncture brought hope. Before establishing a safe zone on the ground, both helicopters were also unable to land, but could provide formidable fire suppression. Armed with 4 miniguns and additional personnel capable of firing rifles through the cabin doors, the helicopters deterred the Somali militia from recklessly advancing toward the wreckage, compelling them to seek shelter in the surrounding buildings while shooting at the helicopters and the Delta survivor. At 4:24, the 3rd Squad, led by Tadamasso, reached the northern side of the crash site ahead of schedule, having encountered no Somali militia obstruction along the way. They faced heavy machine gun fire at an intersection, taking some time to call for helicopter support, which ultimately eliminated the armed pickup from the 4th Squad, albeit about 40 seconds late. Overall, their timing was relatively close. After urgent communication between the 2 squads, they decided to concentrate their forces on the left side of the crash site intersection, creating an opportunity for the helicopters to land. The Somali militia, having arrived ahead of time, numbers fewer than 100, most of whom are unarmed civilians. 2 teams of Rangers coordinated effectively, swiftly capturing the buildings at the northwest and southwest corners, thereby securing the left side of the crash site. The 41 Bird, under the cover of the 2 Ranger teams and 2 helicopters, rapidly descended onto the left roadway. The pilot and co-pilot personally disembarked to assist the remaining Delta survivors, transporting the injured to the Bird while reporting the specific circumstances of the crash. 2 pilots of the Super 61 had already perished, and another Delta crew member sustained severe injuries. Due to the helicopter's significant deformation, the critically injured Delta member was trapped within the cabin, rendering any immediate rescue impossible. Reluctantly, the 41 Bird prioritized evacuating the Delta survivors, ascending swiftly to transport them to the airport for urgent medical attention. The tasks of extricating the trapped Delta casualty from the wreckage and retrieving the bodies of the 2 deceased pilots fell to the combat search and rescue team. The intersection allowed the Bird to land, but the elongated armed Black Hawk could not fit. The Super 69, therefore, had to risk a hover to lower 15 elite Rangers to the ground, establishing a defensive perimeter around the wreckage and commencing rescue operations. Once the Humvee convoy arrived, They would transport both the injured and the deceased. The Super 69 positioned itself on the left street, dropping two sturdy fast ropes for the combat search and rescue team to rapidly descend. Before their eyes, ground troops were airdropped, inciting the Somali militia on the right to become agitated. Although aided S-armed militia had yet to arrive and lacked RPGs capable of destroying the helicopters, they were armed nonetheless. The hovering helicopter became a fixed target, even with the fierce fire support from Long Zhan, Sunny, and others in the sky. The two ranger teams on the ground struggled to maintain suppression. Unfortunately, the Super 69 encountered trouble. A barrage of bullets rattled against its fuselage. Despite withstanding rifle fire aimed at the airdrop troops, the Super 69's rotor began to emit black smoke. Long Zhan learned from the pilot that one of the engines had been damaged. Fortunately, the Black Hawk is a twin-engine helicopter. While enduring the assault to lower the final two Rangers, the smoke-belching Super 69 was compelled to withdraw from the combat sequence and urgently head for a forced landing at Mogadishu Airport. Above the crash site of the Super 61, only the final Super 68 remained. As the sole aerial support, the previously passive Long Zhan and his comrades suddenly found themselves facing a daunting task. It appeared that in the aftermath of the Super 64's crash, only our emergency response team could navigate the ensuing chaos. Reflecting on the scene where they were besieged by thousands, culminating in the demise of the two supporting Delta operators after exhausting their ammunition, Long Zhan felt a pang of distress. Transitioning from aerial support to joining ground combat after descending from the Super 61 seemed to him the most ideal course of action. Regrettably, on the battlefield, one must adhere to orders. The command center dispatched the combat search and rescue team, leaving the emergency response unit to remain on standby. The arrangement made by the command center is indeed both logical and reasonable. The emergency response team from DG represents the pinnacle of combat capability here, proving to be more effective than the Ranger search and rescue unit. As the adage goes, good steel is used on the blade. General Garrison's decision not to deploy the emergency response unit for unforeseen emergencies was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Long Zhan could comprehend the command's strategy, yet the impending battle at Super 64 still caused him considerable distress. For individuals against thousands, what kind of battle is this? It is utterly life-threatening. The aerial units faced consecutive mishaps, and the approaching convoy of Humvees was equally grim. Although the convoy had a command helicopter to guide them, theoretically providing the optimal route to the crash site, the reality was far more complicated. Numerous armed militia, taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, dashed along the parallel streets to the convoy, seeking concealed positions to ambush. Recognizing the robust nature of the armored vehicles, they specifically targeted locations above the second floor to launch their attacks. Chapter 312. Disgusting tactics. The Somalis employed a cunning strategy that effectively countered the Humvee convoy. The Humvee's gun turret had bulletproof shields only on four sides, leaving the top completely vulnerable, allowing Somali militia to easily target the gunners. Consequently, as the Humvee convoy traversed the streets, the number of injured gunners began to rise significantly. With the overhead helicopters providing cover, they were rendered ineffective against the militants hiding indoors. If the assailants were few in number, such ambush tactics would not have a substantial impact. However, the Humvee convoy, racing at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, could swiftly evade any stationary ambushers. It would be challenging for the militia, hidden in fixed positions, to sustain any significant hindrance to the convoy, unless they had sufficient manpower to arrange ambushes along entire streets. Yet, in Mogadishu, the abundance of people is unparalleled. A multitude of Somalis, indoctrinated by aided, armed themselves with inexpensive weapons, driven by a singular objective: to eliminate an American soldier, even if merely by inflicting injury. In this pure combat mentality, the streets of Mogadishu were filled with militia transformed into warriors, devising methods to ambush the Humvee convoy. In addition to armed assaults, many resorted to throwing improvised incendiary devices. They would fill a glass bottle with gasoline, stuff a cloth into the neck, ignite it, and hurl it at the approaching convoy. Should it land on a Humvee, it would erupt into flames. If it ignited on the windshield, it would obstruct the driver's view, forcing the convoy to reduce speed to avoid crashing into walls. If thrown from above and landing within the gun turret, the devastation would be even more catastrophic. The flaming gasoline clung to the machine gunner, causing him to retreat in sheer panic into the confines of the vehicle, resulting in chaos within the cramped interior of the Hummer. The presence of a man engulfed in flames only heightened the disarray, rendering any semblance of calm utterly implausible. Even with a fire extinguisher at hand, extinguishing the burning gunner would prove futile, as the inferno had already spread to the turret outside, making it impossible to emerge and douse the flames. The sole recourse was to close the hatch and allow the fire to rage on, knowing that the burning would not endure for long given the limited amount of gasoline. However, during this period of combustion, the Hummer would lose its capacity for counterattack, transforming into a passive target, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. As the Hummer convoy's offensive capabilities diminished, the Somali militia would intensify their onslaught, leading to further assaults on additional Hummers and resulting in more injuries and fatalities among the machine gunners. This vicious cycle would perpetuate itself, and while a short skirmish might be manageable, prolonged engagement would be disastrous. Under normal circumstances, the Hummer convoy would have navigational support from command helicopters, enabling them to swiftly reach the crash site even if the main roads were obstructed. Even if the militia attempted to set up roadblocks ahead, it would take considerable time to establish an effective barrier, allowing the Hummer convoy to surge past before the obstacles were fully in place. The Somali militia recognized this, igniting tires throughout the city to create a smokescreen that would obscure the skies. This was merely a preliminary tactic. The often derided Somali people devised a more cunning stratagem, employing a method that was not only deceitful but also devoid of humanity, yet remarkably effective in this context to thwart the advance of the Hummer convoy. The longer the convoy lingered in the urban environment, the more opportunities the Somalis had to launch their attacks. Their audacious plan involved utilizing local Somali civilians as human shields to obstruct the Hummer convoy's progress. In the absence of the ability to swiftly erect barriers, they forcibly gathered civilians from surrounding buildings and positioned them in the middle of the road. While the armor of the Hummer was indeed formidable, and the vehicle could potentially bulldoze through, the peacekeeping soldiers were constrained by their mandate. To ram through a throng of Somali civilians blocking the road would result in an international outcry, with media coverage condemning them for such an atrocity. As a force of righteousness, they would be condemned globally for mass slaughter. Even if they managed to escape from Mogadishu, they would undoubtedly face a military tribunal. Colonel McKnight found himself unable to order a charge into the crowd. Instead, when confronted with an impassable route, he had no choice but to veer to the left or right into side streets or alleys. Subsequently, he would communicate with the C-2 command helicopter to devise an alternative route. This impromptu rerouting proved to be exceedingly cumbersome, due to the obstruction caused by smoke. The aerial reconnaissance aircraft struggled with limited visibility. Once the imagery was transmitted to the image analysts and intelligence officers, they required a considerable amount of time to scrutinize every roadway depicted in the footage in order to identify a viable route. When the analysts finally relayed the new navigation path to Matthews for communication with the Humvee convoy, the situation became precarious. The convoy, unable to halt, was compelled to maintain high mobility to avoid being encircled by Somali militia, leading to a significant time lag. The delayed information rendered the newly suggested route inaccurate, necessitating yet another request for navigation. This back and forth created a vicious cycle. Even if the navigation was correct, as the Humvee convoy advanced a block or two, they would soon encounter streets that were not on the map, congested with Somali civilians. To avert a collision, the convoy was forced to make abrupt turns, giving rise to a third vicious cycle. In just a mere 500 meters of straight distance, after 10 frantic minutes, the Humvee convoy found themselves aimlessly traversing the city streets. During this chaotic dash, they endured unimaginable acts of terror. The armed trucks, cumbersome and unwieldy, became prime targets in the marathon of Mogadishu, with one truck struck in the tire by a rocket, veering off to crash into a nearby building. By the time Colonel McKnight received the report and, with a stream of expletives, circled back to the incident site in hopes of rescuing individuals, he discovered that the trucks, fortified with 150mm bulletproof steel, had been reduced to mere fragments by successive rocket strikes. Of the original fleet, only one armed truck was beyond repair, while the remaining 8 were all severely damaged, each bearing the scars of battle. The lighter vehicles were riddled with bullet holes and charred by makeshift incendiary devices, while the heavier ones had survived rocket attacks. Their structures grotesquely deformed despite the engines remaining intact. The windshields, now resembling spider webs, had become the norm for the Humvee convoy. As for the wounded within, of the 40-plus Rangers who set out, fewer than 20 remained unscathed. The chaos that had erupted in Mogadishu transformed the city into a veritable hell for the Humvee convoy. Yet, akin to a ghostly maze, they found themselves endlessly circling within the city, unable to escape, and this was not the worst of their predicament. At 4:38 p.m., the earlier departing convoy of severely injured personnel capitalized on the element of surprise, managing to exit the city and return to the airport under the guidance of the command helicopter before the Somalis could fully react. Aside from Sergeant Peller, who tragically fell during the operation, and 2 gunners who were injured, the mission was deemed a success. Had it not been for Blackburn's grievous injuries, all personnel involved would have returned, with casualties being at most these few, perhaps even fewer. After all, if the fully equipped Humvee convoy had been present, it would have boasted 12 formidable weapons, capable of effectively suppressing the Somali militias flanking the streets. Unfortunately, the world is not governed by hypotheticals. What has transpired must be accepted. At 4:45, amidst the ongoing lapse of the Humvee convoy within the city, another conspicuous armed truck was struck in the cockpit by an RPG during its transit. The convoy halted promptly, compelled to establish a defensive perimeter and initiate rescue operations. A helicopter squadron was required to provide aerial cover, granting vital time for the individuals trapped within the truck. As they managed to escort the critically injured back to the airport, the Super 64, having just returned to the Black Hawk formation, became the third unfortunate casualty in this unfolding drama. The armed militias of elated arrived and, from an advantageous position, simultaneously launched 2 RPGs at the Super 64. Pilot Durant reacted swiftly, executing an evasive maneuver that successfully dodged the first rocket. Regrettably, the second one could not be avoided, or perhaps only partially evaded. The RPG struck the helicopter's tail rotor. Due to the angle of impact, the RPG did not explode upon contact. Rather, it ricocheted off the tail rotor after colliding, leading to a malfunction. The Super 64 pilot reported severe vibrations in the airframe, with the directional pedals exhibiting abnormal tremors, and requested an immediate return for an emergency landing. Colonel Matthews granted the request. However, the Super 64 had barely flown half a mile back when the malfunctioning tail rotor, compromised by the RPG, suddenly detached and flew away. The helicopter could no longer maintain its directional balance and, like Super 61, became a spinning top in the sky. After struggling in the air for mere seconds, it plummeted to the ground, 1 mile away on Markin Road. The crash of the second Black Hawk helicopter plunged the Joint Task Force from a state of complete passivity into utter chaos. The balance of power on this battlefield had unmistakably shifted in favor of elated. The Joint Operations Center fell into a profound silence as all eyes were glued to the surveillance images of the Super 64's crash site, the countenances of the officers reflecting grave concern. With the 2 crash sites over 2 kilometers apart, the challenge of rescuing Super 64 loomed large. At this juncture, the crash site of Super 61 had already established a secure zone through the collaboration of 2 Ranger squads and a combat search and rescue team. The injured Delta Force members had yet to be extricated, and the Humvee convoy had not yet arrived. The 3 Ranger squads found themselves unable to depart. Among the remaining ground forces available for deployment, aside from the severely depleted Humvee convoy still engaged in long runs within Mogadishu, only the 1st and 4th squads, which had set out for the Super 61 crash site but were still en route, remained. Additionally, a Delta Force team, having successfully apprehended high-value targets and requested to join the rescue mission, was led by Captain Steele. These 3 groups had now converged, theoretically enabling them to proceed to the second crash site for rescue operations. However, they had departed from the far ends of the target building, and after over 20 minutes of walking less than 500 meters, they remained ensnared on the route without having arrived. The distance to the second crash site stretched a daunting 2 kilometers, and at their tortoise-like pace, it would require at least 2 hours or more. Although the second crash site lay far from the Black Sea region, the militia of elated and the brainwashed Somali militants would also require some time to arrive. Yet, it should not take 2 hours. A mere 10 to 20 minutes would suffice at most. If Captain Steele were to lead his men there, not only would a rescue be implausible, but it would be perilous even to retrieve the bodies. Furthermore, the reason behind the sluggish movement of Steele's 2 squads lay in their encounters with numerous armed militia, resulting in a constant skirmish along the way. With over half of their number already injured, in their current state, mere survival seemed a challenge, and any attempt to save others would likely lead to their own demise on the road. Garrison recognized that Steele's approach was untenable, thus entrusting the rescue mission to the Humvee convoy, directing Colonel McKnight to proceed to the second crash site for support. Additionally, the 3 returned Stryker Humvees were ordered to return to the battlefield and head towards the second crash site. To buy time for the ground forces, General Garrison dispatched 2 Black Hawks, Super 68 and Super 62, one to scout the situation at the second crash site in preparation for the arrival of the ground troops, and the other to provide aerial fire support to deter the Somali armed militia from approaching the wreckage of Super 64 until the ground forces could reach it. My predictions were indeed correct. Upon receiving the orders from Colonel Harrell, Long Zhan felt a tumult of emotions within, silently picking up a tactical backpack and stuffing it with 4.7.62 magazines. Sonny, Clay, and Brian wore grave expressions, yet did not exhibit excessive concern. For Harrell's command to the rapid response team was simply to provide fire support from the air, with no requirement for ground engagement. Moreover, the trio lacked any foreknowledge of the situation, unaware that the ground forces could not possibly arrive in time. Providing fire support from the air, while the helicopter remained in motion, made it exceedingly difficult for ground-launched RPGs to find their mark. Thus, in light of this, the perceived danger was minimal, and their lack of worry was entirely reasonable. While Super 68 was still en route, it seemed that Super 62 had arrived first, and Long Zhan heard the pilot's radio call. C2, this is Super 62. I have 2 Delta snipers, Suart and Gordon, on board, volunteering to land and rescue Super 64. Over. The sooner assistance was rendered at the crash site, the greater the chance of saving a survivor's life. This was likely the sentiment of Suart and Gordon. C2 received. Super 62, request denied. The helicopter cannot take any further risks. We have not observed any moving objects at the crash site, and we do not even know if there are survivors. Moreover, ground forces are being dispatched there, so there is no need to risk an aerial landing rescue. Matthews's voice was extraordinarily calm, as if the consecutive crashes of 2 Black Hawk helicopters bore no relation to his aerial command whatsoever. This demeanor may have seemed excessively indifferent, yet it epitomized the essential composure of a commander. What is the estimated time of arrival for the ground troops? Inquired the Super 62 pilot. Long Zhan surmised that the question was posed on behalf of Suart or Gordon. I don't know, it shouldn't take long. Just provide assistance from the air. Super 68 will rendezvous with you shortly. Over. Matthews reiterated his instructions, likely overshadowed by the grim reality of the Black Hawk's recent downfalls. Super 62 received. Durant concluded his conversation with Matthews, temporarily relinquishing the idea of landing. As he headed towards the crash site aboard Super 68, Long Zhan remarked to Sonny, "Hey, buddy. After sitting idly for so long, I believe it's time for us to take action." "What? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Sonny responded, staring incredulously at Long Zhan. Sonny either did not hear clearly or, having understood, pretended to be oblivious. To Long Zhan, both scenarios were equivalent. He reiterated, "I said, we need to get down there and work. It will be quite perilous to go down now. I hope you comprehend the consequences of such an action," Pilot Peerbus interjected, turning to offer a prior warning. Observing Long Zhan's serious expression, Sonny recognized he was not jesting. Having shared numerous life and death moments together, they knew Long Zhan was not one to act impulsively. After a moment's contemplation, Sonny inquired, "I would like to understand your reasoning." Brian and Clay also turned their gazes toward Long Zhan, their eyes reflecting similar confusion. Being at an impetuous age, they felt a kinship with the Delta Force soldiers aboard Super 62, eager to assist their beleaguered comrades. However, from their lofty vantage point, the sight of countless Somali men rushing toward the crash site made it abundantly clear what awaited them should they descend. As the trio had spent considerable time together, they were familiar with Long Zhan's style of operation. Though he possessed a robust physique, he was never reckless. To put it more delicately, he was cautious. To state it bluntly, he held his life in high regard. Thus, it was both surprising and perplexing for the duo that Long Zhan, a man who valued life, would make such a perilous decision. As the instigator of this course of action, Long Zhan could not divulge his knowledge of the impending events. Following Suart and Gordon's multiple requests, they would receive the consent of the Joint Operations Center and Ground Command, allowing them to descend to the surface before a multitude of Somali militia arrived. In the original narrative, the outcome was grim. The ground troops were hindered, and no reinforcements could reach the scene, resulting in the two fighting valiantly against overwhelming odds until they were ultimately slain. The sole survivor, Pilot Brandt, was captured alive. However, in this altered world with Long Zhan's presence, the narrative had shifted, and with their arrival, the eventual outcome was destined to change. Irrespective of whether they were willing or not, the four of them, as an emergency response team, would undoubtedly be dispatched to provide support the moment Suart and Gordon found themselves in dire straits. Rather than being deployed from a distance only to trek 100 or 200 meters on foot to assist, risking the chance of being ambushed along the way, it would be far more prudent to proactively seek a strategic location to establish a defensive line before the Somali militia arrived, armed with ample ammunition and superior military prowess. Coupled with the advantage of having fortified their position ahead of time, they might just endure until nightfall. If they could hold out until darkness fell, everything would become manageable. The Somali fighters, once their drug-induced fervor waned, would see a significant decline in their already limited combat effectiveness. The rescue team led by Hute would also arrive at the crash site after dusk to provide support, at which point all issues would smoothly resolve. This would grant Long Zhan the opportunity to engage in fierce combat, leveraging this momentum alongside the meticulously planned maneuvers he had prepared, ultimately achieving his objective of departing the unit. This strategy could be aptly termed turning passivity into proactivity, to garner the support of Sunny and the others. Long Zhan elaborated on his envisioned future trajectory. Having refined his predictions, he asserted that Suart and Gordon would undoubtedly receive approval for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, the Humvee convoy, having meandered through the city, remained trapped in the downtown area, rendering their arrival here utterly impractical, thus leaving the two of them in a precarious situation. The only individuals capable of rescuing them, along with the survivors of the Super 64, were the four of them. As a designated emergency response team, would they be willing to stand idly by and witness their comrades being slain? Long Zhan resorted to provocation. Perhaps it was destiny at play. As soon as he finished his incitement, a survivor from the Super 64 began to emerge, struggling to crawl out. Perhaps disoriented from the crash, he stood bewildered in the presence of the dozens of Somali militia gathering around him, failing to immediately grasp a weapon or seek cover. In his weakened state, he would be easily captured or killed if the Somali militia advanced. His distinct cap and attire made it unmistakable that he was none other than Durant, the pilot of the Super 64. There was still a living soul. At that moment, Sunny was moved. Suart and Gordon, having previously submitted their requests, were equally touched by the presence of a survivor and once more appealed to the command center for permission to land and conduct a rescue. Sunny, Long Zhan, and the other two listened intently through their headsets, waiting for the outcome of their request. C2, this is Super 62. A large number of militia are approaching from 6 or 7 blocks away from the crash site. Suart and Gordon are again requesting rescue authorization to establish a defensive line until the convoy arrives. Over. Upon hearing the call from the pilot of Super 62, Colonel Matthews found himself unable to make a decisive judgment. He instead called out, "General Garrison, several hundred individuals are heading toward the site of the Super 64's crash. Suart and Gordon have made their request. They are closer to the crash site and possess clearer visibility than I do." In the Joint Operations Center, multiple communication channels were activated simultaneously, allowing all dialogues to be heard, including the permission requests from the Super 62 pilots. Thus, Colonel Matthews refrained from reiterating and instead provided supplementary remarks from the side. This indicated that the proactive applicants, Suart and Gordon, were acutely aware of the impending circumstances. They were unable to make the decision alone and required your command to finalize it. "I shall converse with them," stated General Garrison, his countenance grave as he switched to the channel. "I want to confirm that you all understand what you are requesting. Please articulate it clearly." "We request to proceed to the crash site to establish a defensive perimeter until ground support arrives," Suart responded without hesitation. "Some serve in the military for livelihood. Others for the chance to traverse the globe. Some seek thrill, while others pursue honor." It was evident that Suart belonged to the latter category, fully aware that the path ahead led to peril, yet unwavering in his pursuit of honor. "I hope you comprehend that I cannot ascertain when ground forces will arrive. It may take a considerable amount of time." General Garrison's words were unequivocal, implying an extremely high level of danger and a significant likelihood of sacrifice. "Understood. We still choose to proceed," came Schuhart's resolute reply, his sun-kissed visage marked by the steadfastness of one ready to embrace death. The pilots of Super 62, Gavina and his co-pilot, turned to gaze at the two with profound respect. "What is true bravery?" "It is precisely this," Chapter 315. I do not believe in God. I only believe in myself. Colonel Harrell, you decide, he said. Suart and Gordon had made their positions clear, yet General Garrison found himself unable to make a definitive choice. Though he was the commander of the Ranger Task Force and the highest authority for Operation Irene, Suart and Gordon were members of the distinguished Delta Force, which necessitated that the decision-making power be bestowed upon Harrell. After all, the Delta members were far too precious to be compared with the Rangers. Harrell, as the commanding officer of the Delta Force for this operation, bore the weight of responsibility for any potential casualties among the Delta personnel. Suart, Gordon, are you certain? Harrell inquired, his tone heavy. Absolutely certain, sir, Suart replied without a hint of hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Colonel Harrell, with great difficulty, stated, Gavina. Escort them down. Understood. The Super 62 pilot acknowledged, giving Suart and Gordon a thumbs-up of admiration as he maneuvered the helicopter to begin its descent. Dragon, you truly are remarkable. You were right, Sonny remarked after listening to the entire conversation, watching as the Super 62 descended for landing. He could not help but admire Dragon's prescient predictions. Contemplating Dragon's forthcoming prophecy, he determined that descending now would actually increase their chances of survival, leading Sonny to decide to trust Dragon. He promptly pressed the transmitter to initiate radio communication. Calling Romeo 64, this is Suit 64. Requesting to join the rescue of Super 64. We are the emergency response team, and this is our duty. Over. Colonel Harrell was engulfed in melancholy, troubled by the impending fate of Suart and Gordon. Upon hearing Sonny's call for assistance, his initial reaction was one of surprise, quickly followed by a surge of hope as he realized there might still be a glimmer of possibility. Previously, he had contemplated dispatching an emergency response team to rescue Super 64. However, the team hailed from DG, and without a senior commander present, he felt a profound responsibility for sending Long Zhan and his team on such a perilous mission, should they meet with misfortune. With the team leader Sergeant Sonny stepping forward voluntarily, the situation became considerably more manageable. The distinction between volunteering and being ordered was significant. Should the emergency response team descend alongside the two Delta members, they could potentially establish a defensive line with the right cover, as 6 individuals were ample to form a solid front. The likelihood of survival remained high as long as their ammunition lasted. If they could stall for an hour or two, Colonel Harrell believed that even with a slow-moving convoy, they would reach the second crash site in time to execute a successful rescue operation. The more he contemplated the feasibility, the more exhilarated he became. Romeo 64. I need you to confirm your awareness of the dangers of this mission. You will face circumstances akin to those of Suart and Gordon. Are you prepared to make this decision? Harrell was eager for the emergency response team to join, enhancing the survival odds for his 2 Delta operatives. Yet he understood that protocol must be adhered to. Within the Joint Operations Command Center, General Garrison and a cadre of senior officers had also heard Sonny's request. Notably, Garrison remained silent, tacitly entrusting the fate of these elite soldiers to Colonel Harrell's judgment. Sonny's gaze swept over Long Zhan, Clay, and Brian, all of whom nodded in affirmation. Seeking the team's consensus was a tradition among SEALs, and once everyone agreed on the rescue operation, Sonny replied, We are certain. Please grant us permission promptly. The sooner we land, the better our chances to fortify our defenses. Romeo 64 acknowledged. Permission granted for the emergency response team to proceed to the second crash site. Good luck to you all. As Harrell's words resonated, Pilbus immediately initiated the descent, positioning the craft approximately 60 meters to the right of the crash site, hovering 10 meters above the ground. Indeed, the valor of the finest SEALs is commendable, and may divine protection accompany you. Pilbus gave a thumbs up to Long Zhan and his team, signaling that they could commence the descent, while also conveying a deeper sentiment of farewell to the brave. The respect and admiration in his eyes reflected his genuine feelings. I do not believe in God. I only trust myself. Long Zhan, undeterred by the mission's peril, laughed heartily. Slinging his tactical backpack, previously brimming with ammunition, over his right shoulder, he tossed the fast roping line adjacent to the airfield and, with swift precision, descended smoothly. Before the Dragon battle, 10 ammunition boxes were already prepared, and now with an empty tactical backpack, 3 additional 200-round magazines were crammed inside. This burden had significantly exceeded the limit, nearly doubling what an average person could carry. The greater the load, the more friction it generated. Fortunately, the distance to the ground was only about 10 meters. As the dragon slid to the earth, the gloves merely emitted a faint odor of burning. Had the drop been 4 or 5 meters higher, the gloves would have certainly been scorched and melted. Ignoring the burning sensation in his palms, the dragon landed and quickly took a few steps forward to crouch, weapon at the ready, vigilant against a potential ambush from the Somalis. Even though the surrounding Somalis appeared to be mere curious onlookers, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. As Sunny and the other two descended to the ground, the Super 68 severed and discarded the descent line, swiftly ascending to vacate the perilous area. At last, the first gunshot echoed, a series of sharp cracks, unmuffled by a suppressor, emanating from the Super 62 on the opposite side. It seemed the first batch of armed militias had arrived and engaged with the Delta Force personnel. We needed to hasten towards the crash site to establish a defensive line. The dragon called out and sprinted towards the crash location. At this moment, speed was of utmost importance. The formation was of little concern, as no tactical arrangement could be employed under such circumstances. Establishing a formation at the lowest point even a second earlier could provide a glimmer of hope for survival. Despite carrying dozens of kilograms of ammunition, the dragon's sprinting speed was hardly inferior to that of an ordinary person, covering over 60 meters in less than 10 seconds. He arrived at the crash site nearly simultaneously with Suart and Gordon, who had dropped from over 100 meters away and were running towards the armed militia while exchanging fire. Allied forces to the southeast. The dragon shouted in English, urging caution to avoid friendly fire on any survivors within the wreckage. Approximately 5 meters from the debris lay a soldier in ranger attire, sprawled on the ground. The dragon hastily dragged him along. After checking his pupils and feeling for a pulse in the carotid artery, the findings were regrettably grim. This fellow had likely been ejected during the crash, plummeting from a great height, and was now devoid of life. Chapter 316. Let's do this. After a few moments of recuperation, Durant had regained his bearings from the disorientation of the crash and felt a wave of relief upon seeing the dragon and his companions approach. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "My God, it's so good to see you all." In times of peril and desperation, encountering one's comrades for rescue was indeed a heartening experience, unparalleled by any other. Regrettably, I must inform you that your joy is premature. The real challenges lie ahead. The dragon cracked a cold joke before turning to Sunny and the others, saying, "I'll leave the outside to you. I need to go inside to assess the wounded." As a professional medic, the dragon was best suited to ascertain the condition of the crew. The responsibility for aiding the injured fell to him. While Sunny began negotiations with Suart and Gordon to confirm the establishment of a defensive line. With the co-pilot and gunner already fallen, there remained only one survivor among them. Long Zhan reported the situation via radio and returned to Durant's side, inquiring, "How is your injury? Can you specify where it hurts?" Time was of the essence, and Long Zhan could not afford a comprehensive examination. The most effective approach was to ask the injured party to identify the affected areas for targeted treatment. "My leg is broken, and my back feels off too. I can't stand or walk," Durant replied, his anxiety heightened by the sound of bullets ricocheting off the helicopter. Gripping tightly to his UMP-40 submachine gun, "We can't stay here. I'll get you out first, then tend to your wounds." Long Zhan removed the ammunition pouch from his chest, placing it on the ground, and hoisted Durant, who stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, by the waist, forcibly assisting him out. His robust physique provided a distinct advantage, enabling him to manage what would typically require 2 individuals. "Follow me. We'll establish a defensive line over there." As Long Zhan helped Durant out of the cockpit, he had already engaged in a brief discussion with 2 Delta operators, confirming the location of their cover with Sunny, who now guided Long Zhan to the right. The Super 64 had crash-landed in a residential area, surrounded by single- and 2-story homes. The impact site was situated on a street flanked by buildings constructed from inexpensive materials such as stone and concrete bricks, which, despite their low cost, were remarkably durable compared to traditional bricks. Sunny and Suart selected a defensive position that connected the wreckage of the helicopter to a 2-story flat-roofed house with a collapsed wall. The fusion of the helicopter and the building created a U-shaped structure, allowing Long Zhan and his team to utilize the debris as cover to repel any Somali attackers attempting to breach from that side. The rear of the house also provided excellent shelter, offering them room to maneuver. A single sentry at the back door would suffice to maintain security. Once inside the house, Long Zhan swiftly dressed Durant's leg wound, applying antiseptic and administering a morphine injection for pain relief. "Stay here and guard the back door. If things get overwhelming, shout towards the front. Understand? Long Zhan replaced the magazine in his UMP-40 and handed it to Durant, then retrieved his M9 pistol from his right leg, along with 4 additional magazines, placing them in front of Durant. The fallen helicopter was positioned at the front door, and it was inevitable that the armed militia would focus their assault there, while the pressure from the rear would be minimal, at most 3 to 5 nimble adversaries. Although Durant had lost mobility, his hands remained unharmed, and Long Zhan was confident he could manage the back door. The airborne special forces were trained for such situations and would not falter. Okay, trust me, I can handle this, Durant acknowledged the impending chaos, fully aware that survival depended not on a single individual, but on the collective effort of all involved. All right, let us do this. Long Zhan clapped Durant on the shoulder, seemingly imparting courage and strength, before turning and sprinting outside, intent on retrieving the ammunition he had set down in the cockpit, hoping to find any additional supplies left behind. Dragon, I leave that side to you. Sunny called out to Dragon as he passed by, gesturing towards the wreckage of the helicopter, indicating that he should secure this direction. He then reported via radio, C2, we have arrived at the crash site of Super 64 and are attempting to establish a defensive line. Over. Received. A large crowd of Somalis is less than 2 blocks away. Hurry up, Matthews replied. Understood. Sunny concluded the communication and set up his 46 Malawian Quachas on a pile of bricks, aiming down the right street. Should any Somali militia appear in his line of sight, the furious Sunny, having entered his aggressive mode, would not hesitate to deliver a lethal blow at the first opportunity. The helicopter wreckage lay to the left of the street, now under Dragon's responsibility. 2 machine guns controlled both ends of the street, while Clay and Brian teamed up with Suart and Gordon to suppress any threats, effectively sealing off all angles. Before the Somali militia arrived, the 6 members of Dragon's squad did not remain idle, aside from snipers Suart and Gordon, who continued to leverage their precise marksmanship to eliminate any sporadic suicide attackers. The 4 members of the emergency response team were busy reinforcing their cover. They gathered debris from the collapsed building and stacked it to create a fortified position with commendable ballistic resistance. While the defense against RPGs might be somewhat lacking, it posed no challenge against rifle bullets. Approximately 2 minutes later, whoosh, boom, an RPG whistled in, announcing the arrival of the aided militia. A large hole exploded in the outer wall of the 2nd floor, sending debris and dust cascading down upon Sunny and Clay. Hey, Delta guys, take out that RPG. Leave the rest to us. I don't want to be buried alive. Sunny shouted irritably at Suart, watching the throngs of hundreds of people surging from afar, decisively pulling the trigger in retaliation. As for whether the approaching individuals were armed or unarmed, civilian or militia, Sunny was beyond caring. On the other side, Dragon Squad was similarly focused, with their targets being the crowd that appeared ahead. Any Somali was a target for Dragon Squad. Whether they were bystanders or armed militants intent on causing harm, they were all fair game in the crosshairs. The farther they could push back the Somalis, the safer Dragon Squad would be. Brian and Clay also opened fire, covering all areas within their line of sight, windows, doors, alleyways, each responsible for their designated sectors. Anyone who appeared in those places would be met with immediate force. There was nothing left to say. It was simply time to act. Chapter 317, The Meat Grinder. With enemy casualties counted in the thousands, the rare collaboration between DG and CAG showcased their exceptional military prowess, their coordination akin to that of comrades who had fought side by side for years. Machine guns targeted clusters, rifles engaged area threats, and snipers focused on precision shots. The triumvirate of collaboration forged a defensive line, its firepower as fierce as a fortress. The Somalis who rushed over were fueled by adrenaline, showcasing an astonishing combat prowess that rivaled even the fierce Dragon Battle and his companions. They charged down the streets with a fervor akin to madness, undeterred by the fall of their comrades ahead of them, relentlessly shouting as they surged forward. Their reckless bravado was evident as they sought to exploit their numerical superiority, aiming to close in and overwhelm the seasoned veterans with a flurry of blows. Within a span of 5 paces, all lives were deemed equal, a principle of the battlefield. During the initial outbreak of discord at the base canteen, Colonel Steele of the Rangers remarked that the Somalis, accustomed to life in war-torn nations, were well aware of this reality. As the distance between the 2 factions diminished, the intensity of the conflict escalated. Dragon Battle and Sunny wielded their machine guns with ferocity, each burst of 5 rounds toppling 1 or 2 adversaries, saturating the air with crimson mist. Brian and Clay's assault rifles were equally formidable, filling the gaps left by the machine gun fire. Suart and Gordon, with their lightweight sniper rifles, though less effective against armored targets, became deadly instruments against human foes. Both hailed from the elite Delta Force, their marksmanship unparalleled, with each shot claiming an enemy, epitomizing the phrase "not a bullet wasted." As the skirmish drew to within 50 meters, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Among the hundreds of Somalis charging from beyond 100 meters, over 100 lay fallen or injured. The closer they approached, the more devastating the machine gun's lethality became. Those who crossed the 50-meter mark found themselves mowed down by Dragon Battle's relentless fire, akin to wheat being sheared by a scythe, with rows upon rows collapsing. The advance became a slow, agonizing crawl, with even a dozen casualties barely yielding a few meters of ground. With corpses littering the streets and the cries of the wounded growing increasingly desperate, the stench of blood thickened in the air. Fear finally gripped the Somalis. The fervor that had ignited their reckless charge was doused, as if cold water had been splashed upon them, and clarity dawned. They realized that the machine gun before them was akin to a razor-sharp scythe of death, and charging headlong would only lead to their ruthless harvest. The hundreds of Somalis sprinting down the street suddenly found their resolve dissipating, fracturing into factions that fought among themselves. Lacking formal training, the Somali militia's attacks against American forces were instinctive, formed from clusters of friends and kin. When faced with a senselessly aggressive tactic, dissent arose, and they naturally dispersed to pursue their own paths. Some crouched low, gingerly inching along the walls, hoping to surprise the Americans from a distance. Others withdrew entirely, seeking refuge in nearby buildings, engaging Dragon Battle and his team in a fierce exchange of fire, a heated duel of gunfire. Some, displaying a hint of cunning, simply departed from the streets, resorting to underhanded tactics, preparing to sneak around to pilfer chrysanthemums from behind. Beyond this, a plethora of peculiar behaviors unfolded. Some ascended rooftops to launch surprise attacks, others transformed into reptiles, crawling along the ground, while some utilized 2 women as makeshift shields, advancing while hiding behind them. Such bizarre and irrational antics left Long Zhan utterly astonished. It was perplexing. Why weren't they employing RPGs? Brian, curious, inquired. Brian served as Long Zhan's assistant at the machine gun position, tasked with providing full fire support while Long Zhan reloaded and changed barrels. If I am not mistaken, they likely received orders from elated, intending to capture us alive to exchange for the criminals already transported to the airport, Long Zhan explained, all the while continuing to fire, resembling an unyielding machine of slaughter. Within this brief skirmish lasting less than 5 minutes, Long Zhan had expended 3 magazines, totaling 600 rounds, claiming the lives or inflicting injuries upon at least 100 enemies. In various short videos, highly regarded for eliminating hundreds of foes, top snipers pale in comparison to a master machine gunner. Even his younger sibling does not rank among them. For a premier machine gunner, the tally of enemies dispatched in a lifetime is not counted in hundreds, but in thousands. Throughout the annals of World War II, countless machine gunners eliminated 400 or 500 enemies in a single battle, with many surpassing 1,000 over their careers. There are even instances where a machine gunner claimed over 4,000 enemies in one encounter. The evidence is compelling. Machine gunners are the true harvesters of the battlefield, the most terrifying entities therein. However, while impressive, it must be acknowledged that machine gunners, despite being the most lethal single combatants on the battlefield, are also the greatest consumers of ammunition, with a consumption rate surpassing that of other units. This brief encounter serves as a vivid illustration. Gordon and Suart, as snipers, specifically targeted enemies in challenging positions, accounting for over 10 kills or injuries with fewer than 30 rounds. In stark contrast to the numerous magazines they carried, this expenditure was but a drop in the ocean. Clay and Brian wielded assault rifles, deeming it unnecessary to maintain continuous suppression in the presence of a machine gun, relying instead on single shots. They only resorted to full automatic fire during Long Zhan and Sunny's reloads. Even with the addition of full firepower, they managed to empty a magazine in a brief spell, consuming only 4 magazines, approximately 100 rounds. Driven by Long Zhan's influence, they unwittingly fell into a severe competition among themselves. In comparison to the standard special operations carry of 11 magazines, the two brought a total of 21. including the one affixed to the rifle, a rate of consumption sufficient to last 2 to 3 hours. In contrast to Long Zhan's over 600 rounds and Sunny's nearly 500 rounds, the ammunition expenditure among these 3 individual combat roles was not even on the same scale. At this rate of consumption, even though Long Zhan was equipped with an exaggerated 600 rounds of ammunition, 10 200-round boxes, and 3 200-round drums, along with 62 drums found on the Super 64, the total ammunition amounted to an excessive 400 rounds. Within a mere half hour, Long Zhan would inevitably exhaust his supply. Even with the rotation of 3 barrels, they would be rendered inoperative. Conversely, colleagues like Clay and Suart, armed with fewer rounds, managed to endure for a longer duration. At such a time, the battlefield's most ruthless meat grinder would reveal its fatal vulnerabilities, as the ammunition would be depleted first, transforming them into mere prey. Fortunately, in the brief span of 5 minutes, Long Zhan and Sunny fired over 1,000 rounds, inflicting casualties exceeding 200 on the enemy. The advancing Somalis were dissuaded from charging recklessly as before, with the Somalis no longer launching themselves heedlessly into the fray. The firing rate of Long Zhan and Sunny would significantly diminish, consequently reducing the amount of ammunition consumed. This development would extend the machine gun's operational endurance, perhaps allowing them to hold out until nightfall. Long Zhan's initial strategy was simply to endure until darkness fell, and with the Somalis no longer charging blindly. This preliminary goal appeared to be achieved. The previously heightened tension began to ease alongside the Somalis' newfound calmness. Chapter 318. The harrowing circumvent of Mogadishu. At the crash site of the Super 64, 6 elite Special Forces operatives collaborated to establish a defensive position, withstanding the onslaught of hundreds of Somali fighters. Under the delusional hope of capturing Eddie, Long Zhan and his comrades momentarily stabilized the situation. However, the convoy of Humvees dispatched for reinforcement had yet to reach the vicinity of the second crash site, and the situation had worsened considerably. Eddie, concealed in the shadows of the city, orchestrated the events, fully aware that Americans would attempt to rescue the downed helicopters. Under his directive, a majority of armed militia received the same command to establish roadblocks around the 2 crash sites. The overwhelming advantage of numbers was vividly demonstrated here. To prevent the Humvee convoy from advancing, thousands of Somalis coordinated their efforts, effectively sealing off the streets leading to the 2 crash sites. Where roadblocks could not be erected in time, the old tactic of inciting civilians to act as human barriers was employed. Through this series of maneuvers, even with multiple helicopters providing aerial reconnaissance, the armed Humvee convoy led by Colonel McKnight had no chance of reaching the crash site. After navigating the city for so long, meandering through various alleys, they found themselves essentially going in circles. As the Humvee convoy's travel time lengthened, the assaults they faced intensified. Initially, 2 armed trucks were destroyed, severely undermining the convoy's intended purpose. Even if they reached the first crash site, the vehicles would be incapable of accommodating all personnel for evacuation. The Joint Command Center was acutely aware of this, which is why they redirected the Humvee convoy to the second crash site. One had hoped that departing from the city center toward the second crash site would prove to be a smoother journey. However, it became apparent that this route was equally treacherous. The Humvee convoy, having suffered significant casualties, had lost the firepower of 2 armed trucks, resulting in a drastic reduction in their suppressive capabilities and an alarming increase in opportunities for militia attacks. The repercussions of this chain reaction began to manifest with alarming intensity. Within the brief minutes en route to the second crash site, although no vehicles were destroyed, the toll on personnel was devastating. Amidst a barrage of RPGs, Molotov cocktails, and small arms fire, over 60% of the 40 elite Rangers who had embarked from the base were either severely injured or had perished. The remaining survivors, including the drivers, numbered fewer than 20, each bearing wounds. Particularly, the front vehicle carrying Lieutenant McKnight had suffered an RPG attack, leaving the windshield shattered with a gaping hole, and various debris had penetrated the cabin. The driver, Maddox, was gravely injured, with his face embedded with shards of glass and fragments, blood streaming profusely, a horrific sight. If not for Lieutenant Colonel McKnight's quick reflexes in seizing the steering wheel to maneuver the vehicle and urgently instructing Maddox to accelerate, they might have met a fatal end. This duo, one steering and the other pressing the accelerator, managed to guide the convoy past a deadly fate. Had the lead vehicle been destroyed, The subsequent vehicles would have been trapped in the narrow alley, making escape nearly impossible. Regardless of the armor of the Humvee convoy, being stationary in a constricted space would offer no defensive advantage, rendering them mere targets. The outcome would have been grim, either obliterated by a barrage of rockets or turned into a smoldering tomb by improvised incendiary devices. Given the convoy's current state, each vehicle was filled with the wounded and the deceased, and the lead driver had become nearly blind, clearly unable to continue the mission. "All right, stop, Maddox, stop," McKnight commanded. As the convoy returned for the third time to the original starting point, the Olympic Hotel, he could no longer maintain his composure. Having traversed the city, their numbers nearly depleted, they found themselves circling back to where they began. Anyone in his position would feel a surge of frustration. Fortunately, the once bustling streets outside the hotel, drawn into chaos by the two crash sites, had now fallen eerily silent. The Humvee convoy, having halted at this location, could finally catch a breath. Once the convoy came to a complete stop, McKnight was able to release his grip on the steering wheel and hastily grabbed the vehicle's radio handset. "Calling C2, this is Uniform 64. We have returned to this cursed starting point. Ammunition is running low, and we have numerous casualties, including myself. The convoy is barely advancing." McKnight bore scratches on his face, a testament to the peril he had faced when the windshield was shattered. Maddox, now fully aware of his injuries as the vehicle came to a standstill, winced in pain as the throbbing wounds caused his lips to quiver. Desperate to wipe away the blood that threatened to obscure his vision, he reached for his face with trembling hands. However, as his blood-stained fingers grazed his skin, they encountered various shards embedded in his flesh, inflicting an indescribable agony that pierced deep into his soul. Unable to contain himself, a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. Under ordinary circumstances, as a soldier, such a display of distress over a mere injury would earn him a stern reprimand from McKnight. Yet, in this moment, as Colonel McLeod observed the blood-soaked figure of Maddox, his left eye reduced to a gruesome mess, he found himself at a loss for words. He could only call out once more, "C2. The situation with the Humvee convoy is dire, exceedingly grim." "Very well, Danny, speak frankly. Can you reach the second crash site?" Harrell inquired. As the ground troop commander, Harrell had already received reports detailing the convoy's dire circumstances. Under normal conditions, there would be no hesitation. The convoy should immediately cease its mission and return to base. At that moment, the entirety of Mogadishu's armed militia had converged on the two crash sites, blocking all routes leading to them. However, if they could avoid those locations, it would not be particularly difficult for the convoy to exit the city. The issue lay in the fact that the second crash site was no longer merely the site of the Super 64's downfall. It now housed 6 first-tier operatives establishing a defensive line. Should the Humvee convoy fail to reach them in time, it could result in the loss of all 6 elite operatives. These first-tier soldiers were not ordinary special forces. They were strategic assets, each possessing the potential to alter the course of battle. Should such a calamity occur, Harrell knew that the mission would conclude, and he could strip off his uniform and return home. Thus, despite recognizing the daunting challenges facing the convoy, Colonel Harrell still sought to make one final appeal. Of course, he understood that he could not impose his will, so he deferred the decision to McKnight. "Sir, I can't see anything. My face is in excruciating pain. I don't want to die here. Can you take me home?" Maddox groaned in desperate supplication. The severity of Maddox's injuries was such that Colonel McKnight could not bear to look. He turned his gaze to the back seat, where 5 young rangers, who had arrived with laughter and camaraderie, now lay motionless, drenched in blood, their fates uncertain. "Sir, I want to go home. Can you take me home? Before I came here, I promised my mother I would be with her for Christmas Eve. I don't want her to wait for my ashes." Maddox's condition deteriorated further. His mind began to lose its faculties, and he could no longer maintain his composure, murmuring to himself in despair. Even McKnight, with his usual stoic demeanor, found his resolve shattered in this moment. He struggled to make a decision, grasping the microphone with difficulty as he replied, "We cannot proceed to the second crash site with so many wounded and bodies. Our arrival would only exacerbate the situation. We need to return to base to regroup and then re-enter the city to continue our mission." As the commanding officer from the Ranger unit, General Garrison was disheartened to hear Colonel McKnight's report detailing the heavy casualties among his men. He interjected with a directive, "C2, bring them all back. Get them out of there." "Understood." Colonel Harrell, though reluctant, accepted this outcome. Uniform 64, return. Bring everyone back. Drive back to base. Upon hearing the order, Colonel McKnight felt an inexplicable sense of relief, gripping the steering wheel anew as he led the Humvee convoy on another journey. This time, it was not a rescue mission, but an exodus from this hellish slaughterhouse. It could be considered an escape, or perhaps a retreat. One thing was certain: the grand operation, involving nearly 200 personnel, had reached a definitive failure at this moment, leaving only the task of concluding this debacle with as much dignity as possible. The sole objective for Garrison became ensuring that more could survive to leave this gruesome scene. Krebs, we must request every possible assistance from the 10th Mountain Division. Armored vehicles and tanks from the peacekeeping forces of Pakistan, Malaysia, and Italy may help us navigate this crisis. General Garrison was no longer composed, anxiously pacing back and forth at the conference table. Sitting across from him, Operations Officer Krebs furrowed his brow and hesitantly replied, "For this operation, we did not inform them beforehand." Garrison interrupted, "We have stirred a hornet's nest, battling the entire city. Thousands of armed personnel are besieging our men. If I am to rescue them, I will need any armored vehicle with 4 wheels. Locate every usable armored vehicle in this combat zone. You are to head to the UN Forces base immediately, contact their command for armored vehicles to initiate a rescue, and ensure everyone is evacuated to the Pakistani military base." After issuing his orders, Garrison urged, "Hurry, launch the rescue at the earliest opportunity." "Understood, sir." Colonel Krebs received the command and dashed out of the operations center. The situation was dire, and every second counted. "Damn it!" Steele, hiding with a dozen wounded in a building, slammed his fist against the wall upon hearing the news of the Humvee convoy's withdrawal. The injured here urgently needed transport for medical treatment, and without the convoy, they could only await their grim fate. As the commanding officer of these soldiers, Steele's distress was palpable. Meanwhile, the 2 squads stationed at the first crash site, waiting for the Humvee convoy to arrive, were equally demoralized by this news. They steadfastly held their position, also anticipating the convoy's support. After toiling for half a day, the only glimmer of hope has evaporated into thin air, leaving everyone to remain here and continue battling an unrelenting swarm of Somalis. If one's spirits can still be buoyed at this moment, it can only be said that their mind is amiss. Fortunately, news arrived shortly after regarding the withdrawal of the Humvee convoy, accompanied by comforting words from the C-2 command helicopter, assuring that the convoy would return promptly after regrouping. The command center has already reached out to the United Nations forces, which will swiftly organize a rescue mission. Setting aside how quickly this can be accomplished, the 2 messages of assistance relayed by Matthews have bestowed a flicker of hope upon the despairing crowd, halting their rapidly dwindling morale before it plummets to the depths. This solitary glimmer of hope has fortified the beleaguered Rangers, enabling them to maintain their defensive line and continue the fight. The Humvee convoy, having sustained severe damage, was compelled to retreat. Meanwhile, the 3 Stryker Humvees dispatched from base encountered their own troubles. The central zones of the 2 crash sites are embroiled in continuous skirmishes between Somali armed militia and joint operation forces. A mere 100 meters away, the periphery has become a congregation of thousands of Somali civilians, effectively blocking all routes. As the Stryker convoy approached, these civilians resorted to throwing stones and debris to drive them away. Behind these civilians, barriers were erected one after another, rendering it impossible to breach through even with the accelerator pressed to the floor. Stryker found himself at an impasse, resorting to communication with C-2 for new navigational guidance. Colonel Matthews inquired of the aerial reconnaissance team, only to discover that the streets near the crash sites were just as obstructed as those previously traversed by Stryker. Unless they employed tanks or heavy armored vehicles to clear a path, the vehicles could not approach the crash sites at all. At this juncture, Stryker, exasperated and uttering various expletives, had no choice but to turn back towards the base. It was then that team leader Hoot of the 4th Group proactively contacted Ground Command. Romeo 64, this is 11, requesting permission to proceed on foot to the 2nd crash site. Over. Stryker turned in surprise upon hearing Hoot's call. The 2nd crash site had only 6 individuals establishing a defensive line, now encircled by at least 1,000 Somalis. Yet Hoot dared to lead his 4-man team in a bold attempt to penetrate the perimeter for support. Stryker felt a profound admiration for Hoot's audacity, silently acknowledging him as the apex of the Army's elite. 11. You are cleared to proceed on foot. Good luck. As Harold pondered how to rescue Long Zhan and the others, Hoot's initiative to head towards the second crash site alleviated his immediate concern, prompting an unhesitating agreement. As for whether Delta's fourth group would also find themselves ensnared in the quagmire of the second crash site, Colonel Harold could hardly dwell on such thoughts. If survival proved impossible, the loss of 6 first-tier operatives and 10 first-tier soldiers bore little difference for him. Conversely, each member of Hoot's team was laden with a backpack containing over 100 pounds of ammunition, food, water, and various urgently needed supplies. If they could successfully rendezvous with Long Zhan and his companions at the secondary crash site, it would not only provide the 6 individuals inside with a substantial supply of ammunition and food, but also bolster their ranks by 4 additional fighters, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Even considering a more modest perspective, it would at least extend their endurance, offering a glimmer of hope. Chapter 320. The slaughterhouse was not this bloody strike drove around the periphery for a while before selecting a secluded corner devoid of Somalis to drop off the 4 members of the Hoot team. The Humvee could not access the secondary crash site, leaving the remaining Rangers to return empty-handed. The location where the Hoot team disembarked was approximately 300 meters northeast of the secondary crash site, presenting considerable challenges in attempting to join forces with Long Zhan's group. As the leader, Hoot exercised utmost caution, proceeding stealthily to avoid any encounters with the Somalis. In the current precarious situation, an encounter with Somalis would be exceedingly troublesome. Discharging firearms would attract attention, and even fleeing Somalis would likely rally more individuals to pursue them. While Delta Force soldiers indeed possess formidable individual combat prowess, they were still only 4 in number. A pair of fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If the convoy of Humvees had almost been wiped out, the chances of survival for Hoot and his men, relying solely on their legs, were grim if they were to find themselves encircled by pursuing Somalis. Establishing a defensive position for their own protection, as Long Zhan's group might, would negate the purpose of their mission. It was essential to remember that they had entered to provide support, not to engage in house-to-house combat with Somalis. If that were the case, it would have been better not to come at all, lest they require rescue afterward. Constrained by the need for secrecy, the Hoot team's progress was fraught with difficulty. As they approached within approximately 200 meters, they discovered throngs of Somalis crowding the street ahead, rendering the area utterly compromised. 4 fully armed American soldiers would undoubtedly attract attention if they drew near. Reluctantly, Hoot had to maneuver laterally from the northeast, attempting to approach from the southeast. However, the outcome was the same. The route was blocked. The entire street was teeming with people. Damn it! How could there be so many Somalis at the secondary crash site? There were at least 2,000 of them. Had these skeletons lost their minds? Hoot was truly perplexed, cursing under his breath before continuing to explore other directions. The increasing number of Somalis at the secondary crash site was due to the earlier statements made by Long Zhan. Aid aimed to capture them alive to exchange for prisoners. Thus, he continuously dispatched troops here, determined to succeed at any cost. Regardless of how many perished, Aid was indifferent. As long as he had food and firearms, he could compel the civilian population throughout Somalia to serve him, becoming his ruthless henchman, even if it cost 1,000 militia lives to recover his key senior advisors. Aid would deem it worthwhile. The Hoot team had scoured 2 directions without success, each thwarted by the streets overflowing with Somalis, preventing anyone from approaching the secondary crash site. On the other side, the crash site, now encircled by over 2,000 Somalis, has transformed into a bloody hellscape. The predicament faced by Long Zhan and his 5 companions is fraught with peril beyond description. Since the commencement of rescue operations at approximately 4:50 p.m., the gathering of Somalis has surged from a mere few hundred to over 2,000 in a span of 40 minutes. Despite the overwhelming majority of these individuals being unarmed civilians, this lack of weaponry does not equate to a lack of threat. Fueled by the stimulant of erupted, they are determined to approach, seeking to confront the American soldiers, demonized as devils by elated, even at the risk of death, merely to hurl a stone in their direction. Should an armed militia member fall, these civilians would instinctively rush to seize a firearm, transforming into militia themselves, ready to perpetuate the intentions of the weapon's previous owner and continue to pursue Long Zhan and his team. In this bizarre transmission of weaponry, the over 1,000 encroaching Somali civilians are, in essence, latent armed militia. Fortunately, the effects of the drugs have waned, and they no longer exhibit the reckless bravado of earlier in the day. They have come to understand the fear of death, even with the crowd multiplying several times over. The Somalis have not continued their deadly charge, instead engaging in a stalemate reminiscent of half an hour prior. The area between 50 to 40 meters at both ends of the street has become a purgatory for the Somalis. In the past 30 minutes of this positional warfare on the street to Long Zhan's left, over 200 Somalis have already perished at his hands. Including the wounded who have been dragged away, the number shot by Long Zhan exceeds 400. How gruesome is this scene? To encapsulate the visual impact in a single phrase, it surpasses the horrors of a pig slaughterhouse. The street, measuring 10 meters long and over 4 meters wide, is covered in a layer of corpses, with a second layer beginning to form. The blood that has flowed has painted the ground a deep crimson, its metallic scent wafting even to the Hute team, stationed 200 meters away, as they seek a way to infiltrate. Despite their valiant struggle, Long Zhan and his team have managed to keep the Somalis at bay, maintaining a distance of 5 meters at a significant cost. However, warfare never truly equates to a one-sided massacre. They too have suffered considerable losses. The depletion of ammunition has been substantial, with Long Zhan akin to a mobile arsenal, unable to withstand the intensity of battle. Initially armed with an astounding 600 rounds, he has already expended over 2,000. Although the remaining 500 rounds may seem ample, with over an hour until dusk, their sustainability is uncertain. Sunny's ammunition supply is considerably less, having departed with only 200 rounds. With Long Zhan scavenging the remains of the Super 64, he discovered 5 200-round magazines, bringing the total ammunition to a mere 200 rounds. Now, only 2 magazines remain. Including the remaining rounds in the magazine of his weapon, less than 500 rounds are left in reserve. Long Zhan utilizes 7.62mm ammunition, which cannot be used by Sunny's Mk46 Mod 1, compelling Sunny to devise his own solutions. From the initial 5-round bursts to 3-round bursts in the middle, and now to single shots. The machine gun's advantage lies in its stable, continuous fire, contrasting sharply with the precision of a sniper rifle's single shot. Sunny's reliance on single shots results in a severe lack of firepower to maintain control over the situation on the right side of the street. Swart and Gordon's sniper rifles provide essential support to Sunny. Fortunately, the Somali fighters are considerably weakened, and the hellish landscape created by the previous ferocious gunfire, littered with corpses, is chilling to behold. The Somali offensive is likewise dwindling. Both sides are depleting their resources, yet Sunny manages to hold the line. Long Zhan and Sunny, the 2 machine gunners, have suffered heavy losses, and Clay and Brian, the riflemen supporting the machine guns, face a grim outlook on their remaining ammunition. Chapter 321. The damned anti-aircraft gun. Clay has only 4 magazines left, while Brian possesses merely 3. If they were to unleash their remaining ammunition, it would be exhausted within 2 to 3 minutes. Yet at least an hour remains until nightfall, and ground support has yet to arrive. Such a course of action is untenable. To prolong their combat endurance, they must treat every bullet with utmost care. They utilize their assault rifles as precision sniper rifles, firing only upon identifying a clear target with at least a 70% probability of a hit. To ensure their shooting accuracy, they are compelled to allow the Somalis to close within 40 meters. With dwindling ammunition and diminished firepower, the enemy draws nearer. It is utterly impossible for Long Zhan and his 6 comrades to navigate this besieged battle without suffering casualties. Even with the favor of fortune, injuries are inevitable. Long Zhan was shot in the left shoulder, his chest armor now marred by spiderweb-like cracks, and a stray bullet struck his right arm, lodging itself in the bone. Sunny bears a large bruise on his right cheek, inflicted by a small stone propelled by a bullet, while his helmet has been dented by gunfire. And there is a noticeable bullet hole in the tactical vest on his right chest. As the most formidable source of firepower, machine gunners are prioritized targets for the enemy. Together, they have killed or wounded over 600 adversaries, and while they bear multiple injuries, none are fatal, a testament to their luck, skill, and the quality of their armor that has preserved their lives. Brian, Clay, Swart, and Gordon bear wounds, though fewer than those of Long Zhan and Sunny. Yet they are not unscathed. Each carries the marks of a true warrior. Among the 7 defenders at the crash site, only the pilot Durant, tasked with guarding the rear entrance, has emerged from this battle uninjured. The bodies of the Somalis he had slain were piled high at the back entrance, numbering only a mere dozen. Despite being unable to move, Durant's performance was commendable, showcasing both exceptional combat prowess and psychological fortitude, thus preserving the honor of the Special Airborne Corps. The primary factor contributing to his success lay in the cunning position and angle provided by Long Zhan, which played a crucial role. The armed militia that infiltrated through the back door were oblivious to Durant's presence initially. With the advantage of surprise, Durant merely needed to remain seated and pull the trigger at the doorway, akin to shooting at targets. However, due to his existing injuries and dwindling ammunition, his situation mirrored that of Long Zhan and his comrades, with their conditions deteriorating and ammunition severely lacking. To address the ammunition shortage, Sunny and Suard appealed to Ground Commander Harrell, hoping for an aerial resupply of ammunition via helicopter. The ground forces were unable to advance, and Lieutenant Colonel Harrell was equally anxious. Fully aware of the dire consequences if the emergency response team ran out of ammunition while besieged by 1,000 or more Somalis. Harrell unhesitatingly approved the request. After discussions with Aerial Commander Matthews, they resolved to deploy a Black Hawk helicopter for a low-altitude drop. The area under Long Zhan's control was too confined for high-altitude drops, which required parachutes and were susceptible to air currents, making precise landings challenging. Only by directly dropping supplies from a very low altitude could they ensure proper delivery. At 5:08 p.m., the Super 65 Black Hawk, laden with supplies, hovered above the second drop zone, descending from an altitude of 300 meters. Just as it approached about 150 meters, ready for the drop, the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft detected an urgent situation. In the courtyard of a civilian house to the left of the second drop point, a group of militia had removed a tarpaulin, revealing a substantial piece of artillery. With a caliber exceeding 30, it resembled an anti-aircraft gun from the late World War II or Cold War era. Although theoretically difficult to hit a contemporary Black Hawk with such an antiquated weapon, the recent downing of 2 Black Hawks and the withdrawal of another due to damaged rotors heightened the threat. Anti-aircraft guns are specifically designed to target aircraft, and even the robust Black Hawk could not withstand several rounds of anti-aircraft fire. Seeing the Somali gunners busy adjusting their artillery and loading shells, Matthews dared not take further risks. He immediately instructed the Super 64 to abort the drop mission and retreat swiftly from the anti-aircraft fire zone. What a predicament! Just as they were on the cusp of receiving vital supplies, they were forced to retreat due to the enemy's anti-aircraft capabilities, leading Long Zhan and his team to vent their frustrations. The mood shifted from hopeful anticipation to despair in mere seconds. With no sign of ground support and the airdrop thwarted by the artillery, Long Zhan and his comrades felt disheartened but knew they had to maintain their spirits. For if they allowed their resolve to falter, they would be overwhelmed by the throngs of Somalis in an instant. To preserve their lives, they had to endure. At 5:34 p.m., after Colonel Cribbs personally intervened, the United Nations forces stationed at the military camp on the southern side of the city, comprising 3 battalions of the 10th Mountain Division, finally took action. A rapid response team was dispatched to the second crash site to rescue the critically endangered members, including Long Zhan. It was initially believed that with a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle leading the way, supported by several Humvees and armed infantry carriers, they would be able to forcefully penetrate the urban area to effect a rescue. However, to everyone's astonishment, elated had already anticipated this move. Not far from the base, the convoy encountered a blockade on the road to Mogadishu, formed by 7 or 8 vehicles. Hundreds of armed militia, lying in wait, launched a fierce assault on the convoy. Armed with rocket launchers, recoilless rifles, and mortars, though not particularly sophisticated, their heavy weaponry unleashed devastating firepower upon the rapid response team. While the armored vehicles possessed superior defensive capabilities compared to Humvees, their protection was still quite limited. They were not as resilient as a tank. Under the relentless bombardment from the militia, the rapid response team was unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering severe damage within mere minutes. They were forced to abandon 2 destroyed vehicles and retreat hastily back to base. Realizing that elated was resolutely intent on annihilating the American forces that had entered the city, thereby asserting his dominance in the region, Cribbs, who was responsible for liaising with the UN forces, placed all his hopes on the tanks. The only nations within the United Nations contingent that possessed tanks were Pakistan and Malaysia, making them Cribbs' solitary hope. Even though the peacekeeping forces of these 2 countries did not fall under American command, he had to persuade them to mobilize for the rescue. Chapter 322, 30 seconds. 1,600 rounds. The 10th Mountain Division was repelled upon their first sortie, marking the third failed attempt to rescue the second crash site. Colonel McNair, who had previously led a Humvee convoy back to the airport after the first rescue attempt failed, had been waiting to reorganize personnel to re-enter the city once the injured Rangers were tended to. However, the news from Strick's 3 Humvees was disheartening. They were unable to return to the crash site, which completely dashed his plans for a second incursion. Given the current situation in Mogadishu, the Humvee convoy could not re-enter the city for a rescue unless they could clear a path with armored vehicles. Without hesitation, Colonel McNair tossed his hat and sped towards the United Nations camp. He was determined to procure a tank, no matter the means. While those outside were actively devising ways to facilitate a rescue through various channels, the individuals inside the city were equally intent on finding ways to save themselves. The 2 Ranger squads at the first crash site, in conjunction with a combat search and rescue team, established a defensive line and had already been engaged in combat with the Somalis for over an hour. During this time, Sanders, accompanied by several personnel, arrived to join them, bolstering their numbers to over 40. This numerical advantage somewhat improved their situation, as the Somalis could not breach their defenses, nor could they break out. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce positional battle from several buildings at this intersection, glaring at each other across the street. Although the overall situation at the first crash site did not seem as dire as that at the second, where the risks were more pronounced and the numbers fewer, a single misstep could lead to their annihilation by the enemy. Nonetheless, they faced equally daunting challenges as ammunition, food, and medical supplies were acutely scarce. The second crash site was plagued by only superficial injuries, and the medical supplies carried by Long Zhan and his team were sufficient to stabilize the wounded. However, the situation at the first crash site was far more precarious. The Rangers, lacking heavy tactical vests, had to sprint a considerable distance to reach the first crash site, resulting in many soldiers sustaining serious injuries. Individual medical kits could only address emergencies, proving inadequate for severe wounds. If they could not extricate the wounded swiftly, the prolongation of time would lead to a deterioration of their conditions, with critically injured personnel running the risk of perishing there. The severe casualties were one aspect, but the critical shortage of ammunition posed an even greater dilemma. How dire was the situation for the Rangers? Some had been driven to desperation, wielding their rifles as clubs in hand-to-hand combat against the armed militias that surged into the buildings. Even the most well-stocked Rangers carried only 2 or 3 magazines. Fortunately, the hundreds of Somali militiamen across the intersection were oblivious to the Rangers' ammunition predicament. Otherwise, a charge could have resulted in the complete loss of the first crash site. The Rangers establishing a defensive line here would surely find themselves on the casualty list the following day. In addition to these 2 crash sites becoming battlegrounds, Captain Steele and his first and second squads, which had been caught in transit, were equally suffering. Watching as seriously injured soldiers fell one after another, Captain Steele's eyes reddened with desperation. Yet, apart from his anxiety, he felt utterly powerless. No matter how fervently he called for reinforcements from higher command, the response remained unchanged: establish a defensive line and await the arrival of rescue forces. When those forces would arrive, how many would come, and whether they could effectuate a rescue were all uncertainties. Under this indefinite torment, time ticked away, transforming Mogadishu into a waking nightmare for the U.S. military, which finally succumbed to the night. As darkness descended, the world fell silent. The agitated Somalis began to calm down. Though they still surrounded the area, they ceased to launch further attacks. This respite allowed the weary American forces, who had fought throughout the day, a moment to catch their breath. The Black Hawks, previously too intimidated to move, resumed their operations under the cover of night, commencing airdrops of supplies. Nighttime operations remained perilous, yet they had no choice but to seize this opportunity. If they failed to airdrop supplies for the Rangers, the lurking Somali militiamen would leisurely finish their evening meal and rest. No soldier participating in this operation could expect to see the dawn. General Garrison, even with the most basic intuition, understood that elated would not allow the night to pass peacefully. Once the Somalis had rested and regained their strength, they would undoubtedly launch a fierce assault on the 3 strongholds, seeking to conclude the battle by dawn. To ensure the besieged members of Aran within the city can endure until the arrival of Pakistani tanks, it is imperative to seize the fleeting opportunity to airdrop supplies. Even if the helicopter encounters peril once more, the mission to deliver these vital provisions must commence. At 6:55 p.m., the Super 68 helicopter. Laden with an array of supplies, soared under the cover of darkness towards the first crash site, designated for resupplying the ground troops. The Super 68, exclusive to the emergency response team, is currently the most well-maintained Black Hawk in operation, as other helicopters have either succumbed to crashes or suffered damage during the intense daytime skirmishes. This audacious airdrop is both critical and fraught with danger, thus necessitating the deployment of the most reliable Black Hawk. The decision to assist the first crash site before addressing the more critical second site is attributable to an anti-aircraft gun, adhering to the principles of probability. Airdropping supplies at a safer location is undoubtedly the wisest choice, ensuring at least one successful delivery. Otherwise, should the helicopter venture to the second site first, it could be swiftly downed by the anti-aircraft gun, precluding any assistance to the first site. Upon reaching the first crash site, the Super 68 hovered approximately 5 meters above the ground. The crew opened the hatch to lower ammunition, water, food, and medical supplies, essentials desperately needed by the Rangers, via ropes to the ground forces. At the intersection of the first crash site, the Rangers only controlled 2 corners, while armed militias occupied the other 2, intent on eliminating the Americans that very night, making it improbable for the helicopter to airdrop supplies unimpeded. Gunfire erupted once more at the intersection, barely half an hour after it had ceased. Dozens of armed militia members unleashed a barrage of bullets, their impacts ringing against the helicopter's exterior like a cacophony of exploding beans. The gunner aboard the Super 68 retaliated fiercely, employing the mounted mini Gatling gun in a frenzied counterattack. In less than 30 seconds, the ammunition box containing 600 rounds was expended, bullets sprayed forth in torrents. At least a dozen Somali militants on the rooftops opposite were struck down in an instant. The remaining assailants, undeterred by the carnage, were incited by the massacre wrought by the Gatling gun and launched a reckless counteroffensive against the helicopter. Had they not depleted their rocket supplies during the intense daytime conflict, the Super 68 would have surely been torn to shreds. Despite the absence of rocket threats, the gunner aboard the Super 68 replaced the spent ammunition box and unleashed another 30 seconds of firepower. Yet, the helicopter could not withstand the onslaught any longer. Alarms on the dashboard blared, and even the fuel gauge indicated irregularities, likely perforated by bullets, necessitating an immediate withdrawal from combat. Pilot Pierbus, disregarding the 2 boxes of supplies still on board, ascended rapidly and retreated directly back to base. Shaky and trailing smoke, the helicopter finally landed safely on the helipad. Drenched in sweat from the tension, Pierbus emerged from the cockpit and circled the helicopter, only to be met with a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine. The helicopter bore no less than 50 bullet holes, with the fuel tank and engine punctured in multiple places. Fuel gushed from the tank, cascading down like a torrential rain. Despite the severity of the situation, the absence of an explosion rendered it a miracle in the eyes of Pierbus, a divine intervention that spared his life. His only regret was that the sole remaining operational Super Black Hawk at the airport had now become critically damaged, rendering any hope for an airdrop of supplies at the first crash site utterly futile. "May God bless you all," he murmured, drawing a cross over his chest and closing his eyes in earnest prayer. Chapter 3:23. Rely on yourself when others cannot at 7 p.m. The second crash site was shrouded in a calm that followed an entire afternoon of chaos. The streets, once teeming with Somalis, gradually emptied as night fell. Only the armed militia of elated lingered, lurking in the shadows to monitor the crash site, wary of losing their prize. At the defensive position of the crash site, Long Zhan and his comrades had retreated indoors, assisting one another in tending to their wounds. Bandages were applied, and bleeding was staunched. Only Suhat and Gordon remained outside, tasked with vigilance to prevent any surprise attacks from the cunning Somalis. The Delta Force members continued their duties while the SEAL Team 6 took their rest. It was not a matter of numbers, but of skill. As snipers, their trade was rooted in observation and caution. Their tactical approach allowed them to fire and quickly seek cover, minimizing exposure to enemy fire. Unlike machine gunners who risked prolonged exposure by maintaining a steady stream of fire, the snipers faced far less danger. Throughout the afternoon's skirmish, the pair had only suffered minor abrasions from flying debris, requiring no bandaging. Once their wounds were sufficiently attended to, Sonny inquired about their ammunition status. "I have but 1 left," replied Clay, patting his chest pouch where the dual rows of magazines had all but flattened. leaving only one in the upper right corner. I still have a dozen rounds left in my rifle, Brian added, withdrawing his P226 pistol from his thigh holster. I have 3 magazines for the pistol, which should suffice for the time being. With my current magazine, I estimate I have over 300 rounds left. Long Zhan's chest rig had long been discarded, and the belt he wore was devoid of ammunition, making him appear somewhat diminished. This thing can only serve as a baseball bat now, he lamented. Sonny squeezed the trigger of his 46 Malawian Quatches, which emitted only a dull click. His expression one of frustration and annoyance. I still have some rounds left. You should take care of that water gun of yours, he retorted, brushing off Durant's attempt to report on ammunition status, which left Durant blushing in embarrassment. He felt guilt wash over him, had he not needed rescuing. None of them would be embroiled in such peril. As a burden, he believed he had no standing to voice concerns. Good job this afternoon, mate, someone reassured him, acknowledging his contribution amidst the turmoil. Long patted Durant on the shoulder, alleviating the tension brought about by the irate Sonny, and furrowed his brow as he remarked, continuing down this path is not a viable solution. The Somalis will surely not relent. Once they have recuperated, another confrontation is inevitable. If we remain stagnant here, once the ammunition is exhausted, we will become mere lambs awaiting slaughter, either captured alive or gunned down indiscriminately. Sonny, would you mind inquiring once more with the command center regarding the arrival of the ground forces for our rescue? Can they airdrop supplies to us? Just moments ago, we heard a flurry of gunfire from the direction of the first crash site. Perhaps they are already commencing their operations, Clay added. These wretched politicians, instead of simply deploying the ghost gunships to obliterate the problem, insist on complicating matters. Sonny vented his frustration before pressing the radio to call out. Romeo 64. This is Suit 64. How much longer until the ground forces arrive? Romeo 64 acknowledges. The operations center has dispatched personnel to negotiate with the United Nations troops. A convoy of tanks and armored vehicles will enter the city for the rescue. Please remain on standby, came the reply. Colonel Harrell had already relocated from the helicopter to the Porcupine Tower at the airport. The Porcupine Tower was a colloquial term for the operations center, aptly named due to its roof bristling with various antennas and radars, earning a vivid moniker among the base personnel. Romeo 64, I require a timeline, a specific timeline. Our ammunition is depleted, and we cannot sustain our position any longer. Upon hearing that a convoy of tanks and armored vehicles was on its way, Sonny felt no inkling of joy. Instead, his anger intensified. The command center had been spinning grand tales. One moment, they spoke of a Humvee convoy coming to the rescue. The next, they claimed a Delta force was en route on foot. Then again, it was said that the 10th Mountain Division had already departed. Yet, none of these promised reinforcements had materialized. After enduring so much hope only to be met with disappointment, Sonny had grown weary of the empty promises. He yearned for concrete information. Colonel Harrell did not respond immediately, as he too was uncertain of the exact timeline. The only information at hand was that Staff Officer Cribbs was negotiating with Major General Montgomery, the commander of the UN's conventional forces in Somalia, along with the command of the Pakistani and Malaysian troops, to lease their tanks and armored vehicles for the rescue operation. Simultaneously, a request had been made to the commander of the Italian forces to dispatch dozens of tanks to Mogadishu. The Italian troops were stationed quite a distance away, situated 30 miles from Mogadishu in Balad. If the combat forces' tanks and armored vehicles were all under the same command, they could be mobilized at a moment's notice and reach the city within an hour. Colonel Harrell could confidently assert that the ground forces would arrive within the hour. However, since the tanks and armored vehicles needed to be borrowed, it became an international matter. The commands from Pakistan, Malaysia, and Italy had to first be relayed back to their respective countries, requiring approval from their governments before agreeing to the loan of armored vehicles. This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the formulation of a rescue plan requires considerable coordination among the troops of various nations, including preparations for the deployment of tanks and armored vehicles, which may take hours, 2, 3, or even longer. Colonel Harrell found himself unable to provide a definitive answer, nor could he deliver a message of despair. Instead, he continued to reassure, stating that the tank convoy was already in preparation and urged them to hold on, promising that they would be rescued. Sighing deeply, Sonny felt he already knew the outcome. Frustrated, he nearly unleashed a torrent of curses over the radio, but managed to restrain his temper, opting instead for a simpler inquiry. We urgently require ammunition supplies to endure. Can helicopters be dispatched to airdrop supplies? Sunny's question was met with an extended silence. The Black Hawk helicopters were currently undergoing emergency repairs, and the only intact Super 68 Black Hawk had recently returned from a mission severely damaged. The only operational craft left was a small helicopter, which was incapable of transporting supplies. Moreover, the emergence of anti-aircraft artillery had rendered the second crash site a high-risk zone, making it too perilous for any reliable Black Hawks to enter. After a prolonged pause, Colonel Harrell could only respond honestly to Sunny. The command center is unable to assess how many anti-aircraft guns are near the second crash site. For now, we cannot provide you with aerial support. Damn it, Sunny could no longer contain himself, unleashing a stream of expletives over the radio. Suit 64, please remain calm. I believe in your abilities. You will surely hold out until the convoy arrives. We will do everything we can to provide assistance. Harrell, despite being reprimanded, understood Sunny's emotional state. Sunny, weary of further conversation, abruptly ended the communication. It seemed they could not afford to sit idly by. They must devise their own solution. Dragon, rising abruptly from the ground, surveyed the group with resolute determination and declared, "Since we cannot rely on others, we must depend on ourselves." Such a statement was indeed astonishing. Sunny, Clay, Brian, and Durant were all taken aback by Dragon's words, simultaneously intrigued by what plan he might have for their salvation. Given their present predicament, any course of action seemed to lead to a dead end, unless they could truly count on reinforcements or risk abandoning their defensive position to rendezvous with other ranger units under the cover of darkness. Chapter 324. A frantic idea. Dragon's words resonated throughout the room, and before anyone could pose a question, he began to articulate his thoughts with fervor. He commenced with an analysis of the current advantages and disadvantages. The 4 members of the emergency response team were equipped with night vision gear, while the Somali militia, impoverished to the extent of lacking basic sustenance, would be unable to afford such technology. The assistance provided by night vision goggles and nocturnal combat could significantly skew the battle in their favor. This was their first advantage. As elite operatives of the Navy's DG Special Forces, trained in one of the world's most esteemed systematic training programs, nighttime infiltration operations were second nature to Dragon and his comrades. How to maintain silence while moving, evade the enemy's line of sight, and eliminate encountered foes without a sound. Among those present, aside from pilot Durant, both the 4 members of the emergency response team known as Dragon Squad and the Delta snipers Suart and Gordon are seasoned veterans in this regard. This constitutes our second advantage. During the day, the fierce Somali warriors, invigorated by their consumption of Arab tea, fought valiantly. However, the effects of the stimulants have now waned. Those familiar with substance use understand the intensity experienced during the high, followed by a profound lethargy once the effects diminish. As dusk transitions into night, the time has arrived for the Somali warriors' vitality to completely evaporate. Dragon Squad can intuitively deduce the current state of these once fearless combatants, now likely resembling exhausted individuals rendered impotent. They lie there, utterly fatigued. The mere act of moving a finger feels burdensome, let alone engaging in combat. This marks our third advantage. Having analyzed the current strengths at their disposal, Dragon Squad promptly identifies the myriad of dire challenges they face. Support from ground forces remains a distant prospect, while aerial assistance is severely restricted and unable to be executed. This signifies a complete lack of reinforcements. After a day of harrowing conflict, the remaining ammunition is scant. Even Dragon, the human ammunition depot, is left with merely around 300 rounds. In the battlefield, a soldier's weapon is akin to their life. Ammunition is the lifeblood sustaining that existence. Without oxygen, death is imminent. Lastly, and perhaps most critically, they are surrounded by fervently anti-American Somali militia. Although the Somali fighters currently find themselves in a state of lethargy, providing Dragon Squad with a semblance of stability and a false sense of security, the reality is stark. Once these Somali warriors have rested, replenished, and resumed their consumption of Arab tea, stimulating their minds back into a fervor, they will once again transform into fearless combatants, ready to launch a renewed offensive. In daylight, Dragon Squad was well prepared with ample ammunition and advantageous visibility to detect enemy movements, successfully withstanding the reckless charges of the Somali fighters. However, as night falls, visibility worsens and ammunition runs critically low, making defense considerably more challenging. In this unfavorable situation, Remaining in place amounts to a passive acceptance of death, with no possibility of escape. Staying behind offers only a path to demise, while taking action may provide a glimmer of survival. What course of action remains? The answer is unequivocal. The sole means of survival lies in leveraging their night vision equipment and proficiency in nocturnal combat to swiftly depart from this location, capitalizing on the Somali warriors' moment of weakness. As for their destination post-departure, Dragon Squad proposes two options. The first is to advance together to the primary crash site, where 3 ranger squads are stationed. Even if the Somalis were to mount another assault, there is a significant probability of enduring until the arrival of the armored vehicle convoy. In the original narrative of the film, the Rangers indeed held their ground until the end. Although several hours spent waiting for the convoy resulted in the sacrifice of more Rangers, the ultimate outcome was not too dire. The vast majority of those involved in the operation managed to escape the hell that is Mogadishu. If the sole objective was to maximize survival, then reuniting with the main Ranger force was indeed the most prudent course of action. Sonny and Clay concurred with this plan, with Sonny eagerly preparing to contact the Joint Operations Center for permission. "Wait, let me finish," Dragon interrupted Sonny's actions, proceeding to present a second plan. However, when Dragon articulated this alternative and expressed his strong inclination towards it, Sonny and the others were left in stunned silence. The reason was simple. The proposal was utterly outrageous. No rational person would conceive of such an extravagant scheme. To reinsert themselves into Hawadig Street to capture Aided? That joke was far from humorous. Sonny wore an exaggerated expression of disbelief. "We don't even know where Aided is. This seems implausible," Clay remarked helplessly. "The alien operation has been underway for over 6 weeks, and there has been no word on Aided's whereabouts. Finding him tonight seems virtually impossible," Brian added, devoid of confidence. Meanwhile, the pilot, Durant, remained silent, utterly astonished by Dragon's audacity. For Dragon to leverage the Black Hawk crash as a means to discreetly extricate himself from the American forces, he needed Sonny and the others to cooperate with his plan. In order to persuade Sonny, Brian, and Clay to take a gamble with him, Dragon directly addressed their concerns. He first clarified that this was no jest, but rather a venture he had long desired to undertake and had been preparing for over 6 weeks. He then tackled the question of Aided's whereabouts and how they might locate him. Dragon asserted that from the very first day in Mogadishu, he had been gathering all personal intelligence on Aided, as well as conducting extensive analyses of the personnel distribution in the entire Black Sea Hell. Although he had not pinpointed Aided's exact hiding place, he had identified potential locations for his key lieutenants. During the chaos of the day, when the entire city erupted, the emergency response team did not require ground operations, remaining passive spectators. While Dragon appeared to be merely observing, he was, in fact, busier than anyone else. The primary challenge lay in the visual strain. During such a significant uprising by the Somali militia, Aided's trusted subordinates could not remain hidden for long and would inevitably emerge to lead their forces. Seated in the helicopter with a high-powered binocular, Dragon was intent on locating Aided's confidants. From the arrival of Super 68 over the Black Sea Hell to walking to the site of the second crash, Dragon scrutinized the crowd for over an hour, nearly straining his eyes. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, as Dragon remarkably identified a key individual who might lead him to Aided. This individual was the very one who, just weeks prior, carried out a massacre in front of Long Zhan and others at the Red Cross Food Distribution Center, arrogantly gesturing with a gun while donning sunglasses, embodying the essence of a boastful militia leader. Long Zhan had a clear view through the observation scope from the helicopter of the building from which this man had emerged, and he was certain that they could apprehend him if they approached. Chapter 325. Charge. Capture the warlord Aided alive initially. Sonny and his companions had no intention of pursuing the audacious scheme to capture Aided. However, after listening to Long Zhan's insightful analysis, they began to realize they knew the militia leader's whereabouts, and a flicker of interest ignited within them. Sensing his comrades' burgeoning enthusiasm, Long Zhan seized the moment to elaborate. Aided currently wields significant control over Mogadishu, maneuvering us like puppets. I am certain he revels in his triumph. When one is basking in success, they often lower their guard. Aided would never anticipate that we, the lambs he has trapped within the city, would dare to turn the tables and take the risk to capture him. Tonight may well be the night he is at his most complacent, presenting us with a prime opportunity to seize him. If we can manage to capture Aided with his absolute authority here, We can use him to intimidate and deter all Somali militias. At that point, an armored convoy would be unnecessary. We could boldly exit through the main road, relying solely on our strength. Most importantly, conducting a surprise raid to capture high-value targets is our forte. As long as we know where Elated is located, executing the capture should pose no challenge to us. Long Zhan's words struck at the very heart of the matter. The doubts that lingered in Sunny and the others began to fade, replaced by an invigorating desire for challenge that surged through their veins. The thought of stepping out with their own strength resonated deeply within Sunny, who was never one to shy away from a challenge. He realized that regardless of the path taken, danger was an ever-present possibility. Therefore, it was better to take a bold gamble. Success would not only preserve their lives, but also etch a remarkable chapter into their military careers. Conversely, failure would yield a fate akin to hiding here, clinging to an illusory hope while awaiting death. The thrill of such an endeavor was intoxicating. Clay, a naturally competitive and expressive individual, felt an even greater urge to engage at the prospect of the rewards that success could bring. Though reluctant to take risks, Brian remained the team's warm-hearted beacon, smiling as he extended his right fist. Long Zhan, Sunny, and Clay understood the unspoken camaraderie and reciprocated by raising their fists. The four fists collided in the air, solidifying their reckless yet exhilarating plan. You are truly a bunch of madmen, a group I both envy and admire. If I were able to move, I would undoubtedly join you, Durant remarked, his gaze towards Long Zhan and the others filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he touched his fractured leg. There exists both admiration for the brothers united in their quest to create miracles and a profound respect for individuals like Long Zhan, who dare to gamble even in the face of such overwhelming adversity. As a proud special operations pilot, Durant had never bowed to anyone. Yet today, in this moment, he found himself compelled to concede. The new operational plan received unanimous approval, and the next step involved making necessary adjustments and preparations for the various details of the mission. Our ammunition supplies were critically low, and we had to devise a means of replenishment. Otherwise, even if we located Elated, capturing him would prove exceedingly difficult. Clay raised a pivotal concern. Capturing Elated alive seemed exceedingly reckless, and the Joint Operations Center would likely not permit such an endeavor, which posed a significant challenge. Sunny added, pointing at Durant, he cannot walk on his own. We cannot carry him, and leaving him here is not an option. How do we manage his placement? These three issues were increasingly troublesome, and if not resolved appropriately, the prospect of capturing Elated alive would be rendered futile. Fortunately, Long Zhan, having meticulously planned for this, had already devised a strategy. This is manageable. Long Zhan drew a dagger from the left side of his thigh and marked a simple route on the ground. The second crash site is here. The first crash site is here, and Hawati Street is adjacent. We can first transport Durant to the Rangers area of operations at the first crash site with 2 CG members. The Rangers there should have received supplies, allowing us to replenish our ammunition adequately before turning right towards Hawati Street. This approach would resolve all issues simultaneously. As for the matter of requesting operational permission, there is actually no need to inform the operations center that we are searching for and intending to capture Elated. We can simply report that we can no longer hold the second crash site and must take the risk of leaving at night to rendezvous with the Rangers. The command center would surely acquiesce. Given the current chaos in Mogadishu, no one would care why we returned to Hawati Street after leaving the crash site, as long as we successfully captured, aided, and facilitated the safe extraction of the stranded troops. The oversight regarding the application for operational permission would soon be forgotten. Long Zhan had thoroughly analyzed the situation, addressing all the pressing issues faced by the team without leaving room for critique. Very well, let us proceed as such. Long, you are responsible for notifying the 2 CAG members, and I will contact the operations center to request permission. Suit 64, this is Unit 11. Do you read me? Over. Just as Sunny was assigning tasks, a transmission suddenly came through the earpieces, a call from Delta Force, specifically from the 4th Team. Long Zhan and the others knew that the 4th Team was one of the ground support units dispatched. Unfortunately, they had struggled to find their way in, and as merely a 4-person team, they could not resolve the core issues even if they did arrive. Consequently, Long Zhan and the others had nearly forgotten about them. Could they have made it in? Sunny, harboring this doubt, responded, Suit 64 received. Unit 11, please state your business. We are about to rendezvous with you. Approaching from your 9 o'clock direction. Please refrain from firing in this direction. Over. Hute continued to call out. What a timely arrival. Sunny felt a surge of joy and immediately replied, "Received. You may proceed, but be wary of the second floor of the building on your left. Armed militia are present there." This was indeed a promising omen, haha. Long Zhan chuckled as well, darting towards the back door. At this critical juncture, where resources and ammunition were scarce, the arrival of reinforcements signified the possibility of resupplying, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful withdrawal from this location. The 4 members of Long Zhan arrived at the back door in unison, casting their gazes towards the 9 o'clock direction. They were just in time to spot Hute's team of 4, clad in black and resembling phantoms of the night, sprinting out from a corner several meters away. Their night vision goggles glinting in the dim light, their stealthy movements betraying their adeptness in nighttime infiltration. "Gentlemen, your timing couldn't be better. Carrying such heavy loads must have been arduous. Allow me to lend a hand." With a beaming smile, Long Zhan approached the quartet, assisting them in unburdening their bulging packs. He then casually unzipped the bags to inspect the supplies within. Clay, Sunny, and Brian shared in the excitement, each helping to relieve Hute's team of their burdens. Deftly handling the task at hand, they set aside provisions, water, and medical supplies for the moment, while hastily loading ammunition onto their tactical vests. It was only after filling their double magazine pouches or replenishing their tactical bags with ammunition that Long Zhan and his companions finally settled down to hydrate and snack on their rations. This meticulous preparation was aptly termed, "with bullets in hand, one remains unperturbed." Chapter 326. DG joins forces with CAG. The ammunition and grenades that Long Zhan and his team replenished, while not as ample as what they had originally brought, were sufficient to launch a surprise operation. The previously devised capture plan would, however, require some adjustments. The duration of the armed militia's respite and when they might initiate another offensive remained entirely unclear to Long Zhan and his comrades. The most prudent course of action was singular: to locate and apprehend elated as swiftly as possible. This meant every second counted. The original plan entailed first proceeding to the primary crash site, along with transporting the injured Durant, before resupplying and then redirecting towards Hawati Street. This back and forth, coupled with waiting, would consume no less than half an hour. With sufficient ammunition for a surprise operation at hand, Long Zhan deemed it more efficient to directly infiltrate Hawati Street, rendering the detour to the primary crash site unnecessary. The task of escorting the injured Durant could be effortlessly managed by the 6 Delta Force members. With a resolute mind, Long Zhan first briefed the newly arrived Hute's team on the evacuation plan, then proceeded to share his new idea, soliciting the opinions of Sunny and the others. Long Zhan did not conceal the plan to apprehend elated from the new Delta Force quartet, as they were all in this together. Durant had been in the room, absorbing the profound intricacies of the entire operation as conveyed by Long Zhan. Even if Long Zhan refrained from speaking, Hutter, while escorting Durant, would inevitably come to know. Since the Delta team would learn of it sooner or later, it was more prudent to be forthright. Upon hearing Long Zhan's intention to head directly to Hawati Street, thus compressing the timeline to avoid prolonged uncertainties, Sunny, Clay, and Brian expressed their agreement. They all concurred with Long Zhan's perspective. Taking action sooner would greatly enhance their chances of capture. What surprised Long Zhan was Hutter's reaction to this audacious plan. Upon hearing about the covert operation to apprehend elated, Hutter's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, showing no concern for the inherent dangers. He immediately insisted that SEAL Team 6 would not undertake this mission alone and insisted that his own team must be included. Long Zhan, without hesitation, acquiesced. His ready agreement stemmed from his understanding, as a first-tier operative, of Hutter's motivations for joining the endeavor. Those who endure immense hardships to become part of elite combat units share a common trait: the pursuit of higher values in life. In essence, they relish challenges. The more arduous the mission, the greater the challenge, which invigorates first-tier operatives with excitement and anticipation. Conversely, if a task is overly safe and devoid of challenge, one that any random assault team could accomplish, it would leave members of elite units feeling disheartened and uninterested. Might this assertion be too absolute? Are there no exceptions? The answer remains unequivocally clear. There are no exceptions. Individuals who live in fear of death, devoid of ambition or extraordinary dreams, merely seeking to navigate life safely, lack the requisite capability and cannot qualify for DG or CG. Such candidates would be swiftly eliminated during the selection process. When Jason, Lei, and others received the notification, They were initially disinclined to join the emergency response team for peacekeeping missions, primarily for this reason. Peacekeeping tasks are too simplistic to ignite their interest. Hutter's team consists of CAG elites, and with their involvement in the operation to capture elated, the likelihood of success was significantly enhanced, necessitating a revision of the action plan. After a brief discussion among the 8 members of the 2 teams, the final plan was established. The individuals at the second crash site would initially proceed together, retracing the path taken by Hutter's team to stealthily withdraw. They would continue until reaching the intersection point between the first crash site and Hawati Street. Swart and Gordon carried Durant on a stretcher, heading left towards the first crash site to rendezvous with the Rangers, while Long Zhan and Hutter's team turned right, guided by Long Zhan as they made their way to the stronghold of the armed leader in Hawati Street. Everyone, let us move. We have 5 minutes to regroup here for extraction. With the final operational plan in place, Long Zhan, holding the highest rank in attendance as a Master Sergeant E7 and the initiator of this mission, became the de facto commander of the operation. Interestingly, Sunny, also a Master Sergeant E7 and the leader of the emergency response team, found himself in the role of a team member. Sunny is not one to crave power. He possesses a keen awareness of his strengths and weaknesses, particularly when it comes to leadership, a role he truly cannot fulfill. However, his bond with Long Zhan is exceptionally profound, akin to that of steadfast brothers, which constitutes the primary reason for his involvement. Had it been Clay imposing his will, the scene before us would have unfolded in a dramatically different manner, given Sunny's volatile temperament akin to a powder keg. With the support of the seasoned Sergeant Sunny, everyone obediently dispersed to prepare for the task at hand. Sunny was tasked with reporting to the Joint Operations Center, seeking permission for the evacuation from the second crash site, while Hutt led a team to arm the helicopter with explosives. Although Super 64 lay in ruins, it was laden with military secrets. With no time to dismantle and transport the fragments, the only viable emergency response was to obliterate the cockpit and engine with explosives. As for the 3 corpses aboard the helicopter, they too would meet their end in the ensuing explosion. Hutt could only retrieve their dog tags, allowing their remains to vanish amidst the flames, thereby sparing them the indignity of being paraded posthumously. Such instances of parading the bodies of fallen American soldiers have regrettably occurred on the battlefields of the Middle East and Africa. In dire circumstances, destroying the bodies of comrades has been deemed a necessary act to grant them peace in death, ultimately leading to the customary practice of placing their remains in coffins draped with flags and dog tags for repatriation. To avoid alerting the Somalis and jeopardizing the evacuation, Hutt chose to rig the helicopter with a timed bomb, set for 10 minutes. Swart and Gordon were responsible for preparing the stretchers, while the remaining personnel tidied the site and adjusted their equipment to ensure optimal readiness for the impending evacuation. Chapter 327. Unexpected gains at 8:15 p.m. At the Pakistan Sports Hall, headquarters of the 10th Mountain Division, commanders from Pakistan, Malaysia, and the United Nations regular forces stationed in Somalia convened, reaching a consensus on a joint rescue mission. Yet, the deliberations on the number of vehicles, personnel, and operational routes, as well as the allocation of responsibilities among nations, had led to a gathering of generals in the conference room, engaged in urgent discussions. Noticing that no resolution was forthcoming, Kribis stepped out onto the balcony on the 2nd floor and dialed General Garrison. "Sir, the commanders from various headquarters have assembled, yet they are still debating the route. How much longer will this take?" Garrison had just authorized the personnel at the second crash site to evacuate under the cover of night to rendezvous with the Rangers at the first crash site, and his primary concern was time. "At least 2 hours," came the reply. "That is far too long. We will not make it in time." Garrison expressed his dissatisfaction. General Montgomery interjected, "We did not notify them in advance. All preparations must commence anew. Mobilizing dozens of armored vehicles and the Mountain Division will require time." Kribis responded, "Convey to that general that I am aware of the situation, but I must emphasize that my men are encircled by thousands of Somali armed militia. Extracting them from enemy territory and relocating them to safety is of utmost urgency. I require his assistance to expedite the operation." Garrison was a pragmatic leader, his approach decidedly firm. The tone and vocabulary of requesting assistance from various countries have shifted from previous authoritative demands for aid to a present plea for help. The mere alteration of 2 characters signifies a dramatically different attitude. This serves as ample evidence that the once arrogant Garrison is now genuinely desperate. compelled to lower his stance and swallow his pride to rectify the mess at hand. "Very well, Commander. I shall convey your message to her and report back with any updates," said Kribis, concluding the call. He then turned and jogged back to the conference room, heading straight towards General Montgomery, who was presiding over the meeting. The tank and armored vehicle convoy were still deliberating their route, and the timing of their departure remained uncertain. At the second crash site, Long Zhan and his team, having prepared all necessary evacuation procedures, commenced their operation to carry the injured Durant. Leading the way was the Hutter team, retracing the route they had just entered. If they could come in, they could surely go out. Swart, Gordon, Clay, and Brian positioned themselves safely in the middle of the formation, alternating their efforts to bear the stretcher. Long Zhan and Sunny fulfilled their duties, bringing up the rear to protect the team. During the day, the streets surrounding the second crash site teemed with onlookers and civilians coerced into service, acting as mobile cover and surveillance for the armed militia. Stealthily slipping in or out of the area was nearly impossible without invisibility. However, with the onset of night, a significant transformation occurred. The instinct to return home after dark seemed to resonate universally among humanity, and the Somali civilians were no exception. After nightfall, they retired to their homes. Now, the streets lay deserted, illuminated only by the shadows cast by the moonlight. The armed militia, having been exhilarated throughout the afternoon, had, as Long Zhan had surmised, retreated to some corner or room to rest. Through Long Zhan's night vision goggles, he could occasionally glimpse one or two armed militia members peeking out from behind windows or the walls of rooftops, merely conducting a perfunctory watch before vanishing again behind cover. The extent of the surveillance zone established by the Somalis around the second crash site remained unclear to Long Zhan and his team. Under such uncertain conditions, they could only maintain their concealed state. The team exited through the back door, crossing the street and stepping into the shadows at the corner. Advancing approximately 20 meters before Hutter turned left, they departed from the crash site on Markin Street and entered a narrow alley situated between two houses. Navigating the pitch-black alley, Long Zhan and his companions endeavored to muffle their footsteps, having muted their gear prior to departure to avoid clattering sounds that might betray their presence. Their voices were hushed to a near whisper, the eerie silence of the alley amplifying even the slightest sounds from the houses on either side, where conversations could be distinctly heard through the walls. Somalia has two official languages, Somali and Arabic. Due to its history as a British colony, English was heavily promoted for better colonial governance, resulting in many Somalis being proficient in English. The sounds emanating from within the dwelling were in Arabic. As a prodigy fluent in 8 languages, Long Zhan found himself able to comprehend the conversation. To the left, the occupants were discussing trivial matters, primarily expressing their weariness of the war-torn existence. They appeared to be a family yearning for a stable life. Conversely, the dialogue on the right was of a more peculiar nature, leading Long Zhan to an unexpected revelation. One individual inquired, "What did Sam come over for?" To which another responded, "He came to inform us that after 9 o'clock, we are to launch an attack on the American helicopter. Capturing just one American is sufficient. The rest can be eliminated. This is General Aided's order." Upon overhearing the exchange between the armed militia, Long Zhan silently rejoiced in his prudence. Had he been foolishly stationed there, under Aided's new directive of leaving only one survivor, the militia's assault would have been far more ferocious. It was likely that the rocket launchers, which they had refrained from using during the day, would be unleashed in a fierce barrage at night. Once those rocket launchers were deployed, even with their ammunition replenished, it would be virtually impossible for Long Zhan and his team to hold their ground. The outcome would undoubtedly be more catastrophic than the original narrative, resulting in the loss of 10 elite operatives in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Long Zhan's foresight enabled him to once again evade a certain death crisis. Emerging from the dim alley, Hute guided the group along the right wall, advancing approximately 30 meters into a building. The walls were constructed from a mixture of cinders, coated with white lime on the exterior, and the windows were devoid of glass. The structure consisted of 2 floors plus a metal-roofed attic. By Somali architectural standards, this was indeed considered a substantial edifice. Inside, to the left, lay 2 corpses, presumably the result of Hute's team having eliminated them in their previous passage through. Once inside, they no longer felt as exposed as they had outside, allowing Long Zhan and his companions a moment to catch their breath. "William," Hute called to one of the Delta operators, gesturing for him to scout ahead. While addressing the others, he added, "We will traverse this building, cross 2 streets, and after approximately 100 meters, we shall be safe. The group had already covered over 100 meters. If measured in a straight line, they had exited the encirclement. However, to avoid the line of sight of the armed militia, they had clung to the shadows along the walls, navigating a convoluted path. In reality, the straight-line distance was less than 50 meters. Chapter 328. Such brutality. Just as Long Zhan was catching his breath, William returned, reporting, "No anomalies detected. Go. Continue moving forward." Hute did not linger in further discussion, beckoning the group to proceed. Exiting through the back door, they found themselves on a street where the overall layout had not significantly changed. Hute continued to lead the team along the shadows of the walls. As they moved farther from the second crash site, the likelihood of encountering armed militia diminished. The further they ventured, the more relaxed the group's spirits became. Yet, just when even the ever-cautious Long Zhan believed that no unforeseen events would transpire and they would soon be free from the encirclement of the second crash site, a sudden, unexpected sound pierced the air. The door of a nearby house opened abruptly without warning. At this moment, the Hut team had advanced ahead, while Long Zhan and Sunny lingered behind. The door stood directly in front of the center of the group, and the individual who opened it fortuitously encountered the 5-man stretcher team. If the door had been opened by an ordinary Somali civilian, it would have merely been an unremarkable occurrence, with little consequence. After all, they were on the verge of slipping out of the encirclement. Even if this civilian were to later alert others, the armed militia would be unlikely to pursue them in the dead of night. However, fate had dealt a cruel hand. The door was opened not by a civilian, but by an armed militiaman, shouldering an AKM and bearing 2 grenades at his waist. The militiaman immediately recognized the individuals before him, and the stretcher team swiftly sensed the imminent danger. In the face of this unexpected encounter, words were unnecessary. The Somali militia's instinctive reaction was for the man to reach for his rifle slung over his left shoulder, intending to eliminate the Americans before him. Suha and Gordon felt a tightening in their chests, as their positions were precisely at the doorway. They prepared to dart forward to evade the doorway's line of fire, ensuring Durant's safety on the stretcher before drawing their sidearms to neutralize the militiamen. Yet, someone was swifter than them. Pop, pop, pop. Clay and Brian, stationed by the door, reacted instantaneously, firing their weapons and successfully striking the armed militiamen. With 5 rounds discharged, survival was improbable for the militiamen. Had only the 2 of them fired, the situation might have been less dire. Although they were not equipped with subsonic ammunition, their weapons were fitted with enhanced suppressors, rendering the gunfire barely louder than a cough, unlikely to rouse other militia. Yet, fate had other plans. Bang bang. Durant, closest to the stretcher, had been gripping his pistol and instinctively fired 2 shots at the militiaman. However, Durant's M9 lacked a suppressor, and the sound of his shots echoed through the quiet street, carrying for hundreds of meters. Long Zhan, upon hearing the gunfire, sensed the impending disaster. It was akin to a splash of water in a hot oil pan, igniting the street in an instant. Nearby militia would soon converge, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Ding! Long Zhan produced a stun grenade, removed the safety pin, and hurled it into the room to preemptively neutralize any potential threats lurking within. Simultaneously, he shouted a warning. "We've been compromised. Quick, let us leave at once." Both the Hut team and Suha and Gordon were elite operatives. Even without Long Zhan's admonition, they understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing his command, they set aside any frustration directed at Durant for causing such a commotion in his state of heightened anxiety and immediately transitioned from walking to running, hastening their departure from the area. Yet it was too late. Although the over 2,000 Somali individuals present during the day had largely dispersed, the hundreds of armed militia remained. They had been lying in wait around the crash site, recuperating their strength for the next assault. The 2 gunshots fired by Durant echoed, but the armed militia from other angles would not arrive immediately. However, there were still dozens of militia members nearby. Particularly, those concealed on the rooftops could easily spot Long Zhan and his companions if they stood up. Despite the limitations of their poor visibility and lack of night vision equipment, they could not see anything beyond 30 meters and only indistinct shadows within 20 meters. Yet, this was sufficient. The distinctive sound of the AK rifle firing in rapid succession, accompanied by the glaring muzzle flash, erupted in front of the street. Hunt, who was about to move in this direction, realized that the path was blocked by the gunfire ahead, making it perilous to advance through the hail of bullets. He had no choice but to halt his progress and seek cover to evade the whizzing projectiles. Remaining here was too dangerous. He needed to leave swiftly. Long Zhan was determined not to be pinned down in the street, with the route obstructed. He had to devise another plan to breach the final few meters before a multitude of militia arrived. Otherwise, if they were trapped in this street, being entangled by the armed militia would spell trouble. Without support from their own troops, the enemy continued to pour in like oil on flames, no matter their prowess. They would eventually be worn down. Long Zhan furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings. He spotted the door of a house across the street and glanced back at the rear door of the building behind him. Recalling that such residences in the city often had interconnecting front and back entrances, an idea sparked. Since there was enemy fire from above, traversing the street was too hazardous. He could circumvent the rooftop's gunfire by moving through the houses, as long as he could open the door quickly enough. The speed of their retreat would not be slower than walking along the street. How could he open the door swiftly? Naturally, brute force would be the most effective approach. As a heavy-set man weighing over 200 pounds, Long Zhan excelled in forcefully breaking down doors. This way, he bellowed to the crowd, charging forward like a raging bull. In an instant, to the astonishment of all, he harnessed the momentum of his acceleration, turning sideways and utilizing his body as a battering ram, crashing into the wooden door with tremendous force. Bang! The solid wooden door, though robust, could not withstand Long Zhan's impact. It was violently dislodged from its frame and flew into the room, ultimately crashing heavily onto the ground and shattering into several grotesque pieces. Long Zhan landed atop the fractured door, momentarily disregarding his own disarray. He rolled forward, adopting a half-squat stance, and aimed his weapon, his eyes tracking the muzzle's direction, swiftly surveying the room's interior. Inside, there was only a young Somali woman, seemingly in her 20s, sitting motionless with terror etched across her face. Clearly, the sight of the hulking figure crashing through her solid wooden door like a deranged bull had left her mind in a state of shock. This was a solid wood door, over 3 centimeters thick. How could such a brute have smashed it to pieces? The woman could hardly believe her eyes. Chapter 329. Long Zhan's Survival Principles on the Battlefield. The woman stared at Long Zhan, her expression one of stunned disbelief. Ordinary individuals might perceive no threat and thus remain complacent. However, Long Zhan did not relent. His weapon remained steadfastly aimed at the woman. Should she make any hostile move, he would unhesitatingly pull the trigger. His caution was rooted in hard-earned experience. Throughout his past life as a mercenary and his 2 years among the Navy SEALs, he had witnessed far too many instances where seemingly harmless women and children suddenly drew weapons and opened fire. To survive on the battlefield, one must regard every living creature as a potential adversary. This is Long Zhan's principle of survival in combat. Even a dog, unfamiliar and untrusted, should be kept at a distance, for one can never know if it harbors a bomb within, ready to detonate upon approach. Outside, Gordon, having witnessed the scene of violence, marveled, "Good heavens, is he always this brutal?" "He has always been this way." Sonny, accustomed to Long Zhan's brand of ferocity, chuckled, beckoning, "Come on, hurry up. Let's move this way." The Hutter team, aware of Long Zhan's reason for entering the house, promptly retreated towards the shattered door. "Hey, buddy. It's a pity you aren't playing football," remarked Suhat, who had entered with a stretcher, still echoing the memory of Long Zhan's formidable charge through the door. "I feared I might have killed them, haha." Long Zhan, his expression shifting, dismissed the banter. Time was of the essence. Standing up, he shouted to the group, "We must keep moving. Stay close, don't lag behind." With that, he dashed through the hall to the back room, flung open the rear door, and glanced around. Not spotting any armed militia, he accelerated towards the entrance of the narrow street across, employing the same tactic once more. Bang! The door, relatively frail, splintered upon impact, breaking into 2 halves. As Long Zhan surged into the room amidst the debris, he swiftly scanned the dimly lit interior illuminated by flickering candlelight. He beheld a family of 4, pale-faced and panic-stricken, huddled in the corner. An elderly couple with graying hair, a woman in her 30s, and a young boy of about 10 cradled in her arms. Notably absent was any adult male, a rather odd occurrence under normal circumstances, yet in Mogadishu, it had become the norm. The fierce fighting at the second crash site that afternoon had claimed over 200 lives at Long Zhan's hands alone, with Sonny, Clay, and others contributing to a death toll exceeding 500. Most of the deceased were adult males, primarily those who had charged into battle. It was highly probable that they hailed from the surrounding families. One could foresee that this young boy, upon learning that his father had perished at the hands of the peacekeeping forces, and after enduring the brainwashing by elated, would likely come to view the peacekeepers as destroyers of his homeland. Thus, he would most probably join the ranks of armed militia. This cycle of hatred, passed down through generations, signified that the peacekeeping efforts in Somalia were, in essence, doomed. What the future holds for the young boy is of little concern to Long Zhan. As long as this family remains obedient and still, no calamity shall befall them. Aside from the necessity of replacing a door afterward, Long Zhan took the lead, transforming into a human battering ram, forcefully breaching yet another door. Hute, Sunny, and the others followed closely behind, continuing their relentless advance. They traversed 2 houses and crossed 2 streets in quick succession, finally finding solace from the whizzing bullets. Clearly, Long Zhan's swift entry had thrown the attacking Somali militia off their rhythm, leaving them to search in vain on the darkened streets. Some individuals, as before, entered the house without pause and exited through the back door. Upon reaching the 3rd street, a distance from the exposure point, an eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Through the night vision goggles, no armed combatants could be seen. It was evident that Long Zhan and his companions had successfully escaped the encirclement. On either side of the dilapidated street, aside from some abandoned homes left desolate by war and famine, the remaining inhabitants were ordinary civilians. Unlike the hostile populace of the central Habergeter clan, the common folk here harbored no animosity toward the peacekeeping forces. Many even held them in high regard. After all, during their time of arrival, the peacekeepers had been distributing food and supplies, preventing the locals from succumbing to starvation amidst the famine. The few who cursed their benefactors were but a minority. The majority were grateful. With the support of the surrounding populace and the cover of night, Long Zhan and his team pressed southwest, encountering no further dangers along the way. Having departed the high-risk area surrounding the crash site, the rest of Somalia lay shrouded in an unsettling silence, resembling a ghost town. Long Zhan's group distanced themselves from the armed militia, traveling nearly 15 kilometers without a single shadow in sight, with the surrounding houses cloaked in darkness. It was uncertain whether these humble abodes were abandoned or if their occupants were too impoverished to even afford a candle. The capital city of a nation had fallen into such disarray, a testament to the calamities wrought by war and warlord rule upon the ordinary citizenry. Those who dwell in peaceful nations can scarcely fathom the suffering that war inflicts upon the common man. For those who reside in tranquil, law-abiding new nations yet persist in their grievances about their country without exerting effort, one might wish to cast them into this place, allowing them to experience the chaos of a nation where humanity is regarded as lower than that of dogs. At 9:05 p.m., having evacuated from the second crash site, Long Zhan's team arrived at the planned point of divergence. Romeo 64, this is Suit 64. We have successfully evacuated the second crash site and are en route to the first crash site, expected to arrive within 5 minutes. Received. I will notify the rangers at the first crash site to prepare for your arrival, replied Colonel Harrell, the ground commander. The squad understood it was time to part ways. Continuing southwest, they would reach the first crash site in less than 300 meters. The journey was relatively untroubled by armed militia, and upon nearing their destination, they were met by reinforcements of rangers who had restocked their supplies. The task of escorting Durant back was not particularly arduous for Suart and Gordon. However, despite their status as elite operatives from Delta Force, they yearned to partake in the covert operation to capture aid. Alas, Durant was unable to traverse the terrain independently, and both the Dragon Strike team and the Hutter team operated as established units, making it impossible to detach 2 individuals and integrate Suart and Gordon into their ranks. Thus, regardless of their exceptional marksmanship, the circumstances dictated that they could only serve as bearers. Chapter 330. The tragic scapegoat, the Bakara Market, served as a stronghold for AIDS militia, located at the intersection of Hawadi Street's northern segment and Lorigan Road. The primary target for Dragon Strike was the militia leader residing within this marketplace. Had it been any day prior to tonight, even with a surge of audacity, Dragon Strike would not have dared to storm such a den with merely an 8-man team. It is crucial to recognize that this stronghold harbored over 1,000 armed militia members, making the area around Bakara Market infamous as the Hell of the Black Sea. Also populated by over 1,000 armed militia from the Habergeter tribe. These were not merely unarmed militants. Each was equipped with formidable weaponry. At Aid's command, These 2,000 armed militia could converge within half an hour, forming a formidable ground force, akin to a battalion. The fierce battle at the second crash site that afternoon, which involved only a few hundred armed militia inciting over 1,000 civilians, nearly overwhelmed Dragon Strike. This occurred even while they had managed to scavenge ammunition from the Super 64, with strict limitations on their own ammunition supply. Currently, the 8 members of Dragon Strike were heavily constrained in their armament, possessing even less than usual, rendering them ill-equipped to sustain a resistance of that magnitude. If discovered by the armed militia, their fate would be sealed. There would be no escape, even if they possessed wings. Fortunately, chaos reigned within Mogadishu. As efforts to encircle the American forces holed up in the city were underway, alongside attempts to obstruct the UN forces outside the city. Over 2,000 armed militia had now been divided into 4 factions. Based on Dragon Strike's assessment of the situation, the number of armed militia remaining in Bakara Market was undoubtedly less than 1/10 of their usual strength. A garrison of 200 would be commendable, and it would not be surprising if only a handful remained. This conclusion was drawn from the current disadvantage faced by American forces, as Aid enjoyed an overwhelming advantage. Given his arrogant and reckless disposition, he would surely dispatch his subordinates to eliminate the Americans swiftly rather than leave a significant force at their stronghold doing nothing during this critical moment. It was precisely this confidence in his judgment that emboldened Dragon Strike to undertake a bold maneuver in the face of overwhelming adversity. As for the possibility of misjudgment, Dragon Strike was resolute. There was no chance of error. If Aided possessed the divine foresight to predict that someone would dare to consume the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, then hasten to strike at his very lair, he would not merely be human, but a living deity. At 9:21, Long Zhan, accompanied by his team, proceeded with utmost caution, taking nearly 20 minutes to return to the central area of Hawadi Street. Throughout their journey, they navigated with the familiarity of walking through their own backyard. Military maps were entirely unnecessary. An aerial navigation provided by the command center paled in comparison to Long Zhan's intellect. After more than a month of rigorous memorization, Long Zhan had etched the entirety of Mogadishu into his mind. Not only could he identify major thoroughfares and pathways, but he could also pinpoint alleys unmarked on high-definition military maps. Armed with this mental map, the darkness of Mogadishu was, for Long Zhan, even more navigable than during daylight hours. There was no fear of getting lost, and no one to impede their passage. In the pitch-black, unlit alleys of the city, devoid of any pedestrians, it was all the more conducive for Long Zhan and his companions to move stealthily. As they passed the target building from their daytime ambush and the Olympic Hotel where the Humvee convoy had once stopped, a sudden, thunderous explosion resonated nearby, swiftly followed by a barrage of gunfire. Curiosity, combined with the fact that it was on their route, prompted Long Zhan to lead his team toward the commotion. They discovered a large group of Somali militiamen besieging a building in the street center. This location was not one of the crash sites. The militia's attack was easily discernible as aimed at the 2 squads led by Captain Steele. During the afternoon skirmish, Captain Steele's 1st and 2nd Ranger squads had intended to support the first crash site, but were ambushed midway by a multitude of militiamen, resulting in over half of their forces being injured and unable to proceed. Ultimately, they sent only a single Ranger, along with Delta Team leader Sanderson and his group, onward to the first crash site, while Captain Steele and his 2 squads fortified themselves in a 3-story building, awaiting rescue. The reason for the militia's initial assault on this location remained unclear to Long Zhan and his team. They could only speculate that it might relate to the successful withdrawal of their comrades. They had overheard the militia discussing an attack on the second crash site at 9 o'clock, intending to capture hostages. As it turned out, Long Zhan and his team had stealthily slipped away, leaving the attacking militiamen empty-handed. This news would surely reach Aided's ears. With the prospect of capturing hostages for a prisoner exchange dashed, Aided would need to find a new target for hostages. The forces at the second crash site were significantly weaker than at the first, and having also not received any airdrop supplies, Captain Steele's unit had become a soft target. Undoubtedly the best alternative. Aided likely aimed to seize this opportunity to secure the knowledge he desired. Given the casualties sustained by Captain Steele's contingent, if assistance did not arrive promptly, they risked total annihilation. Since it was a fortuitous encounter, Long Zhan and his companions could not simply turn a blind eye. However, while they were willing to offer assistance, it was imperative that they did so judiciously. After all, The purpose of Long Zhan and his team was to apprehend the elusive big boss, Diaz, and to thoroughly resolve the immediate crisis. They could not afford to be swayed by any distractions at such a critical juncture. Leveraging their advantage of one-way transparency, Long Zhan and his team had ample time to prepare and observe, while over 100 Somali armed militia were fiercely engaged inside, oblivious to the presence of others behind them. After a few minutes of careful observation, Long Zhan discerned the details of this armed group. They were divided into two combat factions: infantry launching close-quarters assaults surrounding the building, and two armed pickup trucks providing remote fire support from the rear. Upon seeing the configuration of the Somali militia, Long Zhan immediately devised a strategy to neutralize the threat. Charging into battle against the Somali militia to eliminate as many armed men as possible was not a viable option, as it would only ensnare them in a protracted conflict. Moreover, no matter how many militia were eliminated, they could be quickly replenished. Instead, a stealthy approach to eliminate the two armed pickups providing fire support from the periphery would yield far greater results. The two armed pickups were equipped with formidable weaponry: the venerable M2HB 50 caliber heavy machine gun and the SPG-9 recoilless gun, officially known as the tripod-mounted anti-tank grenade launcher. The 50 caliber machine gun was terrifyingly effective in urban warfare, capable of perforating even reinforced concrete walls with sustained fire. The SPG-9 was even more alarming, boasting a caliber of 73 millimeters, capable of delivering direct fire with pinpoint accuracy. It was, without doubt, a harbinger of death in close-quarters combat. During Long Zhan's period of observation, he witnessed the devastating performance of this artillery. Each shot created a gaping hole in the walls, rendering any form of cover ineffective for the Rangers relying on the walls for protection. The militia exploited this artillery advantage, systematically dismantling the Rangers' firing positions, advancing to within 10 meters of their stronghold. Groups of militia had even begun attempting to storm the building under the Rangers' control. If this state of affairs continued, it would not take half an hour for the building occupied by Steele's unit to be overrun. The remaining Rangers would face either capture or the necessity to abandon the stronghold and their numerous wounded. Neither outcome was acceptable to garrison. However, if they could eliminate this artillery and the heavy machine gun, the militia would lose their overwhelming firepower advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for them to win a fair fight against the Rangers in urban combat. The crisis facing Steele's unit would then be resolved. We must lend them a hand. We must stealthily eliminate those two armed pickups. Hute, you are in charge of providing cover while the rest is entrusted to us. Long Zhan issued the command to Hute without soliciting his consent. Understood. Hute responded with a thumbs up. He was a man of considerable pride, one who typically could not be subdued by ordinary individuals. He often roamed the base with his rifle's safety off, ready to retort anyone who dared to challenge him, dismissively declaring, "My finger is the best safety." Curiously, such an audacious character did not reject Long Zhan's orders, willingly taking the lead in providing cover. Even though Long Zhan was not his superior, commenced the operation, Long Zhan signaled with a vertical palm slice to the right, indicating to Sunny to approach from that side and neutralize the heavy machine gun pickup, while he would handle the recoilless rifle on the left. He then gestured to Brian, signaling for Clay to accompany him from the left. Long Zhan and Clay moved stealthily, maintaining a balanced posture, while Sunny and Brian maneuvered along the right wall, preparing to lock onto their respective targets swiftly. The armed militia on the pickups remained oblivious to the looming danger behind them, continuing to unleash a torrent of gunfire. The recoilless rifle on the armed pickup roared, and the heavy machine gun spat flames, causing the Rangers inside the building to lament their plight. Though some wished to eliminate these two firepower points, they lacked the ability to break out from within. They could only passively engage, being forced to retreat under the onslaught. Fortunately, the Rangers of the 1st and 2nd squads fortuitously encountered Long Zhan's team, which destined them to evade disaster that night. In just over a minute, Long Zhan successfully closed the distance to within 5 meters of the target. Here, he did not advance further. Instead, he pulled the trigger. Tap, 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 tap. 2 precise bursts of 3 shots each pierced the backs of the gunner and the assistant gunner in the truck, causing them to collapse like limp noodles. Simultaneously, Clay fired, taking out the driver positioned on the right side of the truck with a single shot to the head, the skull exploding into fragments. On the other side, Sunny and Brian were equally effective, swiftly neutralizing their targets and silencing the roaring heavy machine gun. Having effortlessly dispatched all targets, Long Zhan and Sunny did not retreat immediately. The formidable adversary lay before them. To miss the chance to seize the moment would be a significant loss in life. Thus, Long Zhan leapt forward, expertly grasping a shell and loading it into the recoilless rifle. Sunny, too, climbed onto the vehicle, kicking aside the rapidly cooling body of the machine gunner and adjusting the gun's direction. With a decisive pull of the trigger, Long Zhan launched a 73mm grenade that blazed forth. The explosion illuminated the night, striking four clustered Somali militia members hiding behind the wall, obliterating them instantly. The unique color formed by the blood mist was vividly clear through the night vision goggles. Still unsatisfied after firing one shell, Long Zhan seized a grenade launcher from a nearby crate and, with a resounding clang, loaded it into the breech. The old Ganma heavy machine gun roared to life, its thunderous cadence echoing in the night. Sunny, a seasoned machine gunner, wielded the old Ganma with remarkable prowess, far surpassing the earlier Somali gunmen by at least 2 tiers of skill. Each burst of 50 caliber ammunition rained down upon the armed militia, suppressing their fire with unrelenting force. Not a single bullet failed to find its mark. The devastation inflicted by the 127mm rounds upon human targets was nothing short of grotesquely beautiful. The Somali militia, lacking night vision gear, struggled with severely limited visibility in the chaotic battlefield, their ranks disorganized and dispersed. Those militants relentlessly assaulting the building remained oblivious to the unfolding carnage until Long Zhan's recoilless cannon unleashed its fury and Sunny's heavy machine gun swept through them, resulting in over 30 casualties in an instant. Only then did the remaining Somali fighters realize that they were being fiercely attacked from behind. Although they were bewildered as to why their own armed pickup truck had suddenly turned against them, the remaining militia had no time to ponder, as a portion of them began to retaliate. The sound of multiple rifles firing in unison rang out as bullets ricocheted off the pickup truck. Having thoroughly enjoyed their spree, Long Zhan and Sunny decided to retreat decisively to avoid being cornered by the Somalis. Each produced a thermite incendiary device. While its lethality against humans is limited, as it does not detonate but instead releases flames upon ignition, its burning temperature exceeds 2,200 degrees, sustained for over 30 seconds. Such extreme heat, lasting for an extended duration, can effortlessly penetrate nearly all metals, highlighting its unique utility. The thermite incendiary is particularly effective for dismantling metal equipment, machinery, iron gates, and vehicles. Many have penned accounts of the Black Hawk Down incident, yet few have dared to venture into the audacious pursuit of capturing elated, as this narrative does. To ensure a more exhilarating experience for the readers, I kindly urge my brothers to check their pockets for any remaining monthly tickets to support the author, providing a spark of encouragement and motivation. Thank you immensely. Chapter 332. Ghosts in the Night. Long Zhan loaded the thermite incendiary into the cannon, while Sunny placed it atop the protective cover of the old Ganma. They then leaped from the pickup truck and dashed back along their path. 5 seconds later, the incendiary ignited with a whoosh, erupting in a blinding white flame. The flames, exceeding 2,200 degrees, continued to burn, illuminating the scene like a colossal sparkler, engulfing both the recoilless cannon and the M2HB in a radiant glow. With such an intense and sustained heat, these two weapons would soon be rendered inoperable. Even if the armed militia managed to reclaim the pickup truck, they would find themselves devoid of heavy weaponry, severely diminishing their assault capabilities. Strive to eliminate armed militia personnel, subsequently dismantle heavy weaponry, and finally make a swift escape. This is the trilogy of Long Zhan's operations. Judging by the current outcomes of the skirmishes, Long Zhan and his emergency response team have flawlessly achieved their objectives, leaving no room for error. Onward. Returning to the rear to rendezvous with the Hute team, Long Zhan issued a swift command to retreat towards the northwest. The Hute team, unwilling to linger in combat, promptly secured their arms and followed suit. Like phantoms, they vanished into the enveloping darkness. By the time a dozen armed militants returned to their vehicles, all they could see were 2 heavy weapons rendered useless by fire, with not a trace of the enemy in sight. If it weren't for the 6 corpses strewn across the ground and the incapacitated weaponry, the events that had just transpired would have seemed like a mere illusion. What transpired? Why had the assault weakened? Inside the building, Captain Steele, overwhelmed, noted that the enemy's heavy machine guns and artillery had fallen silent, and the infantry's offensive had come to a standstill, leaving him with a mind full of questions. The enemy had been on the offensive for half an hour, capable of overpowering them. Yet suddenly, they had ceased their assault. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that ground forces had arrived to provide support? No, that didn't seem right either. Steele considered the possibility that his own men were intervening. But the absence of any communication over the radio dispelled that notion. In an instant, the situation morphed into an enigma. Meanwhile, Long Zhan, having indulged in a brief feast, was relying on the most intricate map in his mind as he led his team directly to the heart of Bakara Market. The decision to refrain from radio contact with Captain Steele was primarily to avoid revealing their location. It was crucial to note that they had previously reported to headquarters, clearly indicating their withdrawal to the first crash site. Now, their sudden appearance at a different point along Steele's defensive line would be glaringly obvious, even to the dim-witted personnel at the command center. Moreover, Garrison was sharper than anyone else. At 9:24 a.m., after a period of stealthy maneuvering through the streets, Long Zhan and his team finally arrived at the outskirts of Bakara Market. Approaching the market, everything transformed. Unlike the rest of Mogadishu, which lay shrouded in darkness and silence, devoid of even a ghostly silhouette, Bakara Market, a stronghold for the militia, was aglow with lights in every household. In a war-torn region where heavy and light industries had virtually collapsed and few engaged in handicrafts, the presence of localized electricity was astonishing. This only underscores one truth. It is the ordinary people who bear the brunt of war's suffering, while the elite and wealthy remain unscathed, often reaping benefits from the chaos. Beyond the illuminated homes, numerous open spaces within the market were ablaze with bonfires. There exists a peculiar trait among Africans. Wherever there is a bonfire, regardless of the circumstances, they will dance. This place was no exception. Currently, both the inner and outer city were embroiled in conflict, the respite period long gone, with some areas already re-engaging in battle while others prepared for the impending clash. The imperative is to subdue the American forces in order to expel the meddlesome peacekeeping troops. Meanwhile, some Somalis by the campfires appear to be entirely disconnected from the ravages of war, joyously gathering in song and dance as if celebrating a festive occasion. Despite the majority being women, children, and the elderly, evidently the families of militia members, there remains a notable presence of armed militia among them. These armed individuals seem to have taken up the role of sentinels, tasked with guarding the marketplace. Yet, their vigilance is conspicuously lacking. It is evident they have not been trained in sentry regulations, abandoning their posts to partake in merriment instead. The state of these sentinels suggests they harbor no fear of adversaries encroaching upon their stronghold. The ethos of a military unit is transmitted from the top down. Thus, the laxity of the soldiers below is undoubtedly influenced by the leadership above. A unit's strength is often reflective of its commander. Through the demeanor of these soldiers, one can ascertain with certainty that from aide to the various militia leaders, there is an overwhelming sense of assured victory. In this premature complacency, their guard has been lowered to an unprecedented degree. The ancient wisdom of to let one die, first let them become reckless rings true. Aide, having gained significant advantage, has become overconfident, directing his focus solely towards offense while leaving his defenses alarmingly vulnerable. Should someone dare to venture into the eye of the storm, the chances of successfully overcoming aide are exceedingly high. With his sharp military instinct, Long Zhan has astutely seized upon this pivotal moment. Now leading his team outside the marketplace, they have traversed 98 of the 100 steps toward success, with only 2 remaining. Victory is tantalizingly within reach. Despite the loss of the advantage conferred by night vision in the brightly lit surroundings, Long Zhan remains undaunted. He meticulously reviews the intricate layout of the Bakara marketplace in his mind, recalling the locations of the armed leaders. Deactivating his night vision goggles and securing them to his helmet, he navigates away from the illuminated, exposed areas, leading his team into the heart of the marketplace. The expanse of Bakara Market is vast, akin to a pedestrian street in a major city, albeit in a state of disrepair. Predominantly composed of earthen and stone structures along with corrugated iron shelters, only a scant few are built of brick. Most buildings are no taller than 2 stories, capped with flat roofs, while only a handful rise above 3 stories, some boasting architectural designs reminiscent of European styles. The origins of these edifices are evident. They once belonged to affluent foreign merchants prior to the outbreak of civil war. Once a sought-after seaside resort facing the Atlantic and located at the exit of the Red Sea, Mogadishu, while not on par with the world's leading cities, was nonetheless a popular tourist destination. In those days, it attracted numerous international merchants to invest and develop the area. Regrettably, all that remains now are ruins. The opulent residences abandoned by fleeing merchants having been brazenly appropriated by Mogadishu's warlords and elites as their own abodes. Brothers, you have truly outdone yourselves. Today we have astonishingly gained over 400 votes, breaking the all-time record. For a moment, I thought I was dreaming. It has been 5 years since I began writing. And this marks the first time I have experienced such a surge in a single day. Previously, the maximum was merely 200 or 300. Your support is genuinely remarkable. Incredible. Astounding. I originally hoped to receive 1,000 monthly votes this month, which would have granted me a chance to win a prize. And I would have been utterly delighted. However, I did not anticipate such an impressive outpouring of support from you all. We are now only a few votes away from being able to draw twice. With 1,000 monthly votes, one draw is possible, while 1,999 votes only allow for a single draw. We are so close. It would indeed be a pity if we cannot draw twice. Brothers, please lend me your assistance once more. Let us push this humble book to break the 2,000 mark. I have never received 2,000 monthly votes in a single month for my new book. Consider it an early celebration for me. 2 draws could yield 200 yuan, which would help me purchase a small heater in this frigid winter. Chapter 333. The man with the hidden blade, the sunglasses-wearing militia leader that Long Zhan aims to capture resides in a 4-story villa with a courtyard, situated on the eastern side of the Bacala market. A surrounding wall has been erected, isolating it from the neighboring houses. It stands out conspicuously. If it were Eddie, he would certainly avoid living here. It is too noticeable and easily monitored by drones and satellites, making him vulnerable to sudden raids. An unremarkable house would be his preferred choice. With Eddie's protection, his worth has not yet escalated to the point where peacekeeping forces would take significant action. Capturing a militia leader with hundreds of armed followers would be a cumbersome task. They would only act if absolutely necessary. Here, wealth, power, and status reign supreme. And there is no fear of the peacekeeping forces descending from above. Their lifestyle is one of reckless indulgence, living as lavishly as they desire. What are peacekeeping forces to them? They are unknown, unrecognized, and utterly indifferent. Such audacity. The peacekeeping forces, due to their unique status, are armed entities entering a sovereign nation, and many operations are complicated by the very nature of their mission. Each time they initiate an armed assault, they become the focus of global media attention. And obtaining permission for action is a tedious process. A mere militia leader commanding a few hundred men is, at most, a high-ranking enforcer. Capturing him yields little value. For the peacekeeping forces to mobilize against him would be akin to engaging with an unpalatable morsel, difficult to digest, yet too valuable to discard. The sunglasses-wearing militia leader is fully aware of this dynamic, which is why he remains so brazen. It is comparable to a person earning 100,000 yuan a month who would treat their boss's words as law, while someone earning only 2,000 yuan would dismiss their boss's words as mere noise, ready to quit in a fit of frustration. In this peculiar reality, the sunglasses-wearing militia leader has consistently exhibited arrogance, slaughtering innocent civilians, provoking peacekeeping soldiers, seizing various international humanitarian supplies, and leading militia assaults against peacekeeping forces. He has committed every conceivable atrocity without facing any repercussions, and his arrogance continues to swell. Alas, evil ultimately meets its retribution. He has caught the attention of Long Zhan, and his days of tranquility have come to an end. Utilizing their exceptional stealth techniques, Long Zhan and his team advanced without alerting anyone, smoothly arriving outside the right side of a small villa's wall. To the left stood a 2-story stone house, separated by a narrow alleyway of over a meter wide, offering excellent concealment. As the default commander of the team, Long Zhan immediately employed tactical hand signals to communicate upon reaching their position, initiating reconnaissance before the offensive. Without the benefit of CIA operatives' prior intelligence, Long Zhan had to rely on situational observations. The wall stood approximately 2 meters high, with no convenient objects nearby to serve as footholds. Sonny, Brian, and Clay worked in perfect harmony, forming a human wall. Sonny and Brian crouched low to provide a stable base, while Clay stepped on their knees to ascend the wall, just high enough to survey the interior of the villa. The Hute team split into 2 groups, each stationed at opposite ends of the alley to maintain vigilance. prepared to swiftly control any intruders. In essence, they had replaced Team A's role, as Long Zhan's quartet had transformed into a more sophisticated version of Team B. Minutes later, Clay carefully descended from the wall, articulating all the information he had gathered through tactical gestures. Inside the gate, there was a sentry post manned by an armed guard, with 2 additional sentries at the courtyard entrance, a total of 3 guards. The specifics of the interior remained unclear, as all the windows of the villa were boarded up, rendering any external view impossible. The gathered intelligence, though limited, proved sufficient. The boarded windows prevented those inside from seeing out, just as they obstructed outsiders from peering in. This duality presented an opportunity. Long Zhan recognized the potential of this double-edged sword and, after a brief moment of rapid contemplation, devised a basic assault plan. The interior circumstances were secondary. The immediate goal was to find a way inside. Given that the windows and other doors were sealed, the only viable entry was through the main gate of the courtyard. With 3 guards present in the courtyard, it was imperative to eliminate them silently. Should any one of them raise an alarm, it would alert those inside, complicating their incursion. Should Long Zhan and his 8 companions penetrate deeper into the enemy's lair, they would inevitably face encirclement by the arriving militia. At that point, the chances of escaping through the marketplace would dwindle to 0. To preserve their lives and savor the world outside, Long Zhan resolved to adopt the most conservative offensive approach, striving to make no sound during the operation. The specific assault plan entailed the Hute team continuing their external coverage, ready to neutralize any approaching targets at the earliest opportunity. Long Zhan would maneuver to the far side of the wall, scaling it from the closest position to the target, and swiftly dispatch the guard stationed by the gate. This would resolve the most troublesome obstacle at this location. Klein and Brian, employing a similar strategy, navigated around the wall to reach an opportune position for breaching. Each swiftly neutralized a sentinel guarding the courtyard gate. Once all 3 sentries were dispatched, the team signaled with 2 short bursts of white noise from their walkie-talkies. The Hut team, along with Sunny and others, scaled the wall and gathered at the courtyard entrance, forming a close-quarters battle (CQB) formation to begin their search within the premises. To locate their target in the shortest possible time, the Dragon Battle Team and the Hut team split their efforts. Upon entering, the Dragon Battle Team veered to the left, while the 4 team took the right. Both teams proceeded at a synchronized pace to locate the armed leader known as the Sunglasses Man. Upon identifying the target, they would first secure him and then continue to eliminate all threats within the villa before regrouping for interrogation. The entire operation was divided into 3 phases. Dragon Battle could not articulate the entire plan at once. Thus, he meticulously arranged it step by step, beginning with the elimination of the 3 sentries. After designating their respective targets, Dragon Battle departed from the group, moving along the left side of the wall. Reaching the alley's exit, he slung his light machine gun behind him, drew a dagger, and held it in his mouth before nimbly vaulting over the wall. He crouched atop the wall, turned around, and slid down its edge. The entire process was relatively silent, save for the faint rustle of fabric against the wall. The villa's front courtyard was quite exquisite, adorned with an array of trees and flowering plants. However, neglect had led to a chaotic overgrowth. This unruliness, in fact, served to conceal Dragon Battle's form perfectly. Carefully parting the weeds and foliage, he grasped the dagger in his right hand and advanced stealthily at a measured pace of 4 to 5 seconds per step, inching closer. In less than 10 meters, he took over a minute to approach. Chapter 334, Force Suppression. The hard blade the sentinel seated at the makeshift wooden post initially had no inkling of the impending danger until Dragon Battle was less than a meter behind him. It was only then that he felt a chill and turned to investigate. However, as his body rotated a mere 30 degrees, a powerful hand, clad in leather gloves, reached from behind. It swiftly covered his mouth and nose. A tremendous force followed, compelling his head to be forcefully pressed backward. A muffled thud resonated as the back of his head collided with the iron-like chest of his assailant, who had ensnared him in a vice-like grip, rendering him helpless. The sentinel, bewildered and terrified, had no notion of his attacker and was seized by panic. He wished to scream, but his mouth was covered, silencing his cries. He yearned to flee, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. This was merely the beginning. What transpired next was even more horrifying. The sentinel's head was firmly controlled, and he was forcefully dragged backward, his body weighing over 100 pounds. Effortlessly manipulated like a mere toy. Cold sweat poured from him as panic engulfed his being, a warm stream surging in his trousers. He had soiled himself in fear. His weapon lay just out of reach, and the unknown terror that gripped him compelled him to instinctively claw at the hand that covered his mouth. He yearned to pry apart the hand that covered his mouth and call for his companions not far away. He understood that if he could only let out a single cry, his comrades would hear him, and the numerous militia in the vicinity would swiftly come to his aid. Alas, the strength of that grip was insurmountable, as if it were welded to his face. No matter how he strained, he could not budge an inch. The Sentinel's attempts to claw, grasp, or bite were futile. Encased in the perfect isolation of leather gloves, his nails dug into his own flesh, tearing the skin and causing blood to seep forth, yet he remained utterly immobile. In the end, the Sentinel was akin to a character from a horror film, dragged into the depths of hell by a demon. He could do nothing but succumb to fear, passively being pulled from his post and into the underbrush, where the end of his life awaited him. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh and scraping against bone was not particularly loud, yet to Long Zhan's ears, it resonated with unsettling clarity, even stirring a twinge of exhilaration. Long Zhan recognized this psychological response as abnormal, acknowledging that over time it could lead to a form of mental aberration. However, some circumstances necessitated close-quarters engagement. Since he could not alter the situation, he resigned himself to fate. He withdrew the dagger he had plunged into his victim's back, meticulously cleaning the bloodied blade against the corpse, before sheathing it at an angle within the scabbard at his right chest. He then readjusted the light machine gun slung over his back into his hands and emerged from the underbrush where he had concealed the body. At that moment, in the shadows flanking the courtyard gate, Clay and Brian had successfully dealt with the Sentinel and concealed the body. Long Zhan raised his right hand, giving a thumbs up to indicate that all was well on his end. Clay and Brian reciprocated with a thumbs up to signal that they too had completed their task. Upon receiving their acknowledgement, Long Zhan pressed the PTT button twice. The team outside, including Hute and others, received the signal and effortlessly scaled the 2-meter-high wall. By the time Long Zhan reached the courtyard gate, Hute's team and Sunny had also arrived. The first step was accomplished. They had gathered their forces. And now the second step commenced. You on the left, we on the right. Locate the target and establish radio contact. Long Zhan gestured to the left, then to the right, and finally tapped his chest where the radio was, using tactical signals to allocate the next set of tasks. Hute acknowledged with a hand signal and led his trio toward the left. Long Zhan made no further delay, forming a CQB clearing formation with Sunny, Clay, and Brian, as they stealthily advanced to the right. The interior of the villa was illuminated by electric lights. Though the wattage was modest, it sufficed to reveal the surroundings. The armed leader was clearly a person of little refinement, akin to one who chews on peonies without appreciation for their beauty. The interior was far less opulent than the exterior. The furniture was dirty and dilapidated, the floor nearly destroyed. The walls bore the marks of smoke and soot, mottled with graffiti. This villa comprised 4 floors, providing ample space for movement, and Long Zhan initially believed he would need considerable time to locate the armed leader. However, after inspecting the first floor, he found it completely empty, devoid of any presence. As I ascended the staircase to the second floor, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within a room, sounding as if commands were being issued. Could it possibly be that individual? Long Zhan pondered to himself. He exchanged a glance with Sunny, who, with a subtle smile, appeared to share the same thought. Long Zhan squeezed Clay's shoulder, signaling him to head towards the source of the commotion. Clay, taking the lead as the vanguard, promptly turned and proceeded ahead. The 4 of them advanced in the direction of the noise, swiftly navigating around a corridor until they reached the door of the room. Pressing his body against the wall, Long Zhan peered through the cracks of the boarded-up window, revealing a living room where a solitary adult male was engaged in a phone call. With his remarkable memory, Long Zhan instantly recognized him as the armed leader he sought. Should they storm in and subdue him? Sunny gestured. The door to the living room stood ajar, and under normal circumstances, the 4 could easily handle the situation with a sudden assault. Unfortunately, Long Zhan required the militia leader alive, making it imperative not to resort to lethal force. The distance from the entrance to the room provided ample opportunity for the occupant to react, potentially drawing a weapon or raising an alarm. Should the armed leader take such action, Long Zhan and his companions would be compelled to fire first. A life lost equates to diminished value. A direct assault would be ill-advised. No, they must wait. Long Zhan signaled to Sunny, declining the suggestion for an immediate charge. Although Sunny was uncertain of Long Zhan's motives, their shared experience through numerous missions had established a foundation of trust in Long Zhan's judgment. If he chose not to rush in, there must be a rationale behind it. Approximately 20 seconds later, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the far end of the second floor. This was the sound of gunfire muffled by a suppressor. In the absence of subsonic ammunition, a suppressor primarily serves to reduce the decibel level of a gunshot while altering its timbre, rendering it less recognizable as a firearm and consequently lowering the alertness of nearby targets. This was the very sound Long Zhan had been waiting for. He immediately signaled to Sunny and the others that the occupant would soon emerge, and it would be his responsibility to handle the situation. Upon hearing the gunfire and observing Long Zhan's gestures, Sunny finally grasped why Long Zhan had chosen to wait by the door. Impressive, the soldiers were truly formidable. Even Zhang Fei, the renowned general from the Three Kingdoms, could not compare. Ultimately, the tally for the previous day's votes reached an astounding 832. This was an unprecedented record, surpassing the monthly total of votes from previous months. The first thought that struck the soldier was to capture this moment with a screenshot as a keepsake. Remarkable. On the very first day of 2022, such a delightful surprise had come to fruition, filling the soldier with excitement and gratitude towards his comrades for their support. The records for the highest monthly vote total in 2139 and the single-day peak of 832 votes stand as milestones in the soldier's writing journey, emblematic of the book's illustrious honor and a testament to the support from its readers. It is your encouragement that has bestowed hope upon this work. The young soldier has little to express, yet he strives to craft a superior narrative in 2022. He hopes that with the support of his comrades in this new year, his book will journey far and wide, becoming a formidable force within the military channel. It is imperative to convey to all enthusiasts of military affairs that the channel encompasses not only tales of valor and espionage, but also the authentic essence of modern hardcore warfare. Additionally, a goal is set. The record achieved in 2021 is to be surpassed once more in 2022. The young soldier is committed to penning compelling stories, grateful for the unwavering support of his brothers along the way. In Chapter 335, Heavy Elbow, Level 4 Concussion commences. The Hute team, embarking on an operation from the opposite side, encounters the sound of gunfire as a target is eliminated. The silencer renders the gunfire nearly inaudible. Coupled with the overall relaxed atmosphere, insufficient vigilance prevails. Under the combined influence of subjective and objective factors, the armed leader in the living room hears an unusual noise yet remains oblivious to the incursion, mistakenly believing his subordinates to be engaged in mischief. Enraged, he calls out his subordinate's name while striding towards the door, intent on delivering a stern reprimand. However, as he steps outside, his pupils uncontrollably constrict in shock. Four fully armed soldiers suddenly materialize before him, akin to demons come to collect a debt. The militia leader feels a chill run down his spine, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. True to his ruthless nature, he contemplates a counterattack in such dire circumstances, a notion that would send most fleeing in fear. Regrettably for him, he has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Regardless of his reaction speed or his wicked disposition, his fate remains unchanged. In a flash, Long Zhan reacts with greater swiftness, executing a forward thrust with his leg, followed by a powerful elbow strike that lands squarely on the leader's face. His mouth twists painfully, blood splattering from his shattered teeth. Renowned for his formidable hand-to-hand combat, Long Zhan leaves the militia leader dazed and staggering, who then collapses to the ground, unconscious. An analysis of his condition indicates at least a level 4 concussion. Sunny, upon witnessing this familiar scenario, grins and swiftly approaches to bind the leader with straps. Dragging the incapacitated leader into the living room and confirming that there are no further threats, Long Zhan commences the finalization of their operation. Number 11. This is 64. The target has been captured. Please proceed to clear other areas, and upon confirming safety, assemble in the right side living room on the second floor. Long Zhan communicates via radio to the Hute team, instructing Brian to remain behind to guard the target. The three of them then depart the living room to investigate the remaining areas. The armed leader, now in custody, had issued a series of commands prior to his capture, which have initiated a new round of conflict. Previously, the stealthy withdrawal of Long Zhan's team from the second crash site led to EDID's total assault at 9 o'clock. ultimately resulting in an empty victory. Even the remains of the American soldiers were found in fragments, reduced to charred remains alongside the wreckage of helicopters. A furious Ated, in pursuit of sufficiently valuable hostages to exchange for his captured chief political advisor and Minister of Interior, dispatched another wave of troops to assault the Rangers' defensive position. Unfortunately, this second wave suffered a devastating defeat, with over 100 casualties and nearly half of them injured. They also lost an artillery piece and a heavy machine gun. What infuriated him most was the severe loss of personnel and equipment, compounded by the militia leaders' inability to even identify their assailants, having not even glimpsed the enemy. The entire debacle was inexplicable, igniting Ated's wrath further. Despite possessing a considerable advantage, a series of blunders left him feeling as though he were haunted, culminating in him losing his temper and executing the militia leader on the spot. Determined to capture American soldiers as hostages, Ated resolved to escalate the conflict. He summoned all available armed militias to launch a concerted attack on the second crash site, intent on annihilating this American stronghold. If he could dismantle this major base, the consolidated American forces would be scattered, making hostages easier to seize. Under the influence of this intense and extreme mindset, Ated issued commands to 6 militia leaders, including the one known as the Sunglasses Man, instructing them to send their men to encircle the American troops at the second crash site. Each militia leader commanded their own contingent, ranging from 100 to several hundred fighters, with the Sunglasses Man commanding over 300, making him one of Ated's most capable subordinates. After notifying his men to initiate the assault on the crash site, Ated intended to proceed to the scene to direct operations. However, before he could depart, just as he finished his call, American soldiers appeared before him, incapacitating him with a swift blow. Now, not only was he unable to command from the scene, but even his own safety was at stake. Nevertheless, the orders had been given. His absence would not alter the dynamics of the battlefield, as his subordinates would loyally execute their commands. Suddenly, 3 RPG rockets whistled through the air, trailing flames as they plunged into the building. The second floor of the structure occupied by the 4th Squad, led by Evans' man, was struck, resulting in 3 thunderous explosions that shook the entire building. The dark gaping holes created by the blasts resembled monstrous maws under the moonlight. A new phase of warfare was officially underway. Enemy attack. Prepare to engage. Evans' man shouted as he donned his helmet and rushed outside, his weary body propelled into action. The Rangers stationed on the rooftop, tasked with vigilance, were the first to retaliate, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the indistinct shadows advancing from the darkness. He regretted not bringing his night vision goggles. Had he possessed their enhanced visibility, facing the armed militia swarming from all sides would not have been so chaotic. The building occupied by the 4th Squad was under siege, and the adjacent derelict building housing the 3rd Squad was equally imperiled. After several hours of respite, the armed militia, invigorated by the reconsumption of Arabic tea, regained their fierce audacity, akin to the daylight. They no longer exchanged fire with the Rangers from behind walls. Instead, they relentlessly charged towards the building. The fall of those in front did not deter the advance of those behind. In a desperate bid to preserve their lives, the Rangers unleashed their full potential, striving valiantly to withstand the onslaught of the armed militia. Even the grievously injured, whose limbs had been shattered during the day, and who could barely move, grasped their weapons and joined the fray. Those unable to walk resorted to crawling to continue the fight. Both sides laid bare their resources, rendering this localized skirmish exceedingly brutal, with injuries and sacrifices occurring every single moment. Although the majority of the fallen were armed militia, paying the price for their mindless charges, it was the Rangers who would ultimately falter if this continued. The city housed thousands of armed militia and tens of thousands of potential civilians. Even a ratio of 50 to 1 could exhaust the Rangers. Moreover, their ammunition was limited and could not sustain them until that moment. Once their bullets were depleted, every single Ranger would be captured alive, and should they wish to avoid such a fate, their only recourse would be to take their own lives. Squad leaders Evans' man and Ditomaso were acutely aware that such a conclusion awaited them. In an effort to avert tragedy, they commanded their comrades to resist fiercely while urgently calling for assistance from the Joint Command Operations Center. Was General Garrison not anxious? He was indeed. One could even say he was burning with impatience. Listening to the distress calls echoing through various channels, reporting rising casualty figures, and witnessing the escalating loss of life was unbearable for any commander. Yet, no matter how fervently General Garrison desired to act. The control of rescue operations lay beyond his grasp. The only course left for him was to contact Cribbs, urging him to press General Montgomery to hastily finalize that damned operational plan. He instructed Cribbs to convey his message verbatim. If ground rescue could not commence within an hour, the rescue convoy should disband immediately, for their men would likely be dead by then. General Garrison was near the brink of a stroke, his age exacerbating his anxiety. Meanwhile, the Rogue Dragon battle team had finished clearing the entire villa, ensuring all was secure within. They stationed the Hut team at the main entrance on the first floor, while the Dragon battle team returned to the second floor to commence interrogation. Binding the militia leader to a pillar, they doused him with a bucket of cold water. The dazed militia leader stirred from unconsciousness, momentarily struck by fear upon seeing the imposing figure before him, only to be consumed by an overwhelming hatred born of indoctrination. He offered no pleas for mercy nor uttered a word, instead glaring menacingly at the Dragon battle team, unwavering even in his bound state. Long Zhan did not exhibit the demeanor of a ferocious demon, nor did he resort to the physical torment often depicted in television dramas. Instead, he resolved to employ his linguistic charm to persuade the militia leader before him. I am aware that you are a trusted confidant of Aided, and I know you comprehend English. I seek only to ask you one thing. Should you choose to cooperate, my mood might permit your release. However, if you refuse, the outcome may be less favorable. Long Zhan adorned his face with a warm smile, or at least he perceived it as such. Bah! The militia leader spat contemptuously, declaring, "You are the devil that slays my compatriots, a wicked invader. I shall not assist you in any endeavor." Ah, how forthright! A true man indeed. Long Zhan remarked with a chuckle, followed by a regretful shake of his head. What a pity, though, that your intellect appears somewhat lacking, failing even to discern the difference between good and evil. Seated on the sofa behind him, Sonny, armed and fixated on Clay and Brian, also found amusement in the militia leader's ignorance. Good men? The militia leader laughed mockingly. This is a war of our own people. We do not require your external interference. Do you truly believe that by providing us with mere provisions, we would be overwhelmed with gratitude? How absurd. We do not seek your appreciation. As peacekeepers, our sole intention is to halt a massacre. Long Zhan spoke nonchalantly. Soldiers are born to kill. Are you jesting when you speak of preventing slaughter? I find no humor in that. The militia leader retorted coldly. The civil war you have instigated has resulted in the deaths of over 300,000 innocent civilians. They are your kin. Do you not feel a pang of shame for your actions? Long Zhan endeavored to seize the upper hand in their dialogue. They deserve to die. The militia leader's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, oblivious to any wrongdoing in his actions. It seemed that in his mind, the concept of a nation was non-existent. He merely categorized individuals based on ethnic tribes. Those belonging to his tribe were allies, while everyone else, regardless of whether they were Somali, were viewed as outsiders. Realizing that reasoning from this perspective was futile, Long Zhan recognized that he was dealing with an extreme racist and decided to dispense with further trivialities. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We have but one objective, to ascertain Aided's hiding place. As his confidant, you must know where he currently resides. We can engage in a transaction between soldiers. You reveal Aided's whereabouts, and we shall leave as if we have never crossed paths. Huh? The militia leader scoffed derisively. Do you genuinely believe that upon Aided's demise, we would lay down our arms and embrace American-style democracy? That the bloodshed would cease? I can assure you, here in Mogadishu, I know that without victory, there is no peace. The slaughter will never end. This is the only means of resolving matters in our world: violence and murder, power and money. This is the root of war in Africa. Did I ever suggest that you should accept American democracy? Has there ever been a declaration to cease the slaughter here? Has there been a promise of peace for you? Long Zhan posed 3 rhetorical questions, momentarily bewildering the previously assertive militia leader. His arrogance diminished significantly in an instant, staring at Long Zhan in astonishment. It seemed he was silently questioning. If these are not your true objectives, why have you risked everything to come here to capture me? Is it merely for a conversation? Witnessing the immediate collapse of the militia leader's confidence, Long Zhan realized the efficacy of his tactic. He inwardly chuckled, acknowledging the profound utility of psychology. With just a subtle technique, he had effortlessly reclaimed the upper hand in the dialogue. Sonny, Clay, and Brian, who had been observing the militia leader's transformation throughout, could not help but admire Long Zhan's adept conversational prowess. Had the three of them been tasked with the interrogation, they would have been at a loss for how to approach such an obstinate character. Resorting to violence would have been the extent of their strategy. However, in the realm of interrogation, employing force is always the most rudimentary method. The most sophisticated approach relies on persuasive dialogue. A proficient interrogator is one who can elicit information from the subject willingly. Having successfully seized control of the conversation, Long Zhan pressed on, stating, "The situation has reached this point, and we have no interest in your affairs. The number of casualties in your civil war is of no concern to me. Who governs this nation bears no relevance either. I have no desire to see you perish here. Your life or death holds no value for me. My sole purpose in coming here is to ensure that my comrades and I can leave this place alive. You wish to survive, and so do we. We are both soldiers, mere cogs in the machinery of war. You should trust my words." With a calm demeanor, he gently coaxed, expressing a lack of hostility to diminish the militia leader's animosity, biding his time for the opportune moment to unleash his final gambit. Long Zhan's words had a visibly tangible effect. The militia leader, once filled with hatred and rage, began to exhibit signs of tranquility. Particularly, the assertion that soldiers are merely instruments of war seemed to strike a chord deep within him. Unbeknownst to him, it ignited the ambition he had buried within. A soldier could never rise above, destined to remain a mere pawn in the war machine, uncertain if the next meal would come. The only path to escape such an uncontrolled fate was to ascend to power, transforming from a mere foot soldier into a warlord, allowing oneself to truly live for their own sake. Micro-expression observation is a cornerstone of psychology, and Long Zhan, having closely monitored the militia leader's psychological shift, was attuned to this moment. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly redirected the conversation, saying, "I concur with your assertion. Even with Elated's demise, the slaughter here will not cease. This is your ethnic war, and without victory, the killing shall persist. Since the earth continues to revolve even in the absence of Elated, and the strife in your land persists unabated, new individuals will inevitably emerge to take his place. Have you never contemplated the possibility that, should we eliminate Elated, the one to succeed him could very well be you? Do you not yearn to ascend to the pinnacle of power in this conflict, to stand atop the pyramid? Surely, the feats that Elated accomplished are not beyond your own capabilities. You command a legion of followers. Why not seize the opportunity to shape your own destiny?" "Enough. Silence." The militia leader suddenly erupted, forcefully interrupting Long Zhan's words. Yet, rather than displaying anger, Long Zhan's smile deepened as he intensified his psychological persuasion. When a person is indifferent to a matter, no amount of persuasion will elicit a reaction. It is only when one strikes the chords of their innermost desires, those they wish to pursue yet fear to do so, that their latent yearnings and avarice are unearthed. In an effort to mask the exposure of their true self, their emotions may abruptly shift. To put it simply, they are stirred and rendered uneasy by the revelations. The more ostentatious and flamboyant a person behaves, the more likely they are to harbor profound ambitions within. The leader is precisely this type of individual. He revels in his sense of superiority and craves the exhilaration of subjugating others. Had Long Zhan not appeared today, and with Elated looming large, the militia leader, despite his ambitions, would not dare to reveal them, but would instead conceal them deep within. Ultimately, he would remain in that position, a trusted subordinate, until he met his demise in battle. Now, with Long Zhan standing before him and employing various psychological suggestions, the leader's inner desires have been irresistibly coaxed to the surface. He is agitated and unable to maintain his composure. His yearning for the zenith of power can no longer be suppressed. If Elated were to perish, I could usurp his position and become the new warlord, reigning supreme over this region. As long as Elated lives, my prospects remain bleak. This thought, instigated by Long Zhan, lingers in the militia leader's mind like an inescapable shadow, growing increasingly entrenched. His desire intensifies, and his fear of Elated begins to wane. The man is captivated, and it seems he is already won over. Long Zhan observes the transformation in the militia leader closely, continuing to entice him. "I harbor no animosity towards you. Thus I will not betray you after the fact. Once this matter is accomplished, no one will ever know you were responsible for Elated's downfall. Once we capture Elated and successfully extricate him from here, I assure you, he will never return. And after tonight, you may endeavor to replace Elated and become the king of Mogadishu." The militia leader, already swayed, found Long Zhan's final words, "become the king of Mogadishu," were the final straw that shattered his defenses entirely. The allure of the king of Mogadishu is undeniably captivating. As Napoleon once remarked, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. In the context of war-torn Somalia, this adage transforms into, a soldier who does not aspire to become a warlord is certainly not a good soldier. The rationality of the militia leader has been utterly consumed by desire. In his quest to usurp aided and assume leadership over the new generation of the Habergeder clan, he has chosen to betray aided. To ensure the accuracy of the information obtained from the militia leader, Long Zhan presented a map for him to mark the location, thereby establishing a dual layer of security. Can we trust the address he provided? What if he deceives us? Questioned Clay. I believe it to be true, Long Zhan replied with confidence, producing a voice recorder from his pocket and smiling at the militia leader. This device has captured your own words. From this moment onward, we are allies. Should you wish to avoid exposure as a traitor, it is in your best interest to hope for the success of our operation. If we fail, this recorder will fall into aided's hands, rendering you unable to explain yourself, regardless of how many excuses you might concoct. Aided had not anticipated Long Zhan's cunning, and he seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "You are truly despicable. We are no children. There is no need for such futile banter. Should this endeavor fail, my demise is inevitable, and I must safeguard my own interests. I refuse to be sold out by you." Long Zhan calmly returned the recorder to his pocket, exuding confidence as he remarked, "We are about to depart. Do you not wish to add anything?" His words hinted at a desire to further extract information from the militia leader. Feeling as if he were being led by the nose, the militia leader found this situation intolerable, yet felt powerless to resist. With resignation, he stated, "Untie my ropes, and I shall indicate the safest route on the map. I have no desire to meet my end at your hands." Having made a decisive choice, he abandoned any pretense and embraced a bold resolve. Such a decision from an armed leader requires immense psychological strength, resilience under pressure, and a ruthless ambition for greatness. The militia leader's willingness to betray his superior reveals a potential for significant achievement. Recognizing this potential, Long Zhan, who has always been keen on networking, reconsidered his approach, deciding to shift from mere exploitation to collaboration. Chapter 338. This hiding place is fortified. Initially, Long Zhan had merely intended to coax information, but the current circumstances suggested that this individual might indeed be capable of significant endeavors. His decisive nature resembled that of someone destined for greatness. If connections could be forged now, it might lead to a valuable foothold in Africa in the future. Long Zhan contemplated this in his mind and approached the militia leader, loosening his bindings while saying, "I admire your boldness. Once you ascend to the role of warlord, perhaps we can become friends." "I have no desire to be your friend," the militia leader retorted dismissively before picking up a pen to begin drawing on the map. With proactive advances met with refusal, Long Zhan remained unperturbed. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes and had long since cultivated a mature mindset, rendering his emotions impervious to trivial fluctuations. If he were to react with the volatility of an impetuous youth, then these 2 lives would be rendered futile. One must not speak in absolutes. Having multiple friends opens up additional pathways. If you aspire to dominate Somalia, the journey ahead is still extensive, Long Zhan remarked with an air of nonchalance. The militia leader remained silent, yet his hand, poised with a pen, hesitated momentarily, evidently swayed by Long Zhan's words. Once he had meticulously delineated the entire route on the map, he regarded Long Zhan with a gaze imbued with complexity. Recognizing the stark contrast between this enigmatic individual and the other American soldiers, after a steady 5 seconds of contemplation, he arrived at a decision, extending his hand and stating, "Mutu Jimogadiha, I have provided what you sought, and I hope you can fulfill my desires in return." The militia leader explicitly articulated his full name, clearly impressed by certain facets of Long Zhan's character. "I am, and will always be, worthy of your trust." Long Zhan exuded an aura of unwavering confidence as he clasped the militia leader's hand, thus cementing their collaborative relationship. He cast a glance at the route on the map, committing the entire path to memory, overlaying it with the mental map he had already formed. Then, he drew the pistol from his right thigh and retrieved a silencer from his waist pouch. "What are you doing?" Militia leader Diaz was both enraged and fearful, suspecting that Long Zhan might turn against him. "This is for your own good. If everyone else in this room were to perish and you remained unscathed, while aided was captured by us, Do you think you could escape suspicion? Long Zhan's words struck Dia with immediate clarity. To absolve himself of any post-event blame, the optimal strategy would be for him to be injured as well, thus earning a semblance of loyalty by staging a scene where he was shot for refusing to betray aided. Rest assured, I am a professional medic and possess an intricate knowledge of human anatomy. I will avoid all vital organs. You may experience pain, bleed, and require a minor procedure, but you will not be in any mortal danger. Long Zhan smiled broadly, and before Dia could utter a word, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. Dia looked down at his body, astonished to find no injuries, and bewilderedly inquired, "What does this mean? Just a jest. Did you take it to heart?" Long Zhan had terrified Dia, and even Sunny and the others seemed to have believed him. The unexpected twist left them momentarily speechless. This jest is hardly amusing for some. Silently depart from here and proceed alone to the first crash site to command. That will absolve you of suspicion. As for the deaths of those in this room, consider them beyond your knowledge, Long Zhan stated casually as he disassembled the gun and returned it to its holster. I find your American humor quite distasteful, Dia retorted, having been outmaneuvered by Long Zhan, and with that, he strode purposefully towards the door. Wait, only after we leave, should you depart. Long Zhan chuckled as he observed Diha's retreating figure, calling out to halt the departing Diha. The earlier display of his firearm was merely a precaution to ascertain whether Diha was resorting to tricks to save his own skin. Ultimately, Diha did not flee. Instead, he steeled himself and stood there, allowing the gunfire to ensue. This was sufficient evidence that Diha was not a coward, but genuinely aspired to usurp Adida's position, seeking to eliminate Adida with the aid of Long Zhan and others. With this realization, Long Zhan felt unencumbered by doubts. Until we meet again, future warlord, he said with a smile, patting Di Ku on the shoulder before beckoning to Sunny and others, striding towards the exit. Upon reaching the first floor to rendezvous with the Hute team, they scaled the courtyard wall and proceeded along the route indicated by Diha, heading directly towards the northwest corner. Diha watched as Long Zhan and his companions disappeared, squinting slightly as he picked up the phone to make a call. Preparations were in order. Adida was indeed a cunning individual. His concealed location was not within the Baraka market, nor even within the precincts of Hawadi Street. Instead, it lay within the eastern part of the city, in the long-abandoned Polytechnic Institute that had become a haven for the starving. The university district of the Polytechnic Institute was situated in the outer city. During Long Zhan's inaugural helicopter journey into Mogadishu, the pilot, Pier Bus, had taken him there, pausing over the dilapidated campus to provide an introduction. At that time, Long Zhan had never fathomed that Adida was right beneath his feet. The Rangers, specifically deployed for this operation, had previously safeguarded the convoys of international relief organizations, frequently entering the Polytechnic to provide disaster relief, offering essential sustenance to the thousands of refugees residing there. It was inconceivable for the Rangers, who had been dreaming of capturing their prime target, to realize that he was brazenly hiding under their very noses. The most dangerous place is often the safest, a phrase that had become almost cliched, was adeptly exploited to its fullest by Adida. Had he not heard it directly from Diha and seen the drawn map indicating the tunnel entrance from the outside, Long Zhan would have found it hard to believe that Adida was hiding within the Polytechnic's university district. Perhaps it was precisely this unexpected openness that concealed him, coupled with a uniquely clever access method requiring entry through a tunnel from a nondescript house over 100 meters away, making ingress and egress exceedingly discreet. This was why, despite the prolonged joint operation, General Garrison had dispatched numerous CIA operatives, along with members of Delta Force, to infiltrate and scout multiple times without uncovering Adida's hiding place. Fortunately, thanks to Long Zhan's efforts, this enigma had finally been unraveled. As they retreated from the militia stronghold at Baraka Market, Long Zhan and his companions could distinctly hear the sounds of gunfire emanating from the direction of the first crash site. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, it was evident that the combat between the two sides had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Long Zhan had a rough understanding of the situation at the first crash site, as did Sunny and Hute. They all knew that the first crash site could not endure for much longer, as the Rangers teetered on the brink of collapse. Long Zhan and his companions instinctively quickened their pace. Page 339. Not everyone is suited to be a reckless fool. Dia, a trusted aide of Adida, was a prominent figure within the Habajide tribe, and the route he provided was indeed well concealed. Every potential location of armed militias was expertly circumvented. Long Zhan and his party departed from the hellish Black Sea, traversing a significant portion of the city, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the underground tunnel. Their journey remarkably unimpeded. The cacophony of gunfire that echoed in the distance seemed to exist in a realm separate from their own. The entrance to the tunnel was a two-story flat-roofed earthen house, unremarkable in appearance and akin to the other residential structures, easily overlooked by any passerby. To ensure the entrance's concealment, there were no external sentinels or militia members nearby. Furthermore, the engineering college was merely a refuge for displaced individuals and did not fall within the jurisdiction of the Habajai tribe, with no militia outposts within a kilometer radius. However, this also exposed the high risk associated with such a lucrative operation. Should 80 to be discovered, escape would prove exceedingly difficult amid the limited security personnel. If Long Zhan's group acted swiftly enough, apprehending 80 would not pose significant difficulty. Nevertheless, despite the manageable nature of the task, they remained vigilant. Should they inadvertently alert 80 too early, failing to capture him promptly, it was uncertain how he might elude them. 80's escape would not be a trivial matter. To ensure the success of the capture operation, Long Zhan dispatched Kai and Brian to circle the house prior to breaching the entrance, aiming to further confirm the absence of other armed militias. The current situation within the house was unknown to those present, to prevent any militia members from contacting 80 in the event of a confrontation. Thus allowing him to slip away, Long Zhan resolved to act decisively. The plan was to storm the house with utmost speed, eliminating all threats before the militia could react, thereby concluding the conflict in an instant. Achieving such an operational outcome necessitated a forceful entry, employing a simultaneous multi-directional assault. Long Zhan's team was assigned to breach the front door, with Long Zhan and Kai proceeding left, while Sunny and Brian moved right to swiftly clear the rooms on the first floor. The Hute team was tasked with entering through the back door, making a beeline for the stairs to neutralize any threats on the second floor. With the strategy in place, they commenced their action. Hute led the team around to the rear entrance and reported via radio, Team 11 in position, commencing operation. After issuing commands through the radio, Long Zhan lowered the night vision goggles folded atop his helmet, raised his leg, and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door. With a resounding crack, the door latch was shattered, and the door itself splintered. With just a single kick, no wind-up required, he breached the solid wooden barrier, the advantage of his weight and strength manifesting in that moment. Go, go, go! At the instant the door flew open, Long Zhan surged ahead, charging into the interior. On the other side, Hute similarly attempted to kick the door open. However, his efforts were met with embarrassment as his foot failed to breach the entrance. Quickly retreating 2 steps to gather momentum, he managed to deliver a second kick that finally forced the door ajar. The delay of a few seconds hindered their progress, compelling the quartet to hasten their pace. They surged into the building, making a beeline for the staircase. Hute's team was part of the subsequent rescue operation, and in their bid to carry as much ammunition and medical supplies as possible, they had opted not to equip themselves with close-quarters battle gear. This rudimentary method of breaching had not been employed in a considerable time. Otherwise, whether employing breaching rounds, breaching shotguns, or hammers, the solid wooden door would not have posed such a challenge. Hute's struggle illustrated that forcibly breaching a door with sheer physicality was not a feat everyone could accomplish. While Long Zhan and his team navigated the situation with ease, it did not imply that others could do the same. The act of violently kicking down a door may seem brutish, yet it entails certain requirements. As the 2 teams stormed the first and second floors, gunfire erupted momentarily before fading away, the entire sequence lasting less than 10 seconds. The interior of the civilian dwelling was partitioned merely by a fabric curtain, facilitating the movements of Long Zhan and his companions. The 2 armed militia on the ground floor and a watchful militia member on the second floor had no time to react before being swiftly neutralized by Long Zhan's team. The entire operation was executed with remarkable speed and efficiency. After eliminating the militia guarding the tunnel entrance, they promptly located it on the right side of the first floor. Without a hint of hesitation, they plunged into the darkness. Inside the tunnel, there was complete darkness, devoid of any lighting, necessitating the use of night vision goggles with supplemental illumination to navigate. Although the conditions appeared dire, they actually provided greater safety for Long Zhan and his team. At the very least, they could be assured of avoiding danger within the tunnel. Even if sentinels were stationed inside, Long Zhan's team, equipped with night vision, would have the advantage of detecting targets first. As they traversed the tunnel, spanning over 100 meters, the exit was assuredly in close proximity to where elated was hiding, indicating that their prize was almost within reach. Thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly for Long Zhan as he raced towards capturing elated. Meanwhile, the Rangers under siege, after more than 10 minutes of arduous resistance, found themselves severely depleted and fatigued. Calling Romeo 64, this is 25. The enemy is overwhelming. We have numerous casualties, and our ammunition is nearly exhausted. We cannot hold out much longer. When will the ground convoy arrive? C2, this is 26. Requesting air support. Repeat, requesting air fire support. Damn it, we are close to breaking. Both Evans Mann and Dick Meso, in their desperate calls, resorted to profanity, highlighting the gravity of their situation. Ground Commander Harrell, overwhelmed by their outcry, found himself at a loss. He wished to assist, but lacked the means to do so, as all his ground forces had either retreated with the Humvee convoy, leaving behind only a handful of wounded Rangers, or were part of the small contingent of logistics personnel who had never seen combat. All the soldiers participating in this joint operation found themselves ensnared in the quagmire of Mogadishu. There was no one left to dispatch. What could he possibly do? It was inconceivable to transport the numerous wounded personnel lying on stretchers in a nearly incapacitated Humvee into Mogadishu for support. The aerial commander, Matthews, was in a dire predicament as well. Of the 9 Black Hawk helicopters involved in the mission, 2 had already crashed and 3 suffered severe engine damage, while the remaining ones were not in much better condition. Only the C-2 Black Hawk, which had been directing from high above, remained in relatively good shape. However, this command helicopter was devoid of weaponry, lacking both a Gatling gun and rocket pods, rendering its 2 miniguns almost ineffective. Yet, he still had available forces in the form of 4 small, highly maneuverable Little Bird helicopters that had sustained no damage. Chapter 340. The deployment of main battle tanks in a bid to support the beleaguered Rangers. Matthews resolved to deploy the 4 Little Bird helicopters for aerial assistance. General Garrison approved the request. At this critical juncture of life and death, with the Rangers at risk of being annihilated by armed militias at any moment, General Garrison could not afford to hesitate. Even if the 4 helicopters were to meet the same fate as the Black Hawks, he had no choice but to send them into the fray. The extent of their effectiveness was uncertain, and the duration of their delay was irrelevant. The only requirement was to buy even a minute if possible. Disregarding all else, Garrison made another call to the UN Forces Base, this time directly contacting the commander, Montgomery. Unlike previous discussions held in meetings, this time the response was that the rescue units were mobilizing. A rapid reaction force composed of the 10th Mountain Division, accompanied by 4 Pakistani Khalid main battle tanks, had departed from the Pakistan Sports Complex. They were en route to the new port adjacent to Mogadishu, where they would rendezvous with 28 armored vehicles dispatched by Malaysia. Once the convoy personnel completed their assembly, they would set off for Mogadishu without delay, with an estimated time of arrival of around half an hour. This time frame merely indicated the departure from Newport. What would transpire upon entering Mogadishu, navigating through the barricaded city, whether they would find a route, and how long it would take to reach the first crash site remained uncertain. The arduous journey of rescue was only just beginning. However, compared to the previous endless waiting, where the end was shrouded in ambiguity, the movement of the convoy offered a glimmer of hope. General Garrison, who had been anxiously awaiting progress, felt a semblance of solace. He immediately instructed Ground Commander Major Harrell to relay the news of the rescue convoy's departure via radio to every unit. The intent was to reinvigorate the morale of those engaged in protracted combat with the armed militias, who were on the brink of exhaustion both physically and mentally, urging them not to surrender, but to persist through the final ordeal. In truth, this communication proved to be highly effective. Upon learning that the ground rescue convoy was en route, the Rangers felt a resurgence of hope igniting within them. From their previously depleted and fatigued bodies, a renewed desire for survival surged forth. A counteroffensive has been launched against the armed militia. The militants who breached the defenses could not withstand the fierce counterattack of the Rangers and were expelled from the building they had occupied. The 2 sides, separated by crumbling walls, found themselves once again ensnared in brutal urban warfare. The condition at the first crash site was dire, with both small teams fighting solely on sheer willpower. Captain Steele's Ranger unit was equally beleaguered. Although the attacking militia was relatively few in number and lacked heavy weaponry, With only a couple of RPG rounds at their disposal, the Rangers were overwhelmed with injuries, having received no airdrop resupplies and facing severe ammunition shortages, which significantly diminished their combat effectiveness. Having nearly exhausted their ammunition, it would not be long before they would be forced into hand-to-hand combat. Amidst this overwhelming struggle, however, the 8-man team led by Long Zhan was traversing the quiet, dark tunnel in stark contrast. There were no gunshots, no enemies, yet the threat lingered. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, Long Zhan and his team took nearly 3 minutes to traverse the 100+ meters of the tunnel. At the exit, no one was guarding the way. They simply had to push aside a wooden board to emerge. Above the board lay a carpet, the edges of which extended about 10 centimeters wider than the exit, perfectly concealing the tunnel's entrance. It would be difficult to discern without careful inspection that a tunnel lay beneath. Moreover, the room at the exit resembled a cluttered basement, filled with various tattered items. Cobwebs adorned the corners, indicating that this place was seldom visited. Indeed, it was adequately concealed. After surveying the area, Long Zhan could not help but praise the ingenuity of elated. He mused that had it not been for the betrayal of the insider Diaz, he doubted he would have been able to locate elated even after several more years of searching the city. Hut and the others, however, were not as contemplative as Long Zhan. Their sole focus was on capturing elated. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and impatience. The tunnel's entrance indicated that elated was surely nearby, facilitating a swift escape should circumstances arise. To avoid any last-minute complications, Long Zhan and his team steeled their focus and began to creep outward, ascending the basement stairs. They opened the door and filed out in a disciplined manner into a long corridor, where a militia member sat smoking beside the door. The first to emerge from the basement, Clay, inadvertently encountered this militia member. Startled, the militia dropped his cigarette and scrambled for the rifle beside him, shouting in Somali, "Americans! Americans have come in." Clay was taken aback, having not anticipated that there would be a sentry at such a desolate location guarding the exit. In that instant, the militia member's warning call rang out, but before he could grasp the AKM on the ground, Clay swiftly pulled the trigger, firing 2 rounds and killing the militia member on the spot. Although Clay prevented the militia from firing back, the alarm had already been raised. The unexpected incident unfolded abruptly, creating an atmosphere that was palpably unsettling. In the eerily silent and dimly lit engineering college, the words "The Americans have arrived," shouted by the militia, echoed hauntingly down the corridor. Almost immediately, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts reverberated through the halls, reaching the ears of Long Zhan and his companions. The situation was clear and required no further speculation. Long Zhan's intention to stealthily approach and locate elated was irreparably shattered. Elated had been alerted, and his bodyguards were hastening to his side. A direct confrontation was now unavoidable. Their fate hinged on this singular encounter. Hearing the multitude of approaching footsteps, Long Zhan realized they had to act swiftly. "Hut, you take your team to the right, while we handle the left." "Elated must not escape," Long Zhan commanded, gesturing towards the far end of the corridor. "Understood." Hut responded decisively, leading his team towards the right wing. Long Zhan and Sunny charged leftward, uncertain of elated's whereabouts and lacking sufficient time due to the unexpected exposure. Long Zhan was left with the most perilous and rudimentary approach: to eliminate the incoming bodyguards and follow their path. Since these bodyguards were required to reside in proximity to elated, following their direction would likely lead them to him. Chapter 341. Transcendence through stimulants engaging in a fierce counterattack against the bodyguards. The entire operation was a testament to raw confrontation, where the swiftness of reaction and marksmanship determined the outcome, devoid of any superficial tactics. The bullets were indiscriminate, and the danger of this direct engagement was exceedingly high. However, given the circumstances, all strategic options had evaporated, leaving brute force as the only viable method. Furthermore, it was the quickest means available. Otherwise, locating the elusive elated within the vast confines of the engineering college before his escape would be a near impossibility. Long Zhan, accompanied by 3 others, sprinted down the corridor until they encountered a staircase leading upward. They soon discerned their position. This was a dormitory building akin to those found in domestic institutions, designed for faculty accommodation, featuring a series of rooms along a corridor. The basement from which Long Zhan had emerged belonged to this very structure. The relentless footsteps and shouts emanated from above, with discernible activity indicating that individuals were dispersing to either side. Long Zhan deduced that this building housed 2 staircases situated at either end. The likelihood of aided being within this edifice was substantial. With the approximate location of their target established, Long Zhan hesitated not a moment longer. He squeezed Clay's shoulder, signaling him to advance upward. Long Zhan and Brian followed closely, while Sunny maintained vigilance at the rear. As they approached the corner of the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, a barrage of bullets erupted from above. Fortunately, Clay reacted swiftly. Utilizing his night vision goggles to detect an ambush, he instinctively stepped back, narrowly evading the deadly hail of gunfire. Fully aware of the militia lying in ambush on the 2nd floor, Long Zhan and his companions had no choice but to advance, refusing to be held back. The operation to capture must be executed swiftly, not merely to prevent aided from escaping, but also to avert armed militia arriving in response to aided's orders, potentially blocking their retreat. Flashbang. Long Zhan gestured to Brian. Brian retrieved a flashbang from his waist, took 2 steps forward to the last step of the corner, removed the safety, and tossed it overhand. Boom. The explosion illuminated the stairway like daylight. The blinding white light faded almost instantly as Clay, weapon in hand, charged towards the 2nd floor, with Long Zhan and Brian closely covering him. As Clay reached halfway up the stairs, he spotted the ambushed militia. Through the night vision goggles, he could see the disoriented militia member, having been momentarily blinded by the flashbang, instinctively rubbing his eyes while retreating down the corridor. With a sharp crack, Clay would not allow him to escape, raising his weapon and firing 2 shots that ended the threat. He then sprinted up the last 2 steps, heading directly into the corridor to secure the most advantageous shooting position. Just then, whoosh, all the lights in the building were turned on simultaneously, transforming the previously pitch-black dormitory into a brightly lit space. Watch out. Long Zhan sensed danger. The sudden illumination clearly indicated an ambush in the corridor. He quickly grabbed Clay by the shoulder and yanked him back. At that moment, as Clay was pulled back to the stairwell, rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the building, bullets whistling from the corridor, striking the right side of the stairway and riddling the wall with holes. Had it not been for Long Zhan's quick reflexes, it would have been Clay, not the wall, that bore the brunt of the assault. Long, you saved my life again. Clay gasped, narrowly escaping disaster as he beheld the scene before him. Without a moment to spare, Long Zhan began issuing commands. Brian, keep an eye on the upper floor. The gunfire is too loud, he said, patting Brian on the shoulder, instructing him to monitor the staircase above to prevent anyone from charging down. Number 11. We've encountered some trouble on the 2nd floor. Leave it to us. You go to the 3rd floor. He then communicated via radio with Hoot, instructing them to head directly to the 3rd floor to avoid being bogged down on the 2nd, thus maintaining the overall pace of their operation. After issuing 2 consecutive commands, Long Zhan cautiously approached the wall to assess the corridor situation. To ascertain the circumstances in the corridor, he needed to expose himself slightly for observation. Fully aware that a bullet could easily find its mark, he glanced at the overhead light bulb and, raising his weapon, shot it out. Then, retreating a step to find an angle, he destroyed the nearest light illuminating the corridor without exposing any part of his body. With the light at the stairway extinguished, darkness enveloped the area, leaving only the distant lights from the corridor casting a dim glow, mingling with the gray moonlight to create a limited field of vision. With the assistance of night vision goggles, Long Zhan found himself at an advantage in the absence of electric lights, minimizing the visibility of the corridor's machine gunner. Long Zhan pressed his body against the wall, peering around the corner with one eye to quickly survey the corridor. He discovered a makeshift barricade constructed from a table in the center of the corridor, upon which rested a PKM machine gun, at a distance of 15 meters. This solitary machine gun, shielded only by a rudimentary cover, posed a significant threat to him. Long Zhan issued a command to Clay, relinquishing his position by the wall. The light machine gun he wielded lacked the agility required for this scenario. In contrast, Clay's $416 Hong Kong assault rifle was evidently more suitable for rapid peek and shoot engagements. Received. Clay nodded and took position by the wall. At that moment, an unusual noise echoed above, followed by the sound of running footsteps. 3 seconds later, a reckless militia member appeared at the corner of the staircase on the 2nd floor. With a rapid burst of gunfire, Long Zhan fired upwards, almost simultaneously with Brian, who also opened fire. The armed militia rushing down from the 3rd floor had barely registered the presence of those below before being struck by no less than 5 bullets in the chest. Tumbling down the stairs, this individual had evidently intended to launch a surprise attack, mistakenly believing that the darkness would conceal him from view, completely unaware of the existence of night vision technology. In a place like Somalia, where information is severely restricted and the majority lack access to the internet to comprehend the world, ignorance of advanced military equipment is perfectly understandable. Such bizarre behaviors, which Long Zhan had witnessed many times before, were a testament to this reality. After Long Zhan and Brian dealt with the ambusher, Clay took a deep breath against the wall, identifying a pattern in the machine gunner's sporadic firing. He cautiously maneuvered out to aim at the machine gunner, firing a shot before retreating back to cover. The distance was less than 15 meters, and Clay was confident he had struck his target. However, the machine gun in the corridor ceased fire for only a few seconds before resuming its relentless barrage. Had he missed? That seemed unlikely. Clay sensed something was amiss and ventured out once more, firing again and confirming he had seen blood splatter before retreating once more. 3 seconds later, the machine gun erupted into action again. Long Zhan, intrigued by this anomaly, was well aware of Clay's marksmanship. It was improbable that he would miss at such close range on 2 consecutive attempts. If the bullets had indeed found their mark, why was the machine gun still firing? Long Zhan found himself puzzled. Clay, even more perplexed, once again risked exposure, only to see the machine gunner kneeling, blood pouring from his mouth, yet still alive. What on earth? Was this man some kind of cockroach? Clay, frustrated and slightly overwhelmed, decided not to retreat this time. Switching from aimed shots to a full-on spray of bullets, a barrage of rounds struck the makeshift cover, threatening to splinter the table. At last, the machine gunner collapsed upon the tabletop, unable to pull the trigger, though his body continued to tremble as if clinging to its last breath. Witnessing this eerie scene, Clay nearly lost confidence in his weapon. This was the first time he realized just how challenging it could be to take a life. As Long Zhan observed the corridor, he noted that the gunfire had finally ceased. He cautiously stepped out to gaze upon the central machine gun nest, discovering that it bore over a dozen bullet holes, indicative of the fact that Clay had fired numerous shots to neutralize the gunner. This left Long Zhan perplexed, unable to fathom why the gunner had demonstrated such resilience. Chapter 342. Brute force fails, so wit prevails. The gunner, who continued to fire despite sustaining multiple wounds, was merely the prelude to the conflict. As a personal bodyguard to elated, these armed militia members were formidable warriors, steadfast in their combat resolve. The stimulating effects of Arabic tea had heightened both their physical state and emotional fervor. In their unwavering loyalty to elated, they fought with a fervor surpassing that of zealots defending their faith. Long Zhan and his team faced perilous challenges while clearing the second floor. Elated's bodyguards employed various tactics to obstruct their progress. Though those hiding within the rooms posed a manageable threat, Long Zhan opted for rapid clearance using flashbangs or stun grenades, and at times resorted to fragmentation grenades. He sought to eliminate any potential adversaries within the rooms using the most straightforward and brutal methods. However, the real trouble came from the death cultists. Upon reaching the fourth room, one bodyguard armed with explosives lunged at them, attempting a deadly embrace. Had it not been for Long Zhan's quick reflexes and formidable strength, he might have succeeded. With a swift maneuver, he hurled the assailant over the railing, resulting in a massive explosion on the first floor that shook the entire building, undoubtedly turning the individual into mere fragments. Fortunately, such self-destructive bombers were few, leaving Long Zhan's team shaken but intact. They scoured the corridor from left to right, clearing 8 dormitories and eliminating 5 militia bodyguards, yet elated remained elusive. Glancing at his watch, Long Zhan noted it was 10:15, and it had been 7 minutes since the onset of the skirmish. Armed militia could arrive from a kilometer away in no more than 10 minutes. If elated was not located before their arrival, it would spell significant trouble. Anxiety began to grip Long Zhan. 64, we have a potential sighting of the target, heading for the rooftop. Just then, Huet's voice crackled through the comms. Let us move. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Zhan called out and dashed towards the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Huet's team had just searched this area, ensuring a safe path to the 3rd floor, allowing them to abandon formation and sprint upward without concern. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and peering from the stairwell, Long Zhan spotted Huet's team positioned across the way. The alignment of their teams had shifted, and the gunfire raged on, illustrating the intensity of the battle. Elated's strategy of retreating to the rooftop was indeed prudent. The rooftop possessed only 2 narrow entrances, unlike the expansive stairwells on the second and third floors that provided ample opportunity for an assault. Elated's bodyguards steadfastly defended the doors, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier. As long as they can successfully delay for a few minutes until the armed militia from the surrounding area arrives, Long Zhan and his companions will find themselves besieged. At that moment, Elated will not only be able to defuse the crisis, but also eliminate Long Zhan and his team who come to apprehend him. Understanding Elated's intentions, Long Zhan knew he could not acquiesce to his wishes, regardless of the cost. He must capture Elated before the militia arrives. Let us proceed cautiously, Long Zhan instructed, gesturing tactical signals to Sunny and the others as he gazed at the staircase leading to the rooftop. The door to the rooftop on Hute's side was guarded, and it was reasonable to assume the same would apply here. They could not afford to be lax. The four dispersed on either side of the staircase, their weapons aimed upward as they cautiously ascended. Upon reaching the mid-level landing and spotting the door to the rooftop, a long, black object with a wooden handle suddenly flew in from outside. While other American soldiers might not recognize it, Long Zhan, having served in the military back home, instantly identified it. A wooden-handled grenade. Though this design had become obsolete and was largely phased out by advanced military forces, it remained a valuable commodity in the Third World. Countries had discarded these grenades, and they had largely found their way to the African continent. Grenade, take cover, Long Zhan shouted, pushing off the railing and leaping toward the second-floor staircase. The explosion in the confined space at the staircase would yield a greater impact than in an open area, primarily because the shrapnel would ricochet off the walls. Sunny, Clay, and Brian instinctively took evasive action upon hearing the warning. The explosion roared like thunder, sending shrapnel and debris flying. Clay, who had taken cover, felt a sudden heat in his rear, realizing he had been struck. Brian and Sunny, disoriented from the blast, staggered to their feet. Long Zhan, having jumped to the first floor, found himself in a similar predicament. His ears rang, and his right ankle throbbed with pain from an improper landing. Damn it, these guys are truly a menace. Shaking off the disorientation, Long Zhan grit his teeth against the pain in his ankle and limped back to the second-floor staircase, shouting, "Is everyone all right? Did anyone get hurt? I'm fine. Just a little sting on my backside, but I can manage. Damn it, I'm going to kill this bastard." Brian, Clay, and Sunny responded in succession, now realizing why Hute's team was stuck in the stairwell. With the tactic of tossing grenades at any sign of intrusion, it was evident that charging up the stairs was futile. This staircase had effectively become a deadlock. Since brute force would not suffice, they would have to rely on strategy. Straightening his helmet, Long Zhan surveyed the staircase, now disfigured by the explosion, and rapidly devised a plan. "Clay, do we have any smoke grenades left?" Long Zhan inquired. To maximize their ammunition load, and considering the machine gunners rarely engaged in assaults, they had only brought 1 or 2 grenades for emergencies. During the recent clearing operation, Long Zhan had exhausted his supply of grenades and was compelled to seek assistance from the B-Team's grenade specialist. He possessed merely 2 smoke grenades. Uncertain of Long Zhan's intentions, Clay inspected his backpack and replied candidly, "All of them." Approaching Clay, Long Zhan reached out and seized the smoke grenades, removing their safety pins and discarding them onto the landing at the staircase's turn. With a series of muffled explosions, the smoke grenades erupted, releasing a substantial volume of smoke. Within a mere 2 seconds, the entire landing was completely enveloped, and after 5 seconds, visibility of the stairwell had vanished. By the 8th second, the smoke had expanded safely, flowing downwards into the second-floor staircase. As the entire staircase became shrouded in smoke, obscuring all clarity, the initially perplexed Clay and his companions swiftly grasped the situation, realizing Long Zhan's strategic maneuver with the smoke grenades. Chapter 343. The enigma of the operations center in the dimly lit stairwell of the night. Visibility was inherently poor. Theoretically, Long Zhan and his team would be undetectable to those on the rooftop. However, serendipitously, the moon had risen, aligning perfectly with the rooftop staircase door. The moonlight penetrated the door, casting a slanted beam that created a stark contrast of light and shadow at the staircase corner. To access the rooftop, Long Zhan's group would inevitably step into this illuminated area, thereby exposing themselves. By deploying the smoke grenades to obscure the stairwell, Long Zhan rendered the natural line of vigilance formed by the light and shadow ineffective, effectively blinding the bodyguards above. The immediate impact was striking. The guards on the rooftop could no longer discern the stairwell, and as the dense smoke billowed forth from the staircase door, they struggled to locate the entrance itself. Although aware of Long Zhan's intention to ascend amidst the smoke, they remained oblivious to the timing of his approach. This uncertainty instigated a palpable panic among them. In moments of disarray, individuals tend to lose their rhythm and judgment. As the smoke thickened and gunfire erupted from below, the guards mistakenly believed an assault was underway, prompting them to hurl 3 grenades into the staircase. With 3 resounding explosions, the impact was significant, collapsing half of the landing. The smoke that had pervaded the stairwell was violently agitated by the shockwaves, causing the cloud to surge outward several meters. Coupled with the ongoing emission from the smoke grenades, the air within the staircase became increasingly dense. Had Long Zhan and his team truly attempted a forceful advance, they would have undoubtedly faced annihilation from the grenades. However, Long Zhan, despite firing his weapon, remained motionless, a deliberate tactic to create the illusion of an assault. His extensive combat experience had attuned him to the psychological dynamics of the battlefield. The first step of his ruse had been remarkably successful. The anxious bodyguards reacted instinctively. Even after the explosions, Long Zhan remained concealed, patiently awaiting the next move. He was acutely aware that the now agitated guards would continue to engage in a battle of wits against the invisible enemy. As anticipated, the guards, having expended their grenades, resorted to sweeping the staircase with gunfire. Even though the smoke, amplified by the explosion, enveloped the entire rooftop stairway exit, the bodyguards were unable to locate the precise position of the door. They fired their weapons indiscriminately, exhausting one magazine after another. After emptying 3 magazines, the 2 bodyguards, their faces glistening with sweat and their breaths heaving like that of bulls, finally ceased their frantic firing, clutching their now smoldering AKMs. They exchanged anxious glances, both reluctant to enter the obscured area for inspection. Yet, within the thick smoke, visibility was non-existent, leaving them uncertain whether their barrage of grenades and gunfire had succeeded in eliminating the advancing foes. Naturally, neither wished to venture inside, so they remained fixated on the billowing cloud, awaiting its dispersal while silently praying that this bizarre and formidable enemy, akin to divine warriors, had been vanquished in the stairwell. Regrettably, their prayers would prove futile. The bodyguards had engaged in an exhausting standoff with the air, failing to inflict even a scratch on Long Zhan and his companions. Once the bodyguards ceased their futile assault, Long Zhan seized the opportunity to charge through the smoke. Before he could fully emerge, he discharged 2 bullets, taking down 2 bodyguards in the process. With the formidable barrier of the Dragon Gate breached, events began to unfold seamlessly. As Long Zhan and his team emerged from the smoke, equipped with night vision goggles, they swiftly identified all enemies on the rooftop, including the cornered elated, who was shielded by 2 bodyguards. Capitalizing on the advantages provided by their night vision and the absence of cover on the rooftop, Long Zhan, Sunny, Clay, and Brian each targeted their foes simultaneously, swiftly eliminating all threats present, including the 2 bodyguards stationed at the rooftop door, who had been blocking the Hutter Group's advance. With the bodyguards no longer obstructing the stairwell, the Hutter Group ascended rapidly to the rooftop and joined forces with Long Zhan's team, promptly apprehending elated, who, despite being alone, exhibited an astonishing calmness. It was evident why he was capable of leading a formidable military faction. Such composure in the face of crisis is not a trait possessed by the average individual. Time was of the essence. Clay and Brian, you are tasked with escorting him down for interrogation and to inquire about the location of the broadcast station. We needed to address the entire city. The individual had previously used the broadcast to rally all Somalis to defend their homeland, which indicates the presence of a broadcast station here. Long Zhan issued 2 directives in quick succession, striding purposefully towards the 3rd floor. Capturing elated was of little value unless he could personally relay a ceasefire order to the militia, fulfilling the objective of Long Zhan's mission. To ensure the entire city could hear, utilizing the broadcast was the most effective method. Otherwise, they would be left with the inefficient task of making individual phone calls. Thus, Long Zhan's team commenced the final phase of their plan, compelling elated to issue a ceasefire order to rescue their brotherhood and secure their own escape. At that moment, the Joint Operations Center, previously in the dark, finally became aware of their activities. Previously, there were 3 primary combat zones within the city: the first crash site, the second crash site, and the building occupied by Steele's unit. Following the retreat of Long Zhan and his team, only 2 locations remained active with hostilities. Now, in the distant precinct of the engineering college, the sudden eruption of gunfire has transformed it into a new battleground, with the din of gunfire and explosions particularly resounding on this night. Notably, just moments ago, 2 bodyguards unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the flames from their weapons illuminating the night sky conspicuously. Drones, which had been monitoring the combat zone from above, detected the anomaly through their onboard night vision equipment and redirected their focus to this location. The intelligence analyst controlling the drone locked onto the rooftop. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly transmitted the live footage to Aerial Commander Matthews. The emergence of unidentified combat on the battlefield felt both eerie and unusual, prompting Matthews to immediately inform General Garrison of the developments. "General, we've encountered a new situation. Combat has erupted within the refugee shelter at the engineering college." Upon hearing the words engineering college, General Garrison's expression shifted, and he strode purposefully to the large screen, commanding, "Switch the display." Personnel at the command center swiftly complied, transitioning the drone's surveillance feed to the main screen and zooming in. As per General Garrison's directive, the monitoring lens descended from the sky, revealing white, illuminated silhouettes through the night vision, which gradually became clearer. When the footage reached the closest proximity, the image was relatively distinct, although individual faces remained indistinguishable. The basic body shapes, uniforms, and equipment were discernible. For instance, 8 individuals appeared to be part of a cohesive group, while one, evidently a trafficker, was flanked by 2 others as they navigated the staircase. "Are these our people?" The general, recognizing the unmistakable identification of the fully armed figures, inquired at once. "Colonel Harrell, did we deploy ground troops to that area?" "No, we have not sent anyone there. Our ground forces are currently concentrated in 2 locations, engaged in a standoff against armed militias, making it impossible for them to reach that site," Colonel Harrell replied candidly, sharing his own perplexity regarding the identity of these individuals. Chapter 344. Being too exceptional can also be a fault. The realization that these individuals were allies, yet their movements had not been reported to the operations center, led to only 2 conclusions. Either they were scattered rangers operating independently, or they were conducting unauthorized actions without filing a report. To ascertain which scenario was true and to uncover the purpose of this group's presence at the Engineering College refugee shelter, General Garrison ordered Colonel Harrell to immediately investigate the identities of these individuals. The total number of ground combat personnel involved in the operation was merely a little over 100, making it quite feasible to track down anyone, particularly. It should be straightforward to identify a team of 8. After inquiring via radio with Captain Steele, Sergeant Sanderson, and the leaders of 4 Ranger squads, Harrell quickly uncovered the truth. The team that had ventured to the Engineering College refugee shelter consisted of 2 groups. The Emergency Response Team, which was supposed to head to the first crash site, and the Delta Force's 4th team were evacuating from the second crash site. What on earth were they doing? Contact them immediately for clarification. Upon discovering that 2 elite teams were acting independently, much like their usual reckless behavior at the base, General Garrison's expression darkened significantly. In his view, the first crash site was in peril, with his rangers engaged in a fierce battle against armed militias. At such a critical juncture, every additional person would bolster their strength. If these 2 elite special teams fought alongside the rangers, the pressure on them would be considerably alleviated. But now, the 8 of them were not joining the rangers in combat, but had instead gone to a refugee shelter of little strategic value. To Garrison, this constituted an act of cowardice. They must be severely punished. If these 2 teams could not provide a reasonable justification, General Garrison would not let this matter slide easily and would certainly bring them before a military tribunal afterward. Colonel Harrell, as the commander of Delta Force, found this situation quite troublesome. He immediately called over the radio, calling Team 11, "This is Romeo 64. Please report to me immediately why you are outside the mission area." "Over." "Discovered?" Hutter looked up at the sky, a thoughtful smile creeping across his face as he replied, "Team 11 received. I suggest that Sergeant Major Jabril of the Emergency Response Team explain himself, as he is the initiator and commander of this operation." Hutter's words were not an attempt to shift blame, but rather an effort to not overshadow Long Zhan's accomplishments. "Sergeant Major Long Jabril, I am unsure how you became the commanding officer, but I believe it is imperative for you to clarify what has transpired." Hearing Colonel Harrell's serious inquiry, Long Zhan responded evasively. We have captured Aided, and I am attempting to secure a ceasefire order. What? Aided has been captured? General Garrison, who had just been fuming with anger, was rendered speechless by this explosive revelation, even failing to notice that the cigar he held had fallen from his mouth. The transition from ire to shock occurred in an instant. Colonel Harrell was equally taken aback, struggling to contain his excitement as his heart raced. He said, Sergeant Major, please repeat what you just said. Repeat? We have captured Aided. The operation in Aaron has not failed. Over. Long Zhan confirmed his statement word for word, which reverberated throughout the Joint Operations Center, clearly audible to all. The previously chaotic Operations Center, fraught with anxiety over the unfavorable combat situation, fell into an abrupt silence, save for the sounds of various equipment in operation. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, General Garrison finally snapped out of his astonishment and excitedly interjected on the radio channel. Well done, team. You've done splendidly. The man who had been seething with anger and intent on sending Long Zhan and others to a military tribunal had now done a complete about-face, showering them with high praise. What is the true essence of the what a difference a moment makes principle? This is it. Praising Long Zhan and his team for their commendable efforts, General Garrison eagerly issued orders. Sergeant Jabril, please ensure the safety of Aided and prepare for boarding. I will dispatch a helicopter immediately for extraction. The only helicopter remaining at the base, intact, was the C-2 Black Hawk designated for command use. The willingness to deploy even the last command aircraft underscored General Garrison's intense urgency and excitement upon learning that Aided had been captured. Acknowledging the order, Long Zhan remained silent. Yet he did not forget his original intent. He continued to search room by room on the 3rd floor, hoping to locate Aided's broadcasting station to halt the militia's assaults. Meanwhile, Clay and Brian pressed Aided for the location of the radio station. Suddenly, a rocket soared through the air, crashing into the railing on the right side of the 3rd floor corridor. A significant portion of the railing was obliterated, and the debris, mingled with the explosive shrapnel, created a gaping hole in the wall behind. Long Zhan, just emerging from the first room, was hurled backward by the shockwave. His clothing bore several new tears, a clear indication of injuries sustained. On the other side, the Houthi team sensed the enemy's presence and, disregarding the search for the broadcasting station, swiftly retaliated against the attackers. Gunfire erupted once more, fiercer than before. Ignoring the discomfort from being thrown back, Long Zhan struggled to rise from the ground, peering over the railing to glimpse what lay below. What had been an empty space was now filled with dozens of armed militiamen. On the distant road leading to their location, a multitude of militia members could be seen, whether driven by a desperate desire to rescue Aided or by other motives. This group attacked with remarkable ferocity, launching an immediate assault without so much as a greeting. Another RPG, trailing fire, arced through the air, arriving less than 10 seconds after the first. Its target was the barricade where the Houthi team was stationed. RPG. Houthi shouted a warning and leapt to the side to evade it. With a thunderous explosion, the mere thickness of the barricade could not withstand the force of the RPG, which obliterated a substantial section, leaving only the bare corridor floor exposed. Bullets from various light and heavy machine guns and rifles rained down like a tempest. This is rather dire, Long Zhan thought, his brow furrowing at the militia's relentless assault. Given the current circumstances, even if they found the broadcasting station, there would likely be insufficient time to utilize it, not to mention that the station remained undiscovered. Even if Aided were pushed out to speak, the outcome would likely be grim. In the pitch darkness, it was impossible to discern the chaos, and with the militia's frenzied offensive, a few bursts of gunfire might very well claim Aided's life. Was it possible that his feigned PTSD might become a genuine affliction? Long Zhan could only manage a bitter smile. To exit the military smoothly without tarnishing his reputation was paramount. Otherwise, seeking employment in a PMC would be futile. Long Zhan meticulously studied the mechanisms of the U.S. military's discharge system and identified 2 relatively effective loopholes to facilitate a smooth exit from service. One such loophole involved disregarding military orders and acting independently, which would subsequently lead to a court-martial. Given the severity of the Black Hawk incident, any soldier who acted unilaterally would undoubtedly face sentencing. Thus, capturing Aided alive would serve as a means of balancing the scales of justice. This approach would result in expulsion from the military without the burden of imprisonment. By assuming the role of commander, Long Zhan would also avoid implicating others. Furthermore, Successfully apprehending the warlord aide would enhance his reputation within the community, bestowing upon him a prestigious accolade upon retirement. This mutually beneficial strategy was favored by Long Zhan as Plan A. In addition to this, there existed a contingency Plan B. This plan entailed enduring the brutal combat to create the appearance of significant injury, leading to psychological issues such as PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is classified as a mental illness, and any afflicted individual would logically be compelled to leave the military. Moreover, this condition is entirely treatable, allowing Long Zhan to feign recovery post-discharge without hindering his future endeavors in private military contracting. Although Plan B was a viable alternative, Long Zhan hesitated to pursue it due to the complexities involved in the assessment process. It would require extensive evaluation by a psychologist and demand a performance worthy of an Oscar from Long Zhan, with no guarantee of a successful outcome. He understood his capabilities well. The DG would not easily let him go, even if a diagnosis of PTSD were established, indicating his mental illness. The higher-ups would likely demand further confirmation, asserting that a swift recovery was improbable, thus delaying his release by several months. This bureaucratic process was far less straightforward than Plan A, which offered a quick resolution through the balancing of merits and demerits, culminating in a military tribunal that would ultimately allow him to depart with his belongings. Unexpectedly, Long Zhan realized that General Garrison's earlier remarks suggested an intention to overlook his disregard for military orders, potentially even rewarding him for his actions. While this might be a fortuitous development for others, it posed a significant dilemma for Long Zhan. To ensure a successful discharge following the Black Hawk crash, coupled with the fierce assaults from armed militias, he found himself compelled to take considerable risks. Chapter 345: The Extremes of Humanity. Reckless abandoned plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen circumstances. Long Zhan's Plan A faced uncontrollable variables, necessitating an urgent activation of the backup Plan B, which required a corresponding alteration in strategy. Instead of commanding aid to order a ceasefire for a safe exit, he resolved to establish a defensive line on site while awaiting rescue. The dormitory building comprised 3 floors, with only 2 staircases for access. As long as he could effectively block the stairways and hold out for a while, the situation would remain manageable. A fierce battle was inevitable, yet the level of danger remained within Long Zhan's tolerable limits. Simultaneously, this scenario provided ample material for his performance. To secure enough content while ensuring his act did not falter, Long Zhan meticulously crafted a detailed plan. The Hutter team was assigned the responsibility of fortifying the 2nd floor, serving as the primary line of defense against the armed militia. Additionally, one member was dispatched to scour the various areas of the 2nd floor, gathering the weapons and ammunition left behind by the militia's bodyguards to alleviate the shortage of supplies. Should explosives be discovered, the staircase would be detonated to alleviate the pressure on their defenses. Every U.S. soldier entering the unit was cautioned during military training against using enemy weapons unless in dire circumstances. The 8-man squad was about to face a coordinated assault from the enemy, a situation that certainly qualified as dire. Thus, if something was usable, it would be employed. The long battle team needed to escort aided to the helicopter and could not spare personnel to secure the staircase. With 3 members left to allocate tasks, one would guard aided, while the other 2 positioned themselves in the hallway, establishing suppressive fire points alongside Hutter's team on the 2nd floor, striving to prevent the armed militia from approaching the building. The remaining member would enter various rooms, collecting any usable ammunition and explosives. The long battle team held a significant advantage in logistics, and the task of searching the 3rd floor would rest upon them. The dormitory building served as aided's hideout, stocked with ample food and provisions sufficient to sustain the 8 members of the long battle team for a month or 2, alongside a wealth of weapons and ammunition. After spending 4 to 5 minutes searching all the rooms on the 3rd floor, Long Battle was pleasantly surprised by the findings. Not only did he uncover a substantial quantity of rifles and ammunition, but he also found a box of grenades, and most notably, a rocket launcher complete with 8 rockets. Long Battle retained the rocket launcher for his own use, while distributing the remaining equipment and ammunition among Sunny and the others. Although these weapons were relics from the previous century, giving off an impression of obsolescence, their lethality was comparable to modern arms. 2 years prior, while stationed at the Palaman base in Afghanistan, Long Battle had witnessed over 30 Navy SEALs abandon their delicate, high-end assault rifles in favor of the more rugged AK series. They then procured accessories such as rail covers and modular components, transforming them into highly functional weapons. In the harsh, sandy conditions of Afghanistan, the more sophisticated the weapon, the more cumbersome it was to maintain, and the higher the likelihood of malfunctions during use. In contrast, the AK series, with its remarkably low failure rate, was akin to a lifeline in Afghanistan. Modern individual weaponry has undergone significant advancements over decades, particularly in terms of accuracy, convenience, and versatility. However, the most notable change is the aesthetic appeal of these arms. In terms of firing mechanisms, bullet composition, and effective range, there have been minimal alterations. This suggests that aside from specially customized ammunition, the lethality of standard ammunition remains largely consistent. The armed militia that had gathered below were positioned less than 100 meters away from Long Battle and his team, making the vintage weapon's accuracy, even if somewhat lacking, entirely adequate. Meanwhile, in the few minutes that Long Battle spent searching for supplies, the armed militia had largely coalesced downstairs. The exact number of casualties in the conflict involving Long Zhan is indiscernible. All that is apparent is the chaotic scene unfolding within the surrounding educational buildings, where a multitude of refugees have fled in a state of panic. The entire engineering faculty is engulfed in cries for help. Each window of the teaching building directly facing the dormitory is occupied by individuals firing towards Long Zhan's position. Below, some militia sharpshooters, brandishing their weapons and shouting boisterously, charge forward, yet most are felled before they reach their destination, with a few managing to infiltrate the first floor. From the stairwells on either side of the first floor, they attempt to ascend to the second floor in a bid to eliminate the Hute squad. The enemy possesses an overwhelming number of firing positions, with lethal bullets potentially flying in every direction, rendering effective suppression nearly impossible. Both the Hute and Long Zhan squads are severely constrained, reluctant to expose themselves for prolonged periods while returning fire. They merely catch fleeting glimpses of targets through their night vision goggles, firing a burst before retreating, aiming to minimize exposure and thereby reduce the likelihood of being hit. Indeed, it is a matter of probability. The armed militia surrounding them lack night vision equipment, rendering them blind in the darkness. They fire indiscriminately at the building, akin to a lottery, relying on sheer numbers and luck. It is this very gamble that allows Long Zhan's modest team of 8 to maintain a tenuous grip on the situation, even when besieged by at least 100 armed militiamen. The engineering faculty has descended into a stalemate of attack and defense, while the battlefield in Mogadishu escalates to a third front. The circumstances grow increasingly dire. Fortunately, at this critical juncture of life and death, new forces have finally arrived on the battlefield, following a series of urgent calls from General Garrison. The ground rescue convoy of tanks and armored vehicles has departed from New Island and is now officially en route to the outskirts of Mogadishu. To bolster morale, Colonel Harrison, the ground commander, promptly relays the situation to all operational units. Yet, the relentless siege by the seemingly inexhaustible armed militia feels akin to a small sailboat caught in a typhoon, teetering on the brink of capsizing. With the Rangers receiving the news without much excitement, they have grown numb, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. There is no energy left for elation. Whether it be Evans Mandy's 4th Squad, Dick Masso's 3rd Squad, or the Rangers under Captain Steele's command, each Ranger capable of pulling the trigger is merely clinging to their last breath. Only the desire to return home propels them forward, as they mechanically aim and fire in an infinite loop. Each Ranger bears wounds. None are unscathed. The bandages for staunching blood loss have long since run out, and the medics are now resorting to whatever materials they can find for dressing wounds, including the clothing, belts, and gear of the deceased. Their efforts are limited to halting bleeding, as all other medications have been exhausted. The situation for the defending Rangers is dire, yet the Somali armed militia, as the attackers, has suffered even greater casualties, with a layer of bodies already strewn across the ground outside the building. However, the heavy toll on the militia does not account for the Rangers' endurance up to this point. The crux of the matter lies with the cunning Diaz, who, in the absence of the pivotal aid, seeks to amass sufficient strength to vie for dominance. While other militia leaders obediently dispatch their armed forces to launch a fierce assault on the Rangers, Diaz surreptitiously engaged in subterfuge, exemplifying the art of evasion. He forcibly conscripted local male civilians, arming them to besiege the building housing the Rangers, while not a single one of his own trained militia participated. Chapter 346. The most thrilling evacuation tactics at 11:14 p.m. More than 7 hours had elapsed since the commencement of Aaron's operation. 6 hours had passed since the rookie Todd Blackburn sustained grave injuries, setting off a chain of events. The C-2 Black Hawk Super 63, having taken off from Mogadishu Airport, finally hovered over the Polytechnic Institute. The attention of the Joint Operations Center's officers shifted from other battlefields to this unassuming refugee enclave. Now that the operation had spiraled completely out of control, the possibility of salvaging a semblance of dignity rested on the successful retrieval of aid. If aid could be brought back, it would at least fulfill the mission's initial objective, serving as a minimal safeguard against becoming an international laughingstock. Conversely, failing to recover aid would etch Aaron's operation into the annals of history as a quintessential failure of special operations. Every officer present, including Garrison, would find their credentials irrevocably tarnished. Suit 64, this is Super 63. I have arrived above your location. Please confirm whether the rooftop is suitable for landing. Over. The Super 63 pilot, peering through his night vision helmet, observed the chaotic scene below, hesitating to descend due to the intensity of the ongoing firefight. Having already witnessed too many Black Hawks plummet today, he was unwilling to become the third. Rat-a-tat-tat Sonny, wielding a replica AK assault rifle whose origins were utterly unrecognizable to him, emptied his magazine before retreating to the wall. Pressing the PTT, he shouted in response, Suit 64. Received. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming, and we lack sufficient personnel to establish a secure zone. The landing zone is highly perilous. You must make your own arrangements. Sonny's reply was already measured, as his true sentiments simmered with frustration. Suit 64. I require you to establish a secure zone, otherwise, I cannot land on the rooftop to extract you and the hostages. The pilot called once more. We cannot fulfill that request. Over. Sonny, increasingly exasperated by the pilot's insistence, bristled with anger. 8 individuals contending against 100 to 200 armed militia members were barely managing to defend the dormitory. The notion of suppressing enemy fire to create a safe zone was utterly ludicrous. This was not merely a request. It was a fanciful delusion. Given Sonny's fiery temperament, he had displayed remarkable restraint by not unleashing a torrent of expletives, making it implausible for him to maintain a cordial demeanor. Call in Super 63. Given our circumstances, the only viable option is the HRSD tactic. I hope you brought that equipment with you, Long Zhan interjected. HRSD, or helicopter rope suspension technique, is a method for rapid aerial evacuation. The operation itself is not overly complicated. In fact, one might even characterize it as straightforward. However, the coordination between man and machine demands a high level of technical proficiency. The procedure involves lowering a rope from the helicopter, which, aside from the section suspended in midair, extends several meters down to the ground, with special thick ropes equipped with locking carabiners placed approximately every 2 meters apart for safety. Once the helicopter stabilizes in the air, individuals on the ground will lay out the section of rope with carabiners in a straight line, forming an L shape with the segment suspended above. The personnel needing evacuation strap on safety harnesses and pair up to attach their harnesses to the locking carabiners. As the helicopter ascends vertically, the portion of rope on the ground will lift off the earth, elevating those attached to the rope into the sky, akin to clusters of grapes. Once they reach a certain altitude, the helicopter will maintain its position, suspending a group of individuals as it swiftly evacuates them from the perilous zone. In scenarios where the helicopter cannot land and rapid extraction is imperative, the HRSD tactic proves to be exceedingly practical, significantly more so than lowering a soft rope ladder for individuals to ascend one at a time, which would take at least 10 times longer. Taking Long Zhan's group of 8 as an example, it would take a minimum of 2 to 3 minutes to scale the soft ladder. If we factor in the uncooperative EDID, who might be apprehended, the time could extend to 4 or 5 minutes. Conversely, utilizing the HRSD method, excluding the preparation time, the entire operation could be completed in a mere 20 seconds once the helicopter stabilizes. This approach does not rely on EDID's cooperation. He can simply be secured and hoisted away. Of course, perfection is an illusion. Every advantageous aspect carries its own flaws. While the speed of the HRSD evacuation is a distinct benefit, the inherent danger is equally a drawback. Being suspended hundreds of meters in the air is not something the average person can tolerate. For instance, take Sonny, who fears nothing, save for the act of killing. A flying acrobat? Damn, Long, This idea of yours is simply brilliant. I truly appreciate it, Sunny remarked, clearly relishing the opportunity for sarcasm. Don't mention it. I know you adore it, Long Zhan replied, fully aware of Sunny's irony, but choosing to interpret it positively. In a perilous situation surrounded by hundreds of attackers, the ability to jest reveals the enormity of one's composure. As a top-tier elite operative, such mental fortitude is commendable. Klein and Bly also overheard Long Zhan's words and contemplated the prospect of being suspended by a single rope above the heads of hundreds of armed militia. Even with their robust psychological resilience, both could only manage a resigned, wry smile and a shake of their heads. If it weren't for the dire circumstances and the cover of nightfall offering some advantage, the two would undoubtedly refuse to be mere targets. While Long Zhan and Sunny exchanged banter, the pilot of Super 63 reported the proposed retreat strategy to the command center. The officers involved in this operation were not mere opportunists who climbed the ranks through connections. Both Garrison and Harrell recognized that Long Zhan's HRSD retreat tactic was the only viable option at hand. Since it was the sole choice, there was no alternative. Regardless of the inherent dangers of this retreat strategy, General Garrison had no choice but to endorse it, albeit with a crucial instruction, to ensure the safety of Eddie. Suit 64, the Joint Command Center has approved your HRSD. In 2 minutes, I will hover above the rooftop to deploy the ropes. Please prepare for extraction and ensure the suspect's safety. The pilot received Garrison's orders and immediately began preparations for the withdrawal. Understood, Long Zhan replied on behalf of Sunny. Then called to the entire squad, gentlemen, it's time to head home. Assemble on the rooftop in 2 minutes. Chapter 347, Explode, Everything Exploded. After issuing commands to the team, Long Zhan grabbed a crate of TNT and made his way to the right, ascending the stairs to the second-floor stairwell. Utilizing his expertise as a professional demolitions expert, he expertly set the explosives in under 20 seconds, cleverly crafting a delay fuse from a wooden-handled grenade. All right, I leave this to you. Remember to detonate the explosives once you come up. Blowing up the stairs will buy us time for our rooftop extraction. After briefing the Delta members stationed in the stairwell, Long Zhan sprinted down the corridor toward the opposite end. Head to the rooftop, we're preparing to leave. Stop fighting and gather your gear. Cute. Get your team up there quickly. We have little time left for our retreat. Long Zhan bent down and raced down the corridor, reminding passing Delta members to avoid lingering in combat and to retreat promptly. By the time Long Zhan reached the right side to plant the explosives, Cute and his team had already reached the 3rd floor, continuing to suppress the Somali militia. With a swift motion, Long Zhan pulled the pin from the wooden-handled grenade and dashed up the stairs toward the 3rd floor. As a thin wisp of smoke emerged from the grenade, approximately 4 seconds passed, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire building. The staircase that linked the 2nd and 3rd floors, along with the intermediate landing, vanished without a trace. All that remained were twisted remnants and half-exposed rebar. Even the staircase leading from the 3rd floor to the rooftop suffered damage from the violent blast, with several sections warped and cracked, revealing the steel within. Goodness, the quality is appalling. As a professional demolitions expert, Long Zhan was confident that he had placed the explosives correctly and in the proper quantity. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have endangered the 3rd floor. Now, with the staircase nearly obliterated, it was clear that the issue did not lie with his execution. Fortunately, although the staircase exhibited cracks and deformities, the steel reinforcements provided sufficient support, allowing Long Zhan and his companions to ascend to the rooftop. Gogogo, the time is nearly upon us. Everyone, follow me to the rooftop. Quickly, Long Zhan shouted into his earpiece, urging Clay, Sunny, and others, who were still engaged in gunfire, to join him as he hurried towards the rooftop. Boom. Just as Long Zhan stepped through the stairway door to the rooftop, the building trembled once more from an explosion. It was evident that this blast originated from the Delta members on Ford's side, who had detonated the explosives Long Zhan had set on the opposite side. The sound of whirring propellers grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the gusts of wind descending from above. The Somali armed militia, witnessing the helicopter descending onto the rooftop, realized that their leader, elated, was about to be evacuated. In their desperation, their firepower intensified, with more militia members charging out of the buildings to assault the edifice before them. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the rooftop, posing a considerable threat to the helicopter. Fortunately, the surrounding structures were only 2 stories high, while the dormitory building stood 3 stories tall. affording a height advantage that shielded most of the line of fire. With Sunny, Clay, and Brian now on the rooftop, they unleashed a torrent of fire upon their assailants below. The prospect of leaving this wretched place was imminent, and they no longer had to conserve ammunition. Unleashing a relentless assault to clear the area, the militia attempting to retaliate from adjacent rooftops were quickly suppressed. Meanwhile, the militia on the ground, having fought their way to the second floor, were poised to make a final push to the rooftop. However, upon reaching the second floor, they were met with dismay. The staircase leading to the third floor had been obliterated, creating an insurmountable divide of less than 4 meters. In their haste to reach the rooftop and rescue their comrades, the militia resorted to finding makeshift means to ascend to the third floor. Thanks to Long Zhan's ingenious demolition tactics, the armed militia were effectively trapped on the second floor, rendering any ascent impossible in the short term. The helicopter descended to a height of less than 10 meters, releasing specially designed ropes and equipment. Thud! A 3-inch thick rope fell from above, crashing to the ground, followed by a camouflage bag that was tossed from the helicopter. At this juncture, Hutter's 4-member team finally arrived at the rooftop to regroup. The aerial extraction method was well understood, requiring no further instructions from Long Zhan. Hutter's team sprang into action. One member extended and laid out the coiled ropes across the rooftop, organizing a section with a locking mechanism for subsequent use. Another opened the camouflage bag, distributing safety harnesses contained within. Hutter and another Delta member secured their harnesses before moving to relieve Sunny and the others in providing suppressive fire. The Delta soldier responsible for arranging the ropes fastened his harness before assisting aided with his own. All were seasoned veterans, and engaging in battle was a matter of ease. There was no need for excessive dialogue, as a mere hint sufficed for mutual understanding. The entire process of retreat unfolded with a fluidity akin to that of a slippery eel. The sole imperfection lay with aided, who, aware of his impending departure, finally shed his previous composure. He became frantic and disoriented. Though he did not create a scene like a shrew, he deliberately refused to cooperate with fastening his seatbelt. At such a juncture, he still sought to delay the inevitable. Dragon Battle, having secured his own seatbelt, noticed aided was still unprepared and approached him, delivering 2 resounding slaps that sent aided spinning in place. Dazed and disoriented, he collapsed to the ground, rendered unresponsive, knocked unconscious. The Delta members, who had struggled to manage aided, stared wide-eyed, astonished by Dragon Battle's ferocity, as if to say, is this truly a viable approach? With aided incapacitated, Dragon Battle swiftly unfastened the quick-release buckle on his shoulder. The heavy tactical vest fell away with a clatter. He donned the vest on aided to prevent this individual from being fatally struck by bullets during takeoff, subsequently securing the seatbelt around his waist. You take him to the front line, he instructed. Having efficiently dealt with aided, the noise from the helicopter was overwhelming. Dragon Battle signaled to the Delta soldiers and then dashed to the edge of the rooftop, beckoning Hutt and the others back with a pat on the shoulder, gesturing for them to prepare for evacuation. Including aided, there were 9 individuals in total, with 2 quick-release buckles on the left and right, forming 5 pairs in total. Hutt's team of 4, along with Clay, formed 3 pairs to secure the first 3 buckles, followed by Sunny and Brian. Now serving as the squad commander, Dragon Battle positioned himself to bring up the rear. Is everyone ready? He shouted, simultaneously signaling tactically for confirmation. Aligned along the rope in pairs, Hutt, Sunny, and the others raised their thumbs in affirmation, except for the unconscious aided cradled in someone's arms. Receiving feedback from all team members, Dragon Battle looked skyward and signaled the helicopter to take off. Without the cover of fire from the group, the Super 63's body clanged ominously, and the pilot, eager to vacate the area, began to ascend. As the helicopter rose, the rope detached from the ground. Soon, the first group, aided and the Delta team members, were lifted off the ground, followed by 2 additional Delta soldiers. At the current ascent rate and rhythm, all would be airborne within 10 seconds. However, at that very moment, whoosh, a mortar round whistled through the air, landing with precision on the rooftop. With a thunderous roar, the rooftop was blasted open. The explosion erupted mere meters behind Dragon Battle, who was thrown violently, colliding with Sunny, both tumbling to the ground. The force of the blast was absorbed by Dragon Battle, while Sunny, having been knocked down, sustained only minor injuries. As Long Zhan expelled blood in large quantities, the pilot, startled by the explosion, abruptly jerked the control stick, causing a swift descent. The violent shock of the blast and the sudden weightlessness rendered him unconscious on the spot. Chapter 348. He is a medical miracle. Long Zhan, who had not donned a bulletproof vest, was knocked out by the explosion. He awoke amidst the jarring vibrations on the third day, at noon. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he was immobile, his entire body wrapped in bandages, resembling a living modern mummy. He was not in a hospital, but rather on a wheeled stretcher being pushed along, lying face down with his backside in the air. Only Brian accompanied him. Along with two logistical personnel from the base, Sunny and Clay were nowhere to be seen. Every part of Long Zhan's body ached, and he felt so weak that even moving a finger was a Herculean task. He sought to understand what had transpired during his unconsciousness, where he was being taken, the outcome of his condition, and the whereabouts of Sunny and Clay, among other questions. With great effort, Long Zhan managed to open his heavy eyelids and weakly inquired of Clay, who was supporting the stretcher, "Brian, where are we headed?" "Wow, my Maria, you're finally awake. You scared me half to death. Did you know that, old buddy?" Brian exclaimed, his previously worried face now transformed into one of sheer joy, as he appeared considerably more relaxed. "The medical conditions here are quite poor, merely providing initial treatment to stabilize your injuries. We are en route to the airport to send you back home for further treatment." Brian's elation at Long Zhan's recovery was palpable as he launched into a detailed account of the circumstances surrounding his injuries. Thankfully, Long Zhan had not been directly hit by the bomb and was spared from being reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh, nor had he perished in the explosion's epicenter, thus avoiding the honor of becoming a martyr. Although still within the danger zone of the explosion, he was fortunate enough to escape being struck by shrapnel. He had only been knocked down by the force of the blast, which allowed him to miraculously survive. However, while he had evaded a fatal fate, he was not without suffering. Long Zhan bore 3 gunshot wounds and had endured 5 impacts against a heavy tactical bulletproof vest, leaving him with severe bruising and fractures, alongside an array of inevitable scrapes and sprains from the battle. The aftermath of the mortar blast, lacking the protection of a tactical vest, left his back in a grievous state. Various fragments from the explosion had inflicted over 30 sizable wounds across his back and the posterior of his legs, rendering the area a gruesome sight. Although these injuries did not penetrate vital organs, the extensive damage made it impossible to staunch the bleeding. Most individuals would have succumbed to blood loss within minutes. However, Long Zhan endured, suspended in the air, without any means to halt the bleeding, and managed to hold on until reaching the airport. After being transported to the hospital at the airport, he steadfastly endured all the debridement surgeries and successfully navigated through the perilous period, pulling his life back from the brink of hell. The sheer tenacity of his vitality left both the lead surgeon and the assisting nurses and aides utterly astonished, almost exclaiming that they had never witnessed such resilience. They collectively marveled at the extraordinary physical robustness required to exhibit such defiance. Had Long Zhan's physical condition been even slightly inferior, with injuries of this magnitude, not even divine intervention could have salvaged him, let alone after being suspended in the air for an extended duration. Fortunately, Long Zhan possessed an exceptionally strong physique, far surpassing that of the majority. His well-developed back muscles acted as a natural bulletproof vest, absorbing the kinetic energy from the debris that struck him, ultimately safeguarding his vital organs. Thus, despite sustaining injuries in multiple areas, he emerged as a remarkable medical marvel. However, while he survived and overcame the immediate danger, the ensuing rehabilitation was destined to be protracted. This, of course, is in comparison to an average individual. Long Zhan's physique was anything but ordinary. After marveling at Long Zhan's formidable physical constitution and the exaggerated vitality it conferred, Brian recounted the events that transpired following Long Zhan's loss of consciousness. He had been knocked out by the explosion while airborne and was subsequently hoisted to the base. Accompanied by the anxious Sunny and his team, who were nearly overwhelmed with urgency, they rushed him to the airport hospital for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, Eddie was taken into custody by the military police and confined in the airport's most secure detention center. The return journey of the 8 men who had executed the HRST tactical withdrawal was indeed somewhat chaotic, culminating in an unexpected incident that left Long Zhan severely injured. Nevertheless, they had managed to escape the inferno. Meanwhile, the Rangers, still battling valiantly within the city, were desperately holding out for rescue. At 10:23, a convoy of armored vehicles departing from Newport had only just entered the outer perimeter when they turned onto National Avenue, and fell victim to an ambush by armed militias. A barrage of rocket fire erupted violently. While the lead tank held its ground, the armored vehicles found themselves in a precarious position. The once orderly convoy began to unravel. In a bid to expedite the rescue of the trapped Rangers, the convoy was compelled to split into two groups to reach two separate battlefields. During this process, complications arose. Due to language barriers and the intensity of the conflict, two Malaysian armored vehicles transporting a squad of American troops veered into an incorrect alley. They were meant to head north, but instead found themselves heading south. Without the firepower of the tanks to clear the way, the armored vehicles were unable to navigate independently and attempted to reroute back to the main contingent, only to stray further away. Ultimately, near the presidential palace, both vehicles were incapacitated by RPG strikes. One vehicle's cockpit was breached, resulting in the immediate death of the Malaysian driver and injuries to several crew members. Fortunately, a savvy American lieutenant aboard the vehicle, recognizing their inability to advance, swiftly disembarked and, using a grenade launcher, blasted a substantial opening in the adjacent building's wall. Accompanied by a contingent of American soldiers and injured personnel aboard two vehicles, they sought refuge indoors to evade further harm from the militias. At 11:53, after more than an hour of intense infiltration within the city, Company A of the 2nd Battalion, 14th Regiment, broke through encirclement and finally reached the site of the Super 61 crash, the largest battlefield. An imposing force comprising 4 main battle tanks, dozens of armored vehicles, and nearly 100 soldiers from the Mountain Division arrived swiftly, shattering the encirclement established by the armed militias. After establishing a secure defensive line, they initiated a rescue operation for the small teams led by Evans Mann and Dick Meso. They successfully evacuated all the wounded, even employing a Humvee to drag away the wreckage of Super 61, retrieving the body of the pilot trapped within. Meanwhile, after parting ways with National, Company C of the 2nd Battalion, 14th Regiment, advanced southward and, within a mere 10 minutes, rendezvoused with Captain Steele's unit. Once all personnel were safely loaded into armored vehicles, the convoy set out towards the second crash site. Chapter 349. This is the Ranger Spirit. The battle at the second crash site had long since concluded, with the armed militias that had initially besieged the Dragon team now congregated at the first crash site. Moreover, as this location was not situated in the city center, it lacked militia strongholds. The convoy of Company C, consisting of 2 tanks and several armored vehicles, encountered little resistance along the way, arriving at the second crash site within just over 10 minutes. The purpose of their visit was to recover bodies, determined to bring back remnants, even if charred. This directive had been expressly issued by General Garrison, echoing his earlier proclamation at the airport, "We will not abandon anyone." Upon reaching the crash site on Markham Street, the soldiers from Company C of the 10th Mountain Division disembarked from their armored vehicles, profoundly shaken by the harrowing scene before them. What lay there was not merely a crash site, but a gruesome battlefield akin to hell itself. Mountains of spent shell casings, walls riddled with countless bullet holes, blood-soaked ground that adhered to their boots, and scattered remnants of human limbs painted a horrific picture. Even the seasoned veterans of Company C, accustomed to the ravages of war, could not suppress a chill running down their spines. The sight vividly allowed them to envision the terrifying onslaught endured by the trapped emergency response team, leaving them grappling with an inability to comprehend how those defenders had managed to endure such ferocity. Were those men truly human? Their extraordinary combat prowess transcended the understanding of the veterans. This stark reality further fueled the admiration of the Mountain Division soldiers, recently emerged from the Somali ambush. For the legendary elite units, SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force, the veterans were left in awe by the scene before them. And for the less experienced soldiers of Company C, it felt akin to witnessing a miracle. Even Captain Steele, who had weathered a relentless assault from the enemy for an entire night before rescue arrived, found himself at that moment finally setting aside his grievances and discontent. Only 6 individuals stood guard here, accomplishing what more than 20 Rangers could not. Despite his reluctance, he inwardly acknowledged their undeniable prowess. The cowboys, once unruly and audacious within the base, displayed a confidence that warranted their privileges. The second crash site had left C Company S soldiers both impressed and in awe, their movements becoming increasingly efficient. Upon entering the helicopter wreckage to clear debris, they collected some charred remains, and without lingering, C Company set off once more towards the first crash site to rendezvous with the main forces engaged in cleanup there. On the way, they encountered a group of lieutenants evacuating from a destroyed armored vehicle. The limited space of the vehicle was already filled with injured rangers, leaving them no choice but to make room for 4 wounded and a body from the lieutenant's contingent. At 1:38, C Company charged into the first crash site, merging with the company's forces to form a cohesive unit. The number of injured rangers was overwhelming, most of whom were severely wounded and unable to sit in the armored vehicles, resorting instead to lying on benches or the vehicle floor. With 2 armored vehicles destroyed and an additional 10 personnel needing transport, nearly 20 rangers found themselves unable to board due to the convoy's insufficient capacity. Initially, the soldiers from A and C companies prepared to disembark to create space. However, they were met with a firm refusal from McKnight. The notion of rangers leading the charge is not merely a slogan. It embodies the spirit of their military ethos, symbolizing their commitment to always be at the forefront. To allow other units to cover their retreat was, for McKnight and every ranger present, an intolerable affront. Without needing further exhortation from Colonel McKnight, every ranger capable of movement, even those limping, disembarked to cede their spots to the wounded. Sergeant Sanderson's Delta Force team, inspired by the spirit of the Rangers, joined in solidarity, assisting in the evacuation. At 1:45, the armored convoy began its return journey, with Rangers and Delta soldiers helping each other under the cover of the vehicles. The roar of tank fire echoed incessantly as spent casings rained down from the machine guns. The Rangers fought in unison, forging a bloody path through the mile that led away from the city center, a route they dubbed Mogadishu Mile. By 3:15, the survivors, shielded by the armored convoy, finally escaped the inferno, reaching the Pakistan Stadium. Casualty figures were swiftly compiled. The U.S. military reported 14 fatalities and 84 injured personnel, while the Malaysian forces suffered 1 death and 7 injuries, alongside 2 Pakistani soldiers wounded. In stark contrast, the casualties among the Somali people were merely summarized as undisclosed. This lack of detail stemmed from the complete breakdown in relations with the Somalis, rendering any negotiations for comprehensive statistics impossible, coupled with the U.S. military's reluctance to undertake such assessments. Just 2 days after the operation concluded, media outlets worldwide launched a vehement critique of the U.S. forces. The consensus among critics was that, as a peacekeeping contingent, they had engaged in large-scale military operations in the capital of Somalia, leading to significant civilian casualties. The condemnation extended beyond humanitarian concerns, further complicating the reconciliation process in Somalia. In light of this prevailing global sentiment, should General Garrison have invested effort into documenting Somali casualties, the repercussions could have been even more dire. It is important to recognize that even without considering the casualties caused by the Ranger units, the total number of fatalities from the operation exceeded 100, focusing solely on aerial reconnaissance and drone strikes. The assaults at the secondary crash site and the engineering college resulted in an estimated death toll exceeding 500, with injuries soaring above 1,000. The munitions expended were staggering, with over 15,000 rounds of ammunition consumed, including more than 5,000 rounds fired by a single soldier, Long Zhan. If one were to account for the total ordnance unleashed in Mogadishu, the figures would be appalling. Publicizing such predictions would likely incite a media frenzy, undoubtedly labeling the operation as a massacre. Despite the U.S. military's own losses of over 10 personnel and nearly 100 injured, the broader narrative remained indifferent to these sacrifices. The media's pursuit of sensational topics overshadowed any genuine concern for the fallen. Fortunately, amidst this global animosity, the miraculous capture of aided by Long Zhan and his team provided a semblance of stability. The U.S. government leveraged the death of 24 Pakistani peacekeepers as a focal point, bolstering the legitimacy of the operation with the successful capture of a high-profile target. The United Nations, having secured the mastermind behind the violence, sided with the U.S. government, thereby salvaging the dignity of the peacekeepers. Long Zhan, severely injured during the mission, emerged with newfound notoriety from this engagement, which ultimately afforded him the privilege of a special flight back home. Through Brian's incessant recounting, Long Zhan grasped the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, feeling a chill at the thought of his precarious situation. Fortunately, the ordeal concluded without catastrophic consequences. Despite the physical suffering and significant injuries, he had not lost any limbs, a fact he could accept. The blast from the mortar shell now provided him with sufficient grounds for retirement. In a certain light, this could even be viewed as a fortuitous turn of events. As he was transported on a wheeled stretcher to the airport, he was finally lifted onto a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft, where he joyfully reunited with Sunny and Clay. The two individuals were overjoyed to see Long Zhan awaken after more than a day in a coma. As they engaged in pleasantries, Long Zhan learned of their presence. It turned out that with the conclusion of the errand operation, the participating forces were about to disband. The rapid response team had fulfilled its mission, and it was time for Long Zhan and his 3 companions to withdraw. Given that Team B's overseas deployment had lasted 4 months and was nearing its end with less than 2 weeks remaining, Long Zhan and his companions had embarked on a remarkable journey during the errand operation, managing to capture Eddie and bring great honor to DG. In light of this achievement, the DG command issued a notification allowing Sunny, Brian, and Clay to conclude their deployment early, freeing them from the obligation to proceed to the Fendi base in Afghanistan. They could return home on the same medical transport as Long Zhan, where they would receive better medical care. When Long Zhan and his companions had arrived, they had brought along various customized equipment and supplies, all of which needed to be taken back upon their withdrawal. However, as Sunny, Clay, and Brian were all injured, it was no easy task for the 3 of them to transport the supplies onto the aircraft. They had been busy since early morning and had only just completed their task. As for why they did not call for assistance from others, Long Zhan glanced at the numerous hospital beds secured to the ground within the cabin, filled with injured individuals requiring attention. It was evident that the airport staff was stretched thin. Although Sunny and the others were also injured, they were still able to walk, and under such circumstances, it felt inappropriate to request help. Long Zhan was genuinely pleased that Sunny and the others could accompany him back home. However, due to his severe injuries and exhaustion, he could not engage in lengthy conversations and soon drifted back into slumber. When Long Zhan awoke once more, he found himself in a hospital in Haicheng City, connected to various machines and tubes. After being administered some medication, he succumbed to drowsiness again. This is the reality of being a seriously injured patient. Energy is scarce, and one feels perpetually dazed. The following day, Captain Blackburn, whom Long Zhan had not seen in a long time, personally visited the hospital to check on him and communicated with the medical staff regarding his condition. In the afternoon, Long Zhan was wheeled into the operating room for a second comprehensive surgery. The aspects that had been left untreated due to limited facilities at the Mogadishu Airport Hospital were addressed in this operation. Emerging from the surgical suite, he needed to recover from the general anesthesia, coupled with various examinations, observations, and medications. Another day passed. The relentless cycle of treatment, being pushed around the hospital for tests and scans, felt more torturous than imprisonment. The most distressing aspect was not the surgeries themselves, but rather the indignity of addressing personal physiological needs. For a man of nearly 2 meters, having to wear adult diapers and endure the discomfort of a catheter was nothing short of a nightmare. Each day passed in this state of helplessness, bound like a zongzi. It was not until the morning of the 4th day after his return that the painfully awkward days began to improve. Long Zhan was stirred awake by the gentle warmth on his face, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a familiar visage tenderly wiping his face with a towel. The unexpected appearance of Stella filled Long Zhan's heart with warmth, tinged with a hint of remorse. Although he had returned to Beach City, he had neglected to inform Stella. Influenced by the traditional mindset prevalent among Chinese men, who often refrain from causing concern to others, especially those close to them. Now that Stella had come to visit him, Long Zhan surmised that either Clay or Brian must have informed her. Even without prior notice, he felt an intrinsic joy. After all, having someone caring for him felt entirely different from the assistance of nurses or caregivers. His lingering gloom had lifted significantly. Stella, witnessing Long Zhan bound up like a dumpling, exhibited the wisdom befitting an intelligent woman. She refrained from the nagging reproach reminiscent of a typical Chinese mother, nor did she display the tearful anxiety of a delicate wife, and certainly avoided the most irksome hindsight critiques. Instead, she approached the situation with her own method, dedicating herself to Long Zhan's care day and night. Not only did she remove the most bothersome catheter, unperturbed by the mess, but she also assisted Long Zhan in using a urinal and changed his soiled diapers. She never broached the subject of his work or inquired about the severity of his injuries. Instead, They conversed about the amusing incidents that had transpired during his absence and shared delightful aspirations for the future. Among her enthusiastic revelations, she mentioned that Long Zhan's song had received its first royalty payment. After deducting various taxes, the sum amounted to over 300,000, a figure Stella had never possessed all at once in her life. She spoke of it with such excitement that her face flushed like a ripe apple. Then, she presented a card, declaring that this money belonged to Long Zhan and should be given to him. Naturally, he could not accept it. They agreed to designate these funds for their future life together, including all subsequent earnings from songwriting, with Stella entrusted to manage it diligently. In the United States, the division of property between genders is quite clear, and even marriage necessitates a prenuptial agreement. Long Zhan's unwavering trust rendered Stella's smile even more radiant. Profoundly moved by his faith in her, their already strong bond was further elevated by this trust. With Stella's attentive care as his girlfriend, Long Zhan's days of turmoil finally glimpsed a ray of sunshine, and life ceased to be as monotonous as it had once been. Coupled with the frequent visits from Sunny, Clay, Brian, and others who came to chat with him, Long Zhan's spirits were thoroughly uplifted. Perhaps it was the improvement in his mood. Or perhaps Long Zhan's unique physiology was beginning to manifest its effects, but the speed of his recovery exceeded all expectations. By the 9th day after returning from Somalia, the wounds on Long Zhan's body had largely scabbed over. Although the stitches could not yet be removed, he was able to stand and walk with assistance to the restroom, finally bidding farewell to those dreaded disposable diapers. All aspects of Long Zhan's condition are improving. Both Stella and Sunny, along with the other two, are pleased with Long Zhan's recovery speed. However, they are somewhat concerned that, for the most part, Long Zhan appears entirely normal, behaving as he usually would. Yet, there are occasional moments when he becomes rather peculiar. For instance, he often sits in silence, lost in thought, unresponsive to loud calls, and at times, he engages in conversations with seemingly empty air. Moreover, he frequently awakens abruptly at night, screaming as if he has seen a ghost. The most alarming incident occurred when he experienced a bout of hysteria, mistaking the doctor who came to administer an injection for an enemy, nearly kicking the physician in the back. Had it not been for Sunny and Clay, who were fortuitously present to restrain him, the situation could have turned catastrophic. Given Long Zhan's physical injuries and his current frail state, his eyes were bloodshot, and he exhibited a strong inclination towards violent aggression, posing a real threat to the doctor. The unusual occurrences surrounding Long Zhan have drawn the attention of the attending physician, who summoned a psychologist for observation and diagnosis. After evaluating Long Zhan's symptoms, the psychologist quickly reached a conclusion. It is suspected that Long Zhan may be experiencing psychological issues stemming from his recent severe injuries, with a high likelihood of developing PTSD, a common affliction among soldiers. The severity of his condition requires further observation. Should it be confirmed as severe PTSD, Long Zhan will undoubtedly be unable to remain in the military, making his departure from the army a certainty. Captain Blackburn, upon learning of the situation, recognized the gravity of the matter. He was reluctant to see one of DG's finest recruits, having only joined for less than 6 months, face such a fate. Thus, he personally visited the hospital to check on Long Zhan. Unfortunately, during his visit, Long Zhan had another episode, perceiving Blackburn as a foe. In a swift motion, he knocked Blackburn to the ground and proceeded to land several blows while straddling him. Alarmed, Sunny and Brian, who were waiting outside, rushed in to intervene. After considerable effort, and with the assistance of a doctor who administered a sedative, they managed to separate the seemingly deranged Long Zhan. Captain Blackburn, sporting a ruggedly handsome face adorned with a thick beard, was left battered and bruised. Observing the chaos in the room, along with the blood streaming from Blackburn's nose, Sunny, Clay, and Brian could not help but feel a mix of amusement at Blackburn's predicament and concern for Long Zhan's erratic behavior. In Chapter 351, titled Stop-Loss Procedure, it becomes evident that Long Zhan would require no training should he decide to pursue an acting career, as his skills have reached an exceptional level. His portrayal of PTSD symptoms is so convincing that even a seasoned physician with 20 years of experience could not discern any signs of pretense. Due to Long Zhan's repeated acts of violence, the psychologist ultimately delivered a final diagnosis. He is a level 3 PTSD patient. In simple terms, it is a case of moderate mental illness, with uncertainty surrounding the possibility of complete recovery through subsequent treatment, as there remains a chance of lingering aftereffects. After Blackburn received the diagnosis from the doctor, reflecting on Long Zhan's honorable injury during the mission, he felt no anger towards Long Zhan's violent outburst, only a profound sense of regret. The potential of such an exceptional talent, poised to become a captain-level figure, was tragically squandered, marking a significant loss for DG. To address this unforeseen incident, Blackburn returned to the DG headquarters and sought out the captain, articulating Long Zhan's predicament in detail. As the strongest newcomer in history, Colonel Williams, the captain, was well aware of Long Zhan's reputation. Upon learning of Long Zhan's mental health issues, he promptly convened an emergency meeting with senior officers to deliberate on the single pressing question: should Long Zhan remain with DG? The senior officers were largely divided into three factions. One faction recognized Long Zhan's exceptional personal abilities, having been with the team for less than 6 months. His performance had already surpassed many seasoned veterans, and his future potential appeared limitless. They advocated for giving Long Zhan a chance, arguing that once he received treatment and began to recover, he could be allowed to continue serving in Team B, with a final decision contingent upon his performance in the field. This faction could be termed the Talent Preservation Group. Conversely, another faction contended that as a first-tier combat unit, DG undertakes immensely perilous missions, where even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic consequences. Long Zhan's violent episodes, marked by indiscriminate aggression, represented a significant latent risk. Should an episode occur during an operation, given Long Zhan's formidable combat prowess akin to seasoned veterans, the team would likely lack the necessary vigilance against him, potentially leading to devastating outcomes for their own ranks. To retain Long Zhan in Team B under such circumstances would be a gross dereliction of duty towards the other members, posing a considerable threat to their safety. If any incident were to arise, the higher-ups would surely face repercussions. Therefore, this faction supported the termination of Long Zhan's contract, proposing a financial settlement to facilitate his reintegration into society, away from the ravages of war, enabling him to enjoy a more stable life. This, they believed, would ultimately be beneficial for Long Zhan as well, allowing his mental health to gradually mend in a tranquil environment. This faction could be referred to as the cautious group. The final faction held a rather unique perspective, staunchly advocating for a stop-loss policy. This policy, reminiscent of capitalist strategies, was devised by the U.S. government to minimize the costs associated with training new soldiers while maximizing the exploitation of every trained veteran. It was specifically formulated to address loopholes in the military contracts signed by soldiers upon enlistment. Soldiers and officers who have completed their service term or meet the criteria for leaving the military may be allowed to extend their service for an additional 1 to 3 years. Long Zhan, who began his career as a Marine recruit and has ascended to the status of a first-class operative, has incurred a substantial amount of training expenses throughout his journey. As a premier combat unit, it is exceedingly challenging for DG to replenish its ranks, as the new recruits selected annually fail to meet the demands of each team. Some officers believe that allowing someone like Long Zhan, who has served in DG for less than 6 months, to retire would be a significant loss, given the potential risk of him inadvertently harming his comrades during a crisis. A flexible approach is warranted, permitting him to operate independently as a special agent on assignment. Should he experience an episode while working alone, the repercussions would solely fall upon the dispatching unit, thus sparing DG from any detriment. Furthermore, individuals suffering from PTSD exhibit no discernible difference from healthy individuals during stable periods, allowing Long Zhan, in his new capacity as a special agent, to continue executing various tasks for DG during his asymptomatic phases. Coincidentally, the clandestine unit known as the 6th Special Group was established within the Black Team, as they required assistance with sensitive reconnaissance tasks that the assault squad could not undertake. This department remains shrouded in secrecy, unbeknownst to outsiders, and even its members maintain only single-line communication, with no personal acquaintance among one another. Their roles may encompass special operations agents, military aides, intelligence officers, spies, police, and narcotics agents, with identities shifting for each mission. Joining the 6th Special Group grants first-class operatives a diverse and distinctive identity, altering their collaboration with DG, while they remain affiliated with DG's Black Team structure. Any issues arising from operations will lead to the complete erasure of their records within the Black Team. Even in the unfortunate event of a soldier's death, the benefits typically due to the family will not be awarded. Any unlawful acts committed during missions will be dissociated from DG, the U.S. government, and the U.S. military, becoming solely the individual's responsibility. In return for the risks associated with such operations, DG provides appropriate compensation. When not on duty, operatives enjoy a remarkable degree of freedom, unencumbered by oversight, allowing them to pursue their own paths, arguably more liberally than in the Red Team. Each mission transitions from a pursuit of honor to a tangible transaction. Apart from the mandatory 3 operations each year, members of the 6th Group are obliged to fulfill these as a non-negotiable requirement. Other tasks are assigned a clear monetary value, ranging from 100,000 to 1,000,000, enabling operatives to choose based on remuneration. In essence, if an operative opts not to undertake a specific sensitive task, they are free to decline. They may complete only the 3 required missions annually and spend the remainder of their time at home without any interference. This unconventional collaboration model resembles a variant of the PMC, private military company, framework. However, compared to the regular PMC, it possesses a far more formidable backing. Yet it must still fulfill the annual 3 objectives. In other respects, it is fundamentally the same and can aptly be termed as the exclusive PMC of DG. Chapter 352. Application for the Purple Heart Medal. The proposal put forth by the Exploitation faction perfectly amalgamates the Talents Conservation faction and the Cautious faction, allowing Long Zhan to continue serving DG without becoming a liability to the team. Moreover, should any issues arise, culpability could be conveniently deflected. This is an exemplary resolution. Despite the fact that since its inception, the 6th Special Operations Group has never admitted a member with mental instability, the members of the 6th Group operate independently. Having abandoned the fundamental principle of the SEALs, they never act alone. The level of difficulty in their missions surpasses that of the assault teams, with risks reaching unprecedented heights. Without considerable skills, engaging in DG's clandestine operations is tantamount to courting death. Typically, only those who have served for over 15 years, exhibiting exemplary performance during their service and possessing potential for retirement, are invited to join. Although Long Zhan is not a veteran of DG, his capabilities are on par with anyone. Since joining the Green Team for selection, assisting Team B in executing missions along the way, and officially becoming a first-class operative for nearly 6 months, Long Zhan's performance can be described as flawless. He is more than qualified to join the 6th Special Operations Group. The entire upper echelon of DG felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing such a top-tier talent as Long Zhan. Yet a slight adjustment could allow him to remain. The choice was obvious, rendering further discussion unnecessary. The proposal to transfer Long Zhan to the 6th Special Operations Group received unanimous support from senior officers of the other 2 factions. Blackburn, Long Zhan's direct superior, was the first to express his agreement. He has not given up on Long Zhan, still hoping for his complete recovery, at which point he could be reassigned back to the Red Team. Such a maneuver is entirely feasible. The interchange among the various teams within DG is merely a matter of the battalion commander's directive, posing no significant difficulty. However, although the 6th Special Operations Group is a one-time engagement, the operations conducted there bear no connection to honor or reputation. Once deceased, members no longer qualify for a national flag, and in a strict sense, they are no longer soldiers. Those who fight for national honor and ideals may find joining the 6th Group distasteful. Nonetheless, the remuneration within the 6th Group far exceeds that of serving in a team, and members essentially enjoy greater freedom, making it more appealing to those who do not pursue glory. Since the establishment of the 6th Special Operations Group, many DG operatives have transitioned to it, yet none have returned to serve in their respective teams. This involves numerous factors: earning more money, enjoying greater freedom in life, becoming accustomed to a combat style that allows for unbridled action, gaining insight into the essence of life, and carrying a multitude of dark histories. These various transformations have shaped the members' preference to remain in the 6th Group. After the passage of a year, or perhaps several, even if Long Zhan's mental state has fully recovered, he may still be reluctant to return to the team. Blackburn is acutely aware of this, leaving a lingering sentiment. The 6th Special Operations Group is a unique entity. Joining it signifies a departure from fighting for country and honor, instead navigating through a world shrouded in gray. Kybran may not be amenable to this, necessitating someone to seek him out for coordination. Captain Williams lightly tapped his fingers on the table and turned to Blackburn, saying, Colonel Blackburn, I entrust this matter to you. Is there any issue? No problem, Blackburn readily agreed, then proposed, given Qyburn's valor demonstrated during Operation Aaron. He fully meets the criteria for the Purple Heart. I suggest the battalion apply to the command for this recognition. You need not worry about this. I have already arranged for someone to handle it, Captain Williams replied, rising from his seat. This meeting is adjourned. The matter regarding Qyburn's transfer must be expedited. The decision regarding Long Zhan's fate is now in the execution phase, which will require some time to process. 2 days swiftly passed. After spending nearly half a month in the hospital at Beach City, Long Zhan finally arrived at his moment of liberation. Following over 30 minutes of diligent work by the nurses and doctors, all the sutures binding him were removed, marking the commencement of his final rehabilitation phase. You are a true hero, the doctor remarked with great respect before departing after completing the procedure. The scars crisscrossing Long Zhan's back each symbolize an honor, serving as medals belonging to a true man. The doctor may not have known Long Zhan's precise identity, but he recognized him as a soldier. An injured soldier deserves his respect. However, if the doctor had been an anti-war advocate, the scenario would have unfolded quite differently, as soldiers fighting for their nation would not receive their acknowledgement. In a country that professes to uphold freedom of speech, those who fight for their nation are often scorned, which is indeed paradoxical. How do you feel? Stella inquired, her gaze fixed upon the medals adorning Long Zhan's back, her emotions a complex tapestry woven with pride, worry, and fear. She yearned to reach out and touch them, yet hesitated at the brink of contact. The myriad of still-healing scars that adorned Long Zhan's back painted a vivid picture of the severity of his injuries and the perilous nature of his circumstances. Stella feared that touching those scars might unleash her pent-up tears. Sensing Stella's trepidation, Long Zhan, as if aware that he might vanish at any moment, took her hands and pressed them against his sturdy chest. My dear, do you feel my strength? You can trust me completely. I am invincible. No one can usher me to meet death, for before that, I shall send him to hell, he declared with unwavering confidence, soothing her with words that radiated the essence of a fierce love. Accompanying Sonny, a single man in his 30s, during the suture removal, he found himself unable to stomach the incessant display of affection between the couple. Hey, Long, I have a date shortly, so I must take my leave. I'll come by later tonight, and we can head to the bar for a few drinks to celebrate your newfound lease on life. Sonny uttered a blatant falsehood before hastily exiting the hospital room to avoid the nauseating dog food of romance. Long Zhan chuckled at Sonny's antics, wrapping his arms around Stella's slender waist and leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek. Sonny is quite a remarkable fellow, I assure you. If you have any single friends, you should invite them out tonight. And what do I stand to gain from this? Stella teased, hanging onto Long Zhan's neck, her smile radiant. Anything you desire, as long as it's within my power, Long Zhan replied with a generous spirit. Anything at all. Stella tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Long Zhan sensed a shift in the atmosphere, but the words had already escaped his lips, leaving him no choice but to forge ahead. Absolutely. I will fulfill any request. I want a baby, one that belongs to us. As soon as Stella uttered those words, Long Zhan felt a thunderous crash in his mind. Disaster. He had bitten off more than he could chew. This request was, for Long Zhan at that moment, an insurmountable challenge. Just as he was grappling with the implications of his bold claim, the hospital room doors swung open from the outside. Chapter 353. The perfect springboard of Special Task Force Group 6 entering was Blackburn, who had come specifically to discuss the reassignment of Long Zhan. Stella, having previously encountered Blackburn, recognized the man before her as Long Zhan's commanding officer in the Navy SEALs, adorned with the rank of major. When Blackburn politely requested, Miss Stella, may we have a moment of private discussion? Stella, though somewhat reluctant as their important conversation was interrupted, displayed her grace as a high-achieving master's graduate. She handed Long Zhan a set of civilian clothes she had purchased for him, stood on her toes to give him a quick kiss, and exited the room. Long Zhan, previously shirtless after the suture removal, felt a wave of relief wash over him with Blackburn's arrival. He slipped into a short-sleeved t-shirt and accompanied Blackburn to the balcony. The directness of Western communication, stripped of excessive niceties, combined with their shared military background, fostered an efficient exchange. Blackburn wasted no time and addressed the matter at hand. Long Zhan's unstable mental state rendered him unfit to continue serving in Team B. Following a high-level meeting at the command center, it was unanimously decided to transfer Long Zhan to the Covert Special Task Force Group 6. Blackburn elucidated the nature of this highly classified unit, ensuring that Long Zhan comprehended its significance. Long Zhan had always been playing a role, with the intention of leaving the military. His ambition to embark on a new path began with private military contracting, and once he amassed sufficient capital, he aspired to establish a private military company that would grow and flourish. Now, upon hearing this from Blackburn, the little-known secret unit, Task Force 6, piqued Long Zhan's interest immensely. After leaving the military to pursue independent endeavors, his initial steps involved accepting various contracting tasks, likely leading him to navigate the world as a lone wolf for an extended period. Joining Task Force 6 would not alter this trajectory, as he would continue to execute missions in the same solitary fashion. Furthermore, he could still engage in activities such as earning commissions through task acceptance and forging connections with like-minded individuals to form a team, all within the framework of Task Force 6. Beyond these shared characteristics, becoming a member of Task Force 6 presented numerous advantages. For instance, having DG as a formidable backing ensured a basic level of protection during operations. Provided no significant mishaps occurred that would compel DG to abandon their commitment, they would undoubtedly facilitate all necessary conveniences for the mission. After all, the primary beneficiaries of mission success would be DG, followed by the operatives involved. Most crucially, for a newcomer in the private military company, PMC, sector, the most formidable challenge lies in identifying suitable tasks to undertake while ensuring protection against potential pitfalls. Within Task Force 6, a plethora of tasks would be at Long Zhan's disposal, all supported by the U.S. government. This arrangement would ideally allow him to navigate through the initial phase of his career smoothly. The operational model of Task Force 6 closely resembles that of a PMC. Thus, after gaining a year or two of experience, Long Zhan would undoubtedly comprehend the PMC framework, thereby establishing his own network of connections in the process. In the future, even if he chose to operate independently from Task Force 6, he would thrive in the PMC arena. As for Captain Williams' greatest concern, that joining Task Force 6 would forever sever his ties to honor, Long Zhan was resolute in his decision to join. For someone intent on establishing his own PMC empire and feeling no allegiance to the United States, this was simply not an issue. What is honor worth? Money reigns supreme. In summary, aside from the stipulation of completing 3 missions annually, Task Force 6 seemed tailor-made as the ideal launching pad for Long Zhan's current aspirations. From every conceivable angle, he found no reason to decline the invitation, though unable to continue serving in Team B, which filled him with profound regret. He understood his circumstances and felt privileged to remain with DG. I agree to join Task Force 6. When shall I report? Long Zhan harbored a deep eagerness to join, though his expression betrayed a sense of reluctance. This isn't a film role. It's a considerable loss for Hollywood, Blackburn consoled him, having been swayed by Long Zhan's melancholy as he patted his shoulder. Finally, he added, there's no rush regarding your reporting date. Whenever you recover and are discharged, you may come to headquarters at your convenience, and I will make the necessary arrangements. The negotiation process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, and Blackburn did not linger for long before bidding farewell. Task Force 6's enigmatic nature clearly indicated its role in undertaking murky operations. It seemed evident that no branch of the U.S. law enforcement or military was without its share of complexities. Reflecting on the 6th group introduced by Blackburn, Long Zhan could not help but feel a wave of emotion. The Secret Service's 6th group undoubtedly possesses clandestine operations, and similar units certainly exist within Delta Force. Not to mention the CIA and FBI. The American government, with its shadowy dealings, is likely managed by these specialized departments. Without delving into the myriad undisclosed operations, one could merely cite the infamous global assassination events as an example. During Castro's over 40 years in power, he was the target of more than 600 assassination attempts, with the orchestrators of these plots primarily linked to the United States. Long Zhan holds firm belief that the 6th group of the Secret Service must have played a significant role in many of these attempts. Knowing that upon joining the 6th group, the covert operations he would engage in would predominantly involve eliminating adversaries for the U.S. government or its allies, Long Zhan remained unfazed. As long as the commission for the tasks was sufficiently lucrative, he would not hesitate, even if it meant assassinating a president. Having finally settled his retirement affairs, and with his health nearly restored, Long Zhan's subsequent hospitalization became both relaxed and orderly. Apart from the occasional flare-up of PTSD, he dedicated his remaining time to rehabilitation. His mornings were spent lifting weights, a routine he had adhered to for years, while the afternoons were allocated for mental conditioning and skills rehabilitation. Assisted by a therapist, if Stella, who had returned to school for supplementary classes, managed to visit, Long Zhan would accompany her on leisurely excursions. Should Stella be unable to make it due to classes, he would continue to nurture his interests, revisiting memories and transcribing songs. His evenings were rather simple, characterized by leisure. Whether enjoying romantic dates with Stella or socializing at bars with Sonny, Clay, Brian, and his old friend, the hapless Cooper, he would indulge in merriment. After a few drinks, he would return home for some nighttime workouts with Stella, relishing in the joy of these moments. Meanwhile, Jason and others stationed at the Feni base had finally returned after their deployment, commencing a month-long leave. Upon learning of Long Zhan's serious injury and hospitalization, they promptly visited him. Arriving at the hospital, they found that Long Zhan was nearly recovered and would soon be discharged, alleviating their worries. Coincidentally, Stella was also present at the hospital. The two women, each sharing a unique bond with Long Zhan and having engaged in profound exchanges with him, encountered each other, leading to a face-to-face interaction. To be frank, Long Zhan felt a tinge of anxiety at that moment. Fortunately, Mandy was clear about her role and relationship with Long Zhan, which was that of running partners, fulfilling each other's physiological needs. Thus, she remained composed in Stella's presence, and the two engaged in a pleasant conversation. Long Zhan, taken aback by this scene, could not help but marvel at the rationality of a senior CIA operative, which verged on the extraordinary. Chapter 354, The Navy Cross, An Unexpected Delight. 14 days after returning from Somalia, Long Zhan, apart from his PTSD, which requires gradual recovery, has completed all physical rehabilitation and finalized his discharge procedures. Friends such as Clay and Sonny gathered to welcome him back. Stella showcased the grace of a hostess by organizing a celebratory party in their new home, inviting nearly all of their close friends. Old comrades from Team B, including Jason, Lay, and Clay, were all in attendance, accompanied by their wives or girlfriends. Naturally, Derek, the vice captain of Team A, and his wife, Tracy, were also present. Over the past few months, having shared the experience of solitude, Tracy and Stella had developed a close bond. During the preparations for the party, Tracy was incredibly busy, procuring various ingredients and beverages, assisting with the decorations, preparing snacks, and even offering her home as a venue. Without Tracy's unwavering support, Stella would have found herself overwhelmed. Moreover, numerous friends, including the old comrade Brian, the unfortunate Cooper, the perfect running buddy Mandy, the action team commander Eric, and Stella's single friend, contributed to a lively gathering of about 30 to 40 people. The atmosphere of the party was nothing short of vibrant. Yet, amidst the festivities, Jason seemed out of sorts, unlike his usual boisterous self. As he sat alone on the balcony, nursing his drink, Long Zhan approached Mandy for a conversation, only to discover that Jason was grappling with his own issues, also suffering from PTSD. During the final operation to dismantle the Halani network, Jason had sustained a severe concussion, leading to traumatic aftereffects. Jason was aware of his predicament but stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Long Zhan could surmise the reason. Jason had a profound love for his work, cherishing the honor and pride it brought him, and he possessed a strong sense of belonging to the American military. Unlike Long Zhan, who sought to leave, DG had always been merely a training ground for Jason. He understood that if diagnosed with moderate to severe PTSD, he would likely face forced retirement, with the best-case scenario being a transition to a PMC. This prospect was unacceptable to him. Jason yearned to remain a heroic figure in the eyes of his children, someone who protected America, and even in death, to be laid to rest under the national flag, still a source of pride for his offspring. While Long Zhan had chosen the PMC path for his future, Jason wished to dedicate his life entirely to the military. With differing choices came differing thoughts. Thus, upon learning of his mental struggles, Jason felt profoundly unsettled, unable to find joy even in such a celebratory setting. It was ironic that Long Zhan, who suffered from PTSD, could only feign normalcy, while Jason, who wished to avoid it, found himself afflicted. Long Zhan finally grasped the truth of the saying that reality often surpasses fiction. Feeling a tinge of sympathy for Jason's plight, reflecting on his journey within DG, where Jason had provided considerable assistance as a captain, Long Zhan resolved to offer some guidance. Drawing on his own experience as a PTSD patient, he engaged Jason in a conversation for over an hour, and to his surprise, it proved to be beneficial. The perspective of a normal individual is primarily one of concern. They hope that Jason can recognize his situation and cooperate with treatment, which may cause him to feel genuine resistance. In contrast, Long Zhan approaches the matter from the viewpoint of a fellow patient, thereby alleviating Jason's aversion. With this solid foundation of communication, supplemented by Long Zhan's personal experience as a demonstration, it becomes evident that this ailment is not insurmountable. Even when the condition has escalated to such a degree, it only necessitates a temporary reassignment to the logistics of the Black Team. Consequently, Jason's resistance to PTSD significantly diminishes. He no longer reacts with anger when urged to seek medical help, and even accepts a business card from Long Zhan for the doctor who specifically treated his PTSD during his hospitalization. After addressing Jason's concerns, Long Zhan returns to the gathering to enjoy drinks and conversation with others, primarily recounting amusing incidents from their recent peacekeeping mission. He even summoned several colleagues from Team B and Mandy to the study, informing them of his reassignment to the Black Team and that he would report there the following day. This news left everyone astonished, struggling to believe that Long Zhan was departing. However, considering his current health condition, a more stable environment for recuperation at the Black Team was indeed a prudent arrangement. Moreover, despite his relocation, everyone would still be working within the same building, allowing for frequent encounters. Though they felt immense regret and reluctance, they chose to embrace reality with optimism and offered their best wishes for Long Zhan as he transitioned to his new unit. The following morning, Long Zhan arranged a meeting with Blackburn, bidding a fond farewell to Stella before proceeding to headquarters. When Blackburn arrived at the headquarters building, he did not take Long Zhan directly to report to the Black Team. Instead, he first had Long Zhan change into his navy dress uniform and then escorted him to the main conference room. Upon entering, Long Zhan was taken aback. There were dozens of people waiting for him, ranging from the rarely seen Captain Williams of the DG to his old comrades from Teams A and B, as well as instructors and officers from the Green Team. Altogether, there were at least 50 or 60 individuals present. Every face in the crowd bore a smile, clearly aware of the occasion, while Long Zhan remained oblivious. The grand setup and deliberate arrangement were unmistakably intended to surprise him. And indeed, it was a genuine surprise. When the captain invited Long Zhan to the stage and personally presented the commendation, amidst the applause of a crowd filled with both admiration and joy, he was adorned with a medal, the Navy Cross. The Navy Cross holds a distinguished place within the United States military honors, being second only to the Medal of Honor, which is typically awarded posthumously. It can be said to be the highest honor a living soldier can receive. This prestigious accolade is conferred solely upon members of the United States Navy or Marine Corps who demonstrate extraordinary bravery in combat, yet do not qualify for the Medal of Honor. To earn this medal, a soldier must act with remarkable distinction amidst great danger or personal risk, surpassing their peers of equal rank, experience, or responsibility. In essence, it signifies being the strongest among equals. Numerous small acts of bravery, when accumulated, do not suffice as a condition for obtaining the Navy Cross. Long Zhan harbored no interest in the honor represented by the medal itself. However, the intrinsic value that it symbolized stirred his heart. With this medal adorning him, it would be akin to possessing a prestigious golden emblem. Displaying it would serve as the finest resume. Whether embarking on solo missions or eventually establishing a military contracting company, the advantages would be manifold, providing him with a significant edge over other PMCs. With such an abundance of potential benefits, how could Long Zhan not feel exhilarated? Chapter 355. The unruly contact. Long Zhan excelled in the errand mission, commanding his team to accomplish what seemed impossible and sustained serious injuries during the operation, earning him the Navy Cross. Fellow participants Sonny, Clay, and Brian each received a silver star. It was a moment of collective joy. The internal award ceremony at DG was not as elaborate as those held externally, devoid of subsequent banquets or festivities. True to the style of Special Forces, the proceedings were succinct and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. After donning the medals on their uniforms, the 4 awardees delivered brief remarks, eliciting applause from the audience and congratulations. The ceremony concluded, and everyone returned to their respective homes. Long Zhan, without even changing into formal attire, was escorted by Blackburn to the Black Team Command Center. where he completed the handover with Captain Gianfranco Zagoni of the Black Team. His personal file was officially transferred, marking Long Zhan's formal induction into the Black Team. Captain Zagoni, a bald African-American appearing to be in his 40s, exuded a stern demeanor, his face devoid of any smile. "Welcome to the Black Team." Gianfranco spoke in a dry tone, his expression unchanged as he handed a pre-prepared phone to Long Zhan. "The operations of Task Force 6 are independent and not part of the conventional structure. This phone will be your exclusive link to the 6th Group. If there are missions requiring your execution, your supervisor will contact you through this device. Should you find yourself seeking work, you may reach out to him proactively. He will assign tasks, and the necessary contacts are already stored within. You are not required to report in regularly. From this moment forth, you are entirely free." Long Zhan had anticipated a cumbersome process to transition into the highly classified Task Force 6. However, the Black Team's captain completed the procedure with a few succinct statements. Simpler than taking a sip of water. Long Zhan found himself slightly bewildered by the ease of it all. Noticing Long Zhan's stunned silence, Captain Gianfranco reiterated, "If you have no further matters, you may leave now." At this, Long Zhan was left speechless. Was this truly all it took to become a member of Task Force 6? It seemed excessively simple. Amused yet perplexed, he felt a desire to inquire about the nature of Task Force 6, wondering if he might meet the leader to become better acquainted. It is evident that Gianfranco has issued an eviction order. Even if one were to inquire extensively, answers would remain elusive. With a military phone, evidently a bespoke model encrypted for exclusive use, one enters in a state of confusion and departs in the same bewildered manner. I recall when I first joined DG and was welcomed by veterans like Jason upon entering Team B. The atmosphere was remarkably congenial. However, now, as I have joined the 6th Special Operations Group of the Black Team, I encountered only the squad leader during the entire process, with not a single other member in sight. It is not just Long Zhan who feels disheartened. Anyone in this situation would be equally perplexed. After returning to the base, Long Zhan waited until the following day, yet the military phone remained silent, with a solitary contact named Kobe in the directory. Days passed without any sign of communication, leaving him still in the dark about the 6th Group. The only clarity he possessed was the undeniable fact that he was indeed entirely free. No longer was he subject to random summons or regular deployments. He was even relieved from returning to the base. He had become a complete and utter drifter, with abundant free time each day. Consequently, aside from fulfilling Stella's needs, he could frequently visit Mandy, who was on leave, deeply experiencing their shared warmth. Stella was quite pleased to have Long Zhan by her side each day, no longer having to endure solitary nights. She had embraced the role of a devoted partner, spending her spare time at home learning to cook, experimenting daily to tantalize Long Zhan's palate, eating dishes prepared by a novice chef. He found himself compelled to praise her efforts to maintain her enthusiasm. Long Zhan felt that this life was even more challenging than his time in Mogadishu. Eager to uncover the intricacies of the 6th Special Operations Group and to escape the culinary clutches of Chef Stella with her peculiar dishes, Long Zhan decided to reach out to his sole contact, Kobe, after a week of waiting. As soon as the call connected, an unmistakably hoarse and deep voice greeted him. "Congratulations, Mr. Long Zhan, on breaking a new record." The speaker sounded to be well over 50 and demonstrated an intimate familiarity with Long Zhan's background, addressing him by name immediately. "A new record? What does that mean?" Long Zhan was somewhat bewildered. "Your patience exceeds my expectations. I didn't anticipate you would hold out for an entire week before calling. Among the recruits I oversee, the previous record was merely 4 days." Kobe's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the squad leader of the Black Team. He spoke in a relaxed tone, exuding a cheerful and gregarious nature. This shattered Long Zhan's preconceived notions of a secretive operative who would be reticent and shrouded in mystery. "I have no interest in records," Long Zhan interjected, eager to get to the point. "I am utterly bored. Do you have any tasks that would allow me to stretch my legs?" Understanding the true nature of the 6th Special Operations Group could be discerned after executing just a couple of missions. Quite forthright, Kobe remarked, appreciating Long Zhan's candor. After a brief flurry of keyboard tapping, he continued, "I happen to have a mission that is well suited for you." "Do tell," Long Zhan replied. "The overseas drug enforcement operation is set in Kenya, with a departure scheduled for tomorrow at 3 p.m. The task is not particularly arduous. It involves safeguarding CIA senior operative Helen Grimer during her mission, with further details to be provided later." By the way, Helen's code name is Black Fox, a remarkably alluring wildcat. If it were not for her advancing years, I would be reluctant to assign this task to you. Kobe's voice, tinged with age, carried a flirtatious undertone, evoking a sense of irreverence. What is the commission? Dragon Zhan inquired, his primary concern being financial gain. The notion of women as mere embellishments was secondary. The operation carries minimal risk, and all expenses will be managed by Black Fox. Thus, the commission is modest, amounting to only $100,000 US. Upon completion, the sum will be transferred to a designated account, with the IRS handling the particulars, Kobe explained. Indeed, $100,000 is not a substantial amount, yet it serves as a fitting opportunity for a trial run. After all, even the slenderest of mosquito legs is still flesh. All right, I accept. Where do we depart from tomorrow? Will I be going alone? Dragon Zhan asked. Bay Island, at the Naval Air Station. I will ensure the aircraft is prepared for you there. Helen will accompany you on your journey. Wishing you both a pleasant trip, Kobe concluded before hanging up the phone.